That's a great opening image to have up there. Thanks, guys. I'm gonna scroll up. Oh my god, that's what I think when I think. Hey, you guys tell me in the chat if the audio sounds good. Terrible. If you watch Space Jam, you better hop in on this like fucking Discord chat. I haven't got to talk to you in forever. I don't even know what you're doing. Like I thought you like were dead or something. You son of a bitch. Thank you, Metatron. Thank you so much. All right, so we're gonna talk about Space Jam 2. At some point, I'm gonna probably wait for some more people to get in here. Haven't seen Space Jam 2 though. Well, just get in and talk about Space Jam 1 then. Goddamn, dude, come on. For fuck's yeah. So I'll start with a little precursor about what I was doing last night. Don't be nervous, terrible. Last night Kanye was supposed to drop his new album Donda, which was named after his mother. Hey, Cordery, man, hello, brother. If you've seen Space Jam 2, you can also hop in here for the lulz. That would be very fun. So I was all excited last night, even though I should know better as a Kanye fan, because I had to watch the stream through Discord, through Reddit DM, where if you don't know, Kanye does these live music listen parties where he'll drop a new album and he'll have people pay to come sit in a stadium and listen to his music with him. So the tickets for this were $85. And then the food prices got leaked. So he was charging $50 for chicken tenders and $40 for a hot dog. Now, I don't know what a $40 hot dog is made out of. I'm assuming Zeus's cock. But so I did the math on it. If you pay the money for the ticket, the food, drinks, parking, you're spending $250 per person to go to this event. So Kanye comes out dressed up like Kaneda from Akira. He's wearing like a red jumpsuit outfit and he's on like this white floor and it's just him by himself. And he like gets down and prays at one point. And he plays this like clearly unfinished, unmixed album with like no drums and there's not a beat drop. And it's just like really awkward. It's like 45 minutes of Kanye stand. And the event was 2 hours late, by the way. It was supposed to start at 8. It didn't start till 10. I was sitting in like a Discord server waiting for 2 hours for it to start. And then the album was supposed to drop at midnight. And everybody was hyped because Kanye hasn't released something like an album in a while. It's, besides like a Jesus is King or something. So the album sounds like shit. It cost you $250 to go to this event. And he just stood there in the middle of this like stadium, just like staring at everybody. And then at one point he prays for like 5 minutes. And then he runs. There's a point that he like runs. He's like jogging across the floor. And then midnight came around. Kanye didn't drop the album. And then 1 o'clock in the morning came around. Everyone's like, guys, don't worry. It's going to be Pacific time. 3 o'clock in the morning comes around. Album didn't drop. No album. And it's 9 o'clock the day following. And it's still no album drop. So I waited like 2 hours to watch this event to hear the music. Nothing happened. And the album didn't come out. And everybody hated it. So everybody's excited for an album to come out that we all hate. And everyone paid $250. So that happened to me last night. As I was doing this like crossover of like Discord, Reddit, Twitter. Really the hype before it started was the best part. Like waiting for Kanye to come out, thinking it was going to be exciting. And then when it all happened, it was, as I put on Twitter, it was just weird.
It subverted expectations.
Yeah, it was a expectation subvert. I think Slav put up like this Twitter, yeah. Here it is. This was like my going through the motions of it last night. Kanye for the last 3 hours. I'm on Discord, Reddit, YouTube, and Apple all at once for this shit. Kanye and Cudi need to stop playing Sonic. This is like a girl texting you to meet her at the club at 8 after it was over. Well, that was weird. So that's the journey I went on last night, ladies and gentlemen. That's a little precursor. Let me see if we can get the Discord. Terrible, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here. I like that my 2 Australian friends are in the chat. That's nice.
Who's the other one?
Cordry.
Oh yeah, Quarter. That's right.
Yeah, he's Australian. Man, Cordry, I gotta say, I like your voice, but I think Terrible, you got that kind of like Mahler uh bravado, man. You need to
That dry sort of
you sound
monotone voice.
exactly like him. Holy shit. That impression is perfect. Oh my god. That blew my mind. Holy shit.
The Last Jedi sucks.
That's like
That sort
a
of
Madcap's
voice.
Adam impression. Your movie sucks impression is like pitch perfect. It's like shockingly good. I wasn't. Oh my god. All right. I guess when you guys have accents, it's really easy to sound like each other. That's
I'd
all
like
I'm
to hear
learning.
Madcap's impression.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah.
I've had,
Yeah. Do your Adam impression.
Okay.
I know you're on the spot, but
Yeah. I just saw Space Jam 2, and it's fucking awful.
this should just be Mahler and your movie sucks for being Space Jam 2, and then Ben Shapiro comes in. I'll take a back seat for most of it.
Space Jam 2
Oh,
is the
perfect.
worst movie I've ever seen in my life.
It had many logical flaws and inconsistencies.
It's literally like they're in the room. I'm freaked the fuck out. Hey.
Unfortunately.
Cult film video. Kanye's best recent work has been the original versions of the songs that got leaked. LA Monster 6 minutes, but 2 minutes on Jesus is King. He also always fails to release on the day of. He said, yeah, very disappointing. I was hoping. Yeah, I agree. Life of Pablo was like the last like really, really good. Although Kids See Ghost was good, but that wasn't really a Kanye album. Terrible. You need to travel to other places because your accent would get you laid. Like I'm sure in Australia the chicks have sexy accents, so they're like, I don't care about you. You know?
I've been told this multiple times, but the thing is, I'm currently in the strictest lockdown at the moment. So when that lifts, yeah, it's I'm gonna set abroad,
We're gonna
go
let you,
overseas, and
dude. Come to America. You can stay at my place.
thank you. I'll raid and pillage.
Come to the tropical place of Ohio. The great tropical vacation spot that is Ohio. It's beautiful.
Oh, it's top of my list. I've actually been before to the United States.
Oh, look at you.
Nice.
But it was all West Coast. I've never been.
Yeah, dude. I swear, if you come, you can
Ohio.
literally like sleep in my couch. I will like buy food for you and alcohol and acid and Molly and whatever you want, and we can.
You got to pamper me.
Yeah, totally. I'll bathe you in the shower.
What he's saying is he'll treat you better than how Warner Bros. Treated your boy from Down Under.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, was there
I hope so.
Is there like a Taz representation thing?
No one talks about him, to be completely honest.
You guys don't care about Taz?
No one cares about Tasmania, let alone the Tassie Devil.
Just every once in a while, can you just throw the Mahler voice in there while we're talking? Because it just makes me so happy. Like it's literally like I think you should just like make a whole video where you're just Mahler and just upload it.
I'll make it 11 hours long.
Yeah.
And I'll
do like a parody like he did with Just Right.
Yeah.
I'll do that sometime and talk in just dry monotone voice. Yeah, I can. I do that already, I suppose, but I'll do it.
I mean, yeah, you don't actually have to do any editing. You just have to put up random clips for 11 hours.
Man, oh, I watched Space Jam recently, and in preparation to see Space Jam 2, but then lockdowns came into effect again, so I wasn't totally able to. I'm not able to see Space Jam 2 now, but
wow,
I will admit
that sucks.
Yeah, I will admit I'm not looking forward to it because I found the first one irritating and yeah, one of the worst things I've seen in a while in a while because I hadn't seen it before prior to that.
Oh my god, Bathory's in the chat. Thank you for returning to the Massagecast, where we talk bad about women. There we go. I'm happy that Bathory's here. Guys, I don't want anyone saying any negative shit while Bathory's around. I just want to make that clear. I've been gone from the server for a long time, and apparently you ruffians get up to some bad stuff when I'm not around. So Daddy's home. Daddy's home. And I'm keeping you guys all in check. You guys have to learn to behave.
Women are illogical creatures.
I do wonder that, like, I wonder if Mahler does just like hate. Like in my head, he's just like a supervillain.
Just like a massive incel.
Yeah, like he's like the ultimate incel. Like he was given the voice of the gods and like logic reasoning and stuff like that. So he can't be defeated by his incelness. You know, he's just like achieved a status that was thought not possible. Because does anyone have like a picture of him? Does anyone know what he actually looks like?
No, to me, he's just a gas mask.
Because this was like the
If we'll
thing
ever-
with what's his name? Colossal is crazy, the clown guy for like years. Nobody knew what he looked like. There's pictures now, but it's like these sexy British voices that make these good videos, and you're always like, does this guy look like what he sounds like? Because if Mahler's like a giant fat guy, I like him even more. Like if he's just a giant Jabba the Hutt piece of shit, like he's just a disgusting monster of a man, it makes me a fan of it. Because if he's also like attractive, like if he's really good looking, I would hate him. Like if he has like a Brad Pitt face, but if he looks like Zach Galifianakis or something like that, you know, like I'm all on board. I'm very curious what he looks like, but terrible. Are you a fat piece of shit?
Kinda.
Hmm.
Not too fat. Slightly overweight.
Just a piece of shit
But,
then.
just a piece of shit.
Yeah, not a fat piece of
Mild, mildly overweight piece of shit, to put it euphemistically.
So what was your issue with the first Space Jam? Let's go back to 1996.
Yeah, let's all go back.
Yeah, let's go back to I saw Space Jam in the theater when I was 6 years old. I remember in the theater, kids were like throwing popcorn at the screen. Like it's how you see those old like matinee movies from like the 50s. Like everybody was throwing popcorn at the screen. And then the opening scene happened where it's like the flashback with little kid Michael Jordan. And then he like dunks the ball and then the montage started. And the whole theater started screaming. Like, like erupted in cheer. Like, go on and Sam if you want to jam. And like everybody's like, "Oh my god, this is gonna be our Star Wars." You know. So what was your issues with Space Jam? What did you think about it? Give us a little review of Space Jam. I'm very curious about, since you never saw it before, you don't have that nostalgia that a lot of people have.
Yeah, so with fresh eyes. Well, I always watched Looney Tunes like shorts when I was younger, so I was familiar with that. But I honestly thought that the Looney Tunes stuff was the worst part about the movie because it was. I've never thought that the Looney Tunes characters were that obnoxious, but I think they were just animated in such a way where they're constantly in your face all the time. It's a very ADHD movie. They're constantly just like running into the camera.
That's a great observation. Like the camera
Yeah.
perspective thing. Like they have Bugs' face like exaggerated on the camera with these like extreme like almost like they're using like a zoom lens or something.
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
I do know. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I
There
do
you
know
go.
a lot of the. I do know a lot of. I have heard a lot of the Looney Tune animators didn't even like Space Jam. They didn't even think it was that great of a
Chuck
representation
Jones.
of the Looney Tunes.
Chuck Jones came out and hated the movie.
Yeah. And director Joe Dante hated it too. That he wanted to take a different route with Back in Action, the movie that came after.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So I gotta argue that's the better Looney Tunes movie.
Probably.
Okay.
Back in Action.
So wait, so it's terrible. So right away, I love that you like brought in this like perspective that I haven't heard anyone ever bring up. That's like great. So like, what did you think of the story? Like, were you compelled by Michael Jordan quit? Because I don't know if Michael Jordan's as big of a deal in Australia as he is to like Americans. I know he's a global figure, but like in '96 in America, Michael Jordan was like a god. You know.
I wouldn't say he's unpopular, but I think we're not as big as basketball fans as you guys are.
Well, it's like you guys are like football, right? Soccer,
Rugby, yeah.
rugby. Yeah, you're like into that manly stuff.
Although I think tennis is bigger than basketball here.
That's the thing I keep finding out is like tennis is huge, like all over the world apparently. Like tennis is like one of the biggest international sports. I was very ignorant to this. Okay, so So, because we were talking about it, me and Madcap, there's this that the movie thematically, right, has this journey. That he at the because he quit basketball. Some people say the rumors are it was over gambling and the NBA, but nobody really knows why he left basketball. His father was murdered. So thematically in the movie, he's like playing golf with Bill Murray, and apparently the Warner Brothers cartoons, the Looney Tunes, live in the core of the Earth.
Yeah.
Which is so fucking strange to me.
Yeah.
It's kind of good.
Why is like the Looney Tunes universe in the core of the Earth, for one thing? So he gets sucked into a hole playing golf.
He essentially gets kidnapped.
Yeah, Bugs Bunny kidnaps him because Bugs Bunny decides to beat these aliens to save themselves. They're going to play a game of basketball. He just randomly decides it's basketball. I've seen the movie a bunch of times. Do you guys get Bugs Bunny's motive? Did he think because they were like little tiny aliens?
Yes. I've seen the movie myself. So, yeah, just the motivation for it to be a basketball game is that the nerdlugs, the aliens, are, they're small and they can't really do anything in their shape. So, out of all things, to challenge this alien invasion is challenge them to basketball, I suppose.
Well, why not? I don't know, like and getting an anvil dropped on your head competition, maybe race with the Roadrunner, maybe like an Olympics sort of like, because that was always the weird thing to me was the premise of Space Jam. I still find it odd. Like the mix of the two, like we're going to mix Looney Tunes with NBA basketball. Like I've never really understood the premise. I always found it to be odd. Like marketing, I understand, put Michael Jordan in with the Looney Tunes, but I don't really like, and they've never like incorporated the Looney Tunes playing the basketball game well into either movie, I thought. Like I've never felt like when you assume is there's going to be like really funny Looney Tunes antics going on during the basketball game, right? Like Taz with the basketball. But that's really not what the movie is. Like it's this weird hodgepodge of like, and I know Ivan Reitman produced it, but so like they live in the core of the Earth, and then so I think thematically though, right? Like he was playing baseball, everyone's making fun of him in the movie, like, Michael, what are you doing? Fuck. And then, at the end, through the Looney Tunes, the movie's making the argument that Michael Jordan came back to the Bulls for his second run and 3 championships because of Bugs Bunny.
Yeah.
The Looney Tunes inspired him.
Isn't the whole premise of the movie based off like a series of like TV advertisements?
Yeah. Yeah, Super Bowl ad and followed by other ads, yeah. And the creator and the guy who made those ads doesn't even like Space Jam either.
Who directed Space Jam?
Joe Pica.
I think
Joe Pica, who since then has never made a movie after Space Jam. So he's just kind of like vanished off the face of the earth.
I'm pretty sure it's the guy. I thought that the guy had something to do with the commercials directed Space Jam. I thought that guy had something to do with those commercials.
It's the same guy.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because that's what always confused me. I think it was like they hired a guy who did the Bugs Bunny commercial to do this like big budget movie. Instead of hiring, I don't know, like a Joe Dante. Yeah, get Spike Lee. Like it was okay, so what did you take away from it, like the emotional satisfaction? Let's not talk about just the filmmaking antics here. What did you get from Space Jam? Terrible.
I don't know. Like I guess it was a little maybe somber love letter to Michael Jordan. Maybe him trying to refine his passion for basketball. I guess was mildly endearing, but I guess it would have been better if he was a slightly better actor. But I don't know. I didn't get a whole lot out of it.
What would be your version of Space Jam? Like if you wanted, like if you got to like work on that movie from scratch, right? Like they sit down and they're like, "Hey, pitch us Space Jam." What's a better version of Space Jam for you?
I think I'd go way more cynical. I think I'd make like the Looney Tunes characters not like how they are, but they're actually just like their personas you see on TV are not like behind the scenes. They're just like actual like dirtbag actors. That would be really funny.
Oh,
to
like
me.
Roger Rabbit.
Like Roger Rabbit, yeah. Like if they Roger Rabbit it more, and I think that would have been a much more funny experience.
Yeah, because you gotta remember there wasn't a lot of like these animation hybrid movies. Like Roger Rabbit's like the Citizen Kane of out of every one of those movies, and since Roger Rabbit, we had some duds like Rockadoodle, Cool World, and Space Jam. Out of that bunch was like a success story, shockingly.
Well,
I
that's
actually watched.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I watched Roger Rabbit right after to kind of cleanse my palate a little bit.
Nice.
Well, because that was the thing. Like Space Jam was kind of a box office disappointment. It did well, but
Had a huge budget for its time. Like
yeah,
80 million. Like
yeah.
I was comparing the budgets for Space Jam: A New Legacy, and how absurdly high, and oddly, it doesn't really show on screen. And then I have to backtrack to '96 to see how much they spent on Space Jam, and to like given today's inflation, it's about the same. Like 80 million back in '96. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, that'd be like $175 million movie now or something. That'd be a huge budget movie.
That's like close to
Fucking
Jurassic
hell.
Park, or if not over Jurassic Park's budget.
Yeah, it's more than what Jurassic Park costed. Like Jurassic Park cost like 65 million or something. It's like a James Cameron budget. So here's the thing. So Space Jam made 90 million domestic and it made 230 million worldwide, but so it wasn't a bomb. But here's the thing. Space Jam made over $1 billion in merchandising. From toys and shirts. Like they still sell Space Jam merchandise. You'll still see people wearing like Toon Squad shirts. Like in jerseys and stuff like that. So they made a shitload of money. So that's the reason why this IP has lasted so long, is because they made so much money. It's like when people are like, why is the Cars franchise a thing? It's because the Cars franchise made like $2 billion in merchandising. So Space Jam was this like huge success, and I think maybe at the time people thought of it as this 90s kids thing, but I think as like the years have gone on, it is this like brand. Even though I don't even understand the brand, like even the name Space Jam, just because it's these aliens from outer space they play basketball with, like even the whole premise of it being like a Space Jam is very odd to me.
It's even odder in the sequel because it doesn't have anything to do with space, really.
Yeah, they're not playing against aliens. It's like I called it Latron. Like it's the Tron universe. This is the thing, Terrible.
Ready Player Jam.
No, Space Jam 2, which is fucking horrible, by the way. It's awful. Like you're talking about Space Jam 1 being bad. Like you have no idea. Like you
color me shocked.
Yeah, the things that you have not seen. I have seen things that you people wouldn't believe. Basketballs that so like here's the premise of Space Jam 2 as opposed to the first one. So first one, Michael Jordan gets sucked into a hole because Bugs Bunny needs his help to play aliens in a game of basketball. Second one, LeBron James at the beginning, he has a son, and the son's like wants to develop video games. And his kid has this like advanced Minority Report technology. He's like scanning, like making like 3D models like based off holograms of like spiders and shit. Like he's scanning stuff in his room. Like he has technology that nobody has. So the setup is LeBron comes in and they kind of have a conversation about it, and LeBron's like really not supportive of his son's like video game, although it's really not handled that well. Immediately, like this movie's like directed really bad. Like Malcolm D. Lee directed it. It looks like a bad like TV production. Like the camera angles and the way it's lit and everything is like real. My theory is that the acting was so bad with LeBron and that they had to cut it a certain way. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Is he better than Michael Jordan, or is
not in the least?
Not even in the same fucking ballpark. Like it's like I would say he gives 15% of the performance that Michael Jordan gives in Space Jam. It's terrible. Like his acting's fucking awful.
He probably either just acted in front, spoke lines in front of a green screen, or like in a microphone.
But that's the same way with Michael Jordan. But the thing is with Michael Jordan, like, okay, clearly he's not like a talented actor, but there's something about that performance where, yeah, he's essentially playing like the straight man in the middle of all this craziness, which kind of makes it a bit funny to watch, but also like Michael Jordan knows the kind of movie that he's that he's involved in. But for the most part, like Michael Jordan's like, he pretty much just gives like a pretty nonchalant, chill performance that's quite charming, like just to balance off with the Looney Tunes and Monstar stuff that I can go back to when I watch Space Jam, and just his arc that he takes throughout the entire movie is him thinking that he's moved beyond basketball, but it's not, the baseball gig isn't really working out for him, and so he's contemplating whether if he has that spark to go back to basketball one more time. And so the game that he takes part in the original Space Jam is just like an extension of him like realizing that he still has potential, because all it takes is a little loony inside of him, and that's what I find kind of that's what I can take away with Michael Jordan's performance. But also, it's
I would just say he has more charisma than LeBron James naturally.
Yeah.
Like Michael Jordan is just a more charismatic figure.
He's charismatic, just playing like the down to earth, like everyman.
Although he lives in like a middle class house in Space Jam.
Yeah, this was back in a time where you got like a lot of media that's promoting and celebrating like affluent African American family culture, like with Fresh Prince and all that. So the 90s were a more accepting time than the culture that we're living in today, and that's a fact.
I'm just curious though. Like Michael Jordan, right, was probably at this time worth like at least like $200 million, right? Why is he living in like a house my parents would live in or something? Like he doesn't, like, you could literally pull up to his house in Space Jam 1. Like he just like lives on a street. He doesn't like live.
He's a humble man.
Yeah, he's such a humble like everyman that he just like lives in like a like a house that like two Jewish grandparents would live in or something. He doesn't he doesn't even have a basketball court. I always thought that was strange. But in the second one, LeBron lives in a mansion. He like lives in a giant mansion with his two kids, and they're horrible actors, by the way, too.
Of course.
So then his kid's making this video game, and then LeBron goes to this pitch for Warner Brothers 3000 with Don Cheadle, which is like a Tron world with the Warner Brothers properties. So like you can go interact in a virtual reality world with like, Batman or Harry Potter and all that. And he makes this like pitch to LeBron James about it that I could bring. And then LeBron's like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be part of this. So then like immediately after the scene, this is about like 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes in the movie. All we've had is the scene with the son in this. They suck LeBron James and the kid into like the Tron world that Don Cheadle. And by the way, Don Cheadle is fucking horrible in this movie. Like it feels like Kevin Hart was supposed to play this role. Like it's a comedic role. It's like a goofy role, and Don Cheadle's like, it's a very strange performance. I actually can't really describe what he's doing.
He just can't do comedy. Period.
Yeah.
I would have gladly accepted Kevin Hart as in a kind of villain role if it was comedic like that.
That's what I literally feel like. I have two theories. I think one, this script was written like in 2003 or something, and they had plans for certain people. So I think they thought like, we're going to get a funny like guy to play this role. I don't know why Don Cheadle's in this movie. I have no fucking idea why Don Cheadle's in this movie. So he sends LeBron off to like Looney Tunes world, and then we get like the Hook plot line where he tries to like manipulate the son into helping him defeat his father in a digital basketball game. This is the story to Space Jam 2. This is what it's about. It's about LeBron playing his kid in a virtual basketball game with like mutated versions of basketball players where they're like monsters. Like it's not these like evil cartoon aliens. Like they take the scanning, they scan the image of these basketball players, and they turn the one guy into like a bird monster.
Yeah, it's essentially Hal from Hal's movie.
Yeah, and then the one chick's like, she's like a snake. She's like Medusa.
I don't recall, but someone made the comment that that basketball player who turns into that snake thing is actually Jewish. I could be wrong.
Yes, when Slav was watching the movie with us drunk, and he kept saying racial epithets, he pointed out specifically that she was Jewish several times to me and Mida. Me, Mida, and Slav watched this movie at 3 o'clock in the morning last Saturday. After a 10-hour session, we like watched Space Jam 2 at 3 o'clock in the morning. By the way, this movie's 2 fucking hours, too. The first Space Jam's like 90 minutes long. Like, terrible. This is a 2-hour movie.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like torture.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I say
Also,
something right
wasn't
quick,
Yeah, go
if
ahead.
you don't mind? Yeah, that's one thing I want to say about Space Jam 2 in contrary to the first one. The first one is 90 minutes, and also because it's 90 minutes, the plot is streamlined. Like, you get in and get out. We got to fight these aliens from outer space, so we got to make a basketball team, bring Michael Jordan in, the play the aliens, they lose, and that's it. And I think ultimately too with the first one is that the second movie is kind of like, because they always say like, okay, the first Space Jam was like a Michael Jordan vehicle, or like like a big commercial. But the second one more so feels like a big commercial for LeBron, because the first one has a story. It's really a Looney Tunes story that happens to have a basketball character or a player inside of the movie. Where the second one is just like, okay, we're trying to sell one LeBron James and two this weird WB type of mega theme park franchise thing. So yeah, I thought that was interesting to or something that was interesting to look at.
Well, it's weird. This movie, it's like it wasn't what I was expecting. In that, I thought it was going to be like this, like generic, like kids movie with LeBron James like playing with the Looney Tunes. It's literally like the Avengers for Warner Brothers properties, or it's like
Okay. What essentially is it's Warner Brothers stroke fest of how many properties they own, much in the way that Wreck-It 2 is like a stroke fest of how many properties Disney owns, that it will make Michael Bay jealous.
yeah, it's like terrible. Terrible. Did you ever see like those bad like parody movies like Epic Movie or like Date Movie?
scary movie?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like that. Like the references and the moments are like that. Like they reference like stuff that's like not culturally relevant anymore. So LeBron teams up with Bugs Bunny, who is like been secluded from his Looney Tunes friends in this digital world, because these aren't actually like the Looney Tunes in the core of the Earth characters. These are like a digital version of these characters made by Don Cheadle's character. And like so he's made like these like mock versions of like Porky Pig and stuff to talk to, which I actually thought was an interesting idea. But so they start traveling through all these Warner Brothers properties to find the other Looney Tunes characters for the basketball game. So some of the movies they reference, they go to Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, and Elmer Fudd as Mini-Me. So like, who is that reference for? Is that from like if like you're like you take your kid to go see Space Jam 2, and there's an Austin Powers reference? A movie that came out in 1999. Like, there's Matrix references that haven't been made in years, like when Trinity jumps up and the camera stops the bullet time and she does the kick, like they do that with the grandma.
Yeah, heavily outdated.
Yeah.
Time.
Yeah, like 20-year-old references. Like the Austin Powers one I found particularly strange, though. That was the one that really stood out to me, because some of the other ones they did, like Mad Max Fury Road. This was for you Australians. So they have the Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote with the War Boys in Mad Max Fury Road, where like
sounds funny.
That one makes sense on some level, yeah. I think. Mm-hmm. Then they go to like the Bruce Timm Superman universe. This whole stretch of the movie is like a mix of 2D animation with LeBron and Bugs, and then like them putting 2D animated characters in these movie properties. That's like, this is like about a 20-minute stretch of the movie, which is my favorite part of the movie too. Is the like LeBron as a cartoon character, because his acting isn't as noticeably bad because he's being animated. So it kind of hides the fact that he's a shit actor.
It's still not good voice acting from him. I just find like the voice acting from LeBron James, much like the rest of the Looney Tunes voice acting, to be very spotty.
Well, that's the case with most celebrities whenever they bring in a celebrity to voice in an animated film.
Like they're not, they don't really have the talent to carry into voice acting like how you would like hire a talented voice actor. And this movie does have talented voice actors. Don't get me wrong, but I just found like, I know they had to recast Bugs Bunny often, so Bugs Bunny just sounded very weird.
Yeah, Bugs Bunny hasn't sounded good in years. There hasn't been like, I know Billy West used to do them back in the day. I think he does voices in the first Space Jam.
Yeah, he did a neat job for Space Jam. And Joe Lasky, who passed away in 2016, he voiced Bugs in Looney Tunes Back in Action, and that was about as close to Mel Blanc that we'll ever get.
Well, there's a part where they go to like the Bruce Timm Superman universe, and that was a part where I was like, okay, cool. Like you're using some of the DC animated stuff. So I thought, like, what are we gonna get? Like Tiny Toon Adventures, Animaniacs references and stuff like that. But that's really the only like animated reference they kind of do like that. The rest of it's like live action movies they start doing like homages to or like references to. And it's random franchises. Like they have like
look at what we own.
Yeah.
We're Warner Bros.
Well, again, I
touch us.
I have this theory that the movie, not necessarily when it was first devised in 2014 or 16, but maybe like in the last few years, I think this movie was made as a elaborate commercial for HBO Max.
That's what I've been saying. Like, this movie is like a huge stroke fest of HBO Max. Like, go and subscribe to HBO Max. And what's the worst part of watching this? Okay, first off, I live with Space Jam. I had a VHS of Space Jam. I watched it as a kid.
I live with Space Jam. It sounds like you have a roommate. Like you're like, Space Jam, I need to use the fucking shower.
Yeah,
Can you get out of the bathroom? Space Jam puts a sock on the door because he's fucking his girlfriend, and you're like, Space Jam, listen, man, I need in there real quick. I left my earbuds in your room. And he's like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. So
now, Madcap lives in the center of the earth with the rest of the Looney Tunes. That's where he's recording from.
I ate, slept, and shit with Space Jam when I was a kid. And that was like the right audience to watch Space Jam. So, around after my last watch, which was like around 2009, I had this like growing cynicism towards Space Jam because, yeah, it's not a good movie. It's easily like made for like cynical commercial reasons. But watching Space Jam 2, I feel like I owe Space Jam like a huge apology. I just turned into one of those prequel apologists when they watched like the sequel trilogy, by Last Jedi, and because Space Jam 2 is like fucking utter fucking shit. And I feel like I owe a lot of like I took Space Jam for granted, and I feel like I owe a lot.
Yeah, I want to add on to that too because it's just like people say
in comparison.
Yeah, I want to add on to that too because like people say like the first Space Jam is a cynical commercial cash grab, which is probably true. But like if you watch it, because I watched it again as soon as I finished watching Space Jam 2, and like it seems like they actually try to make a movie, like a competent movie with like a story, and like interesting or no, I wouldn't say interesting, but just like character interactions and whatnot. Because like it's in the first Space Jam, like I say, you have the story of like the Looney Tune characters finding the aliens. Like that's more you can say about the second one. The second one, they're there, but it's like they're only really there because the guy who created the AI, happened to create AI based around Warner Brothers IPs. Like they're not really integral to the plot, but the first movie they are the plot. Like the whole story wouldn't even started if the Looney Tunes weren't finding these aliens.
That's a good point, though. You're making me think like this guy invents like the most advanced like VR AI technology, and the way he wants to sell it is, hey, Warner Brothers movies. Like it's not like, hey, have sex with Scarlett Johansson in this VR world, or like go to dimensions you've never been to. He's like, no, we're gonna do this with like it's this like it's like this hubris of Warner Brothers, like.
It's immense hubris.
Because the movie's not really meta. It's almost like this movie's like a perfect representation of like the commodification and like where we are as a culture and a society.
Yeah.
Like just franchises or like references inside of references without any kind of narrative or like they're not like mocking or making fun of like making a statement about this. They're just doing it in Space Jam 2.
They just make.
Yeah, I would have.
Let me finish.
They're
just making you wish that you were watching their products instead of Space Jam 2. Because I felt a great desire to rewatch everything that they were fucking referencing.
Well, it's weird. Okay, so they get to the basketball game in this movie, which is like an hour of the movie. Like the second hour of the movie is like after we go through the cartoon part, which I kind of liked. It's the little kid, like he comes out with like the like mutated versions of these basketball players, and he like starts playing his father. That's like the whole thing is like, and it's so cringe. It's like this little kid like dunking and shit. Like whoever had the idea of him playing against his son, that was just a fucking horrible idea. Because I thought his son was going to turn into like an adult or something to play him, like a digital like version of himself, but he's just like a little kid, and he's awful.
Embarrassing.
But they have terrible. You got to hear this. This is the best shit. So they like Don Cheadle brings in like all of the characters from like the Warner Brothers film canon to like watch this basketball game. So in the background, there's people in like shitty Spirit Halloween costumes. So there's Mr. Freeze from Batman and Robin in the robe and slippers. There's Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman. There's Jim Carrey's The Mask. There's the Droogs from A Clockwork Orange.
Oh yeah. By the way, Pepe Le Pew is canceled, but the Droogs, that's culturally appropriate. That's politically
serial rapists sunk
on
the
serial rapists, dude, they are culturally relevant.
Pepe Le Pew got canceled for rape culture, and literally the Droogs are rapists. They rape a woman like 10 minutes in a... Yeah, they're in the back. I don't know what the fuck was with the Droogs. I didn't even notice that first, but they look like Halloween like they don't look like they have Pennywise from It. Like they look like shitty like Saturday Night Live like costumes. Like it's bizarre. And they're just all in the background. Like they don't like do anything with they're just like background. They have the Scooby-Doo gang, the Mystery Machines in the background. It reminded me of that movie Scoob that came out a couple years ago, where I was like, cool, you're doing like a 3D animated Scooby-Doo movie. And it was just the Scooby-Doo gang going through all these Hanna-Barbera universes. And they were trying to mix them together and they didn't really tell a story. This is some weird thing Warner Brothers is doing right now. Like Ready Player One did this. Where like the Iron Giant's in like all of these movies.
Yeah, it's only like the Iron Giant.
It even uses sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, it's just 5 people talking. I understand. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, and I know this because of the video, it's even the same model as they used in Ready Player One for the Iron Giant, because if you look on the leg, one of the leg looks like it has an incomplete part in construction.
I think they did use the render. I think they did use the like...
Yeah, it's so funny. Like, Warner Bros. Dismissed the Iron Giant, especially when they marketed it, and it became like a huge failure on Warner Brothers' fault. And now they're all like, we apologize for the Iron Giant for failing. We're gonna shove in the Iron Giant any way we can, just to take back.
Well, it's because Brad Bird made Incredibles since then. That's why.
Well, why not have them be integrated in the movie though? Like, why have the kid play? Like, why isn't the Iron Giant on the bad guys basketball team? Like, why doesn't Don Cheadle? Like, if you're gonna do this right, so Don Cheadle has control of these characters. So why not? Like, if you own these properties, why not have like Harry Potter's playing against LeBron James in basketball, and he's like playing Quidditch with the ball, or like why not have the Iron Giant dunking on Bugs Bunny?
I think it has to do with continuity with the first movie, because in the first movie, the aliens have superpowers from the NBA superstars at the time. So, like, you can't really have, like, Iron Giant being a basketball player where, like, the game is about basketball and they have to have, like, the basksport players playing on the team. If you're going
to shove in all these characters, all these trademarks, then what's the point?
Well, because the characters in the first movie, we spend time with those basketball players who lose their powers. Like, that's a subplot in Space Jam, and like at the end they get the ball back and they get their abilities back. That's part of the movie. In this movie, they don't do anything with these basketball players. They show up for like one scene, get scanned, and then I don't know. I'm just saying, if you're going to throw in all these background characters, like, because it kind of made me start to think, like, why was this even like a Space Jam movie? This could have been a movie where LeBron James and the Looney Tunes are traveling through Warner Brothers properties in a digital world, fighting Don Cheadle's character through like.
That was actually that was my favorite aspect of the first movie. Actually, was the basketball players who lose their powers.
Yeah.
Of all the things like that was irritating and grating, I actually found that to be the funniest premise.
Yeah, it's actually a movie idea in itself.
Like, they lose their mojo.
Yeah. I mean, that movie. I don't understand the criticisms of the first movie, because I think the first movie is solid. It's not a great movie. It's not the best movie of all time, but it's a pretty solid film for what it's working with. A cartoon movie dealing with basketball. I think they knocked it out the park, because, like you said, the subplot with the NBA stars losing their powers is fun and it's creative. Like, you have the scene where they go to the hospital, then there's another scene where like they're talking to the shrink, and the shrink is kind of like Sigmund Freud, and they do this weird bit with psychoanalysis. That's fun to me. That's creative. That's more creative, or that's more to say With that, they did with the sequel where there's really none of that there. There's no creativity. It's just shit together.
I agree.
They put all these different franchises together.
Hollywood take psychoanalytics makes a movie.
The last thing I expected for you guys to describe about this movie was that it was a Warner Brothers demo reel, and
it's what it is.
Yeah, but like, is at least the first movie, even though I don't think it did too well, at least the first movie had some self-aware moments. It was very self-aware. Could you say the same about this one?
No.
Or was it totally unself-aware?
They take it like literal. That's what was shocking to me. It didn't have this like goofy, absurdist, like phantasmagorical sort of angle. Like I thought, if you're gonna do this right, like if you're gonna throw in all these properties, then you have to kind of like almost in like a Lego movie way or something, or a 21 Jump Streets or what. You have to like kind of be absurd about it, that the fact that like you're mixing all these properties together. But it really is like they literally just like have these characters show up as a reference. They don't integrate into the story or the movie itself. It's just there's Mr. Freeze from Batman and Robin. Like he's just there. He doesn't do anything. He's just watching the basketball game.
Yeah, apparently the basketball crowd is just one-sided. I guess they are easy to please at whatever happens. There's no rooting for the Looney Tunes or the Goon Squad. They're just there.
It doesn't obey any sports movies rules. Like, this is how the game goes, Terrible. The bad guys score like 1,000 points in the first minute. And then the rest of the hour basketball game, nothing happens. Nobody scores points. It's just like, there's a part where this random gold guy comes in and he stops time like Quicksilver and X-Men. And that happens like out of nowhere. And then like, they go into the locker room at halftime. They're down like 1,000 points. And then there's this crazy moment. I can't even believe like to describe it. This is like Kanye standing in a stadium by himself with 50,000 people listening to an album. They're sitting in there and they're like, you know who we need to win this game? And then they start playing that Alan Parsons song that they play at Bulls games. And they're like, number 23, Michael Jordan. So you think Michael Jordan's about to walk out, Terrible. It's this hype moment. And then Michael B. Jordan walks out, the actor.
Laugh, everybody.
I did see that clip on Facebook.
Yeah, laugh.
Yeah. Laugh. And he doesn't give a fuck. Like he's like phoning us in like everyone else. But it's like it's like clearly like their big joke moment, because Ryan Coogler produced this and they're like, we're going to put Michael B. Jordan in this. And he just walks in. He talks for like 10 seconds and then he like leaves. He doesn't like.
So all of it was pointless.
Yeah, because I can kind of see that joke working in a better movie. Like they're like, we got to get Michael Jordan, and then Michael B. Jordan shows up. Like I could see the comedy in that. It's a pretty obvious joke, but still it's a joke, because this movie does lack jokes. Like there's not like construction of humor and stuff. So then they go back out for the second round, Terrible, and then pretty much once again nothing happens, and then out of nowhere like Wile E. Coyote and them make a machine that scores 1,000 points for the Toon Squad.
So basically, the gist of this movie is that, like Neil Druckmann, LeBron James does not approve fun, so that's why you have that conflict between him and his son. And so LeBron James wants to play the basketball game his way, the more professional, more fundamental, quote unquote, fundamental way. So that's not working out. So in order to win, LeBron James's realization is that he needs to embrace the fun, because why else was he into Looney Tunes in the first place? Because his opening intro is him as a kid playing, out of all things, a video game of the Looney Tunes. I mean, I'm surprised it wasn't like Bugs Bunny's.
That's right, the thing with the marker. He like takes a marker away from Bugs Bunny at some point in the movie, and then at the end he hands the marker back to Bugs Bunny and says, we're going to do this your way. So, because the premise of the first one is Michael Jordan's like the reason they win that game. Mm-hmm. But in this movie, I was thinking about LeBron James doesn't actually do anything in the basketball game.
No.
He doesn't like, he's not like their anchor. It's not like because they have LeBron and he's like the greatest player in the world, you know, in this movie's like he doesn't actually like, he's really not the reason that they win the basketball game.
It's almost like they wrote this movie without him in mind. It was kind of like, so basically what it was is just like for the last 20 years of this film being in development hell, they didn't really know what character or what a basketball player was going to fill in the role. So they kind of left this script, you know, or they left the hole in the script just in case when they do decide. Eventually, I guess they decide LeBron James, and LeBron James is in the movie. But like I said, the movie doesn't really write the script around the basketball player, because the basketball player wasn't really decided yet. so he doesn't really have a purpose in the movie. Or
it does feel that way, because we talked about it when we watched it, and I thought that like the movie you should have made, you know, this was like terrible. Let me pitch my Space Jam 2 to you.
Let's hear it.
Let me throw my Space Jam 2 rewrite, all right? Which, by the way, I want to go deeper. I haven't just watched the movie. I've played the game. I played Space Jam 2, the game. Madcap played it a little bit today. Yeah. So I have opinions on this as well. By the way, it's a side-scroller beat-em-up. It's not a basketball game. It's a 16-bit side-scroller beat-em-up. Don't know what the fuck that was about. Like, it was some fan-made thing. So in the movie Terrible, the whole thing is Bugs Bunny's been separated in this digital world from the other Looney Tunes characters, and he's kind of gone crazy. He's like living in this like faux world he's created. Like he's created this world for himself where he's still talking to these like his friends that aren't there. And that's when he meets LeBron James. So my pitch is that let's throw out this whole thematic thing with the video game and the kid and all that, because that shit doesn't mean anything under 3000. So my thinking is that LeBron James is a big fan of the Looney Tunes. Like he's a kid and he grows up loving the Looney Tunes. He's like got this huge nostalgia. Maybe even like there's like you could even play in that it's like the way that we're all nostalgic for Space Jam in a sense. Like he's nostalgic for like the 90s in a sense. He's nostalgic for a different time. He loved Warner Brothers and all this stuff. So he gets older and his kid wants to be an animator, but he's working in 3D animation and special effects and stuff. And he's like, yeah, you know, when I was a guy, there was these guys, Chuck Jones, or like these guys like the cell animation. And the kid's like, Dad, that stuff's whack. I don't want to fuck with that shit. I want to, you know, work at Pixar. You know, I don't want to do this stupid shit. So then LeBron like loves Bugs Bunny and these characters. So he goes to this corporate meeting and Warner Brothers is like, hey, we want to make this like, we want to make a property thing with you. We want to make a movie or something with you. What do you want to do? And he's like, I want to do something with the Looney Tunes, you know? Like, and it's basically like they're talking about doing a remake of Space Jam, but they're not saying they're doing a remake of Space Jam. And they're like, we don't want to do that. The Looney Tunes are irrelevant and all that. And then like LeBron's all upset. So then he gets to go into the Looney Tunes world. And he gets reunited with these animated characters he loves. Like, he loves Bugs Bunny. He loves Daffy Duck. And he's like, oh my God. And then he finds Bugs Bunny's this, like, depressed, like, psycho who lives by himself. And all the other characters got separated. And he's like, holy shit, we got to reunite you with these guys. We got to, like bring you guys back. So they go around and find all these Looney Tune characters. And instead of doing, like, a montage, this is actually, like, the first half of the movie is you have them go through, like, sort of like Avengers Endgame in a sense. Like, they have to go to Hogwarts and find somebody. They have to go to Mad Max Fury Road, and you do a set piece out of it. You know, you do like a 10-minute set piece out of it. You don't do like a 30-second clip. You actually like, they're traveling through these like franchises and stuff like that. And LeBron is like, what the hell, Austin Powers? And that gives it a little bit more, like, it makes sense a little bit more. Like, almost like, there was this movie Stay Tuned from the 90s with John Ritter, but
yeah, I remember that.
Like it's a flip the channel movie, so they're jumping these, and he could even have his kid with him, or the kid could be with him and be like, Dad, what's this? He's like, this is Austin Powers. He's like, what's Austin Powers? He's like, never mind. He was like Mike Myers. He's like the Halloween guy. No. You know, stuff like that. You could do jokes like that. Okay, so then they reunite the Looney Tunes, and then, you know, you have this like evil corporation and all that. So then LeBron James, he says to them, they're like, what do you want to do to get out of this world? Like, to the bad guy, which would not be Don Cheadle in this. I would say I would make it like an artificial intelligence that's become self-aware or something like that. I would go more Tron with it. So he's like, all right, basketball, because that's what I play. I play fucking basketball. We're going to play a game of basketball. Makes sense. What he's not expecting is that this AI has all these Warner Brothers properties. So it's like, all right, well, get ready to play basketball against like Superman. Get ready to play basketball against like the Iron Giant. Get ready to play basketball against, you know, these major like property characters. Now, I don't know if they'd go so far to do like Harry Potter and shit, but you could throw in whoever you wanted. So they play the game and everything like that. Bugs Bunny, and I would develop the Looney Tunes characters a lot more, because in this movie they don't do anything. There's no development or Lola Bunny, titless Lola Bunny doesn't do anything. Daffy Duck's barely.
The number one reason I didn't see this movie.
Yeah. Like I didn't even get a sense of who the Looney Tunes were in the new Space Jam. Like, okay, look, I could get Chuck Jones's reasoning why he did not like the first Space Jam, and why most people wouldn't find the Looney Tunes in the original Space Jam to be well portrayed as they were in the cartoon shorts. But like most of the tunes, like, at least had some contributing moments. Like, there's not one that stands out. They're just all in a bunch. So they're practically interchangeable throughout the second movie.
I also want to point out the Chuck Jones thing, that like when people bring that up, late life Chuck Jones hated everything. Like he hated Jim Carrey. Like he was like very critical of a lot of things at the time. So I don't know how much stock I given Chuck Jones in the 90s and how he felt about things. But like, okay, so there's a point in Space Jam 2 Terrible, which is a decent idea because there's no tension in the basketball game. They don't follow sports formula. It's just, I would have it where they're actually like playing the game and like the points are matching and like there's like intense moments happening where it's like they're 2 points away from each other and they have to like keep the game pretty even. And they start integrating Looney Tunes character. Like they keep Taz on the bench and they're like, hey, we can't let Taz out. He's too crazy. Then they're losing. They're like, okay, let's unleash Taz. And then Taz gets this crazy fucking set piece for the Australians in the audience. And then for the Aussies. So at the end, they have this idea where like in the game or in the world that they've created, there's a glitch, but in the game to where if you do this like step back jump shot, it glitches you out and deletes you out of the system to where you're pretty much dead. But it's the only way they can make a shot because if they can't do the glitch, they can't beat the bad guys because he has control over the universe. So LeBron's going to do it, but then you see this moment where Bugs Bunny realizes he's got to do it. He's got to sacrifice himself, and it's one of the only emotional beats. So I would keep that Bugs Bunny has to sacrifice himself and takes the shot instead of LeBron James, and then Bugs Bunny gets deleted. Because the whole theme of my movie is that 2D animation is dead, and it's been replaced by 3D animation, and it's never coming back. And it's Bugs Bunny and these characters having to realize that they're irrelevant. They don't even want to be turned into 3D characters. Like, they have to get turned in for the basketball game, but they don't want to. So Bugs' death is basically representing the death of, like, 2D animation and, like this tragedy of them missing. So basically, they win the game that way. LeBron's son now appreciates why these characters mean so much to him and why these properties mean so much. Basically, LeBron's, like, a super fan of all these like properties and stuff, like tie it in thematically. Like he's like excited, you know, because he's like, holy shit, like I love Superman, you know, and he has to play against Superman. So it's like you make that part of the movie. You have a premise there. And then they do something kind of interesting at the end. Bugs Bunny, because of what happens, he comes into the real world and they do the sort of Roger Rabbit thing at the end, the sort of science fiction-y more twist at the end, which I think you could do something like that. Like he's in the shower and LeBron's like pissed off or he's trying to hide him from his wife or something like that. But essentially my movie would be like, instead of it being this video game thing, it would be about LeBron James loving these properties, getting to interact with these properties. And then ultimately about like why things like Batman and Robin, why they're irrelevant or something like that, they add to like the lore of Warner Brothers and stuff like that. Like they mean something to certain people, to a certain generation. And that young people, these kids today that are all caught up in like the future and innovation, need to appreciate that. They need to like appreciate that, like, hey, it like Austin Powers was a thing at one time. It made a lot of people happy. Hey, people love Daffy Duck and all these characters. And then, you know, that's basically, that would be my Space Jam too. It would be an homage to classic cartoons and an art form that's been dead a long time and all, or just like a. I don't mind Warner Brothers making like a big stroke fest themselves. I just wish they treated it with a reverence and a love.
So making the story more meta and making the Warner Brothers IPs actual integrated parts of the story and part of the theme would fix this whole entire movie.
I don't know if it would fix it. It would just make it a watchable movie.
It really needed like a Lord and Miller.
Because there's a part where Rick and Morty show up. They just show up and they have Taz.
I've seen that.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like if you're gonna do that kind of shit, like I'm saying, like play with it. Like don't just do cameos, like actually like go to Rick and Morty for like a few minutes of the movie. Like go to Rick and Morty's like I don't want to compare it to like Dan Harmon stuff or like these meta, but if you're gonna do something like this, it unfortunately does have to be kind of meta or at least like sincere with this, because that's the big issue with the movie, is that it is just a clip show of these they never like, because if you're not gonna, then just don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't just make the Looney Tunes basketball movie like the original movie. But they clearly wanted this movie to be LeBron James plays basketball in the Warner Brothers canon of everything Warner Brothers. It's like a higher concept version of Space Jam 1. It's like, it's not like, let's just put a basketball player with cartoon let's put a basketball player with everything, you know. But at the same time, like, that's too much.
Yeah,
like
it just becomes a sensory overload.
Yeah, it's like this movie's so incoherent and incomprehensible. Like it was like Slav was drunk and yelling at me and Mida. Like he was just yelling like loud, and we're like watching this movie where nothing makes sense and it's directed so bad. It was like being on acid or something. Like it got fucking freaky. Like it was like a Clockwork Orange with Levico treatment. Like,
yeah, that shit was annoying. I'm gonna be real with you.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man. It's whatever. I just kind of thought it was annoying him yelling, and the movie was just being so bad, and him yelling and being drunk, and I'm just like, bro, like, you got any self restraint, man?
I said it. He was Robert De Niro in Cape Fear smoking the cigar in the front row, like laughing, you know, and like we were in the back, like, bro, like it didn't add anything to it, but like also there's just a lack of production value. Like LeBron James plays for the Lakers. Why didn't we get to see a game at Lakers Stadium?
Yeah, here's a funny thing. The Safdie brothers with Uncut Gems has more production quality than a fucking $161 million like blockbuster tier project with all the Looney Tunes references to the NBA and all these trademark properties. Let that sink
Holy
in.
fuck. Could you imagine the Safdie brothers making a Space Jam movie?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we talked about that. We talked about that today. The Safdie brothers Space Jam 2. It's just like LeBron owes some guy money. Yeah. You know, and he's like got to scheme his way out of paying off this, like, you know, this bookie for like 2 hours. And like, you know, Bugs Bunny gets shot in the head at one point or something, you know, it gets brutal. But like,
he gets shot by Elmer Fudd.
The weird thing is, like, yeah, they don't like show, like, they clearly filmed this movie at LeBron's house and they filmed the rest of it like in a green screen at some back lot. Like, there's never any, like, it's so weird how expensive it is and there's lack of production value. Like, why not show an LA Lakers game at the beginning? Like, you have LeBron James. That would just add, like, of course you're going to do that. Why not show and have some basketball players in the movie or Jack Nicholson watching and be like, I like the bunny with tits. You know, like, have something going on. You know,
or
like,
Adam Sandler saying, "Holy shit, I'm gonna come."
Well, that's the thing. Like it could have used some cameos. Like, it would have been. I think it would have been funny if like Adam Sandler had been in the or Kevin Hart would have been in a scene at a Lakers game. Like, he could have been the Bill Murray of this movie. Like, yo, LeBron, when are you gonna let me play with you? And then LeBron's like, nah, dog, nah, dog. And then at the end, like, Kevin Hart shows up and turns into a giant Kevin Hart. He's like Hulk Kevin Hart. Like, it just, you know, if you're making like a movie, like, where's the celebrity cameos? Where's like the basketball? Where's the, like, you know, tie it into LeBron James? Like, I can't tell you, like,
Space Jam had fucking Bill Murray tied into Michael Jordan.
Yeah,
it was like one of the best parts of it.
Yeah, this movie is like, it literally. I mean, I'm not. It's hard to describe it terrible. It's like, it's not a movie. It literally is just like a hodgepodge of scenes and clips like slapped together with like no kind of like directing coherence or center or anything like that. Like, it's not framed or composed right. It's not edited properly. Any kind of dramatic storyline they're trying to set up with LeBron and his kid or the Don Cheadle character, like, it's all, that's the stuff they don't focus on. So it's just a strange movie. It's somehow 2 hours. It doesn't feel like 2 hours.
Yeah, that's
no, it definitely feels like 2 hours. Well, for me at least,
too, because it's 2 hours for me. I'm speaking this like in terms of myself watching the movie. It didn't feel long. Like, it just goes by pretty quick. There's no sense of structure or pacing. It just moves in an ADHD fashion. And it was weird when I watched this a second time. Like, the basketball scene feels like it takes up most of the movie because it's all fixated on this basketball game, and it does feel like a while. You're like in this game for like a long time.
Dude, it's an hour. We were looking at the time. We watched it. It's like an hour of the movie is the basketball game. In the first movie, I think it's like 30 minutes. It's like basically the end of the second act. And
is this action figure?
That action figure looks like it's from like it's like when you go to like a Kroger,
yeah,
or like one of those stores where they have like those old action figures
where the sequel trilogy toys belong.
Yeah, there's like there's gonna be landfills of these LeBron James toys.
Yeah, this movie's gonna be a huge failure. No matter how LeBron James is like spinning it out, and yeah, you can hate me all you want, LeBron James. Okay, you got your fucking short-term victory, but this movie's not gonna fucking be a success. Like, by this second weekend that we're heading into, it's gonna have a huge drop. Because $31 million for an opening weekend versus like I'm assuming $200 million.
Yeah, with marketing, yeah.
Shit. That's fucking pathetic.
And where did the money go? Like, this is like they spent like $200 million on this fucking movie. And it looks like it cost like $50 million at most. It looked very cheap. The only thing that had some kind of production value was some of the animation or special effects, like the Looney Tunes in 3D looked pretty okay.
But like I was thinking, yeah, that is the only good thing to take away, but especially now with the modern age with 2D animation where it just looks a lot sterile. I feel like the animation segments, especially with that weird aesthetic, it just came off looking like I don't know, like like a commercial. Like somehow they got LeBron James in for like a commercial gig for like NBA Finals or the Super Bowl.
It felt like they had him for like 3 days.
Yeah,
Like, I'm not even sure if LeBron James was in this movie.
like whether you hate the original Space Jam or not, like the animation is mostly solid.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think that was like the highlight of the movie was seeing like 2D animation again, and then seeing some of the 3D animation Looney Tunes characters, seeing them like rendered that way. That was like the only real positive I took away from it, because the movie's not funny, it's not emotional, it doesn't have like cool visuals. The soundtrack is really disappointing compared to the first movie.
Yeah, like how the fuck?
How do you ruin a Space Jam
soundtrack? Like, as
well, I mean, I think
Space Jam is like the timelessness is carried by the soundtrack. Like people can still listen to "I Believe I Can Fly" or "Fly Like an Eagle." Like people can still pop in the Space Jam soundtrack.
Space track.
Oh, well, that sounds a lot better.
That sounds badass.
Yeah, just like how the fuck do you make like an awful soundtrack out of this movie? Like, there's no good songs.
I just
it's just like a mixture of plaza music, like when you're going out in a shopping mall and somehow they just put like the most generic pop music.
Yeah.
A lot of like music cues from iconic movies or shows. There's really not much interesting music, and there's not even good like pop soundtrack.
Well, where was like I don't know, like I'm just shocked there wasn't like I mean like a Kendrick Lamar song or something. You know what I mean? Like Run the Jewel, like that there wasn't like bigger artist songs in the movie or something, or they didn't
I don't think the talent is there anymore for that to even happen. I mean, yeah, Kendrick Lamar, Run the Jewels, whatever, but I don't really think they can compose a song as great as I believe I can fly, or as popular as I believe I can fly.
No,
it's just not there.
Well, maybe pissing on teenage girls, there's something to it. You know, maybe we're like undervaluing, you know, the artistic. Well, by the way, R. Kelly's amazing. All right, like,
see, this is the thing I see from the first film, in which they kind of failed and they didn't really understand about the first film. The first film is a vacuum. I mean, you really can't recreate or make a sequel to that film because it's so part of its time. It's so contextual. Like I was saying with the R. Kelly thing. I mean, back in the 90s, R. Kelly was at his prime. And to have a song like that on a soundtrack for a movie like Space Jam is one in a million. I'm surprised that he was able to do it like, you know, so well. But like I said, that was some at his prime. We don't really have...
Yeah.
It's really hard to pit that in the 2020 context and to have all those boxes to be checked again as well as the first.
Well, it was also the 90s too, when like CDs and music was selling more than it ever has. Mm-hmm. Like more people bought music in the 90s and soundtracks than ever. Like the Bodyguard soundtrack came out that decade, the Whitney Houston, you know, like the Beatles one came out in 2000 a few years later and sold like 30, like CDs were selling like 25, 30 million copies back then still. Mm-hmm. And it hasn't happened since. So it was just kind of the right era for that sort of thing, which I guess like a modern day equivalent of a popular sound is like a Guardians of the Galaxy or something, where that was pretty popular for a couple years.
But that's like a was it a hodgepodge of different songs from like 30 years ago. So yeah, I mean,
well, I was always upset. What I always wanted with Space Jam 2 is I wanted R. Kelly to come back and do a remix to the remix to Ignition, so we could get the double Ignition, you know, like, but. I'm just still shocked. I'm shocked they didn't like have some artists come in and write. Like, I'm just shocked that they didn't even use some songs from the original movie, like the opening theme from Space Jam 1. I'm shocked it wasn't in this movie, just for nostalgic purposes.
I guess it would have been too on the nose. I don't know. I mean,
especially since the first trailer seems to imply some kind of remix, but no, apparently it's just a 6-year-old song with the Space Jam lyrics spliced into it.
Well, that was the thing, like, because they tried to recreate the opening of the first movie with, like, LeBron and then the montage, like a highlight reel. And, like, this really puts things in perspective in the GOAT conversation. Because Michael Jordan's opening montage in the first Space Jam compared to this one with this like weird visual thing where LeBron like is shooting lasers out of his arms and shit with basketballs is like, it's fucking shit. Oh, it's insane, dude. Like this whole movie, like all the aesthetic choices are like fucking insane. Like I didn't understand anything they did throughout this whole movie. Like it was so, like they have a Wonder Woman sequence and it's done in like this comic book frame, different art style than the Superman stuff.
Yeah, which is why is Wonder Woman's world separate from DC?
Yeah, why isn't it all the same world? Or like, if you're gonna use these other movies, why not use like throw in Danny Elfman's Batman score, or like throw in the Superman theme? I mean, I really mean it. If you're gonna use these like, where's the Scooby Doo theme? Fuck it. Like it just shocked me that they didn't like lean into that more. Like just for like I said, just to cash in like for some form of nostalgia. Like it literally is like it is like an epic movie thing. Like it's just a character in the background, and you're supposed to go like, oh, I know what that is, and it's just. Well, but we need to get into the serious things here. We need to talk about this. Lola Bunny not having tits. I mean, guys, I know this has become the controversy, and they're like Lola, and the SJWs are like Lola doesn't get to be your sexualized figure anymore. Okay, why can't we have the sexualized anthropomorphic bunny girl? What's so wrong with that? I would say that was the defining trait of her character was the sexuality in the first movie.
Yeah, and they played on that in the first movie. Like they were aware that okay, this is a sexual object. Let's make fun of it by her one dialogue. Basically, it seems like in the first movie is that I'm not or what she said, like, don't call me doll. I mean, you can have the character set.
Did she even use it in games to like distract the bad guys and stuff? Wasn't she like using like? Because I remember Lola Bunny was like really one of the standout things in the first one back in the 90s was that they like created a new character. They didn't just like they created like because I mean that was always the thing, like when Bugs Bunny would dress up in drag and it was like, hey, he looks pretty cute, and Elmer Fudd didn't like it because he had to realize he was gay when Bugs Bunny kissed him. He always got most mad when Bugs kissed him, and like they're like, let's just make a girl Bugs Bunny that's like fine as fuck. Let's like give her like a big booty and big boobs and shit like that. And then in this movie, they don't have the Lola Bunny character do anything. I mean, like, why would you take one of the most iconic characters, like, from the first movie is Lola Bunny, and she doesn't do anything? And, I mean, I thought Lola Bunny was going to be in this, like, way more.
Yeah,
and do
like
more. Yeah, like,
well,
if you're going to do
like
the progressive Lola Bunny, like, okay, she's a tough woman now. Okay, fine. But she doesn't do anything.
Yeah. That's true. Because I was about to say, like, it's more of a sign of the times. Because, like, with the first film, you can't do that. You can't do the same Lola Bunny in the first film. But at the same time, you can't really. I mean, you could do the progressive stuff, but I mean, I don't know why they just didn't do that. Like, if they were gonna, put the character in the film and desexualize her, why don't you just make her into a dyke or like a man, like a woman character or a male character that's played by a woman? You know what I'm saying?
Make her
because that's where they were going to with the. It seems like they were going to with the Wonder Woman thing when they introduced the character in the Wonder Woman scene. So, I mean, I don't know why they didn't.
Yeah, they establish her with the Amazonians, that she's, like, been living with the Amazonians. And so I thought, okay, this is going to be the theme. It's, like, tough, androgyny Lola Bunny. She's going to be, like, a badass, like, who trained with the Amazonians. But they actually don't integrate that into the story at all. Like,
no.
That like, if you're going to introduce it, and this is the problem with, like, every movie nowadays, they don't, like, have causality or scenes don't follow up on each other. I mean, really, one reason the first movie's so much better is that it was made in the 90s and this movie was made today. I mean, that's a big part of it, is that even like a mediocre commercial film in like 1996 is a more competent film than a modern day blockbuster for the most part. Because at least like they established the Michael Jordan baseball thing and it pays off, or like the Bill Murray thing at the beginning, it pays off. Everything they set up in this movie doesn't have like any kind of like structure or payoff to it. It's just like, they just put Lola Bunny with Wonder Woman because they thought that would be cool. It's not like
it wasn't Lola like already a tough woman in the first one? She was just highly sexual.
Yeah,
like she was.
Like,
she dominated everyone.
But what's wrong with a woman being sexual too? I don't understand this. Like modern day, like they desexualize women.
But that's the issue with Scarlett Johansson with Black Widow. It's just like now she suddenly has to be more dignified playing Black Widow after, I don't know, fucking 3 or 4 movies where she looks sexual.
Well, just why can't you be a strong sexual being as a woman? Like, why can't you be a woman who uses your sexuality and owns it? Like, I don't see, like, I would say that's empowering to women that they like get to own their sexuality, especially since we're in this world of like where everyone's like getting pro OnlyFans or like sex workers. Like, that's the new argument is like, well, they should be able to do what they want. But then, like, you want all the female characters to look like dudes or like not have a sex drive. Like her and Bugs Bunny don't have like the meet cute flirting thing going on in this one, and it's like, well, that's I just don't understand. Like that's the dynamic that I think a lot of people who wanted Space Jam 2, I think it was wanting that. We like wanted Lola back. We wanted to see
and
the
also,
game again.
Wasn't Lola and Bugs fucking after the first movie?
Oh,
like they
I'm
got
sure
together
they're
at the end of the game.
thousands of rabbits together.
Yeah, they should have like 1,000 baby little bunny basketball players that are running around like pooping everywhere on the court. You know, like it should be. Yeah, that was the thing. Like, well, that's the weird thing about this movie is these are not the characters from Space Jam 1. These are like a digital.
Well, they're not the same characters from the original Space
Yeah,
Jam.
that's what's weird about this movie.
they're
It's not
really
really
not
a sequel to Space Jam.
They're definitely not the lead.
It's weird because you have Sylvester also reference that film.
That's what I don't get because the first one it establishes they live in the core of the earth, and this one this is established as this is like a video game version of all these characters.
It's essentially the Oasis from Ready Player One.
Yeah, and so that makes this weird like existential argument that I know the movie's not trying to make, but that like that Bugs Bunny at the end is like a digital clone of the actual Bugs Bunny who's living in the core of the earth, and now he exists in the real world. So there's like two Bugs Bunnies. It's just weird shit like that. Like what was like when you actually stop and think about it, it makes you go like, what the fuck is this going on in this movie?
Why was it a sequel? Why wasn't it like a remake if they wanted to do that?
Title either A New Legacy. Like, what the fuck is that even supposed to mean?
Whose
What
legacy?
legacy are they trying to respect?
It's not the legacy
Warner
of
Brothers.
Space Jam. Yeah, that's true. God, every time you say something like I don't even try, you just sound like Molly, like Warner Brothers.
Warner Brothers.
I know.
Warner Brothers properties.
Yeah, that's just a weird subtitle. A New Legacy.
That's
always stuck
Lola
with me.
Bunny's titties.
That's just silly. But it's like, yeah, it's not really like if you're a fan of the first Space Jam, which I think a lot of us are, like this wasn't a good sequel to Space Jam. This wasn't like going back to the world of Space Jam. Like the outfits are different, the setup's different, the characters aren't the same. It's not Space Jam. It's like a different movie that they put the Space Jam logo on.
Yeah, it's just like this is the worst kind of sequel since Independence Day Resurgence. It feels that way.
This is the Independence Day resurgence of basketball movies. This is the I don't know. It's just like I wish I could say that like there was like merit to this movie or things that could have like fixed it or made it better, but I think just like from the foundation of it, the blueprint of this movie was wrong. Like who they hired to direct the movie was wrong, how they went about the movie was wrong, the premise of the movie's wrong.
I mean, I just think they should have never made a film. I don't think you can make a sequel to Space Jam. It's really hard because like I was thinking about that too, watching the first film. There's only one Michael Jordan, man. You know what I'm saying? And like a lot of that film, why it works is because of Michael Jordan and because he was like a living legend. Like nobody in the NBA right now, including LeBron, has that type of celebrity that Michael Jordan has. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you can't make a Space Jam 2 with LeBron and think it's going to be as popular, as good as the first movie because everybody hates LeBron. I mean, even if you don't hate him, you're kind of like, okay, he's a good player. That's whatever. But LeBron doesn't have the shoes. He doesn't have like, the charisma. He doesn't have like this whole, like I said, mythos behind him that Michael Jordan had. Like when I watched the first movie, I want to finish this right quick, and you can say what you got to say. When I watched the first movie again, it was so surreal to me because I was just like, damn, this N-word used to play basketball. Like I can't believe a person like this, once existed in the NBA and was shooting hoops with people like Charles Barkley, Patrick Ewing. It's just that status of like living legend is not comparable in this current day
like
and
a Greek god or something, like a mythical. But I love how you pulled a Kanye. You're like, I'm gonna let you finish, but Michael Jordan made one of the best cartoon basketball movies of all time, Like, because you're so right. That's a super valid point. Like Space Jam's legacy and myth and like what people feel about it is directly tied to the Michael Jordan craze of the 90s. The whole premise and the whole world of that movie and its universe and iconography is all tied to Michael Jordan in the same way that like Air Jordan or like how we think about the Bulls or how we think about the 90s. It's all like a product of that environment where like you can't do that unless they went in a different direction, unless it wasn't like, it wasn't Space Jam or LeBron James. It was just like, we're going to go like a different angle with this. It's going to be like a different kind of, you get a celebrity who's like a big deal or somebody who's really famous and you put them with the Looney Tune characters and it's kind of like a Space Jam movie, but it's not Space Jam. I can get that. Like, let's like, I don't know who's so famous, like how Eddie Murphy was big in the 80s or like Michael Jordan. Like, I don't know who the most famous person right now is. I don't know who would be so famous that it would be like crazy they're in a movie.
I love that idea that LeBron James is a Taylor Swift and Michael Jordan is Beyonce, and we're just I
think that's the most apt comparison I've ever heard. I think Meta just Kanye'd this discussion. He made that bitch famous. Like, yeah, totally. Like Michael Jordan is the Beyonce in this conversation for sure. Where it's like, okay, one is royalty, and the other's like the other is of the moment. Like LeBron James has a better regular season career than Michael Jordan, right? Just like Taylor Swift has like a more expansive discography than Beyonce and has continued to be like the successful songwriter who releases like an album a year. But then when it comes to like the finals, when it comes to like the game 6, you want Michael Jordan or LeBron James on your team. Do you want Beyonce playing your show or do you want Taylor Swift? You go with the royalty. You go with the person that in the moment when the spotlight's on them, they rise to the occasion. And at least Space Jam kind of gets away with that. Like Michael Jordan has to rise to the occasion in the basketball game at the end. He has to like do it. And you feel it just because he's Michael Jordan. It's believable that he can like beat cartoon alien monsters. He can beat like demon hentai monsters that have sex with chicks and demon hentai stories. He could defeat them with like his long arm. I mean, it's basically like he stretches his dick out. It's the biggest dick flex in movie history. We're like LeBron's ultimately just too nice. And to LeBron's never been a controversial he's never like really put himself, he's never like had that competitive aspect to him like Michael Jordan. He's never like had that determination. So it's sort of like, what angle do you take with LeBron James in a movie like this? Like what makes LeBron James unique with the Space Jam characters? I agree. I agree, Cole. I think Kobe Bryant is the only person that could have, but unfortunately,
yeah.
But if Kobe Bryant could have done this movie like now with him being retired and stuff, being 41, and they're like, yo, Kobe, you got to come out of retirement and play in the Space Jam game. I think that might have worked. That might have because there would have been like some emotion there, especially if they could have made this and then he died. I'm glad that didn't happen, but holy shit, that would have like at the end in memory of Kobe Bryant or something like that. Like holy fuck. But yeah, Kobe's really
10 times more endearing.
Kobe's really the only guy that sort of has that, like, he's this big figure to people. Like, he's really the only guy where you're like, okay, that guy's a legend. He's much more legendary Laker than LeBron James. Just put it that way. Like a legendary Laker. And if it's a movie about, like, a guy who they're trying... Because it even makes more sense with Kobe because he retired, like... It'd have been like, hey, now that you're retired, do you want to come do this? That could have been the premise of the movie, As opposed to, like, I don't even really get the whole LeBron James things in this movie. Like, there's no premise with it. It's just, do you want to be in this digital world that I've created? Do you want to be in the greatest technology ever invented? I invented it for Warner Brothers stuff. Like, I don't...
It's so meta like that, because that's kind of like LeBron with everything he's associated with. It's just like, everybody's trying to sell, this ideal to him, or they're trying to make it like, okay, well, you're so awesome. It's like LeBron is like a Mary Sue in real life. Like everybody's always saying how awesome he is and how like you need him and all this shit. It's just like, bro, that's not good enough for a movie. Like,
well, this movie wasn't accurate either. If this had been accurate, he would have left the Toon Squad and went to another team to win the championship at the end.
He would have joined the Monstars.
Yeah, he would have joined the Monstars at the end. Like, I'm taking my talents to the Monstars. Like,
he really needed the Monstars.
Yeah, it needed like that's the thing. The villains suck. Like you could say what you want about Space Jam 1, but those like little alien guys who turn into monsters, they're memorable. Like the design of them, the voices of them and stuff like that, like they're memorable villains. Like they like stand out. Where like Don Cheadle's like one of the worst parts of this movie. And this like little blue sidekick thing that he has this weird little like he has this weird like robot sidekick that I don't know what the fuck that thing is.
It felt so out of place and very obnoxious.
It's bizarre. It's one of the weirdest things about this movie is there's this like terrible, you got to look it up. You got to look at, somebody could put a picture in the chat. Like
yeah, this movie, that thing was designed to have memes.
What the fuck is that thing even called?
I have no idea.
It opened up your imagination to too many things. Like, does he fuck this thing? Like what?
What? A good question to me, at least, is like, where the fuck did Don Cheadle characters come from?
Who
like,
is he?
Is he an AI? I mean, like, he just comes out of nowhere.
AI.
Yeah, I'm led to assume that he's like some sort of AI construct. That's all I can gather.
Yeah, it was so weird. It's like he literally just shows up at it. He's like in the present. He's like talking a scene before the presentation in the digital world. So you think he's this guy that's like goes into this digital world to talk, but then they never like establish the real guy from this. So is he just a simulation?
Yeah.
I never Slav, maybe you can add some we've all been talking. What can you add any perspective on Space Jam 2? What are we missing?
Watch it drunk. That's it.
Fuck.
Like that's how this movie was meant to be experienced. It was written drunk. It was directed drunk. Clearly,
I wouldn't say
bring
back.
There you go, Terrible. That's who you need to watch this movie drunk.
Yeah.
I better go buy a case then.
Yeah. You go get yourself a honey, a case, and you go see Space Jam 2. That sounds like a good Friday night.
It should just come with that with the DVD. Just a free pack of beer.
Like a bottle of liquor. Like with every cup. All right, kids, get Space Jam 2. Cross-tied with Crown Royal. Yeah, absolutely.
Get absolutely shit-faced.
Yeah, I wouldn't say necessarily... Okay. I wouldn't say necessarily bring back the Monstars as the villains, but perhaps you could probably have like an alliance between them and the Looney Tunes, because the Monstars ended on good graces by the end of the movie. They were just mistreated by that Danny DeVito character. And
What I don't get is why the little alien monsters things are animated as well.
Well, okay,
to look like Looney Tunes.
Well, is that regarding like the first movie?
Yeah, the first movie, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense why the aliens themselves have to be animated. But you know, that's just like
everything is like cartoons. Like in space, the things are cartoons, but then in the core of the Earth, they're cartoons. Looney Tunes.
I don't get it.
Well, because like here's the thing I never got with the first Space Jam is how like Marvin the Martian wasn't an integral part to it if it's about outer space. Like, why isn't it like Marvin the Martian's like the bad guy, or he gets the aliens and he like is trying to destroy Bugs Bunny, and then
wasn't he a ref in the first movie, or like a linesman?
Yeah, like why wouldn't you use the alien character in your space basketball movie? Like it doesn't make any sense. It's just this random Danny DeVito evil guy who runs an amusement park. He wants the Looney Tunes to be like an amusement park novelty.
Yeah,
that's the premise of space. He has an amusement park on a planet, and he's like, I need them Looney Tunes.
Essentially, he's just pushing for slavery, and Michael Jordan is pretty nonchalant about it, knowing that his friends will become slaves.
If I recall, it's because like his amusement park, which is called Moron Mountain, is a bomb. Like, does the federal, like the alien kids, go off a ride that I think was broken, and they say that it was the lamest thing ever. That the park was the lamest thing ever, and that's his motivation for wanting to kidnap the Looney Tunes.
I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'll take that over this movie though. Over Don Cheadle's Tron universe, where like he wants to like mix Warner Brothers properties together. I mean, it's kind of a similar premise. Like, I have a theme park and I want the Looney Tunes. And John Cheadle's like, I want LeBron James in my digital world, and he won't be in it. So I'm gonna kidnap your son, manipulate him, and then have him defeat you in a game of basketball, and then after I transport everyone to this digital world, I'm going to hold them hostage here for eternity? Like, this is how it ends terrible. He's like, if you guys lose this game, you're stuck in this purgatory. Oh, there it is.
Fucking hell.
There he is.
It was not online. I had to go to my HBO Max subscription to get that.
There he is, terrible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's real.
Like,
It's
can I
true,
s-
all of it.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Odd looking.
So in the movie, LeBron James wants Bugs Bunny to help him make a dream team. But like Bugs Bunny, how the movie frames it seems like Bugs Bunny is manipulating LeBron to bring the Looney Tunes back, his friends back. And I was thinking this was gonna play out where maybe LeBron and Bugs have a falling out. Well, maybe LeBron accuses Bugs of putting his family in jeopardy. But like that never pops up.
Oh, you thought it was going to be a movie. Yeah, you thought that like whole thing that they were establishing was going to pay off somewhere. Slav, you saw them. Slav, I know you had a different experience. You were the you were the Roy Batty of this. You saw things that I can't see. You know, you had the drunk tears in the rain. What was your experience? You were screaming and celebrating the movie like when they went to Mad Max World and all that. You had a good time. This was an 8 out of 10 for you.
Well, it's like if they had stayed in the Mad Max universe, that'd have been great. I mean, imagine all the crazy shit Roadrunner would have been doing to some of them just for the hell of it, you know?
Yeah,
I mean, he just does that to Coyote. I'd imagine he'd do that to other people.
I will say the Mad Max part is like inspired.
Yeah, I kind of just want like a Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote movie taking place in the world of Mad Max.
Yeah, it's actually like a really fun
Coyote.
idea.
It's like, no, Roadrunner, we need your help. We need your help. And Roadrunner's like, no.
Yeah, the Roadrunner's a fucking asshole, man. We just talk about that like when you like it's like Tom and Jerry, like when you're a kid and you get older and you realize like Jerry's just this fucking asshole. Like Tom's just a cat. He's just trying to eat a mouse. That's fine. But Jerry's like this, you know, psychopath who like smirks at the camera when he tortures Tom. And Tom has that scream that's just so painful. And it's that way with like Wile E. Coyote. Like, I just feel for the guy. Like he's like embracing this like industrial revolution, like Acme, like innovation, and he's like Icarus. He's trying to like fly close to the sun with this shit. And then this fucking Roadrunner just is like being a dick about it. That like, oh, I'm sorry you live in the desert and you're trying to eat. Oh god, that's right, Casablanca. What the fuck? Oh my god, that was in there too. I forgot about that shit.
Yeah. Oh, there's Lola. That's her.
Okay, Batman and Matrix, all that stuff I understand, but Casablanca, no kid's gonna get that.
Dude, the Austin Powers reference was insane.
There's adults that aren't gonna get that.
Well, who's this fucking movie made for, anyways? This movie's made
Warner
for
Brothers.
nobody.
You just sound like Mahler. Warner Brothers. He's
Well,
just Mahler.
Lo-
They're stroking themselves, enjoying.
Lola Bunny likes titties.
No, she looks weird in this.
Instant 0 out of 10.
Oh god, this is so
So,
good.
Mola kind of has like a very Siri voice, like an OS.
He's
sort of
like your
system voice.
GPS. He's like you're like driving and you're like, hey, Mahler, where do I go to take a left turn to get to Albuquerque? And like that. Have you thought about how in The Last Jedi it doesn't really make any sense? Can you just tell me where the fuck I need to go? That's just silly. No, like we're going over a cliff right now. Like, please, Mahler, direct me in the right direction. I can't do that, Dave. I'm sorry. Like,
turn right, you fuck.
He just turns into Hal.
Yeah, he is an AI. I've never seen Mahler in person.
Yeah, he
I have.
Good text to speech.
I would. I don't want to dox him. I was about to say like
you've seen Mahler.
Yeah. Kiwi Farms doxed his ass.
What's he
had
look
videos
like?
up before he got big. Oh, he was like a big fat pudgy motherfucker with red
I
hair.
fucking knew it. Put that shit in the chat right now if you can. This is like Tiny Fist. I need it.
I'll DM it to you.
No, we're putting that shit in the chat. Yeah. Mahler follows me on Twitter. We're cool.
Destroy.
Okay, fine. Let's see if I can find it.
I'll send him the picture and on Twitter.
Yeah, post it.
Look who I found.
So, someone was commenting.
That's not me. That's just silly.
Yeah, totally.
I sent him a picture of like Jabba the Hutt. And I'm like, it's like a mirror, isn't it? Stop it.
So someone's commenting that if there was an Animaniacs cameo in Space Jam 2, no, there was. The real Warner Brothers and the Warner sister were sitting on top of the spaceship that the Looney Tunes were just chilling in.
Dude, when they showed the Warner Brothers tower, all I thought was Animaniacs.
I know, right?
When they went to, that was the first thing. And there's that Hulu reboot.
Yeah, talk about a legacy that's well respected. It's the fucking Animaniacs.
Yeah, I literally was ready for Wacko Yakko and Dot to pop out of the fucking water tower, and I was like, holy shit, Animaniacs! Like, yeah, Batman makes everything better. I would have just put Batman in this movie, like, fuck it. Like, Batman's a character in Space Jam 2. I mean, you might as well. Like, just...
I believe this is him.
I hope it
A few
is.
pictures.
So he's not set... Oh my god. That looks like him. I can hear his voice coming through that face. Yeah, people think I'm hiding my face. I will have to use it more obviously in a video at some point.
Oh, this is a Marler?
Yeah,
this is
when he's
Marley?
saying people think I'm hiding my face, it's like, you are hiding your face. People aren't faking that. It's evidence.
This
like
is
James
mediocrity personified.
Right? He looks like a fucking Welsh James Corden.
A Welsh James Corden. God, I feel so evil for this, but whatever.
Yeah, Muller's untouchable, really.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't affect him, like, who he is or anything. Like, he doesn't have to be a hot guy. I mean
he's sat down with some wild people.
He's cool.
Yeah, I'm not sitting here like, oh, he's. I mean, I wasn't expecting him to be like some.
He looks no. He looks like UA Ball.
He looks fucking evil. He looks like a fucking Bond villain. He looks like a Russian spy.
Oh, you think he looks like a Bond villain there? Check this out.
I mean, he looks like what he sounds like this evil.
No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
Here, Terrible Lizard. I have the picture. You have to dub this voice. You're Mahler in this picture. You're sending this picture to a girl on a dating profile. What's your?
The bottom one, the really low res one.
Yeah. You're sending a girl this
babe. Hey babe, this cock is fucking yours. Want to go pick apart these Star Wars sequels with me?
I have a stream called EFAP. It's very popular.
It's not what you think, I promise.
Yeah. I get $5,000 in super chats. Would you like
It's
to go
not
on
what
a
you
date?
think. It's not what you think unless you want it to be.
He legit looks like UA Ball, man.
I get this picture's amazing.
Yeah, that
Give him a fedora.
Is pure UA Ball.
Oh my god. I mean, this isn't quite Tiny Fist levels, but it's still pretty good.
I can put Tiny Fist in the chat.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if we'll get banned for Tiny Fist.
I mean, like, the dude looks like somebody who would make the kind of videos he makes.
100%.
He looks like a mediocre person.
He looks like a mediocre person.
It's the most insulting thing I've ever heard.
That's an amazing fucking burn. He looks like the kind of guy who makes the videos he makes. He looks like a mediocre person.
You want to know what? I can show you what Rags looks like. Rags has put himself in the videos.
Please.
Right.
I don't have anything to say about Space Jam 2. I really don't. It's a non. This is much more interesting.
I think the only person who's seen my face is Madcap. In a Twitter DM.
I may have to go to Kiwi Farms again.
Oh, so I think the only person who's seen my face is you, Madcap.
I'll say right now, out of everyone here, Slav's the best looking, objectively.
Oh, thank you.
If I'm being no homo here, Slav's like
no, man, you are.
Slav's like a Brad Pitt looking motherfucker, but
is he?
Oh, he's a handsome dude. Yeah. It's where that white boy arrogance isn't coming from some middle class privilege. It's coming from girls being nice to him despite all of his lack of qualities.
That's young Rags.
That looks like what I thought Rags would look like. You know, usually a voice doesn't match a face, but like these voices match the faces. This is like when Darth Vader gets his helmet pulled off from Return of the Jedi. You know, like this is what he looks like. Like you take off Mahler's gas mask, but you'll die. And then this is the face, and you're like, oh, and you put it back on. You're like, never mind. I mean, I think we're all handsome fellows, dude. Well, I don't know what Dragon looks like, but
that's how he looks like. If that's how Rags looks like, dude, fucking young.
Yeah, dude. Rags gets pussy and dick.
But
he does. He's confirmed he's bi, so that's why I say that.
Especially with his Bieber haircut. Look at it.
Shaka.
Like it was like from 2013. That's not what he looks like right now. He has much longer hair, apparently.
You put a picture of him up now, and he's like really fat and like he's like this
seedy
giant
neckbeard.
bod. Yeah, he's this giant neckbeard. I like how this should just turn into like we're like
doxxing.
Yeah,
doxxing
we're just doxing. So I'm gonna change the title of this Space Jam 2 Sucks, aka Doxing EFAP, featuring Mahler, and Terrible just does Mahler's voice.
This will surely get some moves.
Hey Rags, show me your face.
God
Pretty
damn.
boy.
I'll give you 10 times more super chats.
Show me your face. You look fucking disgusting.
No.
I wouldn't even have sex with you.
And I would have sex with anything.
I wouldn't even rape you.
I mean, these look like guys who like have an Amazon account with an extended amount of fleshlights have been bought over the years. Like this is like you get that Amazon receipt and you're like, holy shit. These are like, I need a pocket pussy for every day of the week.
I take it wherever I go.
I get to have it on hand in case, you want to crank one out. Who the fuck just popped up for a second?
Hello, Shen. Hello,
Oh. Shen just showed
All I
up.
saw was...
That was literally the Tyler Durden Flash cigar out this great for like a second. It was like, I'm like scared now. Like there's just gonna be little flashes.
Someone's gonna do the same thing, but we're just gonna be their dick.
Man, these pictures from Space Jam 2 are weird. Who's this guy? What is going on?
Imagine if Mola showed up in Space Jam 2. Or Rags. Whole EFAP team.
It's gonna be that EFAP. The memes they're gonna like do the thing like they did for Endgame. They're gonna put their heads over them and everything and just use clips from EFAP. Like, hey guys.
No, that's EFAP's cult.
Aiden Paladin's gonna show up and
oh,
Mida is like our Aiden Paladin.
Mm-hmm.
If we're being fair.
he's like
I mean, like Slav,
suburban white chick.
Yeah, like he's like our, like he's Aiden Paladin, Slav. I think you kind of have this Rags energy, But
oh, I wish.
But all you gotta do is start like wanting to fuck animals.
I
mean, more than you do now.
Thank you.
We were just talking about Lola Bunny, so I think that counts.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of which,
Lola doesn't count. Lola's like a
this
like
video's about to get
positive.
taken down.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a weird thing. Your Movie Sucks started putting up some of his old videos, like he was on private, and he was actually a pretty like handsome guy like 10 years ago. I guess he was like became like a coke addict, and like he's got that drug face now. Like, cause that's my theory with all those guys, like Ralph the Movie Maker and them. They're all just like drug addicts now and alcoholics, and that's why they all have that like puffed out face look. But like, I was seeing Adam 10 years ago, and I'm like, you know what? I would have hung out with this guy. Like 20.
Yeah, that's what you're thinking. I would have fucked this. I would have hung out with this guy.
Yeah, the 2011 was the best version of Adam. Like we all have our peak time. I mean, you never live in a constant peak. It's always like waves. It's.
You seen Alex? Your movies?
Yeah, he has that podcast.
Yeah, he's bald. I didn't expect that.
He has that podcast with that. That actually is a pretty good show.
Is it?
Yeah, it's actually a lot better than Sardonicast, that show he has with his friends, where they're just like in that loft and they're just talking. It's actually I listen to it sometimes. I first found out about it because of the Doug Walker video, when they covered the Wall review. Mm-hmm. And then I was like, wait, I Hate Everything has like a podcast with his friends, and then I went and listened to some of them. It's like actually how I wish he was. He's that way on that podcast. But Sardonicast is like a disaster.
Is it still a disaster?
Oh, I quit listening a long time ago. They had Jenny Nichols on as a fucking guest. I mean, what do I need to say?
I saw that.
Disasters keep going. I mean, look at this.
Is this a Sardonicast podcast
Yeah.
The one with
So-
that
still
dude,
going.
I hate your movies.
Yeah, it's I hate everything. Your movie sucks.
I hate your movies. Good
Yeah.
morning. I hate your movies.
It's your movie sucks. I hate everything, and Ralph the Movie Maker have a terrible narcissistic podcast where they have no chemistry whatsoever. Like the three of them have no
Yeah,
chemistry.
yeah, because they have no. I've seen the list that you movie sucks. I thought it was I hate your movies. Whatever. That guy, I've seen his list of films, and it's like he has no film, taste or personality. So of course I would assume his podcast would be as boring as well.
Yeah, it's like one of the most boring podcast, like, cause they like thought of it as like a super group thing. They're like, we're gonna put these three super critics together and do this podcast, and it like barely gets like 50,000 views, and each one of them has like 1 million subscribers. I would say it's like been a complete failure. Like considering that how successful all three of them are, that should be like this huge. Because a lot of like H3 has a big podcast, or like even Keemstar and them started Baited, and that became a big podcast. Like Cold Ones, but yeah, that podcast like it barely gets any views considering the pedigree of the guys, and like it has no like fan base. Like, it was pretty much a disaster from the first episode. It was like, oh, this doesn't work. This is really
like
bad.
EFAP was the better version. And here's the thing: EFAP's live. Sardonicast, I don't feel like they're confident in themselves to make something like that live.
I just don't think they're good podcasters either.
Yeah,
I think
Well, Adam will go
I
live.
think Adam could be.
Yeah,
See,
Adam
that's
could
the
do live.
problem with like this whole YouTube shit. Like most of these dudes, N words. I can't say the other word because I don't want to get y'all, kicked off of YouTube.
I think it's
But,
okay because you're black.
Well, I mean, they don't know that. They don't know that I'm black. But
Oh yeah, they don't know that.
Yeah,
the YouTube algorithms don't know I'm black. But yeah, like a lot of these N words who are on YouTube and do this YouTube shit, they're just mediocre people in real life. So once they do YouTube stuff, their mediocrity shows out because it's like, I mean, YouTube kind of gave this illusion to a lot of people that anybody can be like, PewDiePie or a Pat. Please rewind.
Yeah,
reality,
they're all
most
trying to be
people-
me. 16,000 subscribers.
Yeah,
and,
yeah, they are. But for like, but the reality is like most people are kind of like, that picture of what's that dude Mahler? Like they're just mediocre people with uninteresting opinions and really not an insightful take on art or the state of the world. So that's why you get stuff like fucking you movie sucks. I hate your whatever the fuck. I just know he likes to fuck dogs. That guy and his homies. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what me and Madcap were talking about today. We were like going to get food. We were talking about like how YouTube's created this narcissist ego thing with these guys, where like Ralph the Movie Maker thinks he's going to be Scorsese, or like it's all these people who like think like Chris Stuckman's going to go make a shitty horror movie. Like they all think because they have like 1 million subscribers that they're like these successful, charismatic artists. And they're not PewDiePie. They're not like PewDiePie's evolved over 10 years and made the brand work. Like he's actually grown as a YouTuber. Like he's not that guy that does those stupid game streams for little kids anymore. Like he's a content creator. He's a brand. Joe Rogan, who was already famous, he made it a brand. Like they kind of create like a mythology around them. Where like these other guys, it's like, yeah, I know you have hundreds of thousands of subs and that makes you feel good about yourself. I'm not knocking you for that. Like you can be successful, but they all have these like delusions of grandeur, like, well, I'm good at everything, and it's like, well, maybe you're just not very good at podcasting. You might be like good at making funny YouTube reviews. Like Ralph the Movie Maker, he's like okay at making like fun parody stuff, YouTube reviews, but he's not good at anything else. And they all think like, oh, I'm gonna be a podcast and it's gonna be hit, or like I'm gonna go make a movie, or I'm gonna do this stuff like that. And it's just like it's like really cringy. It's this e-celeb bullshit. Like none of them had to actually grind or become successful in that way. Like they're just like cashing in on their success in a different platform and trying to do this cross-platform thing. And
I sincerely hope that Chris Stuckman's horror movie ends with him saying "Get Stuckmanized" and then just cut to black.
I mean, I hope it ends with him putting a fucking noose up in a ceiling and hanging him fucking self at the end of the goddamn movie.
God damn.
I mean,
Chris.
You talk about that bloated alcoholic drug face. Chris Stuckman has looked shittier and more depressed. He is dead inside, like in his eyes. Because we were talking about this again. This is the problem when you're a film critic and you review everything. It's this outdated form of film criticism, which I don't think holds up anymore. Like, I only do videos on stuff I like. Like, I want to talk about Manhunter. But when you do that thing where, like, you review, like, 5 movies, because I've done that, where you go see, like, 6 movies and you try to do a video of them, you're going to have generic opinions. These are a lot of, like, newspaper critics when you read the reviews. Like, because they don't have a perspective. Like, Pauline Kael, even if she was a contrarian sometimes, she always had this, like, perspective on things. She always was kind of had an analysis on where things were going with film culture at the time, right? So, like, you were kind of following her journey through this stuff as opposed to each review individually meaning anything. It doesn't matter. You have to take it as like, or like Roger Ebert just as a persona was kind of the appeal, whether or not his reviews were good. I don't even think Roger Ebert understood how movies were made. But he's appealing as like a person, like what he went through in his life and stuff, like that he popularized a lot of things about film criticism. But these guys who like, okay, this new show's out, it's popular, I have to watch it and do a review. Okay, this new movie's out, it's popular, I have to do a review. There's really no way for you to say interesting things about like 10 movies that are all different genres, a different kind. You're going to give that kind of Chris Stuckman 5-minute flat review where you end up saying nothing of substance, because I don't think it's, I think if you're not talking within things within interests or like within genres that you have a knowledge of or what you kind of understand what you're doing. Like even us all talking about Space Jam 2, we're having fun, but ultimately none of us have too much to say about it, because what do you say about like some boring flat movie that has nothing to make fun of and then nothing to really like break down? It makes it hard, you know? And that's why I don't like a lot of these critics. They're just like, this is a bad movie on Netflix, I'm going to do a video on it and like break it down and all that stuff. And then it's just like, it's not, you know, it's just like junk food criticism.
I mean, ultimately, it's like they don't. I'm gonna let you finish. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, ultimately, it's just like these people just don't care about this shit. Like they don't care about films. Like he says, all about popularity contest. Oh, this dude, this N-word is doing this thing on his channel. I want to do like him because he's making views and making money off of it. Like, you know, they don't know nothing about movies. They don't know nothing about like the history of film or these critics or whatnot. They don't give a fuck. They just want to be, like you said, it's narcissism. They want to be popular. They want to be famous. So they're going to do everything that they need to do to meet this goal. People are doing podcasts now about movies. I mean, I know Reddit letter media, Rate Your Music. God damn, I'm in too many conversations right now. I hate everything. When he started doing movie reviews, he didn't know much about movies. He didn't know nothing about movies. He was really just going on to like, I don't know, 4chan or Reddit, looking at these lists of, okay, what is the most rated
100%.
Worst films of all? Huh?
100%. Yeah, that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, what is the most rated worst films of all time? I gotta watch these films instead of like actually trying to understand why film is so unique as an art form in a medium in contradiction to other mediums of expression of art. He didn't do that. He just, you know, like I said.
Well, this is my issue. This is my issue with like modern day stuff, that content is king over the content creator. If your gimmick is, I'm going to talk about this bad movie that people are going to watch to see clips from this bad movie as I make fun of it, you're ultimately not creating the content from your perspective or you talking about it or you being a compelling figure. The thing that you're making the video about, the content inside of it, is what's getting people to click on it, is what makes the clickbait thumbnail, is what makes the appeal of it. There's actually no creation there. It's just somebody using, in the same way that like kind of memes are, even though there's an art form to that, they're using somebody else's stuff to get views or to popularize themselves, when generally if it was just them talking to a camera or if it was just them trying to make their own stuff, there would be nothing there. Nobody would give a fuck. I mean, that's like my problem with so much modern day content creator stuff, is that like, what I liked about YouTube back in the early days, at least my idea was like, it was people who made their own videos. Like the Angry Video Game Nerd, he came up with a character. He like didn't just make fun of these old video games. Like he created like a sketch character and like directed and performed it and did like parodies and sketches of stuff. Like when he did like the stuff with the Power Glove and Nightmare on Elm Street, that was so fun at the time. It was like, oh, this guy's like making these videos in his house. And he like grew up playing these shitty old games and he's talking about them now as an adult. And he like found a filter to talk there. Like, or like Plinkett with Red Letter Media, like they created stuff through media, but they didn't just like lean on the media. Like the Plinkett reviews aren't good because they're not good because the prequels are bad and it's fun to watch someone make fun of it. It's like the way he did it was funny and interesting. and it's why we were like, he made it like a documentary about what it was like to go see the prequels and experience it. Like, it created like a relatable interactive experience with you and the person who made it, where you're like, oh, I'm understanding more about you as you're telling me about this movie and whatnot. Where like the modern day version just seems to be, if I can throw shit in Adobe and put these clips together and then like have them play and they could be funny, and then I just have to occasionally say something that's like written, that's like if I can just throw in some funny one-liners and stuff like that, and I don't generally have to have like a unique take on this thing. You can just blow up with that stuff. You could just see this stuff.
I mean, it's even worse than that in my opinion, because it's like, yeah, they're doing all that too, but also they're like, because like, it was one video that a Reddit genius linked to me. Frame Genius, I'm fucking with you, Frame Genius. I love you, dog, but you get on my nerves sometimes. But Frame Genius linked to me was this dude. He was doing a review on Evangelion, and he had a Plinkett voice. It's like they're doing like a reference of a reference of a reference. Like everybody, who does like these videos, they're doing the Plinkett thing. Outside of the fact that like Plinkett was like a personality, like you said, he was a personality. He had a unique spin on like, content reviewing. They just divorced all that and they just take, okay, Plinkett was funny, or I'm gonna use Plinkett because Plinkett was funny and it's popular. So let me just do my video that way because of that reason.
Well, everybody for years has been copying Every Frame of Painting. Every Frame of Painting, as years have gone on, is like, does not. I mean, Mahler credits him quite a bit, but a lot of people don't credit. He's like, looking back, like one of the most influential YouTubers ever is Every Frame of Painting, just because like that guy was a professional editor, and he was the first one to really say like, okay, do this like video essay in this style where it's like these almost shallow manipulations of emotions. Like, I'm gonna edit this clip together really beautifully, and I'm gonna like put in a way where like it manipulates the person to like find depth and meaning in this because I'm a good editor. And you can like explain very basic things about like framing or something to people like normies. But if you present it in this thing, people think like they're getting this like intellectual, in-depth analysis of like film critique and essays. And then all these guys like Nerd Writer, all these dudes just like copied that formula. Patrick Willems, and they all just do it. And they're all just like lesser, shittier versions of that, which wasn't that great to begin with. And then, yeah, besides that, it's just Plinkett doing, like, the long-form, funny review with, like, cutaways and stuff like that. And at least when those guys did it, like, not everybody was doing it. So you're like, okay, that's cool. But these guys are all doing it. Yeah, they're just copying someone else's, like, style that they created. And I hate that shit.
Have you seen any evolution in it? I mean, Mahler gave some evolution, but
I feel like Mahler's just doing Plinkett, though.
Yeah,
I feel like he's just doing Plinkett. He's just doing 6-hour Plinketts. Like I like it, but it's not like an innovation.
Yeah, I think he sucks. Like I remember the videos you linked me to.
I linked you his parody one, man.
N-word. I've seen other videos from his channel. I've seen more videos in the video you linked me. You just linked me to his channel from that video. But the stuff I've seen from him, it's like Pat said, it's the same shit. Okay, you're some artistic Australian guy talking about how terrible the sequel trilogy is. Whatever. Like, everybody does that shit. Like, talk about some gay Kino. Talk about some obscure film that people never heard. Well, it doesn't even have to be that.
Would you say with EFAP, he maybe did something a little bit more?
No, I mean, I don't dislike. I don't like. This is my perspective on it, because I don't want to shit on Mahler, because I like Mahler like quite a bit actually, because I think at least he's like, I think he's doing what he wants to do, and I think that he like actually puts a lot of work into those videos, whether I like him or not. Like, I know he spends months on scripts, and he spends time on doing these like 6-hour reviews, and like it's just his style of critique. I know he doesn't like when people point it out, but it's the your movie sucks thing. This is like when we got into the argument about Adam, and some people were like or even that Birds of Prey guy took the video down because Adam fans were like fighting with us when we were shitting on your movie sucks, and people are like, you guys say this stuff about Adam, but he actually gives this really great analysis. It's like, no, he does that nitpick form of reviewing that's very easy to do. It's not. It was a gimmick for a long time on YouTube that I think needs to go away, which is where you just like You just find something that's an obvious flaw, like, hey, this choreography doesn't match, or like this scene doesn't make sense. Where if you have the ability with the internet where you can keep pausing a film and going through it, it's very easy to do that and just break it down and be like, this scene doesn't work for very obvious reasons, and then you make fun of it, and then you like perpetuate yourself as some genius for pointing out some like objective flaw with this thing. And Your Movie Sucks did that for years. He would just like go through and be like, like this scene doesn't work because this part's established, and it's like it's not like a unique criticism. It's not like a unique takedown, or it's not a like unique thematic perspective on it. And essentially, Mahler just does that in like a more detail-oriented way, where it's like I just go through the movie, I find all of the issues with it, and I make a long-form video like like expanding on these things that they
Well,
don't
that's
really
why
work. And
that's why I always say it's so easy to criticize a plot. Like if you understand the basic elements of storytelling, you can criticize a plot and you can find the holes and whatnot. That's like trying to fix a car. I mean, yeah, you don't know how to fix a car because you never been trained to fix a car. But once you're trained and practice to fix a car, you can fix a car. But the stuff that makes a great, interesting criticism is like what Pat said. Insightful. Understanding of like the film themes or filmmaker itself and all this other the context and where the film like all this other stuff makes the film criticism interesting. And
well,
just like
it's just an expansion of empathy. Like I don't like this modern form of criticism because I think it's contributed to a lot of the nihilism and cynicism in our culture. I think these critics are pretending that they're fighting against it, but they're not offering the counterpoint. Like Mahler's counterpoint to like modern media sucking is to do 12-hour live streams with his friends, like making fun of stuff on YouTube. Like it's not like there's like a pathway that leads to something better. It just like essentially it's just like the secular thing of like,
let's dick around.
Yeah, just nothing matters. Nothing has any value. I don't have moral values. I don't stand for anything. The art doesn't stand for anything. And the solution to it is my cynicism. Like there's not like a moral worldview arguing against this immoral worldview. And if it is, it's like a shallow one. It's not like a, because that's what makes any kind of art or any kind of thing interesting. It's like the perspective or the moral choices made by the person working on it. Like they have like some moral value that they're putting into it and arguing like, this is how I feel. Even if you disagree with it or not, they take a stand on something. Like they feel that like, like why Tarantino's compelling, right? Like when they talk to him about violence or stuff, he's like, I like violence in movies. I think it's fun. I put it in movies and I don't give a shit what you think about it because it makes me happy. He's choosing that, and it's like he decides to go that way. So it's provocative, but if you don't like it, he's not going to apologize for it. And that's all I want from some of these guys. Sometimes I don't get what their perspective, like it's like when iDubbbz got really big there for all the content comp, and I used to think, well, that's really cool. He's like taking down these guys that are like pieces of shit and like pointing flaws. But then it started to feel like it was like opportunistic. But then he did try to leave that behind and turn into like a documentarian where he was trying to like create stuff instead of just like taking clips of people and shitting on them for saying stupid shit. Because I think he realized that it was shallow. Like I think that there's a point that like you have to start evolving out of that and try to contribute something. Otherwise, you're no better than the people that you're criticizing. You're literally just doing the same thing. You're not adding any value to anything. You're just, not to tote Terrible Lizard's cock, but, those few times that me and him have collaborated on videos, the thing that I always really respected about what Terrible Lizard did on that is that, his editing was a character was present inside of the projects that we worked on. Like he would make his comedic acumen or his sensibilities would become present inside of the video. So it was like, oh, okay, I'm not just getting like this analysis perspective, I'm also getting this style that this person's coming through about how they're filtering it through and how they're seeing it and willing to present it. That adds a layer of, it adds texture to it. And
yeah.
And I like a lot of guys like that. Like I like ER because his editing is a texture to his content. Like, and he clearly has an agenda. Like he hates Jews. And he puts it in all of his videos. And he's like, hey, Hollywood's run by Jews. I hate them. They're evil. you know, and like I respect him for like picking that pathway, like it's some kind of pathway. But these other guys are like, they're saying they're fighting a culture war, and I don't know what fucking culture war they're fighting and trying to win by like getting drunk and high on live streams for like 12 hours and not talking about anything. I
Yeah,
don't
I mean
know.
that's why I see it from it too, because it's just like y'all N words are basically the same thing that you're trying to fight, and like you said, at least with ER he has a stern stance. Like, I hate Jewish people. You know, that is antithetical to the quote unquote, you know, progressive SJW agenda that's being pushed in Hollywood right now. But like drunken drinker, that's probably not his name. I don't know, because I don't watch these guys.
I think critical drinkers who you're thinking of, probably.
Yeah, critical drinker. All these other dudes, it's just like they're just the same. They're more of the same that they're proposing. Like you said before, like they're more of the same of what they so quote unquote propose that they're against. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, like a top example for me is like the cosmonaut guy, you know, or like people like that. And I give them all their credit for like doing EFAP and criticizing that people for that stuff, like for pointing out that they do that shit. But once again, that's like an easy target thing. It's just like, it's almost like it's become this weird mirror thing where it's like, we're not just criticizing the art, we're criticizing how people comment on the art. We're watching videos of people watching stuff and talking about it, and we're making fun of them in the way that they talk about it. And then people are watching us watch them watch this thing and talk about it. And then we're here right now talking about people watching it, watching them watch people watching things, talking about it. I mean, it's this fucking like rabbit hole of like bullshit. I mean, it has like, I mean, I love it. I love cringe. I love YouTube. I love like Reddit. I love Discord. I love all the shit about the internet. But ultimately, at the end of the day, like, I really don't see a lot of value in it outside of like a masturbatory distraction that is to get us through like this numb feeling that a lot of people are going through with their life. You know, that's just like, what the fuck do we do right now? Like, what are we all like going through right now, and what are we doing right now? You know, and that's how I feel. It doesn't make me happy, but I get the entertainment value out of it. Like, it doesn't bother me in that way. Like, I enjoy it.
But yeah, that's why I kind of stopped watching music like that, because it is like a narcissistic masturbatory thing, like you said, and it's just like, you know, you're just really, you know, talking or like, you know, watching these videos to kind of like, you know, fill in that void that you don't have, or, you know, lack of meaning that you don't have. And that's just, I mean, I mean, it's fine for a short, you know, bits of time, but after a while, it really drains. You honestly become the thing that you hate. You know, like you said, like, you know, you start to become more and more of a shallow person because you're you know, consuming all this content that doesn't mean anything, that doesn't have any intrinsic value, that doesn't say anything about the world. It's just like, you know, looking into. I feel like I'm rambling.
Well, no. Well, I just don't like how it's like influencing young people. You know, like I don't want to sound like the old guy. Like, I don't like how this is influencing the children and all that stuff. But it's like, to me, it's sort of like, my fear with it is that it's just going to create more of these like narcissists who want to become influencers, like content creators, and they're going to think like being a creator is to comment on other content and sit around and talk about it, as opposed to like, you know, being inspired to go out and create something. It's like, gay as that sounds, I know it does, like paint or something. I understand that sounds lame. You know, it sounds.
No, that sounds gay. I agree.
I think I've said this before, but I did make that one Picard video. I think I showed you once, Pat.
Mm-hmm.
After that, I didn't like making that afterwards. Not because I didn't think it was as well made as I could have made it, but ultimately I just realized, like, critiquing something like that the whole time, I don't know how people find enjoyment in that. You know, that's why I started making analysis videos. I found that a lot more fun.
Well, yeah. It's like, what are you ultimately getting out of it? Like, are you making it because you think it's going to get views, or are you making it because like you actually want to make the video? Like, I mean, I guess it's like treating it like a job too. I understand that. Like, a lot of us work jobs that we don't like, and maybe they look at it that way because the money comes in and it's like, hey, this is how I make a living. But it's, I mean, I don't mind it. It's just the way that these people get praised is like amazing and stuff like that. And it really confuses me. Like we're supposed to be in awe of them or something.
I don't think somebody like Ralph gets as praised as he used to, man. Like, oh my gosh, seeing that guy.
You fall off the cool wagon. I mean, that's the thing too. It's diminishing. It doesn't last very long because you ultimately don't build like content that like lasts.
Yeah.
Or you don't evolve the content. I mean, the idea should be like every video you're making is like a good video, and like people can watch it like over and over and over again years later. Like it doesn't just exist in the moment like everything does now. We're constantly like in the moment. It's not just like, okay, everyone's talking about Loki right now, but then like 2 years from now, are you going to watch that Loki video? Probably not. You're probably not going to watch it again because you're not going to give a fuck. Where like there's a lot of YouTube videos I go back to. Like I watched the Plinker reviews like 1,000 times, because like I don't
exactly.
They're
and
fun.
I watched the Plinker. Yeah, I watched the Plinker reviews, and I don't really watch Half in the Bag. I stopped watching Half in the Bag like a year or two ago. I just didn't find that entertaining anymore. Mostly because I just didn't think a lot of the movies that were coming out were that good.
Still watch Half in the Bag.
Yeah, I still.
Really?
Well, what do you think?
Are they still
good? What do you think? Terrible. Where are you at on this artistically? You want to be a gay artist, right?
Exactly. The artist part, yeah, more so. But yeah, like I think avoiding getting a big head is the on your shoulders is key, because I've seen a lot of YouTubers get way too self-important with what they do. I think that critical drinker guy is one of those people. Ethan Klein is definitely one of those people. Yeah.
Oh yeah, H3 for sure. Like used to do comedy reaction videos, and now it's like he's like this fucking like speaker of like our political moral. It's like, dude, you were never politically savvy. You were never.
He just pisses me off to no extent. Like I wasn't a fan of him before.
Gave you everything. It's like Susan gave you everything, man, bro.
Well, you made such a profound point there. It's like that ego thing. It's like it's what because I didn't get on the internet or YouTube for that shit. I didn't want that like celebrity corporate Hollywood ego. Like what I liked about it was that it was like normal people making like videos. Like that was what was cool about it. Was like it was just. And I know this sounds like an old guy reflecting on like, oh, the old days, I'm back in my time, but it's like, it used to be, it just used to be like, what was cool about it is like anyone could make videos, so there wasn't like a quality standard. You couldn't have a big head because your shit wasn't any better than someone else's shit because you were just making a bad, shitty fucking YouTube video like everyone else was. Like you could get mad that Leafy is Here was popular, but he was doing the same shit that everyone else was doing. It was just like, yeah, some people are just more successful at it. They have a better. They're more marketing savvy, if you will. They know how to like sell something,
I think one of the problems is that a lot of you used YouTube as like a springboard for bigger things, like like the Lights Out movie. I was thinking of recently because I watched the short for that in my uni class, and then I was like, oh, so someone used YouTube as a platform to springboard into going into Hollywood to something greater, but now. The something greater part of that is YouTube. Now the springboard is YouTube itself. So now everyone feels that they can get a piece of that celebrity pie.
Well, it's like a lot of things. It's like a lot of things. Like I think like corporations are like they really undervalued YouTube for a long time, or like podcasts are a great example where they were like, oh, well, this is just. I remember like seeing years ago Mark Cuban in an interview in like 2008. And they were asking him about YouTube on some show, and he's like, it's just a fad. He's like, it'll go away. And that's how a lot of these people talked about it. Like, it's just a fad. It'll go away. And here we are in 2021, and it's still by far the dominating video hosting platform. Like, it doesn't even have competition. There's not like a Taco Bell to its McDonald's. There's not like, oh, well, you can go on Vimeo. I'm like, you can, I guess. But I feel like now it's like people don't want to do it because they want to make content. I feel like it's like they want to be famous. That's like the motivation. They want followers. They want subscribers. They want people to worship them.
Wait, are you saying you don't want people to worship you?
No. I would.
I'm messing with you.
Yeah, I would hate that. Like I would.
Yeah, why would
you
want to be a celebrity and have to have sex with Harvey Weinstein or like some little kid just to be fucking relevant? Like,
I mean, dude, look at it. You could be Jared Leto out here walking around wearing Jesus shit.
No, that stuff is overrated, dog. Like,
no, bro, you could have your own cult.
I'd get mad imposter syndrome. I just wouldn't be able to handle it. I'd be like, I don't deserve this.
Yeah, that shit is overrated, dude. Like, I'd rather be a nobody, an anonymous person than just some celebrity that everybody, has a magnifying glass over it. And on top of that, like, it gets to a certain point where you're not even a person anymore. Like Jared Leto, like you said, you say he was he has this cult of like hoes follow him all the way, always all the time. But it's just like he's not even Jared Leto as like the person anymore. He's like Jared Leto as like this digital icon who's 2-dimensional, who is also associated with Disney or Warner Brothers. All these properties. He's not a person. He's just like some digital mask that people put on to fill the experience of Jared Leto, copyright logo, the person, instead of Jared Leto, the actual person who was born in a specific period of time, had a mom and father and all that shit.
Well, I wanted to move away from that too. Like, I thought the whole thing with the internet and YouTube, what I liked about it was like we were moving away from this like celebrity media, like Entertainment Tonight and all that kind of crap, or like the Oscars, these like masturbatory, like self-congratulatory celebrations of each other. I always thought that shit was cringe. Like, it feels like this outdated, like, old school way of like the way that like I think that's why it's fallen so much, is that we're so connected with the celebrities now through social media stuff, and we're finding out they're just like these boring ass cringy people. Where like they can't see, like they can't seem like these larger than life figures anymore like they used to.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I just don't see the appeal in it anymore. Like I get like wanting to like make stuff that people like you put something out there and people respond to it and you get recognition for it. We all want recognition for the stuff that we like put out there. Like, it makes you feel good. It doesn't just make it feel like it's for you. It makes it feel like other people got something out of it. But I don't get wanting people to like worship you over it or like let it be like I just that's so cringy to me.
I mean, I ain't trying to get all philosophical with shit. You feel me?
Really?
Really?
Huh?
Yeah.
The Aiden Paladin. This is like the sociology with the.
Well, but like if you really think about it, if you really boil it down, like what it is the driving force of our current period of time, liberalism, the individual. I mean, the internet, all that stuff is like the logical conclusion of that. Like it was never going to get to a point where it's just like, okay, we're just going to be normies again, where we're just enjoying the fact that like or we're just enjoying the fact of anonymity. No, like we're all narcissistic, little worlds into ourselves. Like that is baked into the cake. We're with that kind of thinking, with that kind of philosophy or metaphysics. Of course, you're going to get the celebrity culture of like the 50s, 60s, and up until the 90s. Of course, you're going to get YouTube with like the normie being like this new celebrity cult. Like you were going to get that stuff. It was just baked into the cake.
Yeah, it's like it says a bad thing about like our culture. Like it's a bad like mirror on like who we are like deep down and what most people really desire, which is this like fucked up form of like validation for it. Well, it's like it's because there is no God anymore. Like we're in a post-God, so people like see themselves as the God or something. Like instead of like being part of a religion, it's your religion that people are following you in. Is what it feels like. Like and it's it's like this Jesus complex with a bunch of these like cringy celebrities. It's like because that's the thing. Like if it was like, don't get me wrong, like if it's Prince. If it's, Cary Grant, if it's people like that, I can kind of get it. Where it's like, okay, yeah, you're pretty fucking dope. Like, there's something compelling about you. There's something interesting there that I'm into. But when it's like, when it's Ethan fucking Klein as an influencer, it's like, well, fuck. Like
society's doomed.
Yeah, like what the because like my sister has kids. Like she has like 5. I have all these little nephews, and they watch all that shit all day. Like they watch people like that, and they think they're amazing. And like these are the people they like look up to. These are like, that's their Space Jam. It's like that kind of shit, where they're gonna be like 20 years from now, be like, oh man, I remember back when I used to watch the H3H3 podcast, or I used to watch like Mahler. Oh yeah, Aiden Paladin is crazy as fuck.
That and those TikTok dancing girls, I do not understand the fucking appeal of it. Like why they're so popular with young people.
Well, it's like
there's some girl dancing on TikTok and millions of people watching you. Like that's like any girl's wet dream. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's her. Like it's her women. Yeah.
Well, I think it's kind of like the PewDiePie thing. Well, like a lot of young people got into PewDiePie because they liked watching a guy scream really loud at getting scared at horror games. and then other video games, and then it went on from there.
Yeah, but
That's
he
basically how
like
it's
grew with his audience though. It's not like PewDiePie stayed as that. You know, like that's one reason I really respect him. Like I don't respect a lot of these old school YouTubers, but like him I do, because like he doesn't, you know, he kept evolving his content. Now he seems like a pretty well defined person. Like I think he's always kind of got by on this appeal of like this sort of attractiveness or his voice or how he, you know, there's that element in there. I don't know how Ethan Klein ever got any success. He's fucking disgusting looking, but he's like
Wait a minute.
He's like an anomaly.
You don't like these old YouTube? Are you telling me you don't like Liquid Richard?
Who the fuck is that?
Well, like a Phil DeFranco. Like Phil DeFranco's been doing the same shit for like 15 years, you know, and it hasn't changed one bit. It's the same Phil DeFranco. It used to be in his living room. Now it's a set that looks like a living room. You know, it's like so funny to me. Like this is what the shit is. It's like it's such a
or Angry Joe has a whole studio now.
Yeah, it's just the same. Yeah,
crazy.
they got, and I like, once again, I'm not knocking anybody being successful or getting rich. Like fuck yeah, like
I
I'm
just said
happy
it's
for it.
crazy. It's like we're here.
Yeah, we're like living in the culmination of like years of this stuff. Like oh shit, this is like those Collider guys. You know, I remember them like 10 years ago, and they were just making YouTube videos, and now they're like Hollywood. You know, now they're like clearly like part of the industry. They're like professional.
Now they're eating out Margot Robbie. It's crazy, man. It's like they're part of it. They're part of Hollywood.
I feel like JR right now.
Yeah, you might notice I kind of been like away from the mic, but I had like a pretty deep siesta right now.
Okay.
No, it's just exhaustion. I've been working 4 double shift days this week, so it's really hitting me.
Is she right now?
God damn, Joe Rogan. He makes me want to do steroids. He makes a really good argument for like just like hormones and like just the whole thing. You're like,
does he do that?
Oh yeah, he's very open about it.
He does steroids?
I'd risk the dick shrinkage.
Yeah, he's been he's been very open about it. He doesn't lie about it. Like a lot of people criticize him for it, and he's just like been very open. Like he did a lot of like it's like what fucked him up. Like if you go look at Joe Rogan, like 15, 16 years ago, he's on Fear Factor. He was like way smaller. He didn't have the like no. He's been doing like hormone stuff for years now. That's why he's like, you can't be in your 50s and be more jacked than you were when you were 30. It's not
he
possible.
Looks different. Like his facial structure looks different. I don't know if steroids does that to your face.
No, he's got a giant fucking head.
Oh, okay.
So like, wait a minute. I'm sitting here. That shit does shrink your dick. So I'm like,
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it is compared to like when you're a millionaire doing it with professionals, as opposed to some guy going to a locker room and having a guy stick a needle in your ass. I don't know. But like, yeah, he's changed. Yeah, he's very open about it.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
He's slowly evolving into Alex Jones.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
But like, you see how successful the guy is, though. And he's like always like CBD, take vitamins, steroids, and all this. And I'm like, and then I'm like, well, maybe there's something to this. Maybe
god
just
damn, man. Like,
yeah, fuck. You have the most successful. Spotify gives you $100 million. Maybe there's something to this. I mean, how the fuck did Joe Rogan, how did Fear Factor News Radio guy become like Johnny fucking Carson? I mean, it's crazy. Of like all people to become like the most famous guy, Joe Rogan. Like, he just, how the fuck, like, what a crazy world we live in. I mean, I grew up with Joe Rogan. Like, I was a kid when News Radio was on, and I used to watch Fear Factor. I mean, Joe Rogan was that guy. He was like this C-level celebrity, you know, at EOC stuff. And now Joe Rogan is definitely an A-list celebrity. Like, without question. He's like easily like bigger than any talk show host.
He's more relevant than I think some A-listers out in Hollywood.
I agree. I think as like an actual influencer, like a brand, like if you're someone trying to promote something, I would want to go on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Like, i.e. Miley Cyrus.
Yeah, that's why they had that's why Kanye was on that shit last year.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, Kanye's episode's insane. He talks for 3 hours. Like, it's like meta times 1,000. Like it's like he it's like hanging out with a guy when you're on acid and you think you've like uncovered the secret of the universe and you write down an equation on a piece of paper and you get up the next day and it's a picture of Garfield. I mean that was like Kanye just like Joe just sits there for 3 hours as Kanye talks about everything, like the meaning of the universe, art, God, like everything. It's insane. It's like holy, like for like 5 minutes, Kanye and him are just talking, and then about 6 minutes in, Kanye just starts going, and Joe Rogan just takes a step back and like, I'm just gonna watch this shit happen. Like, I'm just gonna let this play out. I would highly recommend it.
Did Kanye stop praying?
Was this Joe Rogan the entire podcast? Hold on, here it is.
Oh, it's insane.
That's
how it is. Dude, chimps, bro. Fucking chimps. Dude, they hit hard, bro. Chimps hit fucking hard. Dude, so you go to the DMT and you see these beings in DMT and they're talking to you, dude. They're like fucking with you, bro. They're like really fucking with you, these beings in this other dimension, you know, and they hit hard, bro. Anyway, I got the CBD here. And the CBD I make is really special. Jamie, pull up our CBD on the screen. Jamie, pull up the CBD on the screen. It is fucking
Jamie,
hard.
Go get that bottle of liquor I got in the back.
Yeah, Jamie, go get the whiskey. You want to smoke a cigar? Yeah, come on, let's smoke a cigar. Joe Rogan's that guy at the bar of the party who's like handing you shots. Or like tries to get you to smoke weed, you know, so he can like talk to you about shit, and then he's just there looking at you like, yeah. Dude, wow. That's fucking interesting. Holy shit. He's talking to like these astrophysicists, these like geniuses, and he's just sitting there like, yeah, wow, that's crazy. Like he understands what the fuck they're saying.
I gotta listen to some Joe.
Brings Mike closer. Every 10
well,
years.
No, because brings Mike closer. Every 10 years, your cells in your body actually completely change. I was reading this article about how DMT can actually advance the process into talking 6 years because your pineal gland. Jamie, could you get an article up? Yeah, but it's because your pineal gland can actually make your cells rejuvenate faster. Here we go. Looks over at screen. Look at that. Yeah, that chimp must be what, 400 pounds? Jesus, this thing will tear you to shit. No, those animated parodies of him where he puts the chimp in his hold is like the most accurate shit. Yeah, flash glitz. That's like the most accurate thing. Like Brendan Schwab's just there like, yeah, it's really funny. And then Joe like hands the chimp an edible and then he wraps it in a hold. And he's like, come on, bro, I'm gonna put you in the sensory deprivation tank. That's crazy.
No one let Joe near an animal. No one let him near a chimp. He will probably actually do that.
He is obsessed with fucking. That's the thing about the Joe Rogan podcast. There's this whole lore that goes back to the Comedy Store with these guys like him and Ari Shaffir and like Duncan Trussell, where they're all like these acid babies, and they're all obsessed with like chimps, and they're like all obsessed with nature and shit like that. And they have these like crazy, because that's what Joe Rogan built his whole podcast. It was having these like crazy conversations about like psychedelics and chimps.
Joey Diaz and stuff. Dude, I love Joey.
Oh, Joey Diaz is just fucking... Joe, yeah, I fucking came in this girl's fucking eye. She got cockeye.
Man, like Joey Diaz...
You want Spider-Man? You gotta go through me.
Yeah. He's so good, but I've seen his own podcast, and his own podcast is good, but it's not Joe Rogan.
No, Joe Rogan has created this like perfect platform for people to talk. I don't know how I don't know how he's done it. Like he's created this environment. It's like Stern did that for a long time. Howard Stern kind of created this like human experiment, but like Joe Rogan's created this like platform where like anything's possible. You know, anything can happen. Yeah. Any idea's okay. Any idiot can go on there and he'll be like, he's like, oh, I got a buddy of mine. Like Brandon Schwab is the worst person ever. And he's doing stand-up comedy. You know, like the whole...
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I'm gonna play this.
Zoos are lame in general, though, man. When's the last time I went to the zoo? I went to San Diego Zoo. That line was pissing on everybody. Dude. If chimps were everywhere and they had full freedom, the way people do, we'd have a fucking serious problem. It would be chaos. You wouldn't be able to leave your house. If there was as many chimps as there were people, you would never be able to get to your car. They would mug you every chance they got. They would rip your fucking feet off and fuck your ass. If you don't think chimps will steal babies and eat them, you haven't been paying attention to the literature. Crazy 800-pound silverback bursting through the tree. Samoan babies that can run fast. I mean, that's what's going to survive. Fucking Diesel. Diesel, square-headed, destroying machine. Incredible. Fast twitch, muscle fiber, and angst. And finally in his life, he's become special after years of neglect.
I got molested.
Did you?
Yes.
The fuck?
Terrible. That's probably something you edited.
Nah, although this is by far my favorite video on YouTube.
No, that's the thing. I also love that Joe Rogan's like a famous comedian and he talks about Kanye's podcast like he's great. He's a fucking terrible stand-up comedian and always has been. And I hear like on these podcasts where he's like, oh man, I'm like, he's talking about bits or giving comedians advice. Like, you're like the last dude I'd want advice for how to be fucking funny. Like, are you kidding? That's the only time he's funny when he's talking about chimps.
He had a following though, right? Like as a comedian.
Yeah. I mean, I want him to give me business advice. Like, if I was opening up a fucking restaurant or some shit, I want Joe Rogan to tell me how to do it. Take DMT, bro.
Get my get my Joe Rogan fruit juice.
Jamie, get up a page how to open up a restaurant. Yeah, I don't know. Joe Rogan's become a weird part of the lore of our society.
He's funny for the wrong reasons.
He's funny for the wrong reasons.
He's silly.
He's very silly.
Yeah, man.
It's like how Ben Shapiro's like an
Jam.
A-list celebrity. How did that happen? I mean, it's a weird... Yeah, Space Jam 2. Oh, we could talk about the video game. I played it.
I was gonna play that at some point. What's it like?
Yeah. There's like a fan-made video game, and like I thought it was gonna be a basketball game. So it's like a 16-bit like side-scroller beat 'em up. It's like Streets of Rage or Double Dragon, where you get to pick LeBron, Lola, or Bugs Bunny.
It might not be fan-made. I think that might have been... Are you sure it wasn't made as promotion for the movie?
I heard that fans contributed to it. Like they asked people what they wanted, and they like all worked in on it, but I'm not sure. But that's what I read about it, because it feels like one of those indie games that was made by like fans, because it's like they clearly just reskinned some old like games, but like you like have fight moves like in a side scroller fighter, and then like you have a basketball that Tweety Bird drops off, and you like charge it up like a Kamehameha wave, and you shoot it at robots. You like fight robots, and then you charge it up to like their things, and then you have these boss battles against the Goon Squad. Like the bird guy, you fight him. And they have like LeBron saying stuff when he's fighting people. He's like, yeah, take that. Yeah. And then you have like special moves. You have like these special cards where you can use like the Roadrunner, Tasmanian Devil to come in and save your ass. Or you can drop an anvil on yourself, which takes some of your life points, but it kills all the enemies around you. And you just side-scrolling through all these like computer levels where you're fighting like an endless amount of robots. And then you get to a boss battle. And then and then sometimes they like randomly drop like meteors on you or some shit, and you have to like bounce around. I thought it was like, it's like fun for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I tried it myself. I just got bored.
Yeah, it's it's very generic. But the basketball charge up attack is actually a really cool idea. It just doesn't really work. It's a pretty shitty mechanic. Like you always lose the basketball, and then Tweety has to drop it off again for you to like get it. But the it's cute to see the 16-bit graphics with the Space Jam aesthetic. But I don't know why it's not a basketball game. I don't know why it's a side-scroller beat 'em up. It's like, well, this wasn't the movie.
Well, hey, the rules and mechanics seem to I mean, so far, they're more coherent than the actual basketball game we got in the actual movie.
Yeah, Spaceman 2, the game, is much better than the movie. I'll give it that. It's a superior version of Space Jam too, but I don't know if I'd really recommend it. It's kind of really not worth downloading because you get bored after like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I would have recommended.
If it had like a bit more like to it, like if it wasn't just you go into rooms and fight, like there's not an enemy variety or anything like that, and like the integration with the level design and stuff just doesn't get more interesting. I wish it did. It starts off and it's kind of hype, like when you first start playing, you're like, this is a lot of fun. And then by the time you get to like level 3, you're like, this is the same shit over and over and over again. Like it's not. You just keep fighting hordes of enemies and punching them and throwing basketballs at them. and there's not like combos or anything like that.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it sounds like a licensed game.
Yeah, LeBron James is just
pretty-
lame, dude.
It's licensed for
He's
sure.
like the lamest, like, popular sports figure in like the last 20 years.
He's never been cool.
I mean, yeah,
he's never been a cool guy. LeBron's like never been cool.
I think after this movie, I'm put off watching Trainwreck again with his scenes.
Yeah, Bill Hader and him play more actual basketball than what's it? Yeah, where was Bill Hader in this? Make him Bugs fucking Bunny. Bill Hader could have been the bad guy.
I never found Bill Hader funny.
I mean, he's funnier than Don fucking Cheadle.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. That's true, but that's like working from.
I mean, he could do impressions. I mean, some shit, you know.
I don't believe in a world where anybody can just like
Oh.
Bill Hader.
Yeah, I'm pro Bill Hader.
That reminds me.
Bill Hader's probably already making like a good TV show like Barry.
Yeah, he showed some range. He could do some other shit besides comedy.
Man, I'm pro something over here.
That reminds me, did
Slav,
anyone
you better
notice
not,
that
Slav, you do not put Lola titties in this chat.
Oh.
Yeah, don't do that. You tripping.
Oh gosh, okay.
That's for DMs.
Well, did anyone?
That's for D. Yeah.
Delete that shit.
Roman, ready?
Can I delete this? Man, delete this.
I mean, her in like the thing isn't bad. That's not too perverse.
Yeah, this ain't your podcast. Shut up, man.
No, as long as there's not any like nudity or anything.
Man, nobody loves you, man.
Bro, it's like death row, man. Like I was just thinking, like we're live. Like you wouldn't even try to risk posting something like that because we're on YouTube, and YouTube's algorithms is fucking retarded.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like
YouTube,
I'm just saying,
YouTube
like,
entered in the algorithm like Lola Bunny porn, and they're just waiting to take this down. Like,
speaking of algorithms, speaking of algorithms,
did anyone?
Dragon, let Madcap talk real quick.
Speaking of algorithms, I'm kind of cross between two Warner Bros. Movies that deal with some sort of algorithm or equation. So you got literal algorithm in Space Jam 2, and then you got Snyder Cut, the Snyder Cut, excuse me, with Steppenwolf trying to bring Darkseid with the anti-life algorithm. I find it kind of weird.
I want the Snyder Cut of Space Jam 2. That's like 2
Is there
hours
even
longer.
one that is Space
Yeah,
Jam
it's gonna be
2?
4 hours long. There's gonna be random needle drabs, a lot of slow-mo, lots and lots of hot dogs.
Michael
See the
Jordan
music
actually
video
shows up.
opening for no
It
reason.
would have been kind of funny if Space Jam made some kind of reference to the Snyder Cut. That would have been at least
They
more
go
relevant.
through the Snyder Cut.
I mean, they do reference DC.
Yeah.
No, you know how we pointed out when we saw the Snyder Cut that there was no music video at the beginning of it? Well, that's where it is. It's in Space Jam 2.
I'd argue that there's music videos sprinkled throughout the Snyder Cut, just not at the beginning of it. You know.
Oh, you mean then like Flash he's got the hot dog in his pocket?
The hot dog. Yeah, that's a music video for sure. It's like it's an expressionist music video. I've heard people break down how that scene's like this beautiful piece of art and what the hot dogs represent and like how it's this
really?
Yeah, people like really like they give Schneider so much credit, man. They give Schneider all the credit in the world. Like, yeah, I've heard people break down like how he does these references to these old paintings and stuff like that. Like he's like recreating these images and it's like commenting on that and that stuff. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, just because you like saw a painting that you Googled online and you like recreated it as a shot for your movie doesn't mean anything to me. Like, that doesn't mean dick. Like, just because you added like a hot dog to it.
Looks like Mel Gibson right there. Look at him. Look at that beard.
He's like a wild man. Like, I feel like you could go on a safari with Zack Snyder and you'd come out okay. Like, you know, like if it was like a survivalist.
It looks like a crocodile hunter.
Yeah, like if you were stranded on an island with him, I think you'd be okay. I think he'd be very resourceful.
He'd chokehold a chimp. Look at him.
Apparently, Zack Snyder is making another film for Netflix, some kind of space Seven Samurai type of film.
Yeah, Netflix is gonna keep Snyder around.
Apparently, it's a reworking of a Star Wars pitch he made before Disney bought the series.
Netflix has become like villainous, where they're just like giving all the worst people stuff, like Ryan Johnson or Snyder, and they're just giving them these like multiple deals to make shit. Like Netflix's original content has sucked for a while now.
Hey man, at least we got David Fincher.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but like Manx, like the worst movies ever made. Like outside of like Benjamin Button, I guess. Like it's not like the stuff Fincher's been making has been like. I mean, Mindhunter's good, but like.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that
Yeah,
Netflix
calm
is
down,
full of
Pat.
Cheetos that approve shit like Cuties while they cancel shit like the Dark Crystal show.
Well, I'm just being honest though. Like the stuff Fincher's done on Netflix is not like my last thing I really liked to make was Gone Girl, and that was in Netflix. Like I don't know. I feel like the stuff he's making on there, it's like the worst side of Fincher. It's like the too cold, too indulgent. You know, too IKEA.
I mean,
IKEA.
Yeah, like those are all IKEA movies or shows.
Yeah, I'm so put off by Netflix. It's bullshit.
That's the thing. Like, they had Norm Macdonald. They ruined that shit. He had like one of the funniest shows ever, podcast, and they overproduce it. Like they like get these interesting people and then they don't do anything. They like Comedians at Cars Getting Coffee. I was a big fan of that show until it went to Netflix, and then it like sucked. And then like you always get something like Stranger Things is good for like one season. Like I really feel like Netflix's content, like
What about-
they're like compared to like HBO in like the 2000s, but I don't think they. This isn't like Sopranos, 6 Feet Under, The Wire, Deadwood, all being on at the same time. Like,
What about Ballad of Buster Scruggs? That's pretty good.
I mean, it's good,
Well,
but
I'm-
it's not like Netflix like producing these big projects. I don't know, like why didn't they do like why wouldn't they do like Parasite or something? I don't know. I just think there's like better like we got like Okja. That was the Bong Joon-ho film Netflix produced, and then like he goes back to Korea and makes Parasite. It's like what the fuck? There's some like taint with Netflix when they touch something. It just isn't as good as it should be. I don't know what it is with them. I've noticed this with stuff that Netflix touches.
Yeah, you could like Bastard Scrubs, but it's not like Netflix is taking off with that fucking movie.
Yeah, like
He
what?
thinks the
What
best streaming content right now.
like what's like what are like
I think
what's
it's,
like what's like the Netflix like original shows on there right now that are like amazing that like we're all talking about? Like I don't think they're ever. Like The Boys came out on Amazon Prime and it's already way more popular than anything on Netflix. Or like,
Yeah.
I think Netflix produces a bunch of content that I don't think there's necessarily a quality control or a.
No, there's no quality control whatsoever.
yeah,
And you technically don't have to be in demand. I guess I guess there has to be a demand for something because they're paying money to make it. But I don't know. There's kind of seems like there's almost a made-for-TV quality to Netflix.
Yeah, so essentially they're not evolving their content. They're just like making whatever you could find off the Lifetime channel or HLN.
I just think they like just have too much content and they produce too much and they like just like give people free reign. I feel like there's not like a. I feel like they just like hire somebody and they're like, okay, you can make stuff, but we're going to give you $100 million irresponsibly.
Yeah, I think. I mean, look what happened to the Netflix Death Note movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that I forgot about that.
Well, there's all sorts of shit like that. I mean, that happens all the time. Like you'll occasionally get like a Tiger King where it becomes like a cultural phenomenon for like 2 months, and then like a year later, we're all like, okay, we all moved on. Like Netflix doesn't have any like lasting.
No, I think that Stranger Things is really like.
Yeah.
It's.
I think that
nobody talks about that.
Yeah, everyone, we all move on.
Yeah.
I think that's the downside of binge watching. Like on one hand, it's cool to be able to just watch at once, and on the other hand, it seems like when you have it all available all at once, it phases out quicker.
That's because there's too much content.
Yeah, that was the thing. Like, I watched Loki the other day because I hadn't seen it, and somebody was telling me it was good, and I watched it all like in a row. I watched all 6 episodes on my couch, and like once it was over, I was already like over it. Like it was like while I was watching it, I was like kind of into it, and then like it's been a few days since I saw it, and there's nothing lingered about. And I know it was released week to week, but I watched it all at once because it was all finished. And it is sort of that thing now with like because they kind of like write these shows to be watched that way. They don't write shows in an episodic way anymore. Because I just rewatched Lost recently, and I'd seen years, and it was blowing me away like it being a network show because there's like these 22 episode fucking seasons, and it's like crazy how many filler episodes there are. It's like Naruto or something, and like you're like, holy shit, like half these episodes are pointless because they had to fill that spot, or like there's these weird like. But I was just thinking about like yeah, these guys were writing the show thinking about like we have to have these episodes and this show has to be on for years. It's different. But now it's like the opposite model where it's like we want the show to be set up where like somebody could sit down and watch it in like a few hours. like Queen's Gambit or something. And I kind of don't like it either. I feel like there's some weird middle ground between the two that works, and I just don't know what it is with like how I want stuff to be like written. I still think the like TV format is kind of what I like. I still think I like 10 episode seasons of TV shows that tell a story over like maybe 3 or 4 seasons, as opposed to like binging a season.
But that works well with like Stranger Things in its first season, because they were able to take the binge model, because each episode of Stranger Things doesn't really like, it's not a self-contained episode. You have to like keep going, which was, I think that was a genius move with Netflix for just that one season.
Yeah, it worked then. The gimmick of like binging really paid off, like a long movie. But yeah. I don't know if it has this like staying power. Like, cause how, cause like how can everything do that? It has to be a certain type of show that you could do that with. Otherwise, like, you're gonna try to watch like 4 or 5 episodes and you're gonna get burned out. As opposed to, there is something about watching a show every week. Like, there is something about like how HBO Sundays used to be a thing. Like, you would watch Game of Thrones was a lot better because you watched it weekly when it was like in its prime. Game of Thrones wouldn't have been as good if we'd have watched it all at once. Like, part of the appeal was like the week to week thing, was like talking about it and waiting for it. And then like when fucked up stuff would happen at the end of seasons, it like built up to it. But I feel like if you'd just sit down and binged it all, it would have been like gone a lot quicker. In like a few months, we would have moved on.
Going back to the episodic thing, I was just kind of thinking for a minute. Sopranos was a lot like that. You could just sit down and watch one episode, and you'd feel kind of satisfied.
Sopranos is amazing at that. Sopranos still kept network television formula. It really isn't that far off from like an X-Files or something, or one of those shows where there's a lot of these. The Sopranos has all these standalone episodes that are just like 50-minute little movies.
Was Boardwalk a lot like that? Because I know a lot of the same writers were on Boardwalk.
It was similar, but nothing. I haven't seen anything do it as well as The Sopranos. I feel like The Sopranos really like has more single standalone great episodes than any show in the 2000s. Like, people are always like, "Oh, Breaking Bad." I'm like, yeah, but Breaking Bad's like, you kind of have to watch it.
Tenuous.
Yeah, it's all about these where like The Sopranos, you could literally show someone an episode of some like season 3 of The Sopranos, and they'd know nothing about The Sopranos, and they could enjoy that episode as like its own thing. And it's got like a bunch of episodes like that. Yeah, I
Especially
agree.
when they're out in the woods looking for that.
Yeah, Pine Barrens. Guy. Yeah, that's like a short film. And David Chase designed the show that way. Like, he thought about it that way. So it's like, and that's like kind of a 90s television thing where there's all these like old shows where you can just like The Wonder Years, you can just watch an episode of The Wonder Years. You don't have to watch the entire show to like enjoy an episode. You get it from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Or like Seinfeld, you could just watch an episode of Seinfeld. Be like, wow, it was really funny.
Yeah.
And I feel like It's Always Sunny has that. It's great to watch the whole show and get the lore, but like a lot of the shows that I'm really like that are appealing to me are shows that like I can just jump in whenever I want. Like Parks and Recreation, I can just watch an episode from that show and it's good. I don't need to like, if it's after season 1. But I could just watch any episode from like a Parks and Rec later season and just enjoy it. I don't need to like watch the entire season in one go and be like, I think there's something to the quality of like writing an episode that stands on its own. Like, you have to write a story within like that time frame, as opposed to like the gimmick of, okay, this episode's over and now I'm going to tell the next part of the story in the next episode.
It was like that with the first season of Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
Then not so much with the second half of season 2. I've been watching Twin Peaks recently, so I'm a bit.
But dude, The Return,
obsessed.
The Return, like, is like the best show that's come out in forever, because like it's just like David Lynch made like 18 movies.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't make a television show. He just made hey, you want an Eraserhead movie? Okay, here's episode 8. You want a fucking Lost Highway episode? Here. You want me to do something that's like classic Twin Peaks? You want fucking Mulholland Drive? Here you go. And you could just like, it's like insane. I mean, it's like, it's honestly the best thing I've seen in like a decade was The Return. I haven't seen anything that good.
We'd have to host that here in the server sometime. Something like that.
Just watch episodes from Twin Peaks: The Return. It was.
Yeah.
I'm up to episode 8. Episode 8 was a fucking mind
Oh,
fuck.
it's like arguably the best thing David Lynch has ever done, which is a big statement, but like it's really like that big of a swing.
And you just have a concert just in the middle of it.
Yeah, he's just like, fuck it, I'm gonna have a concert at the end of episodes. Like 9 Inch Nails is gonna show up because fuck it. That's somebody really using the medium. Like, hey, you can just do shit and it's okay. And it's like it is like he's painting. Where these other people, they try to follow that like binge. I feel like Breaking Bad had a negative influence on stuff where people went for that like tension, like end on cliffhangers, and like people try to copy the formula of that. Where it's like you want to cut to the credits and you're like, oh fuck.
But here's the thing. That's when I say this. Do you blame streaming services because they want to keep you hooked? It's like people don't have the attention span that they used to.
Well, Netflix. I mean, that's where Breaking Bad got popular. It wasn't on AMC.
Yeah. Well, no, I know that's what I mean. It's like they want to follow that formula. We got to keep people invested. We got to keep people's eyes on the screen. I got all these kids over here watching YouTube. How do I compete with that?
I agree, because they don't have the idea of like someone's tuning in to watch this show. They're thinking like people have to be on this platform all day. We want them to keep this app open all day.
Yeah.
So they have to keep playing the next episode. Definitely, and I don't think movies know how to compete with it. I think that's where like movies are getting weird.
That's that's what I was going to bring up earlier, but Mita said something. I'm just messing with you, Meta. But no, what it was is that I find myself watching YouTube a lot more, and that's mostly because when it comes to a movie, that's 2 hours out of my day. But when it comes to like, let's say I want to watch like something like Trey the Explainer, you're gonna be talking about dinosaurs or something. Like I'm learning something here, and it's just 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And I get a lot
I
out
think
of that.
everybody's watching YouTube more than anything else, and I think they're very aware of that. And I think it's been that way for a long time. I don't think this is new. I think it's probably been that way for 10 years. Yeah.
I'm kind of like, I'm myself am facing that because I've never been like that. Like I used to just watch a shit ton of movies all day, but then I kind of stopped doing that because the appreciation for each movie would not be as much, because I feel like if I watch something back to back, the first two things, the first thing I watched, I won't have as much of a memory of. So it's because I have a terrible memory.
We're bored.
Yeah.
We're bored. We need like a constant stimulation. It's not like you don't have the patience anymore to like consume movies like we used to. And I still watch movies. I still have movies, but compared to like me a few years ago, where I could watch like 6 movies in one day.
Yeah.
I can't do that anymore. I don't want to do that anymore. I'd rather sit and like listen to a podcast than jump to a YouTube video that looks fun and then watch that and then move on to something else. And then like I can have headphones on and kind of just leave and like be in the kitchen or be doing something else while it's playing. I don't have to pay attention.
It's just like cook a meal or something.
Yeah, I can go out. Like I have a pool here at my apartment, and I go like lay out at the pool, and I have like a video on my phone, and I have headphones on. I just lay out and like while it's playing. I couldn't do that with a movie. The only thing I could compare it to, I feel like it's like music. The way you just like listen to music. I feel like we've found the video version of music.
But then this leads to another problem, though. I don't spend enough time by myself anymore.
Yeah, you never. Yeah, you're never alone.
And that's kind of scary.
Yeah, we don't spend time with ourselves anymore. We think we do, but you're actually never alone. Like I feel like a lot of the time when I'm like trying to go to sleep and I'm listening to a podcast or video, it's because like it's like there's other people there with me and I'm not alone. Or like when I'm home alone or I'm out at the pool, it's like I'm hanging out with this person, like they're there with me. Like I'm not. It's like not only that I'm not satisfied, I'm also it's like a fear of being alone, as well.
Yeah, I get that too. And then but then I get that worry of, okay, I'm listening to all these people, I'm being influenced by all these people. What thoughts are mine? Do I have any interesting thoughts? Like, am I a unique person anymore?
Well, you know what it is, man. It's because like back in the day, you were always stuck by where your local environment was. So let's say if you were trying to find a girl to date, you were stuck with the area that you lived in to meet a girl. Or if you were trying to build a friend group, you were stuck with the area you lived in where you work. Typically, people date or become friends with people they work with, or if they're going to school or their social circles. With this stuff nowadays, you can be selective with the things that you want to consume and have around you. So it's not like you don't have an interesting perspective. It's just the kind of people that you vibe with. You don't have to compromise on that anymore. So you can live in a constant world of satisfaction because you have options now where before you had to make compromises in life to what was like, you can build a bubble for yourself of satisfaction of what you want your life to be on a day-to-day basis. You don't have to tolerate. You don't have to settle for like, oh, I have to be friends with this guy because I don't have an opportunity to be friends with a lot of all of us talking, except like me and Madcap. We all live in different places, but we all like each other. But if it wasn't for this, we all wouldn't be talking right now. Like, Slav, you would have committed suicide. Dragon would probably be balls deep in some tabletop game, and Terrible Lizard be eating like a fast food hamburger or something like that. Like that's he'd be dipping his fries in a milkshake right now.
Madcap would be at the gym. He wouldn't have to
Madcap would be like Joe Rogan would be giving him CBD and he'd be lifting weights and
See, when you said that, Pat, I had to check if my webcam was turned on or off.
How do you know? How does he know? Which? But like that's where we'd be. But like we're all, what are we doing right now? We're all like hanging out. Where if we didn't have this, you'd probably be alone right now watching a fucking movie.
Yeah. I watched The Big Lebowski last night for the first time.
Yeah, you'd be hanging out right now watching a movie. Or masturbating to porn or something,
Yeah, man.
Bunny. Yeah. You'd be doing something. But so I don't try to see it as a negative. I just think it's a weird thing because that never existed before in the history of mankind. Where like you could like choose what world you want to live in. You always had to live in the reality of the world, but now you can create your own reality.
See, we sit here and we say these, we just observe what we're living in, and I kind of feel like, I want to make a cool story out of this, but it's like, well, what story can I make out of something that everybody's living? That's not too unique.
It all feels passe.
Yeah, it's like
yeah.
How
do you comment on
this? Sad.
How do you comment on this? How do you comment on like the technology age and what we're going through and stuff without it being like a derivative?
Yeah.
Point. Because that's how it feels.
It's like, because the future's, it used to be like, okay, in science fiction, this is going to be, 60, 50 years from now or whatever. It's
the
like,
future's now.
It's coming out. Like, yeah, it's like,
I know. That's what Mr. Robot's all about. That's what I loved about Mr. Robot. Like that show, like the argument in that show from the first episode is the future is now. We're living in the future now. The science fiction universe and movies is now. It's not coming in like 1,000 years or 100 years like how it used to be in the 80s. In the 80s, it was like Escape from New York or Terminator. Like in 2007 or 1996, like the world's going to be in the future. Like, no, we're living in the future right now. It's just when you live in the future, you wouldn't be aware that you're living in the future. You would always think the future is later. But the future's now in the present. Dead. Yeah, in the present.
I would even add on to that. I would say it's just starting. And that's...
But how isn't this the future? This is Star Trek shit, like cell phones and everything we're doing. This is all like science fiction shit 30 years ago, but we're all acting like it's just like reality.
Hey, crazy.
You remember you recommended one what was it? A movie to me with Owen Wilson in it. It was Midnight in Paris.
Oh,
and
that's a good movie.
The very, very beginning where it has all those establishing shots of Paris. But whenever you think of Paris, you think of it like in the 1940s or like past that. But you're seeing what the director, I forgot his name.
Woody Allen.
Thank you, Woody Allen. You're seeing all these modern cars, and it just kind of hits you. It's like you see all these sedans and like stuff, and you're just like, okay, that's the future. That's how I would have thought of the future back in 1950. I don't know. It's like,
yeah.
I don't know if I'm saying this right.
No, you're right. You're right. I know exactly what you mean. That's why the shots are there.
Yeah. I guess you're right. It's crazy.
That's why it's establishing the movie right there, because he's living in the future, and then he goes to the past, and then you go to the past, and you realize your past is just an idealized version that you have of the past because you don't want to accept living in the present.
Yeah.
That you're living in the future. The future's present. It's like children when they say children are the future. That's bullshit. Children don't know I always hate that. Children are like the present. They're like in the moment. They need like adults and people to teach them how to behave and live in the world and what things are right and wrong. Kids aren't like this thing that we should aspire to. Like kids are something that we should like cherish to like develop because they're in the present to move on into the future, to have a better future. We're living in the future. They're living in the now, but we're all living in the future. And that's something that's like hard to grasp all the time because you're always kind of stuck in this like version of the past self of yourself, or the version of the past in history or life that's like a better than the thing that you're living through right now. But that's all bullshit. Everything that you're like not enjoying or you think you're complaining about, these conversations were already had by other people that lived before us. We just think that it's unique to us because we're experiencing it.
For the first time.
Yeah, for the first time, they're new feelings, but we're really becoming numb to it. We're just getting numb to things faster. Yeah, we're getting numb faster because it's like accelerated.
That's true. It's like that Kung Fu Panda quote. What is it, like the past is history, the future is a mystery. That's why today's a gift. Thus, it's called the present.
That just made my day.
I'm gonna get really cringe here in a minute, but like, do you ever just feel like the underground man in a sense from Dostoevsky's novel? Like we're witnessing what we have the utopia, or we have the utopia, but we're like getting bored of it. And this,
I thought you meant like with chuds.
No, like I'm a sick man. He's talking about Dostoevsky.
Yeah,
I love that we're underground, like we're in Day of the Dead.
No, but you know what I mean. It's like,
yeah.
Oh my gosh. And it's just like you just look at the news and you just feel like it's about to get worse.
Hey guys, Madcap wants to say something.
Madcap wants to say it.
Well, I mean, as much as I have fun listening, I think I'm gonna have to call it quits tonight.
Oh,
right.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
That sucks.
You gotta go to the gym.
He's gonna go to the gym right now. I have to get a set in. Guys, it's my 12 o'clock. It's my 12 a.m. reps. So.
It's gonna be like American Psycho. He has like certain times.
Yeah.
He's gonna go return some videotapes. Yeah, face mask, pretty much.
I want to get that guy in here, that Rico Lee guy who did that American Psycho parody with the COVID thing I put in the YouTube. I did the 80s thing. That guy's like a visual Terrible Lizard. Like, I want that guy to star in a movie I direct with Terrible Lizard editing. Like, I feel like it'd be the funniest fucking movie. I want him to be like an asshole camp counselor or something. You know, like, you guys know what I'm talking about, Rico?
No,
I don't think I do.
He's not his videos on my channel. It was like California. He's like that video I put in like in the Halloween Rewind, the 80s one, where he's like, it's like the telekinesis kid, and he's like, "Who are you?" And he's like Quattro, and he's like, "That's a weird name. Why did they call you that?" They said I was special. I'm hiding from the bad men. Who are you? Oh, you know, someone else hiding from the bad men. And he throws the handcuffs down on the floor. Like, that dude's like, it's like, when I found out he was a sub to me, I'm like, who the fuck are you, dude? Like, and then he did that American Psycho parody with COVID where he's like, when I get up in the morning, I smoke my main kush, and then I switch over to a different strand of sativa. Then I have my diet, and he pulls like a pizza out of the fridge. He's like, then my routine, I use Axe body wash to exfoliate my skin. And he takes the COVID mask off, like he takes off a face mask, like it's the mask in American Psycho. He like pulls it off his face at the end.
I thought that was Blood Money. I didn't think that was actually Rico. I thought that was like a name in Aliens.
No. Blood Money is not a Hispanic guy from California who smokes weed and makes parody videos.
Okay, well that at least makes sense.
No, I want to get that guy in here. I don't know what I have him on Twitter. I gotta try to get Rico in here because that shit to me is like, that guy's amazing. That was like finding Terrible Lizard, where it's like, holy shit.
I'm trying to find this guy. Where is he?
Put in Rico. We can put it in here and watch it because he doesn't care.
I think it's Rico Lee.
Yeah, it's just Rico Lee.
Oh.
Well,
you know, there's actually a deepfake of American Psycho where it's Tom Cruise instead of Christian Bale.
Yeah. Well, he like wrote it, like Ellis wrote it thinking about Tom Cruise too.
Well,
that
I'm
makes
gonna have
sense.
to balance and get some sleep. So I'm gonna trade myself
Sounds good.
for Crazy Chameleon, who's already here with us.
It's like you're handing the baton over.
Yeah, I'm gonna be.
Yeah, you're handing me the shield.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then you lose it as soon as you get your own show.
But
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Well, that's what I'd like to share. Space Jam 2 fucking sucks. I think it might be the worst thing I've seen all year.
Space Jam 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, I agree. It's the worst thing I've seen too.
Okay.
Michael Jordan in it?
Wait, let Matt Cap talk, guys.
Before I go,
Yeah.
You just pointed that out perfectly, Dragon. Because when I was looking at Mr. Freeze, he looked fucking off. He looked like I was looking at the Witch King. No, sorry, not
The Night King. Amida.
Night King.
God, I feel like when I realized Mida was our Aiden Paladin, that like opened everything up. That changed the game.
The way he was saying the
Just
N word was
screaming
reminding
at
me of.
Madcap at any point.
It was reminding me of when Ben Shapiro was saying "wet ass p word."
Yeah.
Whenever he'd say the N
Wow.
word.
Well,
thank you, Madcap, for co-hosting and being here with me and playing Space Jam 2 with me.
I'm a bounce. You guys have a good night. Do not
Love you,
watch Space
Madcap.
Jam 2 again. I watched it a second time for all you, and it's just as
Gross.
worse.
Remember me.
So I just watched the clips on YouTube.
Yeah.
Hit those reps, Madcap.
Wait, terrible. Did you find the Rico Lee clip?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Wait, put it in the
should I put it-
server. Did you get the 80s one?
No, I didn't get the 80s one.
Get the 80s one, like every 80s movie in 3 minutes. Get that one. That's the funniest one. Like, tell me this guy couldn't be a movie star.
That's the
Yeah,
American Psycho
we can
one.
watch that one later. But yeah, it's called every 80s movie in 3 minutes.
I'm just typing 80s.
Yeah, every 80s. Put in like every 80s movies in 3 minutes. You're like my Jamie right now. Fuck. Jamie, pull up that Rico Lee video.
That Rico Lee could tear you to shreds.
Dude, I want to
There we go.
that's the thing. I want to work with this guy so bad. Yeah, okay, we'll play this. This guy's fucking brilliant. Like, this is like old YouTube, like sketches.
Yeah, sketches, pranks. Yeah,
you guys all see it, right?
I see.
Okay.
Watching the stream.
Yeah, watch it on the stream.
Wait.
I'm playing it on the stream. Go to the
Oh,
YouTube
okay. Do I
stream.
watch it on the stream?
Yeah, you gotta watch it on the
I've
stream.
seen this. Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta get this guy. I want to get in this guy's fucking head.
I want to know this guy's
What
fucking
are you
routine.
doing,
He's
Howard?
ripped.
I'm hiding. From who? You little punk. The bad men.
I feel like him and Terrible Lizard need to be best friends.
You know. Just someone else.
Gym buddies.
Hiding from the bad men. You got a name? Quattro. Interesting. Why do they call you that? They said was special. I have 4 telepathic nipples. Cool. They call me Zane. It's them. Who's there? Hello, it's me, the government. Gonna need that kid. Nah, I don't think so, Spook. Okay, fine. You wanna do this the hard way? I'm game. I love it hard.
Terrible. I love that he's added that like warp effect thing that is in Adobe to like fix a shot to like every shot.
Yeah.
It's
It's pretty good.
Weird, like surreal.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. All right. Okay.
If he walks up to me with a toothpick and says, "Want to be
You win.
friends?"
What are you doing, you little punk?
You kids have a nice day. All right. Oh man, you did that? You want to be friends? Oh man. The 80s are awesome. Air 5.
Well, he's earned my subscription.
Beats like a drum deep in your veins. I will not lie, little sister.
His face at the end here. Slash shot. I'm telling you, like the fact he has like no subscribers, it's like terrible. You, him, and I need to work on shit together, and we have reached like Mecca. Like that guy just gets it. Like he's the guy we put on camera. Like, man, the 80s are awesome. Like the way he says everything.
He looks like Cobra. Like Sylvester Stallone from Cobra.
Dude, Cult Film Video, you're so right. Like, I listen to like weird content streams, and I have the weirdest fucking dreams. You're not wrong. Like, I have these insane dreams because I like fall asleep and I hear the podcast talking in my dreams, and I have these crazy fucking like surrealist dreams that are like that I didn't have until because I've trained myself to not be able to go to sleep without like content. Like, I can't just like put my head on a pillow and go to sleep, and it's really fucked me up. It's like how I shouldn't drink coffee after like 2:00, but I always do.
Oh man, that's gotta suck. Yeah, that guy needs to be an action comedy star.
Dude, like I said, like him being like a camp counselor, like in an 80s parody, and he's like treating the kids shitty, like, hey, you little punk. Like a sleepaway camp aesthetic. But like, I feel like that stuff really reminds you of like Terrible Lizards, like memes, but like a guy doing it.
As opposed to a girl doing it.
Yeah, well, I love how he added he gets like doing bad stuff on purpose, like the way he adds the warp effect and it looks like shit and it's funny. Or like, you know, the way he like delivers those lines, he's like really funny and like nobody watches his shit.
Well, that's YouTube for you.
Yeah.
I know. No, like sketches don't do anything anymore. These guys who
That's
make like,
gotta
really good
suck.
sketches.
Yeah, because with comedy dying in theaters, you'd think like YouTube would be the next bastion. It'd be like a paradise practically.
It basically just lives on in like memes and stuff. Like last night during the Kanye thing, like all of the memes and the stuff in the Discord chats was like the funniest shit ever. Just everybody kept writing stuff in the chats, and it was like there's like back when Cloverfield came out, and there was the trailer for Cloverfield, and nobody knew what it was. Everybody on the internet was trying to figure out what was going on in the trailer, like if it was a Voltron movie. That was a big theory at the time. And I remember there's a part where somebody said they heard what a guy says in the scene, and he says, "It's a lion, it's huge." This was a big thing on the internet when that trailer came out. So people said, "Oh, it's a Voltron movie. It's lions," because they are like these lions that go together.
Oh.
So somebody said a guy yelled out during that because you remember that Cloverfield trailer, you just like see the Statue of Liberty and hear people yelling, and everyone kept saying, "A guy said it's a lion. It's huge." So during the Kanye stream last night, like all you see is a black screen with a crowd waiting for Kanye to come out. And you can't tell what anyone's saying. Like, and everyone's like, "Is he coming out?" And one guy wrote in the thing, he's like, "It's a lion. It's huge." And I just love that shit. It's like only like certain people are gonna get that joke. You know, it's like
Niche.
Did he actually sing? Like, did he actually perform?
No, he just stood. I wish we could watch that without getting. We'll probably get a copyright for the "Cry Little Sister" Lost Boys song, but like,
that sucks.
But he literally stood in a state. If you can like look up photos of it on Google Images and stuff, he just stood in like this red outfit on like in a white floor and just like stood there for like 45 minutes and played this like really shitty album and didn't do anything. And then at the end, he just stares at everybody like something's gonna happen, and nothing happens, and he just walks away.
It's gonna be okay, y'all.
Yeah, we're gonna be okay. I just made me think of Reservoir Dogs, where like he's in the car in the back with his stomach shut. And he's like, "I'm fucking dying here." And Armageddon does like, "You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay."
You should do a
So
video on
like
Reservoir
Super Chevy's
Dogs.
just gonna run out?
You're gonna be okay. I'm fucking dying here. Yeah, Reservoir Dogs
Fucking
starts
hell,
so weird. That first like scene is insane. Like he's like an expert on shit. He's like, "Listen, a shot to the gut is one of the best shots you could. It's gonna hurt like hell, but you're gonna make it out okay." Or like at the beginning when they're like talking about like waitresses, and then like Mr. White, like he knows these statistics. He's like, "Listen, single mothers make most of their money by being waitress." It's like, where the fuck is this coming from? This is like a sociology student. Yeah, this is
It is.
So it's Kaneda, it's Kanye-da, but
Kanye.
Kanye-da. But he literally he just like walked around, and then there was one point he like ran, and everyone was like, "Damn, he's really fast." And then it looked like he got tired from running, and he just kind of hung out for a bit, and then he gets down and prays for like 5 minutes.
Was he running like Sonic, or was he wearing like
it was insane.
the jacket?
It was insane.
Was he wearing a red jacket?
Like all I needed was Slav drunk yelling. Yeah, he was wearing that outfit the whole time.
You don't want me drunk during that.
Yeah, you'd
You
be
already know
saying
what I would say.
you'd be saying way too much racist. Look at that inward run.
No.
That P word.
Totally.
That boy's fast. Yeah, it was I mean, it was pure Kanye where it was just like hyped up to the moon, and then it's like crazy and disappointing and weird, and then 10 years from now we're all going to say it's a masterpiece. It's pretty typical. I talk about like how I hate this modern narcissism and God worship. Then I'm like, I love Kanye West. It's like, oh, well,
Hypocrisy of Pat.
yeah.
I'll make another album, and then you could be like, wow, that's pretty good. Maybe Kanye wasn't so bad after all.
That's the thing. I want another good Kanye album.
What was the last good one?
Life of Pablo was the last like complete one that felt like an album because everything else has felt like an unfinished. Like Ye's very unfinished. I mean, Kids See Ghost is good, but it's not really a Kanye album.
Oh
but
yeah, I remember this album. Okay, yeah.
I can still feel the love.
Collab.
Fast and the Furious 9 trailer, and then Jesus Came. But Life is Pablo, like yeah, I would say that's like the last one that was like in that dark twisted fantasy or like.
Yeah, that's a great album. Well, My Dark Twisted Fantasy, I love that one.
Yeah, Life of Pablo's last time
some
felt
songs
like
from music.
He did an album, but like the last like 4 albums, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck he's doing. I guess he's too caught up in making shoes.
Or what is it, robes?
Well, he's
he's
like a fucking billionaire. It worked. Like the Yeezy shoe is huge. Like everyone made fun of it, and then now it's like huge. It's like he sells these shoes for like $1,000 and people buy them. No, you got to try to find the menu for that concert venue. There's the food menu, there's pictures, and it's like chicken tenders are $50, a hot dog's $40. Yeah, it's crazy. Like,
why would he do that?
I don't know. Yeah, like a hot dog's $40. I know things are always marked up at concerts, but it's like crazy.
What?
Like a slice of pizza is like $50.
Like at least do $20 or $30.
Yeah,
Here
see
we
if
go,
you
I
can.
found it.
Yeah, this needs to be deciphered. Yeah, everyday menu. Sweet and salty kettle corn, $35. Assorted snack basket, $65.
Come on.
Crispy chicken.
Harkins doesn't even charge that much.
Crispy chicken tenders, $50. All beef kosher franks, $40. Cookies and brownies, $45.
Are they fucking edibles? What is this shit?
Yeah. What's in a fucking $40 hot dog?
I'm like.
I like how it's all like specific.
What's the meaning of this shit?
Yeah, what's the meme that I created? By the way, Terrible, I did your job for you on that one. You should have created that Grand Budapest meme before I did. That was why isn't that a meme? What's the meaning of it? And you just put whatever you want there. I created that meme and I don't get any credit for it. But
like on Twitter and then like
put it on Twitter, yeah. Then you get credit. Put it on Reddit.
As Blood Money said, he's like a meme and a half, sir. But like, let's break this down. Like just
2.5 memes.
The specifics here, right? So like, it says their bottle, like a bottle of water, it says $60, right? Is that water? And then, but I like the specifics here. It's vegetarian cookies and brownies. It's kosher franks. It's a basket of gluten-free chips, bars, and jerky for $65. Gluten-free, dairy-free, vegan, sweet, salty kettle corn, $35. So I did the math on this last night, guys. The tickets were $83, and then you include if you got food and drinks, and then parking and all that. Easily $250 to go to this 45-minute event where Kanye stood on a stage. It didn't do anything and played this album. Played snippets from this album.
And you waited 2 hours.
Yeah, he was
for him to come out.
I was up till 4 a.m. last night waiting for Donda to drop, and it never dropped. Everyone kept saying, "Oh, it's going to drop Pacific time. It's going to drop at 3 o'clock in the morning here." It's like, okay, it didn't happen. I was on a Discord server all night waiting for this album, and then everybody was just sharing memes and breaking down this event. I don't know if I wasted my life or it was a great experience. I don't know.
It's both.
It's both. You can have both.
But like, if you terrible off this menu, what would you get?
I mean, I fucking hate corn, but I honestly just to save money, I'll just get the sweet and salty kettle corn.
Well, what do you want off the menu? Like, let's say you're a millionaire and you can just spend $65 on shit. What would you get?
Oh, the tendies, no question.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the tendies all the way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I probably get the chicken tenders.
Wouldn't it be great to be
and
like
a milkshake?
Wouldn't it be great to
and
be
a
like a
milkshake to dip it in.
baller? Like you're like a rich guy and you buy like 2 orders of you like impressing the girl you're with. You get like 2 orders of the $50 tendies, and you got like a bottle of vegan champagne, gluten-free champagne, and you're like pouring it for, and you're like, this bottle was $2,000, and you guys are sharing it.
These chips were $3,000.
Whoa, babe!
She's like, you're wearing a pair of like $2,000 Yeezys. You're like,
what was that shirt with the holes in it that Kanye created? What was that? Was that him?
I don't know if he created it. I have shirts with holes in them that I've worn for years.
No. It was part of like some brand. Somebody did it where it was just a white shirt and it had holes in it. It was like thousands of dollars. It was crazy.
I know you made brown robes, but that's about it.
Can I just say with the Kumite comparison that I'm upset we didn't get the Madcap Meta fight on Saturday recorded?
I was trying to like reference that. Like I was like,
we had an internet blood sport on Saturday. Yeah, like me and Mida had like a 10-hour conversation. Like it was supposed to be. This is what happened. Let me break this down because the Space Jam 2 stream was supposed to happen last week when the movie came out. So none of us knew how to screen share HBO Max without it going black, and Slav like fucked us all over. And then he didn't show up. So then we were like, me and Madcap were trying to watch it, and the Mida shows up and we start arguing about like culture and stuff. But we're not arguing, we're having a conversation. Arguing isn't the right word. But then like me, Slav and Mida watch Space Jam 2 at 3 a.m. And then Dan shows up at like 4:35 in the morning and he talks to us for like an hour. And then Madcap shows up at like 6. It comes in and tells us what he thought of Space Jam 2. And then him and Mida get in this like fight for like 10 minutes. And it was like total like internet blood sport shit. It was amazing. And I'm like, God damn, this would have been like this 10-hour stream would have sucked, but that last 15 minutes.
World Star.
Yeah, like
at least record it?
No, because I didn't think it like it kept evolving naturally. It didn't it wasn't a thing where like I kept thinking I was gonna go to bed. I mean I was literally on here for like over 12 hours. Like Slav was here with me for a while.
Oh, dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like I thought I was waiting for you to end the conversation, but you kept going 5 hours after that movie, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah.
I was like, "This is fun, but I don't want to end." But
Adderall, boys. No.
Power streaming.
Yeah.
It would have been the longest live stream because we did that 7-hour live stream the one time, like the WandaVision. I thought, fuck, we're never gonna be able to go that long again. And I was like, oh, okay, that was 12 hours. But I was like, God, how do they do EFAP? They do this like every fucking week.
Yeah, I don't even think I could do it for one day.
That fucked me up. That fucked my sleep schedule up and me for like a week. I was fucked up for like 3 days after that. Like just oh yeah, just depressed and fucked up. Like because I went to bed at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, man, don't do that to yourself.
And like
Meta's not worth it.
and talking about everything. It was like insane.
Yeah.
I had like a million conversations. And then it was like, no, it was literally like tripping. It was like being on acid or something. We have this like 12-hour trip and you talk with somebody about the universe. Then you're tired for like 3 days. But it was all natural. God. And I was like, holy fuck. Yeah, I definitely don't want to. I'm glad we're finally streaming though. Like this actually turned out pretty nice.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, it's good that you're streaming again.
It's been fun.
I want to start it up again. I want to get back into it. That was the plan last week and it just got fucked up.
Yeah, at least the BTS episode was good.
Yeah, BTS was great.
Oh yeah. That's the Bloody Money special.
I like how you yeah, that was a great one. I just like how you devolved into like, dunking on them, saying they suck, and then saying like, oh, maybe they're not so bad, and then going, wow, these guys are really great.
And then going deep into the realms of the internet of androgyny. No, that's my favorite podcast I've ever done. That's like everything I want in a podcast because it takes you on a journey. Because it started out
bipolar.
And I even told like I mean this is the truth. I recorded that and Blood Money didn't know I was recording it until after. And it was like we kind of because that's against the law, but we kind of got in a fight about it. Because he was like, dude, I pissed like 3 times during that. And I'm like, yeah. And because here's what's gonna happen. We were gonna watch 3 Men and a Baby. We were gonna sit down because sometimes me and him just get together and watch random movies together.
Oh.
Like one night we watched What Women Want with Mel Gibson. And like so he was on there and he's like, let's watch 3 Men and a Baby because we were talking about how we wanted to remake Cocoon. and we were like writing a remake to Cocoon that night. We're like, all right, Paul Rudd is the Steve Guttenberg character. We're like, Ted Danson's got to be in it. Tom Selleck's got to be in it. And they were like, dude, 3 Men and a Baby. So we were going to watch it and say, hey, we should record a beef stew. And then I was like, hey, have you seen that BTS McDonald's commercial? And I had already hit record because I thought we were going to watch 3 Men and a Baby. That's what happened. So I didn't like do it like with subterfuge. It was just organic. And he said, yeah, let's watch it. And then it turned into that whole fucking thing. Like
those, a nice detour.
Those are the conversations that you guys never get to hear between him and I. Like when we like go on these like rants, but like I just love how that started as like, let's make fun of this commercial. Then it's like, let's listen to BTS. Let's read about BTS. And then let's like get into their comic books and the lore and the mythology of it. And it was like this, that podcast has this like sense of discovery to it.
It does.
Like,
yeah, that's a great podcast.
Yeah, I also just think there's so many one-liners in that too, because he like usually if Blood Money's being recorded, he doesn't lean into it as much. But we were really like when I asked him like, if I mailed you these Funko Pops of BTS, would you be mad? He's like, fuck no, I'd put them in my driveway like gnomes. I'd put them in people's mailboxes.
That's great.
Like that's the thing. He's so fucking funny, and he like you never really get that on the podcast that we do. But like that one, it's like no, like those are the conversations we have for like hours. Like we talk for like 8. That's the thing. We talk at 10 hours. I do that with Blood Money all the time. All the time, me and him talk for like 10 hours. He'll like
call the tragedy and the comedy that we're not going to get to see these conversations.
Well, that's why I'm glad I got that one. Oh,
know, right?
oh my
like
God!
gem.
See, the meme begins. That's the thing. Why isn't
Chicken McNugget?
Why isn't this a meme? Yeah, it should say Chicken McNuggets $50 on there. The BTS meal.
Yeah, why didn't you do that? Should have gone BTS. So like, what is it?
But well, the funniest one ever was when we didn't record. There's a few, but like there was this one time that we were like talking about Spielberg and John Landis and the Twilight Zone thing, and it was like this 5-hour conversation, and it might be the funniest conversation I've ever had with anyone. Like, we were just making the most messed up jokes about Spielberg killing children and stuff, and it just went on and it just got insane. Like, it got so insane. And then the night that we wrote Indiana Jones 5, I wish we had recorded that because we forgot all of it. Like, we sat down and we wrote a 5th Indiana Jones movie for like 6 hours. Because it just started off as a good, yeah, we wrote a sharp out, like it started as a joke. I was like, hey, what would you want to do with Indiana Jones, like if you did it again? And we started talking. And then, like, 2 hours into it, we were, like, fleshing it out. Well, I've always been that idea for a podcast with him called The Pitch Room, where me and him have to, like, get a premise for a movie, and then we have to flesh out the premise and pitch it in, like, a 2-hour podcast, and then you bring guests in, and they have to do it, too.
You know what you could do, Pat? You could do, like, what Kevin Smith did, where he just came up with, like, this joke, and then he turned it into a real movie. Just do that. Like, come up with joke pitches, and then try to make them into serious movies.
Well, I would just like the idea. Movies. I would just like the idea of like it would be insane. It's like a fun exercise, like a writing exercise. So like let's say we're all in a group, and then it's like, okay, you have to write this. Like somebody picks it. It's like you have to write this movie, and then we all have to sit down and figure out the movie. Like when we did the Black Superman. You know, I think that's a really fun.
Ooh, I would love to do that.
It's really fun. Like it's a pitch. Like you have to pitch a movie that's never going to get made, and it's like it can be whatever you want it to be, and you can cast whoever you want. And do it any way you want. I mean, him have had a lot of the Garden State video I made. That was a conversation of Blood Money. The Garden State video, the horror movie thing, that all came, and the Good Will Hunting video all came from a conversation with him. A lot of the jokes in those videos came from him.
You should do one based on BTS, like a movie based on BTS about 2 guys like finding deep lore.
No, I gotta tell you, TL, Blood Money even said it. He was like, "Can you get Terrible Lizard to edit like a highlight video from this BTS podcast? Because I think it would be great." He said your name like immediately.
I was just about to say that. I was gonna say I should watch through and look for some clippable moments and do a little.
Dude, I would love if you did highlight stuff like that thing you did on How to Get a Girl is still my favorite video that's ever been done. Like, I mean, that's like a stand-up routine. Like how you cut that 30 minutes down to like a 7-minute routine. It's like, fuck, this is like a good, because before it was long, but you made it into like a good bit where it's like, fuck, this would slay.
It's fun sized.
But I feel like that BTS thing has a bunch of shit like that, or like some of these live streams. I wish we could just take like parts out, because like, yeah, it's too, because I never want to go through and do the highlight clips. I know it's me just being lazy, but like the way you edit it's really funny. You turned it into like a funny thing on its own. But But like he was the one like the Good Will Hunting thing. Like we were just talking one night, and he was like, "Did you know Good Will Hunting's a genius and it's fucking stupid?" And I go, "Yeah, I always thought that too." And then we fleshed it out. That's where a lot of the ideas came from. Like, yeah, like he's a superhero. Or the Garden State video, he was talking to me. He's like, "You ever notice there's a horror movie?" And I go, "What do you mean?" He's like, "That part where she's like dancing in front of the bed." He's like, "That would scare the shit out of me." And I was like, "Oh fuck, you're right." Like, and we even came up with the goblin thing that night. Like, I was like, the scene where he puts the headphones on, and then we were like, "Which?" And like, I would love to just record stuff with him and like turn it into like 5-minute videos. I think that shit would be fucking hilarious.
I love this creative process where you two just sort of like spit take and babble, but then it's sort of like ping pong, and then it just like funnels into something more cohesive.
You know what people used to call that? They call that writing. It's really funny.
Writing.
Yeah, that's what writing is. It's you either setting by yourself and you do it in your head, or you set with other writers and you sit down and you flesh it out and then you write down and then you edit it down to its final form. That's what writing is.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't do that
on
the Ghostbusters set for 9 hours and then you actually take it.
So that's what I don't get when these movies have like shit scripts, or when I see stuff and people like give me shit like, "Well, you couldn't write something better." It's like, yeah, actually I could. I disagree with you that I couldn't write something better. I know I could write something better because, like,
and then they say, "Well, why aren't you out there doing it?" Well, it's like, these people are
that takes
privileged by knowing these people.
Yeah, it's not a talent.
Yeah, most people could actually do that.
Yeah, it's not hard. It's not.
Stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's not hard to set with somebody and flesh an idea. That's what you should do if you're getting paid to do it. I do it for fun, but like, I remember J.J. Abrams said him and Lawrence Kasdan walked around for days and talked about Force Awakens. I'm like, well, that shit ain't true. Because
they watched for like 2 minutes.
You sit down at a table. Like conceptually, if you're writing a movie, you'd sit down at a table and you would just you would go out, eat lunch, and you would sit down and talk, and you would write, and you'd flesh out a story, and then you would go write a script based off the stuff that you talked about, or you do it all in your head, which is writing too. But it's like how stand-ups work out routines on stage. It's the same. It's the same thing. So like, yeah, you turn like a 6-hour conversation into like a 5-minute thing. Well, you turn like weeks of conversation into a 2-hour movie. Or internalize conversations you're having with yourself. I mean, that's the skill of a writer. That's all a writer is somebody who has the ability to do that. If you can't do that,
right?
If you can't do that, you're not a writer. Essentially, that's
you're essentially just documenting, right? You're just kind of like taking notes from your head, and then you're just writing down the best parts.
Well, you're being creative. Though. That's where the creative part comes in. It's not like. It's not like you're sitting there and going, "Hey, Garden State's a horror movie," and that's it. You flesh it out. You like talk it out, and then the other person you're with goes like, "Hey, what about this?" And you're like, "Oh, okay." And then it inspires you, and then you keep like fleshing it out more and more and more. And then at the end, you're like, "Wait, I actually kind of have like a video out of this now. Shit, this isn't us just bullshitting. This is like a whole premise." And I used to talk to him a lot more, so a lot of my videos were that, but I don't talk to him as much now, so I kind of have to do it alone now. But back in the day, a lot of the early Please Rewind videos were just like abbreviated versions of like conversations with Blood Money. He used to yell at me. He's like, "You're like the Jewish producer taking my music, like my soul music." Because like half the jokes that would be in the videos or points were like stuff that he said, and he just nobody knew because he never heard the conversation. Like that BTS thing, like a lot of the stuff he said, if I was to make a video, I would just save that stuff and I pretend that I said it. That's also part of being a writer. You steal.
Yeah, true. You probably find like good quotes. What was that movie? It was a movie with James Woods and Michael J. Fox. I forgot what it was called.
Yeah, The Hard Way.
He steals the line. Yeah, The Hard Way. That's a great movie. Yeah,
well, like Tarantino, you don't think that stuff he writes is conversations he's heard people have or conversations he has with other people?
Totally.
Of course it is.
He probably had that conversation 5 minutes ago.
He lived in Amsterdam when he was writing Pulp Fiction. You don't think he had the Royale with cheese conversation? That's why everyone sounds like Tarantino. Those are conversations he's had or that he heard people have. Or like Kevin Smith, that's why his first 2 movies are the good ones, because those are conversations he had before he got famous. Then he had to actually start writing, and he couldn't do it. But like Clerks is just conversations he clearly had when he worked at Quick Stop. Like he had the Star Wars conversation with somebody at Quick Stop about Empire and all that and Return of the Jedi. Like they had that conversation.
Or Cameron Crowe.
Yeah, that's what a lot of writing is.
Almost
like
famous.
A lot of people don't get, like, that's what a lot of writing is. Like people always just like, I don't know how to write. It's like you have to listen. Like you have to take in the world. Like you have to take, like people are like, how do you write good dialogue? It's like you have to listen to what people say.
And and that's interesting you say that about having conversations with people. Notice how with Lovecraft, bringing up Reddit stuff, as Meta would say. But notice how a lot of his stuff wouldn't be dialogue driven. It would be, like what, mostly a silent mostly a silent story. It'd be mostly a narrator like telling you about things, right? Or describing a scene. It'd be horror. So yeah, you may be onto something there. Yeah.
Well, it's just in a cinematic form. I'm not necessarily talking in a literary form.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Those are different.
Yeah, because someone who has to write prose.
He recently did. Did you hear Tarantino wrote like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? He wrote that into a book.
Yeah.
Well, even with some, writers who write prose, they have to have conversations with people. They have to have interesting things to hear other people say, because that's not all of them.
No.
Or at least,
100%. Like that's, how does an idea come to you or something like that, or how do you flesh something out? It has to be bounced off, or it has to be inspired by something from someone else. I'm not saying it's a direct take from that, but
everybody plagiarizes.
Yeah, it's true. That's why I never really get this whole thing about people plagiarizing. It's like everybody does it. Like, to be an artist is to be a thief. It's to be a charlatan. It's to be you're basically
a fraud.
Yeah, because when people. That's why I talk to Sony when I try to give people advice on writing, because I have no issues with writing. I don't get writer's block. I can write a script pretty efficiently. I don't have issues writing videos. And people are like, how do you do that? I can't do that. And it's like, you just have to take things from your life. I know it's tough because you have to be honest and introspective, and it's tough. You got to be really honest about yourself. But that's how you interpret things in art, too. It's not just like the reason The Last Jedi made so many of us mad, it's not because you're pointing plot holes out in it or issues with it. It's because Rian Johnson's points are coming through in his writing. There's the themes of the movie, and what he's saying is giving you a reflection of what's going on in his head. And if you really watch it, it's very obvious, like it is for any movie. Like creative writing doesn't lie in that way. That doesn't mean you can't misinterpret something, but typically when something gives you a negative feeling, or as opposed to that really positive feeling, that place that it's coming from is based in some form of truth or honesty. And that's what good art is. Good art is like somebody really tapping into some truth to themselves, but then becomes a universal truth that other people are able to connect with. When the thing gives you a negative feeling, there's a reason for that, because it's either not well researched or a well taken perspective. Yeah, or it's deceptive. It's not done out of honesty. It's done out of a manipulation to try to. Some people are really good at that. Some people are really good at that manipulation, and they can get away with it. But when you can't get away with it, that's typically when a movie, like, you wonder why a movie pisses you off. That's why it pissed you off, because that guy who made that movie pissed you off. That's why it's okay to blame filmmakers. That's why it's okay to be mad at these guys. Or people are like, don't attack the artist, attack the work. It's like, no, that's
the artist is attached to the work.
Yeah, the reason that you're pissed off at that thing is because of that person. It's not because of the work itself.
It's like being punched by a person saying, I didn't do it, my arm did. Like, how stupid would that be?
Well, why is it when we praise stuff, we're allowed to praise the person who made it, but then when you attack something, all of a sudden you have to be nice and cordial, or it becomes a defensive experience when you're attacking the person. Yet when they're brilliant, it's okay.
Denial, probably.
It's okay to be like, oh, that guy's a genius. Maybe he got too much credit though. Whereas then when something bad, then it's like, hey, you suck, and then everyone's like, well, hey, it's really hard to make a movie. There's a lot of moving pieces. It's like, is it though? Is it that hard to make?
I feel like movies should be pretty easy.
Is it that hard to make an okay movie? I'm not saying it's easy to make a great movie. I'm not saying it's easy to make
or an excellent movie.
But
people did it for decades.
Do I think it's easy to make a film that's coherent, makes sense, and isn't incoherent? Yes. Like a movie like Space Jam 2 or these other movies. Do I think that it's easy to not do that? Yes. That's why I don't give it a pass. That's why I'm not like, oh, well, they probably... It's like, no, you just didn't do your... You didn't work hard enough. That's all it is. Right. You didn't sit down and do work. It's like if your job and you're fucking off, the quality of the product's going to come out lesser. All that it tells me is that the people who were writing it or on the set working on it, they didn't work hard enough. Either LeBron James, they couldn't tell him what to do because he had too much power, or they didn't sit down and look at the script and figure it out. They didn't do enough takes to get the performances the way they wanted to. They didn't have any kind of ideas. It just tells me they were just slapping shit together. And they weren't working. I actually think it was very lazy. I actually think they're probably going and doing very short days and doing very lazy work. I don't think they're actually working. I think if they actually sat down and did work.
Well, I think the movie Space Jam 2 was directed by the same guy who did Scary Movie 5.
Oh my god.
But even so,
why didn't they get the Double Toasted guys?
Yeah. Oh, I would love a Corey Space. Yeah, he directed Space Jam. I would love the Corey.
Yeah, why doesn't he do like his own edit, like a double toasted edit, like a Corey edit?
Yeah,
Corey cut.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you see these people who do these podcasts or these shows like that, and they're sitting there and they're fleshing out ideas and bits and routines, and that's all like you expect. It's not much to ask a writer or a director who got paid a lot of money to make a movie to do that same. So it's like, yeah, it pisses me off because they didn't put consideration into the work they were doing, and then you're supposed to just like be okay with it. Well, that's like fucking bullshit. That's like if somebody took a shit on your burger at a restaurant, you're supposed to be like, well, I can't be mad that he shit on my burger. It's like, no, you go in the back and you punch him in the fucking face. Like, that's how it is. Like, it's bullshit. It's wasting your time.
Wasting their time.
Yeah, obviously they don't value their time, so I don't care, but they don't value my time. And that's where it makes me angry. Like, you didn't value my time. Because I don't expect you to be great. I expect at least adequate. I don't expect incompetency. Like, movies used to be adequate up until recently. There was like an adequate generic quality to a movie that was a standard that existed for a long time. Like, a bad movie in the 70s is leagues better than a bad movie today, because a bad movie today isn't even a movie. Like, nobody's even trying.
Yeah.
Like,
or any movie's just better than a Marvel movie.
Well, it's just this generic bullshit. And I'm just sick of it. I'm just like really sick of it. I'm sick of people. And like when I watch these YouTube videos, these essays, like I tell like they're not working that hard on the video, and it pisses me off. It's like, oh, you just slapped this together because it was something you knew would do well. You didn't actually like put time into this, into your editing or into your like whatever you're working on. Like you just kind of, and it's like, it's fucking lazy, and I get it, but it's at the same time, it's like I'm gonna like criticize you for it, because you don't want to actually. Yeah. Because it all comes down to work.
I feel like, yeah, Lores, that's actually a good channel. He does all these, reviews about movies, and they kind of flesh things out. You're kind of like, oh, that's pretty cool. By the end of it, you're like, wow, that was amazing. Like when they're talking about Kevin Smith, or how they're talking about like how Marvel movies kill comedies.
Yeah. But like, like that first Iron Man movie, Jon Favreau, I think Jon Favreau worked very hard on that movie. And I think Robert Downey Jr. worked really hard on that movie, and I think it shows. I think like they spent a lot of time.
Yeah, I remember that movie.
I think they've spent a lot of time working on Tony Stark in that movie, and like how you can even see it if you see the behind the scenes stuff in that movie. They're like working. They're like blocking the scenes and really trying to figure out how like to get the tone they want, and they're working on the delivery and all that stuff. They were focused on that more than I think they were in like action and special effects. But that's why the movie works. That's why it's a good movie, and other movies you see.
Populated.
Other movies you see, you're like, well, fuck, did you guys not go down and talk for 5 minutes to fix this like minor issue that could easily be fixed? I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. Like if something's not working, you got to be like, okay, we got to go fix this real quick. And then you go fix it. And I don't think it should take long. I think it should take a few minutes to find a solution. Yeah. And I'm not talking about like a setup, lighting, camera thing, because that does take a long time.
Yeah,
there's no way to do that fast. But like your creative choices, I think you should be able to go figure them out. I mean, that's why you're hired to do that. That's your job, is to be like creative and come up with a solution to it. But you're basically solving problems all day. That's what you're supposed to be doing.
Problem solver.
But then when
how can you not appreciate that?
Yeah, but when you don't do that, it's like it pisses you off.
Didn't Kubrick say the hardest part of his job was getting out of the car each morning because of all those people running up to him and saying the problems they had, and that the rest of the day was just solving those problems?
Well, that's what a director is. You're like answering questions all day, and they cost thousands of dollars. And a good director answers those questions quickly and with good answers.
Like Scorsese did. I think
Jonah Hill said
that.
We
talked about it. Yeah.
Yeah, he says you go ask Scorsese a question, he gives you an answer in like 20 seconds, and it's a good answer. It's thoughtful. It's really a lot of it's just being thoughtful. And I don't mean thoughtful and like considerate of people, thoughtful and considerate in what you're thinking about and saying. And I think people who aren't thoughtful,
making sure it's worth it.
People who aren't thoughtful are typically people I don't like very much. Because if they're not thoughtful with that stuff, they're not thoughtful towards others. So they're typically not a good enough person that I would want to associate myself with.
Exactly. Going back to Space Jam and movies today, having all those problems, I think it can be all personified, kind of, if that's the right word, in what Rich Evans said about the holiday special back like 5 years ago when they covered it on Half the Bag. He said the holiday special was everybody doing all this work who didn't really care, And then they'd go and show George the dailies, and he'd be too busy counting his money, and he'd be like, "Oh yeah, that looks fine," and he would wave them away. I feel like that was the director on Space Jam 2.
I feel like the best I feel like the
2.
best parody of that, or representation of that, which oddly enough Kevin Smith did, even though I don't really like Kevin Smith's movies, but that scene in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, the Good Will Hunting 2, where like they're just filming it, and then he's like, "Hey Gus, any direction?" And Gus Van Sant's counting money, and they're just cashing in on Good Will Hunting, and they're just like, and it's like that movie actually captures Hollywood really well. It's like too clever for a Kevin Smith scene. I almost believe that Matt Damon wrote that or something, or Ben Affleck wrote that scene. I almost don't believe Kevin Smith wrote
or
that.
both.
It's like too smart.
The applesauce scene.
Yeah, like if you watch,
Yeah,
the end.
cowardly.
I mean, I love it. I love that was the Terrible Lizard at it, where but it that like you watch that scene and it's like, this is so smart. Like they're making fun of the stuff I made fun of. Good Want. Like it's so. Are we gonna have that problem again? You know, and I don't like the sound of them apples, Will. And it's like, it's just
applesauce.
It's just vanity and like cash in, and nobody's caring, and it's bullshit. And it's like, God, that is so accurate. I feel like it's such an accurate. You know, it's like the best Saturday Night Live sketch or something. It's like, and they're taking digs on themselves, and it's like, okay, Kevin Smith did not write this. There's no fucking way.
No.
Or like
you just kind of tell by his personality. It just seems kind of like cowardly. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. Should I rewrite that for you? Like somebody gets really mad at him.
I think he lacks confidence. I think that's what's hurt Kevin his whole career. Like when he's talking about Tusk in that podcast, the movie that he made isn't what the greatness of that podcast is. He didn't actually make that movie. He lets Johnny Depp and Michael Parks improvise for 15 minutes in this horrible fucking scene at a cabin. It's like, no, dude. Yet the early part of that movie, when he like wakes up and his legs are cut off and it's like Misery, that shit's good. It's like the best movie Kevin Smith made in years. And you're like, what the fuck is this? And like, Slav, why are you messaging me private? What the fuck is this?
Hold on. No, don't look at it. Don't look at it.
I'm about to say.
It's for later. It's for I'm making fun of Kevin Smith. I was going to do something. But I'll post this one in the chat because it's just Kevin Smith. But yeah, it's just, he'll always make those dumbass
You're going to put
posts.
that picture up of Mahler again?
No. It's just him always making those Twitter posts of him crying.
I know.
About
I know.
shit. It's
about
like,
nothing.
What are you doing?
He's crying because he like.
Why does he keep doing?
He watched a trailer for a movie and he's crying, or like he's like my daughter just said I love you, and he's like takes a picture of himself crying. No, it's every day. I just did a walk up a hill to lose some weight. I'm crying. I know. He looks like Robert Downey,
and he's crying.
He looks like Robert Downey Jr. in the Iron Man face, but like fucked up. Like the version that didn't take care of himself.
Somebody photoshopped him with all that. and the helmet.
Yeah, with the blue face around.
Jarvis, prepare my Kleenexes when I get home.
Yeah.
You know, Gendy actually did that. I think his company did that.
Sad Iron Man. It's just sad Iron Man memes. They're all Kevin Smith crying. Dude, we are a meme generator tonight. Terrible Lizard. I'm just here. You go, sir. Just handing it to you.
I'm doing that right now. Making this Iron Man.
Making this Iron Man party to you. It's just him sad.
Yeah, this and what's the meaning of this shit?
And I am Iron Man. Snaps his fingers.
Yeah, like you could cut a scene.
Ooh, could you edit that?
You could do a scene where like something awesome's happening and they're celebrating, and then you cut in the Iron Man helmet and he's crying. It's Kevin Smith just crying at everything. No, doesn't he look like him? It's so funny.
It's like he's slimmed down now.
Gosh darn it, watch your language. That's what he looks like.
Yeah, he's just crying.
If anything speaks about internet narcissism, that does. Taking photos of yourself every time you cry.
Oh my god. Yeah, because I wonder if he actually is crying or he planned the cry. It's like when Shiwan Head and Skeptic got engaged before they like broke up. And I remember she put the picture up where she had the mascara and she was crying holding up the ring. And I'm like, how many times did they take that photo? So they could get that
1 billion.
So they could get that perfect smear. Because we don't live in a world of like captured moments or like this captured artificiality to create a moment. It's like it's constant manipulation. So it's like I put this picture up capturing this moment of me, but you know the person took like 6 photos. It's like when I send a photo to anyone of me, I take like 10 photos because I want one where I look sexy. I don't send the first fucking photo where I look like shit. I'm not a terrible lizard. You know, like I put some effort into it. I throw a filter on that shit. I like change the angle, and I'm like, oh, I look fine from this angle. You know, how is that?
Looks great all the time.
How is that any different from like emotion? Like, you know, like, oh, like I'm so happy right now. You're happy in that 6th photo that you took. Oh, it's all bullshit. That's why I use the avatar and shit, and I don't do that. So I think it's just so fucking cringy. It's like, all right, here's a generic looking white guy avatar that always looks bored. That's me all the time. Apathy.
Yeah, I think that's a good avatar. I think I drew it 1 billion times because I was trying to like draw it in my own art style. But...
Yeah, a lot of people did I think Dragon did the Disney one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, I did that.
I have that on Twitter. I love the Please Rewind fan art. Terrible Lizards are pretty great too. He drew the beard. I was so happy somebody finally drew a beard. Because
I think I actually drew a beard.
I've had a beard this whole time, and none of them have a beard. The guy did the artwork for me. He's my friend. He's a graphic designer, and I'm always like, you know, I have a beard, right? I have like a big burly beard. I mean,
I think I tried doing it with your avatar.
Clean shaven, I do kind of look like the avatar a little bit, but like if it had a beard, like Terrible Lizard's picture is absolutely accurate.
Isn't the one I drew myself?
Yeah, the one you drew. The one you drew yourself is 100% accurate to what I look like. That is like literally me.
Pat, you got a Keemstar beard. Not gonna lie, bro.
Oh, yeah, you do.
It changes. You guys have just seen phases of the beard. It goes through phases. Sometimes I like trim the sides, and then other times it's just like a goatee.
Yeah, I tried doing the goatee version. Like I know.
It's just when you don't grow a beard. It's just when you're a guy and you don't grow the hair up to the cheeks. You don't grow a full beard. It's when you get that Keemstar look. It's because you get like, it looks like you trimmed your beard to be straight on the sides and low, but that's just how your beard grows in. My beard doesn't like, I don't grow hair up to like my cheeks like a full beard. It stops growing like above the like jawline, and it makes that like look.
Yeah.
And it looks like I trim it that way, but that's just how my beard grows in.
What about Dan Blazarian beard? Where it's this weird angular shape. It's almost too perfect. Where it's like this it's almost like a... How would you describe it?
I look like a guy who works at a vape shop. I accept it. I look like the director of Kong Skull Island.
John Roberts.
Yeah, I have that kind of look.
That's a mouthful.
I think I'm pretty sure he shaved recently.
Really?
Yeah, I accept that I have that kind of beard. It's just I just don't want to shave because like my facial hair grows so fast. It's like I try and it's just like fuck this. Because I actually think, I mean, I don't look bad with the beard, but I actually think like my face looks pretty good without a beard. I just don't want to, like, I actually have a pretty nice jawline.
Yeah, man, I'd fuck you.
Yeah, the jawline's like literally like the best part of my face, and I covered up with a giant beard so people can't even see it. Because I started growing a beard when I was like 16, and I was like, fuck. And I just stopped shaving in my 20s. I mean, a lot of it's just laziness. And then beards got popular. When I was a teenager, it was all about like the emo look, like thin face, like clean shaven. And then when I got like 22, all of a sudden girls like beards. And now beards are like appealing to women. Like I get it all the time. Girls are like, I love your beard. I'm like, all right, cool, fuck it. I don't have to shave.
Bro, what was like the style in the 90s to like gay as fucking possible?
Yeah, see, I grew up in that. Like my hair looked like Matt Damon's hair in that when I was like 14. Like that was still kind of the thing. Like I was clean shaven. I looked a lot like Matt Damon in that photo, except like 14.
Like all those boys you see hanging out with Bryan Singer now. It's like that's what everybody looked like back then.
Terrible. Please put that on Twitter, man. Like just spread that shit. I will share that shit like crazy. Send that to Kevin Smith. At Kevin Smith with that.
Gonna get blocked.
Oh no,
dude, no, he'll take that. That'll get traction. Trust me.
He will. Yeah.
That is funny, man. Like at Kevin Smith with that, he might retweet that.
Where are you? There we go. Tweet away.
Yeah, put that to Kevin Smith. I promise you, like. Because at least his fans will see it then, because you tweeted it at him, and like then people will see like, holy shit.
No, guys, we were making fun of him.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to mean that. I mean, it's like it's
no, it doesn't.
It's. I think it's innocent enough. I don't think it's mean. I mean, crying Iron Man's funny. Crying man.
Oh, that's perfect.
Do you reckon when he sees it, he's gonna cry?
Yeah,
He'd be like, "I'm Iron
looks
Man.
like
I knew it." Well, the thing, he looks so much like him in that thing. It's crazy. I mean, it looks like the face.
Hey, Kevin Smith could be the new Iron Man. I mean, Robert Downey Jr. is no longer Iron Man, right?
He's thin enough. He's just not got the
So
swag.
I've kept noticing you have this like youthful gay hero worship of me that I think is getting really unhealthy.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
Oh man, I thought I was.
No, you're not subtle. I don't know how this is gonna end. Like a lot of people on here
no.
like me, but you love me. You know.
Oh no, it came through.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
hide it.
I accept it.
Okay.
It's all right. It's fine.
I don't need to leave.
Yeah, just be careful.
Yeah, it's like
I'll be quiet.
Gatsby and Robert De Niro meet the parents.
Yeah,
She's like, no, that's okay.
No, but I'll make fun of Kevin Smith all day, bro.
Yeah, just be careful.
Or Bryan Singer.
Because if I break your heart in like a couple of years, it might ruin your life. So
It will.
just don't invest too much.
He said he had me on his podcast.
Yeah, I've been down that road. It's like I remember the first time you talked to me and you were like, I jumped in the Discord and I was like, hey man, and you were like, oh my God. It was like Jesus was talking to you through your house or something. Like God was communicating. You were like, he's real?
Willem Dafoe?
He acknowledges my existence? And I was like, oh shit, this is dangerous.
Hey Lizard, is it okay if I share this pic in another server?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, spread this shit like AIDS, bro. I came up with it. Fuck Terrible Lizard. He just made it. This is the stealing ideas thing. This is like he just took.
Do we all just need to add Kevin Smith with it?
Yeah, I was literally we were sitting in a room and I was like, "Hey, Terrible Lizard, you know, be a good movie idea. What if we teamed up all the Marvel characters?" And Joss Whedon's like, "That's not a bad idea." Like, what if we put Hulk and Iron Man?
I'm just following through.
What if we put like Hulk and Iron Man in a movie together? Like, wouldn't that do well?
What if we put Lola Bunny, Bugs Bunny, and LeBron James into a movie? That'd be crazy.
That'd be nuts.
I'm gonna throw this out at you guys. Don Cheadle. I think we've been untapping his comedy potential for a long time.
And he's got a little blue robot sidekick.
Okay, how about we put the Clockwork Orange guys instead of Pepe Le Pew in the audience?
Let's put the Droogs from Clockwork Orange in this, because that like the kids will love it, and they're like, dude, like, because that's the thing. Who threw that idea out there? Like, I want to know who came up. Like, was that LeBron? Was it the director? Did Bugs Bunny come up with that idea? Like, who was like, you know,
I think it was Daffy.
Let's put the Droogs in from Clockwork Orange, this kids movie. Like, who's
or how about Mr. Freeze?
Yeah, who thought of that? That's the thing. I want to know so much about this movie. Like, I care so much. Oh, Frazier, dude, you should jump in here, bro. Oh, I finished your book, by the way, Frazier. Just so you know, even though I didn't tell you, I finished it like months ago. Frazier wrote a book. It was very good.
What book?
Really?
Yeah, it's called The Right Choice, I think. He sent it to me.
Oh, wow.
I would recommend it.
What's it about?
It's about these two friends who get caught up in like a murder storyline with this like cosmic entity. I don't want to spoil because that's like kind of the setup, but it's like a very Stephen King, kind of like where like characters have these like backstories, like these detailed backstories, and there's kind of this like mythology horror building throughout the thing with this like plot line, but a thriller. But it's. I was surprised because I have a lot of friends who are like, hey man, I wrote something, or like, hey, like I have this thing I look at it, and a lot of times it's shitty, but and I'm honest, I don't lie to people, but like I was surprised. It's like genuinely like a very entertaining, like I'm not saying it's like a brilliant piece of writing, but it's like a very readable book. Like it's like a page turner. You're like, oh shit, like I'm into this. I'm reading it. Like it was very pleasant to read. Because I've had a lot of friends who've written novels, and most of the times it's like some esoteric bullshit, and it's really hard to get through it. And like you just have to go to their book signings and be like, hey man, that was great. You know, but you know,
yeah, it's fake it.
But his book was actually like a really fun. Like the storytelling was really good.
Well, that's good at least. You can be up there with Monkey Jones because he also wrote a bunch of books.
Yeah, because to be honest, I mean, it was the thing. It was like fear. It was a lot of fear. Like when I got it, I was like, oh god, this could be terrible. you know, and I have to like tell him that it's good anyway because I don't want to be mean. And then like right away, I was like, the first scene, like 2 guys are watching Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island on VHS, and I'm like, I'm in.
Well, at least it was good. It would have sucked if it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not surprised that he was able to write something good because he's a very like entertaining, fun person. So I guess it doesn't surprise me. But people aren't always able to translate that into like the stuff they do.
Yeah, it's lost in translation.
Yeah, and writing a book's hard. It's like
Yeah, I imagine
it's not
that.
easy to sit down and do all that writing. You know, it's like it's a lot easier to get lost in it. Like I've tried to start writing so many books, and then like a quarter of the way into the book, my book has just got way too much going on. Like it starts off really simple and fun, and then like you know, like I don't know, like a few chapters in, it's like, God damn it, I got way too much going on. I don't know what the fuck to do.
So it's just like manga in book form.
Yeah, it just gets crazy. It's like I'm like, hey, I'm gonna do, because you can just do whatever the fuck you want. So you just start like doing whatever you want, and you have no like control over yourself. And then you're like, oh, this is where screenplays. I'm very disciplined. I'm very disciplined when I write screenplays. I'm like very like, okay, this is the necessary thing that needs to be here, and then this is going to be the follow up to that. And I usually kind of know what I'm doing with that. But whenever I've tried to write a novel, I like can't do it. I've tried many times.
I feel like scripts are easier. It sounds like scripts are easier to write. You can at least just describe what you're doing.
Scripts are like one of the easiest things to do as a writer. It's almost it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Just how easy it is?
Yes. It's really not a writer's medium.
Ooh.
Because you're really not being writerly.
What is it then?
Well, you're not it's a filmmaker's medium. Which television the writer gets a little bit more control. And that's why, but it's just not, you don't get to really write. You're not like doing prose usually, or you're not like getting to like use words in a unique way. You're not trying to make it compelling to read. You can read scripts like that.
You're not making it elaborate.
Typically, you're just
reading a Tarantino script.
Typically, you're just like trying to convey information and story and give beats, so it has like a blueprint so that somebody can follow it, and then they have to like visualize those like beats so that it makes sense. I mean, that's typically what you're doing with the script.
True.
It's like A, B, C, D. Where in other forms, when you really get to be a writer, you get to explore so much like what you're doing. It's more cerebral. And unfortunately with the film, it's like you kind of have to like tell a story and go for it, because if you don't, it's, you know, your script's going to be nonsense. A book can be a little nonsensical. A book doesn't always have to make sense all at once. You know, it can go places, and you can go with it and then come back to it and then get more out of it.
And then reread it, and, you know, not read it and reread it, and then, you know, wait a bit and reread it again.
Frazier, but shouldn't you treat your book like a screenplay and force everything to make sense? I don't think everything has to make sense in a book. No, I think a lot of my favorite books have an abstraction to them, where I don't even really understand the book, and that's why I go back to it so much. Like the characters can have a complexity that I think is really hard to capture in a movie, because they're like real people in a page. Like they feel like they're like living, like they're existing in those words, and you're getting in their heads a lot more than you do in a movie. In a movie, you kind of have to represent them with action a lot of the time. Like what someone is seeing is what the information is. Where in a book, like there's a lot of interpretation, and you leave a lot up to the reader too. So I think you can get. I mean, I think your book should like have a flow and like have a story. I agree, but like I definitely think like if you want to be a writer, like a writer, I think you can like you get way more out of like writing a book. You know, I think you can get like, it's just more dense. You can put more into it. Like in a movie, in a screenplay, you're just cutting shit like crazy. You know, it's like you might have to cut characters out that you could have in a book, or subplots you could have in a book that you like. I can't put this in a fucking 2-hour movie. Wouldn't work. But you could have that character in a book, and you could tell a whole story with them, and it could be good. It just wouldn't work in a movie.
What about a TV show?
A TV show can do more like a book. A TV show is closer to a novel than a movie. A movie's just limited by the 2-hour thing. I mean, most books aren't 2 hours unless it's like a short like YA novel. I mean, it takes you a few hours to read a book. You can't just like
like I've always wondered like why didn't they turn like most movies into TV shows?
It's just writers have more power now, I think.
Is Frazier in the server?
He was in the server. Yeah, he's part of the server. I don't think he's in here. He used to be like a moderator on the server.
Oh, I'll see him. I was going to give him an invite.
I spent 20 years trying to make money off art. The closest I've come to making great money is flipping comics. It's still been fun. Yeah, it's always. I never. I want to make money off it too, but I just enjoy doing it.
Oh, you're not on the server? Here, I'll give you.
Oh, he used to be, I guess. His account got boosted. Yeah, he was like a moderator.
You want me to create a link for a few people? Okay.
Yeah, the link is like should be universal now. It's not. I used
Webcomics, that could probably be the
link.
Hey, Pat.
Yeah.
I was kind of wondering.
9 inches around.
What did you think of the Zack Snyder Netflix zombie film?
I didn't watch it, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I should have.
So
I just don't watch a lot of stuff.
Is he Zack Snyder again?
Zack Snyder.
Probably.
Zack Snyder.
Yeah, Schneider might return, unfortunately. He was always there.
Oh.
He was always there, guys.
He's in your closet. He's under your bed.
Is he like Bob?
You can't escape.
He's hiding in your bathroom.
He's like
he's gonna like come out the toilet.
If you don't pray and brush your teeth at night, Zack Snyder will show up and get you at night. No, Papa, no. If you're not a good boy, Zack Snyder will come get you. Papa, I'm scared. If you don't pray to God, then Zack Snyder will come and eat your balls. Papa, no.
The Krampus.
No.
Papa, no. No, Papa. He make very bad Superman movie. I know. Stay away. Papa, Roger Ebert is going to come and eat me. Lock the doors tonight, or Roger Ebert will come and eat you. He's very, very fat.
He likes the black woman. Watch out.
Well, I hear that he like cheated on one of his black wives with a stick of butter. So, yeah, that explains a lot.
A poor stick of butter.
Yeah. I remember there was behind the scenes like bloopers of a Gene and Siskel show, and they were just roasting each other.
Yeah, they were just they were just saying like fucked up shit to each other and swearing.
Yeah, I think Gene said something like, "Roger's the only person to answer yes to every question asked at McDonald's," or something like that.
No, Gene was slaying him because Gene always went to the fat thing, and it was great. Like, you're a fat piece of shit. That's how I always see Roger Ebert. I was like, yeah, he's just a fat piece of shit. Like, he just ate, and he occasionally had to go sit in front of a screen where they would act like they were watching a movie and then just be like, I really like this movie. And then he would go eat KFC. You know, like, that's who he was. Like, deep down.
I'm gonna go right beyond the Valley of the Dolls.
Well, the way people have this like
really good.
Well, the way people have this like reverence, reverence for Roger Ebert is like such bullshit. Like,
yeah,
like every horror movie, comedy, he didn't understand comedy. You know, it was always like he's like, oh, Citizen Kane, or like why this movie's good, stuff like that. And I get it, but it's like no, he's like super overrated and like not worth studying. He was a good writer, but. And I've seen every episode of At the Movies. I've seen every like review of Siskel and Ebert from the 70s to like till Siskel died. And then I even watched the god awful Ebert and Roper reviews. I've seen all of them. And it gave me a pretty good sense of Roger Ebert, and I'm like, no. I refuse.
No, yeah. Like what is Ormond White or Pauline Kael? Like, even if you don't like him,
yeah,
they at least have an impact. They can at least be like, oh, well, here we go. This is why I didn't like the movie. Here are the movies I prefer. This is why I think this movie isn't very good. Even if you don't like, you know. Because I was recently listening to Armand White interviews where they're just like asking him, like, well, why didn't you like this film? And he's like, well, I didn't like this for this and that. And he would give like recommendations for other movies, which I appreciate.
Well, Ebert was like he was an influencer, and like, don't be wrong, like I've enjoyed like the Schindler's List review by Siskel and Ebert is like fantastic, or like their review for Back to the Future is like fantastic. It's like one of the best reviews for that movie. Or there's occasionally sometimes where they would review something and it would just be like moi, you know. But typically, I lean more towards like Siskel. I thought Siskel was a much better critic, but Ebert was the better writer out of the two. Like, even I don't agree. He always had very well written reviews. Siskel on the other, yes, Ebert on the other hand, I don't know. I used to really like them when I was young. Like, I had this like big, you know, they defined a lot of like what I thought a film critic was and shit. And then I got older and I was like, oh, these guys suck.
Well, it was just kind of like their platform. I think they touch. I think they introduced people maybe to a different way, or just criticizing in general.
Whoever produced that show, whoever came up with the idea, and I don't know if it was them. I don't know, came up with the idea of like two guys sitting down and having a conversation about a movie, and then like giving a rating at the end. That's still today. That's every YouTuber. Like, who
pretty
does
much.
movie reviews is like basically gives a thumbs up or a thumbs down and just talks about the movie for like 5 minutes. Now it's become more expanded. Like generally today they would probably have like a podcast where they would sit down for like 2 hours and talk about movies. But
pretty much.
Whoever
like
created that, whatever that format came from, it's like that format's really, the format they had was great.
Now we're just not regulated by producers.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, that you couldn't really have a good conversation on like 3 or 4 minutes about the movie. That was always what was so limiting about them. You wanted to hear them talk, because it was essentially what that show was. Is it was an excuse to show clips from the movies to advertise the movie. That was the platform, and that's why it was big. You used to have to watch like talk shows or Entertainment Tonight or Siskel and Ebert to see clips from movies, because there wasn't the internet or anything. So if you wanted to like see a scene from a movie and know what the movie was about, you had to watch those shows. So that gave them a lot of power.
Well, what happens if they gave a movie a bad rating? Like, would the studios not like that?
Sometimes it would happen. They wouldn't send critic screenings out. That happened with a lot of movies, or they wouldn't send certain clips. But generally, it was still advertising.
Okay.
I mean, this is what the problem with the talk show format is it was all made for like advertising. It was never made to be a format where somebody comes and has a good conversation. Like Conan O'Brien's ending his TBS show, and he's been doing these interviews where he sits down with somebody in an empty studio and talks to them for like 25 minutes just in chairs with no audience, and it's like the best stuff Conan O'Brien's ever done. Like it's amazing. It's totally worth watching.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah, you know? It's him not like playing to the audience. It's him just like there's one with Timothy Oliphant that's amazing.
Which one?
Or like Joe McHale. It's these last ones, his last few shows before he left the TBS show. He just sits there and is talking to people like a conversation for like 25 minutes. And I'm like, God, this is what this format should have always been. This is so much better than like the bullshit of somebody's on here just to promote something and you make some shit. You talk about your kid for 5 minutes and do a routine, and then they're like, hey, let's show a clip from the movie. Like this terrible, outdated bullshit.
What you're saying is that Conan O'Brien is just a natural born YouTuber then?
Yes, head of his time. I totally feel that way. I think he belongs, and I think a lot of the stuff on YouTube that we like, if you trace back to like Howard Stern, David Letterman, Conan O'Brien, a lot of Tom Green is a lot of YouTube.
Yeah.
Tom Green doesn't get near enough credit. Tom Green pretty much like podcasting, reality television, formatting, like this format. He pretty much created like the YouTube format. Kenny Hotz, Kenny versus Spenny, you go back and watch that. It's pretty much YouTube.
It's just Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah. Bastard.
Well, it's just these guys were old. These guys were in a different time. But if you go back and listen, you're like, oh, this is basically what YouTube or modern day media is. It's just these guys did it back when you couldn't do it. Like
it's a shame Conan's leaving.
Howard Stern was a podcast. I mean, that's what it was. There's people talking.
Yeah, just most radio shows. Yeah, most radio shows are just podcasts, right?
Well, no, it wasn't that until he did it, though. When he, back in the day, and then there was the hack radio. Like, if you go listen to morning radio now, I listen to it all the time driving to work. It's like two guys doing hacky jokes and like censor. But Howard Stern's thing was like he would bring someone in, and you would like talk to him for an hour, and you'd like flesh stuff out. You'd have like a conversation, and you would talk about like taboo stuff. You'd have real conversations. It wasn't like formatted, and that. And like, it's not like that stuff's great, but like he was the innovator in that. In the same way that like you go back, like you watch like Conan O'Brien stuff, you're like, oh yeah, this is like if he was 25 now, he'd be doing YouTube videos. He wouldn't be doing this. He'd be a YouTuber. 100%.
Yeah, or a podcaster.
Yeah, Tom Green was like way out of his time. Like they're just too old now. They're not 20.
No.
Norm Macdonald.
Stand up.
Norm Macdonald clearly should have been a YouTuber, and we're all now appreciating him. In the 90s, I loved Norm Macdonald. And everybody, I remember the 90s when he got fired on SNL and nobody ever really got him. And now Norm Macdonald's like the king of the fucking internet. Or like Patrice O'Neill, like these guys, like in their time, they weren't appreciated. Now we're like, oh my God, this guy's like the best podcaster ever. What the fuck? You know, like.
I need to listen to more Norm Macdonald.
Oh, Norm Macdonald's like, if you find any radio interview with him or like a podcast he's on, it's like fucking genius.
Really? I know he had a show on Netflix, but he got canceled.
No,
right?
fuck that show. Go find his old podcasts that he did before he did the show on Netflix, like his original Norm Macdonald show. It's fucking amazing.
I thought Norm Macdonald was, for the longest time, Adam Carolla. Thought they were the same.
Oh, people say that. Yeah, they were on a show together, and they're both like, we get confused for each other all the time.
Makes sense.
They are so. They both have like those giant teeth. Yeah, Norm's great. No, you got to go down that Norm rabbit hole, Slav. You're missing out.
Okay.
Norm Macdonald's like gold tier internet.
Okay.
Everybody who's like into like everyone's been wanting him to do a podcast for like years, and he just won't do one.
He won't do it?
There's this channel called I'm Not Norm that's huge. It puts up Norm clips, and everybody thinks Norm Macdonald either runs the channel or somebody he knows runs the channel. But it's like part of the lore of Norm. Yeah, what the fuck happened to Brendan Fraser?
Jesus.
Yeah, what happened to...
He went from like Slav and turned into Mahler.
That's gotta suck for Brendan Fraser.
He looks like Mahler's dad.
He looks like a fat golem. Look at him.
My brother said that he looked like what is it? An ogre.
Dan, how was the roller disco?
That's tomorrow. Didn't you tell me this was Saturday?
No, I said Friday.
No, I fucked that up then. No, my roller disco's tomorrow, so I've been just at work all day. I just got off.
Oh, what'd you think of Space Jam 2?
It's so bad you could enjoy it with friends. So I see why you guys had a great time, probably making fun of it. But
I made that viewing. I don't care what anybody says.
It really it's really obvious that they had a bunch of diversity hires write the movie because they have like 6 writers, and 4 of them are black, and then you have these 2 token white guys on there, and a white guy and a white chick, and it's like I wonder how this happened. It's like maybe they hired like the 2 black writers and they weren't really working out, so they hired a couple more black writers, and then they hired 2 white writers, and that's the movie we got. I don't know.
It does feel that way. It does feel like they were like, shit, we don't have enough white guys in here. And then some white guy came in at the end and was like, Iron Giant. They were like, good.
Have you guys seen the actual like new Looney Tunes show that they're taking the characters from in this case, I guess?
No, I didn't watch it, the HBO one.
It's not, I don't know if it's HBO.
Wasn't there one on Cartoon Network?
Yeah,
I remember that one.
Well, there was one on Cartoon Network called the Looney Tunes Show, but there's like these new Looney Tunes they did that's like supposed to be more like the classic Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet.
No, Norm has my favorite joke ever on a talk show. He's on a talk show with this chick who was like, she was like a famous, I think she was on Melrose Place or something, and it's on Conan, and they're talking about Chairman of the Board, the Carrot Top movie, and Norm's just like making fun of it. Like he would be on talk shows and he'd be the person who went on before, and he'd be sitting beside the main person that was on next, and he would be talking during their interview. And then like he's like making fun of the movie the whole time, and then Conan O'Brien's like, he says something, Chairman Board, he's like, well, try to make fun of that. And then Norm goes, I bet bored is spelled Bored. And he just like comes up with it on the spot. And it was just like, he would just do that kind of, like you go back now and you're like, oh, this guy's an internet troll before there was like internet trolls. Like you go watch these clips from the 90s and he's just on top. Like he used to go on The View and just fuck with them. Like he went on to View. He went on The View. He went on The View and said like Bill Clinton was a murderer. And he just talked about it.
I think he said he was a rapist.
No, he said he was a murderer. He's like, he's a murderer. He's a killer. And they're like, that's not true. He's like, look it up.
And I just like at the end, they're just like, well, he's clearly not going to be on the show. So finish what you were saying. He's like, no, I think, yeah, Bill Clinton, He's like, what? He's like,
yeah, well, he was like, he's like a murderer, that's, he like killed a guy, Or like when he got fired off SNL, they like fired him because they told him he wasn't funny. And then he hosted like a year later, and he came on and did a monologue, and he just shit on SNL. He's like, how did I get so goddamn funny? And now I'm hosting the show. And he's like, I realized it's not that I'm funny, it's that this show fucking sucks. He's like, so here's the issue. The show, he's like, I'm still not funny. And he's like, all right, we're going to have a horrible show tonight. Like, he just came on and shit on it for like 5 minutes, like a punk rock until the end. Like what, like Hunter S. Thompson, like what you want. Like that guy gets to the corporate level and he just fucking stays real the whole time. He doesn't like do the fuck. He never like played the game.
I like when he psyched out Chris Kattan.
Yeah.
When he just talks about the stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, you finished.
Yeah, you're like gay. You don't want to come out that you're gay. God, Chris Kattan, talk about why wasn't he in Space Jam 2 if they're referencing all the shit from the 90s nobody gives a fuck about anymore. And fucking Mango come out or whatever. Like, Chris Kattan's gonna be like something they study like years later. Like people are gonna be like, who's Chris Kattan? Who the fuck is Vash?
I don't know. Who is Shoe on Head?
She's in here.
She really?
You were talking about my ring photo, you bastard.
Yeah. Random YouTubers start showing up, like famous YouTuber. Who the fuck is that?
Excuse me.
Angry Joe?
Is that Lizard, Dude Mahler discovering that we doxed him.
What?
I cannot believe you showed my photo to all these people.
Yeah, he talks to himself. Terrible
pretty
Lizard talks to Mahler as Mahler. That's not me. That is
repeating
us.
every word he says.
That is us. I'm Chris Stockman.
You know Chris Stockman's gonna become a film director?
Yeah, we talked about that a while for like the first hour.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I put up a picture of him on his YouTube. It says moving forward, and then I had a picture of a guy hanging himself.
Moving forward off the chair into the noose.
Yeah, that's the end of the story. Like, you can't always guess the ending of a story, but I know the ending of this story. It only ends one way. So, Dan, are you going to wear, like, shorts to that? Like, I don't picture you as a roller disco guy. This was very surprising to me.
Yeah, I'm going to wear a headband. I'm going to grow a mustache just for it, and I'm going to be really, like over the top flirty with all the chicks.
Is this like the 20s, not the 70s, brother? You got to do something a little bit more.
Yeah, this ain't a 20s roller disco.
Wear an afro.
No, it's going to be like a porno stash.
Does Dan have this like hidden talent? Like you're like a brilliant like roller skater and we didn't know?
Like, my girlfriend's trying roller skates. She loves that. But I'm a skateboarder, so I'm there for moral support.
Oh, dude, I skateboard. I'm gonna come out to Cali and we're gonna skateboard. I'm gonna
try not to break my other arm.
I'm gonna fly out to Cali just to skateboard with you. That's how horrible my life is.
You should do it.
That's where I'm at. We'll one wheel. We'll ride one wheels around the castle.
We'll go skate around in Venice and get hepatitis.
Dude, I mean, every like 20-year-old I run into parties now, it's always this like stoner kid who's like got a Van shirt on and he's always like, I longboard. Every fucking time. Every time I go to a party with like, there's like always some 21-year-old kid. He's like talking to me in the corner about some bullshit. And he's always like, oh, I longboard. And he's like hitting like one of those like thin like pen vapes that you hit real quick.
Is he also bisexual?
Always.
Yeah.
Always. They're always like kind of hitting on you. And they're just taking little hits off their like vape. They're like, they got like the weed and they're just like taking little hits. And he's like, yeah, I longboard. And he's always
5 years ahead of you
hair, because that's what I'm kind of picturing.
And they're always wearing like he's always wearing like baggy clothes are in again, like the 90s are back, although like young kids are wearing, and like mom jeans are in again too.
Like, yeah, we've got people here who ride electric boards, so they're way ahead of you.
Yeah, I know, I see that. But Dan, what are you gonna do at the roller? Like, I'm not joking. I'm very interested. Like, this is like Eric Foreman. I mean, this is like white people's mecca.
I think it's like it's just like a roller rink thing, and they play music, and I'm sure they'll do the duck thing, and you eat like crummy cafeteria pizza. I don't know. It's pretty much like a high school thing, but
Oh, it sounds
yeah, I know.
amazing. That sounds so tasty. Yeah,
Are you gonna play any 80s
MC
music?
Hammer.
I've always wanted to make a movie about like people hanging out at a skating rink. Like I always like a Dazed and Confused, but it all takes place at like a skating ring in like 1978 or something.
In one day, it'll be like the craziest day in the skating rink.
Yeah, I've always had this idea.
It's gotta.
There's a movie that is that way
gotta-
called Roll Bounce, but I would like to make one for white people.
It's got to be a day in like an employee who works there, so it'll be like the clerks for roller rink.
Yeah. Well, like Dazed and Confused, like it's all just like it's like the morning and they're there, and then the night everything picks up, and it's like a guy likes a girl and she's skating, and he's like following her around the skating ring and shit like that. And you have all the you have like the crappy, like food stand with the shitty nachos and stuff, and it's all like, I would love to make that movie. I think that'd be so much fun, especially the soundtrack. That shit would be kick ass.
Yeah, you could do it for a killer budget, just like one location, no paid actors.
Yeah, and you get that like sweet 1976. You get like that Bay City Rollers time. You know, you get that Frankie Valley and the Four Seasons. You know, Who Loves You and shit like that. You get that like great sweet spot of music.
Nice.
I think
Bon
it'd be a
Jovi.
hit because COVID, apparently roller skates just went up in price incredibly. My girlfriend had to wait like 6 months to get the ones she wanted just because everybody was buying them up because they're like, hey, I have all this free time. I'm going to pick
There
up
was some guy
roller
that was
skating."
setting on like a mountain of roller skates for like years, and he was like, finally, I'm vindicated. That bitch
Down here in
that
Florida,
bitch
man.
left me and took my kid, saying that the roller skating investment was not going to pay off.
Bicycles. You couldn't keep bicycles at stores or even at the small
Yeah, I
shops
went to go
during
buy a
COVID.
skateboard like a few months ago, and there was like no fucking skateboards.
A lot of that has to do with just non-production, because the skateboard's a really easy thing to. Well, it doesn't require metal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just laminate.
That makes sense. That's actually a great fucking idea. You should write that. I wrote like an outline for that movie. I had a name for it. Let me throw the name at you guys because it's pretty cringe. Boogie Shoes.
I like it.
Boogie Shoes is a very famous song from the 70s.
Reminds me of Boogie 2988 though.
Or Boogie Nights. Well, the Boogie Nights info, but it would be called Boogie Shoes, and you would follow like a 18, 17-year-old who, he basically works at a skating rink. It all takes place on Friday night in a skating ring. He likes a girl. He has like the wacky friends. And like, they go hang out in the parking lot, and then they go back in. But you'd have these like set pieces built around the skate sequences. So like a certain song would come on and it would turn into like a musical, but it wouldn't really be a musical. But you could like choreograph these like skate moments around like music. So you could basically be doing like a Hollywood musical, but without it feeling like a Hollywood musical.
Sounds like the kind of thing you could have cast a younger Michael Cera in.
Yeah, totally. It totally would have like that super bad vibe, or like I always just think Dazed and Confused. It's like an up all night hangout movie because I love that genre. But I think keeping one at like one location, because that's the part you like in Dazed and Confused is when they're hanging out at the pool hall. That's like the best shit in that movie. It's like when they walk in the door and Hurricane's playing. I just want like a whole movie of that shit. Like people just come and go. Like one character shows up and he's only in the movie for like 15 minutes. He steals it and then he leaves. You know, I love that kind of
All right.
Yeah, just life.
American
coming
Graffiti.
In. Yeah, American Graffiti. But I always thought, because the skating ring's like a really nice aesthetic that's been like underutilized in modern film. Like it actually looks really great on camera. Because imagine you could have like a guy on skates and he's got like a steady cam on him and he's like getting these fucking amazing shots. And if you could get a dolly in there and shit like that too, but there's like so much good shit you can do.
Now with the
or a drone or a GoPro.
Get progressively more and more drunk.
Okay, one at a time, guys. There's like 8 people. If you see the green
like
circle, if you see a green circle come up, just don't talk and let that guy say his thing. Then move on.
I was gonna say like just get like a GoPro or what's another one, like a drone to get all these shots, or the arcade.
You would definitely use a drone now to get like really nice overhead shots for sure.
You don't want to be a found footage film?
No. Yeah, zombie show.
No, we have enough of those.
It's like halfway in, it turns into a whole monster movie.
A jarring change in the cinematography.
I always heard that pitch for a Friday the 13th movie, and I loved it. I heard it years ago. It was like the idea is like you do Dazed and Confused, like it's last day of school, and it's like you're hanging out with the guys like the Matthew McConaughey's and that, and then like 45 minutes into the movie, instead of him being like party at the Moon Tower, he's like, hey, let's go to Camp Crystal Lake. and then they drive out there and they're having a fire, and then Jason just starts killing them. I'm like, that's the best premise for a Friday 13th movie I've ever heard. Like,
here's a cool idea for kind of what you're saying. Let's say you get 2 screenplays that have nothing to do with each other, and you get they shoot them and they make them, but then you come up with a scene, one little scene that connects both of these movies, and so you just shoot one scene and then you just like connected the 2 movies in this one big 4-hour movie. Completely jarring because they're.
That's how I always felt about
like an anthology.
That movie, Dusk Till Dawn. I mean, I know it's cliche to say, but like the first like 45 minutes of that movie is like amazing. It's like Robert Rodriguez's best movie by far, and then it turns into this vampire movie. And it's like still fun, but that movie, the first part's like it's the only time I ever think Tarantino's given a good performance too. It's like a really good movie. I'm like, fuck, this is like, I remember I saw that when I was like 9, and I was like getting into it. I was like, holy shit, this is an intense thriller. And then the vampire show up, I'm like, what the fuck?
It's like a vampire movie, and it's like I hate it when the vampires show up.
Yeah, it's true. Well, like if the movie wasn't so good, I wouldn't care. I'd be like, whatever. But that movie with like Clooney and Tarantino being these brothers, and they kidnap a family in an RV and try to go to Mexico. That's a great fucking idea for a movie.
Yeah, they should have just kept that.
I kind of like that.
Gotten rid of the vampires.
Again, that's another. It's a jarring twist that just kind of like, what's happening now?
Yeah, and I get they were going for it, and I've heard them talk about it, but I also feel like it's just like they started fucking off and doing crazy shit where what they were making before was like an actual movie. Like they were actually making a film with characters and stuff, and then they're like, oh, fuck it, let's just do a crazy vampire movie where like anything can happen.
I think it would have worked out better, that tone, had they stayed kind of serious, because once that guy had like a revolver for his dick, and they had
sex machine. Tom Savini, sex machine. Yeah, it gets crazy. It turns into different. Yeah, it turns into like it doesn't turn into a serious vampire movie. It turns into like a goofy, crazy comic book kind of movie.
And Pat, what'd you think of Demon's Night? Because I think they're really similar.
The sequel? Oh, are you talking about
No.
What movie?
Demon's Night.
Can you? I know what that is. I'm just trying.
Yellow Blood? Are you talking about that?
No, I'm talking about the first one, the Tales from the Crypt, Demon's Night with Billy Zane.
Billy Zane, yes, where he's the devil and he has the sponge come out of his mouth and hands it to Thomas Hayden Church.
Yeah,
that movie's fucking fantastic. I fucking love that movie.
Yeah, it's great.
Back when Thomas Hayden Church was a TV actor and he was amazing. Yeah, Billy Zane, man, that's like my favorite Billy Zane. I take that back, Zoolander, where it's like, hey, listen to your friend Billy Zane. He's a cool dude. That's my favorite. And like Billy Zane's gonna square up and fight like Owen Wilson's crew. Like he like starting to square up, and it's like, what the fuck is Billy Zane doing in this movie? Yeah, why wasn't he in Space Jam 2?
Yeah, why didn't they have? Or Brendan Fraser? Why isn't Brendan Fraser in Space Jam?
They could have went through The Mask, and it would have been Billy Zane's The Mask and Jim Carrey, and they'd be like, which one? And then Eric Stoltz shows up.
Did you guys talk
Cher
about
play The Mask? Sorry.
Did you guys talk about what the director of Space Jam, the first one, said about Space Jam 2?
No, I wasn't aware of this. Please share, you roller god.
He said he said the soundtrack was unimpressive, or like because I don't know if you guys remember the soundtrack to Space Jam, but there's like 4 songs that were just on the radio for the next 10 years after that movie.
Sold 6 million
Believe
copies.
I Can Fly. Yeah. So he said the soundtrack was mediocre, and then he said that they shouldn't have called it Space Jam, because really Space Jam is Michael Jordan and the Looney Tunes, and this is some like wannabe imitation that's not Space Jam.
Well, we were calling
so
it.
He's not very happy with it.
We were calling it Latron because he's like in Tron World. Do you guys remember? Because Dan, you're a little bit older than me, and I think Fraser's around my age. I think you guys are probably closest to my age. But do you remember when like Space Jam came out, and there'd be like those songs on the school bus, like "I didn't mean to die, I got shot by the FBI."
Oh, I love that.
All I wanted was some chicken wings. Kids used to sing that.
I
shit
didn't have
on
a school bus. I had to walk to school.
You were the kid who was shooting up the school. Your friends, your best friends' names were Dylan and Eric. But
true.
They're pretty
That was
cool.
the third one.
Goodbye monetization.
Yeah. Goodbye monetization. It's been nice. God, I was so obsessed. I mean, not to switch gears again, but like, I feel like if you were like not from a certain generation, you just don't like Columbine. Like, just doesn't make sense. Like Dylan and Eric. Like even that reference. It's like because there's been so many now. You know, they were like our Beatles. You know, like they kicked it off.
They were a very convenient fad.
Yeah.
I want that out of context.
The last one, though, the last major school shooter seems like he got kind of blown out of the water, got made fun of, and nobody's wanted to do it since.
Yeah, it's just not cool
nice.
anymore.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
thanks to Mr. Manager.
You know, when they did it, it was like a really cool, fresh idea. It was like, hey, we should do this. Like they were like the hipsters of it, you know?
Disavow.
So what does that make the other school shooters?
They're just they're like they're just like they're like the guy they're not like the first guy who was drinking an IPA with like the beanie at the bar getting laid. Like it was like the first guy who did that. You're like, whoa, that guy's, you know, then you saw like 20 other guys doing it. You know, like I like Truffaut films, you know, but like
so
the first two guys to do that, like, yeah, they were horrible people, but you look back and you're like, you know what? Like, hey, they were pretty innovative.
Las Vegas.
So what you're saying is
twist on a common trope.
Yeah, very mysterious. Yeah, we don't know what really happened. So yeah.
Well, have you seen Ellen DeGeneres explain it? Like
no, how she explain it?
Yeah, she had like people on her show FBI, and she has like a point thing like in a board, and she's like explaining the geography and how it all happened on the Ellen show, and it's like, what the fuck is Ellen doing explaining the Vegas shooting? What is this?
Well, she got a few $1,000s in her bank account, and suddenly she needed to educate the public on how it happened.
She was like, "It was me."
Whatever.
It's like
too much at that point.
Is that when Wendy Williams talked about the TikTok star getting murdered? She's like, "Yeah, he got murdered."
Well, I had to suffer. I mean, fuck you guys. Like, you give me shit about making fun of like Columbine. Like, oh, sorry, too soon. But like, I had to suffer through Gus Van Sant's Elephant, and then like all this like late '90s, like early 2000s Satanic Panic, and then all this like mythologizing like Dylan and Eric and all that. Like that was like the cringiest fucking. And then all these like goth kids, and like that was like a horrible time. So I had to live through it.
Remember when they tried to blame Marilyn Manson and Doom, the video game? Seems so quaint nowadays.
Yeah, I miss the days when we like
evil.
I miss the days when we just like blame music or video games for like murders and not white people.
It was simpler.
Yeah, it was a better time. It was like I used to be mad about that. I'm like, I kind of miss like Satan being the thing we were mad about. I can get on board with that. I don't think he's very cool.
It made
now we blame whiteness.
Yeah, it's like whiteness or like patriarchy. It used to just be like, you know, I think Satan's the problem.
Whiteness and patriarchy are such meta villains. You can't even really wrap your hands around them. Satan, you can really get it. You understand he's evil from the start of the movie.
Yeah, he was tangible. He was like a tangible demon monster, and you're like, okay, I can agree. That guy's evil. He doesn't seem very
universal.
Cool. Yeah, I relate. Yeah, I don't want to say it. I related to Satan, like we all do. And, you know, it was just like, okay, I can get on board with this. It'd be like, yeah, you know, like, Satan's making everyone gay and all that. You're like, okay. And, you know, now it's like, hey, you're actually all gay and you don't realize it. Wait, what?
Yeah, Barbarella, going back to like even earlier in the past when that was evil or something like that. You guys ever see that movie Barbarella?
Yeah,
I have, definitely.
Oh, that was a trip, dude. I watched that recently.
My hand and my dick have watched it many times together.
You know what? There were enough nude scenes. Wasn't there like a full titty scene right at the beginning of the movie? Just
yeah, but it's like what's implied in Barbarella is so sexy. It's like titillating.
Parts of it. I've only seen scenes. I haven't seen the whole movie.
There's something about sexual stuff in like movies that, as opposed to like porn, like the way a movie does it. There's something about it like that's very appealing. I think it may be because it's shot on film or it looks more cinematic. I don't know, like because porn looked like shit for so long.
That's true.
Or they're not playing their hand. That could be another one.
Well, no, because a movie sets up like tone and atmosphere. And it's just sort of like, it's like implied sexuality can be a lot harder sometimes than just seeing like raw fucking and like an HD camera. You can just like, there's like scenes in movies that like, I'm like, oh my God, this is like so sexy. And I don't know why.
Is that like Lil Nas X?
Yeah, well, like that's like that scene in Fast Times at Ridgemont High when like she gets out of the pool and shows her boobs. Like, hey, Brad Cudar, it's like a fantasy in your mind. Like, it's such a like, it just adds this like it's like
You can
teenage
self-insert.
lust. Yeah, you can, and it's really hard to do that with like porn's like almost too real. It's like too cinema verite.
I've always preferred amateur.
Yeah, I feel like we've underrated the craftsmanship of porn. Like, I really wish like Scorsese would make a porn or somebody, you know, like somebody really talented. I want that like 4-star porn.
Well, wasn't there that one really screwed up guy who was making these like weird porns as well? God, what was that?
Well, remember there was the guy Harmony Korine, but the other guy worked with him. I can't remember his name. They made that movie Kids, where like it's like these 13-year-old kids are like having sex and shit and doing drugs, and it all looks real, and it's like this fucking crazy. People bring that movie up to me all the time. They're like, "Have you seen Kids?" I'm like, "What the fuck? When did this movie become popular?"
Yeah, when did that movie become popular?
Yeah, Kids and like Gumbo. Like people bring like I've literally had people like something in Ohio since I've lived here. People bring Kids up to me all the time, and I'm like,
that's weird.
I'm like
What's
that
going
movie
on in Ohio?
I'm like that movie where like the 13-year-olds are fucking. That's the movie you're asking me about?
It's like, have you read Lolita? Is fucking constantly
Yeah.
bringing it up.
I don't know if any of you have seen Kids. Like, go where you watch Kids. It's like one of the most fucking crazy movies ever. Like, I can't believe they were able to like film that movie and not go to jail.
Are you even allowed to suggest that to us?
I don't know. It was like a critically acclaimed
We get arrested
film.
if we watch it?
The French loved it, I'm sure. But it was...
Oh, I'm sure.
No, it's like crazy. Like the first scene is this kid's like... I mean, I almost hate saying this, but this is a movie. It's like a famous movie. This isn't like some obscure art film. Like this was a mainstream movie. And like this starts with this kid and he's like taking this girl's virginity and they're teenagers, and he's like this monologue he's doing in his head where he's talking about like all he cares about is like fucking and pussy and it's the most important thing in the world. He's like laying down his life motto.
Nice.
Like it's the opening to Goodfellas or something. Like ever since I was a kid I wanted to be a gangster. It's like I've always wanted pussy. He's explaining his worldview, and then he goes throughout the movie trying to like deflower like teenage girls. Like that's his end goal. That's the character's motivation and agency in the story. He's like hunting down virgins.
It sounds like this movie was almost as harmful to the stars as Death in Venice was to that one kid who was in it.
Oh yeah, there's no. Well, the one guy, like a few people in it went on to be like pretty famous actors. Like the one kid, he was on The Wire, and then the one girl, she's the one that dated she's the one that sucked Vincent Gallo's dick in Brown Bunny on camera.
Oh,
I can't remember her name. She was like a pretty well-known actress for a while, but like she made that weird.
I forgot her name.
Yeah, she's like yeah. Vincent Gallo did that movie where she sucked his dick on camera for like 5 minutes. And it was like, that was a weird time. Like, people talk about how tame we are now, and I'm always like, oh, and then I'm like, oh, wait, we used to make movies like that. Fuck.
Yeah, maybe we were tame, but the art wasn't, and now it's like the other way around. It's like people are untamed, but the movies are very tame.
Well, you used to be able to get away with like like I remember people like argue if Kids is good, or if it's like a work of art. Like it's this weird thing. Like people used to debate that stuff, and now it's just like, no, you can't make a movie with like fucked up stuff in it.
We have a reverse Puritanism going on in all of the arts at the moment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But at the same time, it's more acceptable than ever to, put like 8 girls in a dance crew and have them twerk for the crowd, I guess.
Yeah.
So we live in that world.
God, I'm so happy that Fraser and Dan are here. This is like my dream stream so much. Like I'm so happy.
Dream team.
I'm so glad you guys are here. Like you guys are like I've known you two the longest out of anyone on here right now.
I just need blood.
I could make your fantasy come true.
Yeah.
Ooh.
This is my ultimate.
Please rewind. Veterans, are they?
This is like the OG getting back together.
It's getting the band back together.
These guys were like friends with me when I had like 2,000 subscribers, and like I was just like talking about politics and like random shit.
I tried to get you in.
Yeah, I remember
I
that.
think with Naked 8 back before he dropped off.
I remember I was gonna be on his stream and I couldn't do it because of work. I was like gonna be on it. Yeah, you were pretty deep in that for a while. Yeah, he was my favorite.
Dropped off the internet.
He was my favorite like anti-SJW YouTuber by far.
The last thing
Does
he
he still
said to me was that
exist?
he would read my book, and then he dropped.
No, he's gone, dude. Like Dan, he's just gone.
I know.
Yeah, he
And
disappeared.
right after he left, his server got it had been up for like a year since he'd been on, and then his server got nuked right afterwards, and that's how my account initially, my last account got destroyed.
Oh wow.
It's gotta suck.
Yeah, well, it didn't matter.
Well, dude, I remember you were on that one stream like that afterwards, and like Aiden Paladin was in there talking to you guys about like Norse mythology, and it was like fucking crazy.
Yeah, we were having a good time, man.
Because she was like drunk and ranting, and then Naked Ape came on that one stream we were all doing, and he kept telling us how boring it was. He showed up on a stream and he just treated us like shit for like 10 minutes.
He never held back, did he?
He was taking his he was taking his minor stardom and using it to abuse, and I like that about him.
Yeah, I did too, because he came on and we were all like nobodies. We were like, oh cool, Naked Ape's here, and he just kept telling us we sucked and how boring our shit was.
So he's just a Hollywood producer of the anti-JWs.
Well, man, it's so weird that like time feels so long gone now. Like I would not watch like Sargon. Like I would not watch that shit at all anymore.
No,
like, and that was
I
like
still watch Sargon on the Lotus Eaters.
Like that was like a golden time, man. Like when that stuff was first like getting big, and like in those early like live streams and shit. Like because Medicare hasn't been around for a while, right? I haven't seen anything from him.
He's got really bad.
He got cancer.
He got cancer.
Yeah, he got cancer.
I didn't know he got cancer. I didn't know that. I heard. I thought that was a joke. I thought that was literally a meme.
No, that's not a meme. It's serious. That's serious business. Pat.
I could honestly believe that he made that up. That's why I didn't believe it.
He's talked about it in detail with people.
Because if people said that, I was like, oh, that's a meme. He doesn't have cancer. Because people were joking about it.
It's throat cancer, right?
Oh my god!
Batman has?
If we lost fucking Medicare, shit, dude, like he's the best.
We've lost Medicare. He's
I mean, we might as well have.
2 years.
He hasn't made shit in forever.
The last major important contribution he did was he talked about that one TV show with the laser.
Well, he was doing all that, and he was doing all the shit on COVID too. I remember that was like right before he left, not too long.
2 seconds. He did like 3 videos, right?
The
forecast.
This is it, guys. Yes. We have to bring back internet blood sports. It's gonna happen here on Please Rewind Live. It's gonna take Dan and like we need enemy. Like we all have to get like the Madcap Meta fight. Like we're gonna have fights on here. We're gonna make messed up jokes. This is the new fuck movie reviews. All right, this is the new like blood sports.
We need PPP. That's what we need.
We're gonna attack and go after every other person on this platform together as a unit. We're gonna be.
We need to attack the Sardonicast.
We're gonna be a fucking fighting force.
Like, have you seen any of my recent content? Anybody here seen any of my recent content?
I still watch your stuff.
I made a. I started just getting into harassing people on Second Life.
Post the link. I want to watch it.
Well, that was the thing, man. Like that's why I liked you guys. Like I always I watched Dan's videos, and I liked Fraser's stuff, and then Dan and me talked about Alien Covenant that one time.
We both forget the name now.
Yeah, because you liked it, and you liked Force Awakens. I remember.
What? Oh wow! Did I do that? Yeah. Oh my god!
Go back and listen. This is like I'm posting your nudes.
No!
I'm gonna get me.
No, you did that.
Yeah, you liked.
I'm so embarrassed.
You liked Force Awakens, and you were on there defending it.
Ugh.
Oh, that's gotta suck. I don't even think Schneider fans even defend that movie.
Well, this was before Last Jedi, to be fair. This was like 2015, 2016. So it was like before all the shit happened. So Dan was just like, why don't you like Force Awakens? Why don't you like Alien Covenant? They're good.
Good God.
And we talked about
back
David.
When we still had hope.
Yeah, we talked about David and her fucking. We had like a long conversation about whether or not they had sex in Alien Covenant. We talked about that for like 20 minutes. The weirdest live stream I ever did that I still think is like this like lost treasure on the internet is the Foxler Nightfire stream. That's like my greatest achievement. That I think like 100 years from now they're gonna find that, and it's gonna be like my like my magnum opus that like people didn't find in the moment, and then years later they're gonna be like, what the fuck? Like it's the greatest like expose breakdown of like a furry. Like I get him to admit everything about furries without actually like interrogating him and asking, like, because we talked for so long, he ends up just saying stuff, and it exposes everything about furries.
Did he fuck a dog?
He pretty much admits, like, for like the first hour, he talks like normal, and then like about 90 minutes in, it's very clear that this guy's like fucking crazy, and he just starts talking about fur. He even told me crazier shit when we were off the stream after the fact. I was like, holy shit, what the fuck?
You really gotta watch out.
You don't fuck dogs, man? What's wrong with you?
Tweet him. Tell him to get in the stream.
What? Get Foxler in here?
Foxler.
Yeah,
Oh,
Foxler,
Foxler.
That's what I'm
you're
saying.
talking
Yeah,
about?
Foxler Nightfire.
Oh, yeah. And I remember you telling me that you were getting into a conversation with him at some point. I forgot.
We were friends. I talked to him regularly, but we did that one live stream. Like, that live stream that was 3 hours. But I talked to him like 7 hours that day, and me and him used to talk. I was in the furry community for a brief period of time.
Interestingly, I'm actually, I sit there and dick around with a bunch of fascist, like, Nazi furries all day.
And on that note, I think I'll depart and see you all later.
Terrible Lizard's like been sweating ever since like the last. He's like Dan and Fraser, and he's like starting to wipe. He's like, okay, you guys are making Columbine jokes and talking about furries.
Yeah,
Like, oh no,
Definitely.
he can't destroy his YouTube
Lizard,
career.
I'm the union. I can't be
It's like-
fired.
It's dead on arrival.
All right, well, give us a Mauler goodbye.
Oh, okay. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching EFAP.
So sexual.
It's very sexual. He has a kind of he does have very sexual undertones.
I'm telling you, dude, come to Ohio. I'm getting you laid in like a minute. Like that shit
The
is
accent
happening.
alone here will get.
I mean, if you're offering.
I mean, what I mean by that is I'm gonna have sex with you, but I didn't say what kind of sex. I just said sex.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
I hope I can return the favor someday as well.
Yeah, and have sex with me.
Exactly,
No,
on my couch.
I'm seriously, dude. Though, if you ever could fly out here, come out to Ohio and come stay with me.
Well, when I'm passing over.
Yeah.
All right, see you all later. Thanks for having me on.
Of course, thank you.
Very terrible.
Fucking
You're
love
gonna have to get a
TL,
twin
man.
bed. That single isn't gonna be enough to get on there with him.
Fraser,
Ohio. My
Fraser-
girlfriend's going out there for 3 months.
Oh, I know.
Oh,
What do you think she's coming out
son of a
here
bitch.
for? It was me.
Are you near Cleveland?
Yes,
Oh, you guys should go have a coffee or something.
I'm very
I
close
don't
to
know.
Cleveland. Actually, Columbus is like 90 minutes from Cleveland. Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati are all like in driving distance of each. They're very close. Ohio's
Yeah,
really
she's
well
out there.
located. Like we can get to Chicago here in like 5 hours, and then we can get to like Nashville or Texas and like a few like everywhere. Like if you live in Ohio, you're like pretty close to a bunch of shit.
Well,
Pretty
maybe
cool.
I'll go visit her, but I'll secretly be just visiting you.
Dude, you should do that.
Oh,
You could
That's
totally
good.
come
I'll have
up.
an excuse.
I'll either come to Cleveland or you can come up to Columbus. Either one, I don't care.
Oh yeah, you live with the amazing atheist. I remember now.
Yeah, Chris Stuckman lives in Cleveland.
yeah.
There's a lot of
With the
Ohio
amazing atheist.
YouTubers.
Is there always
It's like
chocolate all over
it's like the
your,
YouTube Hollywood.
I know it is.
The Pauls.
I moved to the hub.
Who else?
Yeah, the
You have to
Paul.
hide your bananas.
You did.
I know. What's his name? The guy that he used to be on Andy's show all the time. He used to that fucking
The Asian?
No, that fucking he dated
Chris?
Aiden Paladin for a while.
Hard bastard.
Not Hard Bastard, the other guy, the guy I dated after. I know she
Sinatra?
Yeah, Sinatra. I know she dated like 20 guys. But no, Sinatra says he lives in Ohio too.
I understand Aiden's crazy as shit.
Oh yeah, what gave that
Isn't
away?
she bipolar?
It's true. She does admit to having bipolar disorder.
Wait, a woman's crazy? Frasier.
Come on.
Tell me something I don't
Come on.
know.
That's a fantasy.
Adding lithium to my wife's water for the last year. All right, come on.
We should have like a Please Rewind like meetup in Ohio. Everyone should just come out here and we'll have a big party.
Okay.
I'm there,
Yeah,
Pat.
I got like my part. I got a pool. I live across the street from a winery. There's a winery literally like you could walk just across the street, and I live right by one. And I got a pool, so we could have a pool party and drink a bunch of wine.
We can call it a Please Rewind meetup.
Yeah, it'll be our first like con meetup.
Oh, nice. It'll be like almost famous.
Yeah. I'm a golden god. I jump in the
Yeah,
pool.
the Golden God.
Well, that's what we call. That's what it used to be. The rewinders.
We have to buy tickets.
The rewinders. That's what they used to. Yeah, we'll take like a group photo and it'll get leaked on like a Kiwi Farms or a 4chan, and we're like, look at these fucking assholes.
Hire a.
Let's do it. Let's do it in the next 3 months so that I can like just go there because I was going there.
I don't know
anyway.
if everyone can meet up, but if you want to come out, I mean, you can hang out.
Get a
But
seasonal
Alright.
lease on a commercial building and just like have a fake Blockbuster.
oh my god, yeah, I'll rent a place. I could rent a place and we just throw a party somewhere. That'd be fine. Because I don't got enough room in my place for everybody.
Yeah,
Just trash
'cause
it.
You did the films in the place that you currently live in, right? You did those films you were doing on your channel.
Yeah.
So that's like a fucking hobby hole. You could barely fit half your belongings.
Yeah, there's no way. Like, yeah, like if one person wanted to come out and hang out here, that'd be fine. But if like 10 people showed up, it'd be fucking disaster. But we could go out to bars and shit, or we could go do. I mean, fuck it.
Nobody tell Meta we talked about any of this.
Dan,
like he'll be afraid he'll be doxxed.
Dan, were you there for the Mad Cat Meta fight, or were you gone by that point?
Oh no, I don't think I was.
Saturday when we were all talking after you left, Madcap came in and was like, "Hey man, I watched Space Jam 2," and Mita started yelling at him, and they had this like big fight, and then Mita was like, "Yo, Dan Slav, nobody likes you, Madcap," and then Madcap was like, "No, nobody likes you. They were just both speaking for you."
Yeah,
they told each other that you don't like either one of them. I'm like, I really don't think Dan gives a shit. I think you guys are giving Dan too much credit. I don't think he's
that's appropriate amount of credit. People should base their self-esteem on what I think of them.
You know, if any of you guys are still at all watching politics, Hard Bastard still does excellent commentary on everything. The guy is just spot on.
I'm not like a regular watcher, but I watch like the occasional video, like when I see something I'm interested in. I don't watch like
his
every
live
video.
Streams are awesome, man.
I mean, I'll watch Vosh every now and then. I think Vosh is pretty good.
Why?
Because he's.
I'm kidding. I'm
Shh, he's here.
I just call him Badge.
Yeah.
Hey, did you guys see the ogre that he's keeping in his basement?
Yeah.
It's funny. I watch all manner of YouTubers, even like feminists and shit like that, just because I feel like I just like them as people. I don't like their ideas. It's like, yeah, I kind of like the way you act.
Yeah, the personality.
Like chemistry. Yeah. So like I watch Rebecca Watson, and I hate every other video she makes, but I just like her style, so I watch it. And what I'm saying is I interact with anybody, and I've never met anybody or anybody who claims to like Vosh. It's weird.
No, that's gotta suck.
No, it's not.
That sucks for him. Man, that's gonna be terrible. Like, he's one of the most popular YouTubers, and everybody doesn't even care about him.
I mean, that's
everybody hates him.
That's just kind of like there is the thing about being like hate love, like playing to that.
Yeah.
Like being the villain. You know?
Yeah.
It's something that a lot of people aren't willing to play that role, but it's like if you know how to pull it off, man, you could be super successful.
And it's
Hate speech.
Gratifying as well.
Yeah, like be the bad guy, be the Joker.
You ever watch Tate Speech? Where he does a Spider-Man review? He's absolutely brutal.
What is that? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a YouTuber. His name is Andrew Tate, and he has this channel called Tate Speech. And he was popular because he said Star Wars sucks, and it's for poor people.
It's for
like he said, I never watched Star Wars. Yeah, he's like he never watched Star Wars, and he said he got all these girlfriends because he told them they never watched Star Wars before.
I actually like that. And they're like that it's for poor people. That's a pretty great take on Star Wars.
It got popular. Yeah, it got popular on Twitter for that.
It's like poor people wish fulfillment or something. It's like crafted to make poor people happy. They're all Luke Skywalker. They're all gonna leave their shitty life working on fucking power converters. You get taken away on a journey. It's like the Wizard of Oz fantasy.
Oh shit! You figured it out right away, Pat.
Yeah, it's like,
and on top of that, like
that's what it is.
I just thought it was a bizarre sentence, but you just like analyzed it in a second and figured it out.
Yeah, think about it. Like it's like to George Lucas, like but design. It's like to like poor people to go and like live in the fantasy. Like you are Luke Skywalker, because that's the thing. He studied all these like myths and stuff, so he made like people like. Because that's why Luke Skywalker sort of like this like generic sort of flat character, and like Han gets more of the personality and stuff. It's so people can like live this fantasy out as Luke Skywalker. And be like,
crazy. Is what is Pat being accurate here, or did he like go off on his own thing?
No, it's both. It's both, because what happened with Tate was that after he like wrote this whole thread about like, oh, I'm rich, I got all these Lamborghinis, I got all these girlfriends, and everybody's like, well, you're missing out on this movie. It's like, yeah, I could be missing out on the movie, but you're missing out on being rich. And then he like promotes like his own class for like $5,000. You can become as rich as he is.
Grifter.
Yeah, kind of.
It sounds like Jordan
he does
Belfort and like the Wolf of Wall Street, like doing those commercials.
Just imagine Jordan Belfort as a Guy Ritchie character. Like that's how I would describe Andrew Tate.
Like that just sounds like with like there's that ad in Wolf of Wall Street. It's like you need to go work at McDonald's. You're not willing to make money like me. Like you're not willing to
he
work
essentially
hard
says stuff
enough.
like that.
You're not, you know, like you need to
Yeah,
go
he
get a
essentially
job
does
at
that.
McDonald's.
If you could search the video, he does a review on Spider-Man where he never.
People always shit on that stuff, though. People always say that stuff like, oh, fucking fry cooks. They shit on that stuff. When I was younger, I was a fry cook. That was the happiest I ever was in my life. Like, I'll say right now, people really undervalue, like, those simple, shitty jobs that you don't have to do anything. Yeah. Like, being a dishwasher. Like, when I was young, or, like, when I worked at a movie theater or video store, when I had those shitty jobs, like, you went to work, there was nothing expected of you. They told you good job, and you had to go home. You got to go home. Like, it was the happiest I ever was. Like, I didn't have to think at all. You just go in and, like, rely... You just rely... I'm, like, a YouTube manager, video editor at a production house here in Columbus.
That's not, like, terrible.
No. Now I have a job where I have to think a lot and, like... Yeah, but you have... That's a problem. Like, Dan, but it's like, you know it is when you got, like, when you got a big boy job, you, like, have to... You have to have some skills, and, like, you have to actually use your brain every once in a while. Those kind of jobs, like, when it's just all muscle memory, people shit on it, but, man, like... It's so easy to, like, go in and just get your shit done and get out of there, and you feel, like, really good about it. And it's like I said, like, nothing's expected of you. You just drop...
Pretty much. You just listen to podcasts the entire time.
You just drop fucking French fries in a goddamn thing and drop it down there, you go down, and they're like, good job. And you're like, thank you, sir. Like, it's a very satisfying... It's like when I was a dishwasher years ago, like, you put the dishes through the machine, they come out the other side, they're clean. It's simple. It's like how life isn't. Yeah, you 100%. You can play music in the dish room, and you can just be listening to any music you want. You just wash the dishes, and you hang out with guys and just talk shit all night. Like, you're working with, like, black dudes, Hispanic dudes, and you're all just talking shit. Nothing matters. Listening to, like, hip-hop and stuff, and then, like, dishes come out clean. You put them out in a rack, you take them out, and then when your shift's over, you go home. Guys are smoking weed out by...
a sense of existential dread, if I'm being honest.
I mean, it can be, but it's like anything. It's like how you perceive it, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you can perceive it as this existential dump, or you could also just think of it as, like, I can get more time for, like, myself, and here is just, like, a place I come get this thing done, and I just kind of leave. You know, don't get me wrong, if you're working, like, 50 hours, yeah, fuck that, but it was never like that, you know? It wasn't...
I mean, if you think about anything long enough, it does become an existential dread.
I've wanted to work in sales. I wanted to work in, like, I kind of work, like, a little bit of my job involves some kind of, like, advertising, but that's a field I've always wanted to... I always thought I would be very good at.
Because you just made me feel like, hey, McDonald's sounds like a good job. I should look into that.
Yeah. My father was a salesman for years at a very high level.
I finally got a job with the boys in Brown, and I'll be driving for them soon.
Oh, nice.
So
nice. What kind of job was that? Like, what kind of sales?
Wait, let Dan compliment me. Fuck your guys' conversation.
No, get your fucking compliment.
I was gonna compliment Tommy Boy. I love that scene where Tommy sells the guy the brake pads.
Yeah.
No, wait, no, it's Tommy's dad.
Yeah.
He's like, no, it is Tommy. He's like, if you want me to take a shit in a box and market guaranteed, I can do that. I have time. But for your wife's sake, why don't you buy parts from me so that your wife doesn't get fucked or something?
Yeah,
I forget.
That's essentially my father. My father was like a salesman during the 80s when it was big, when you could just, like, rip people off and sell them shitty stuff for nothing. And then he eventually, like, worked at other companies. So that's what he did for years. So, like, that's my whole life. My dad, every, like, life philosophy was told through, like, being a salesman, like making things sound better to other people to get them to, like, agree to the things that you need out of them. It's like an achievable
Is your dad still around?
Yeah. He's down in Texas.
That's cool.
But
are they divorced or something?
Yeah. They got divorced a few years ago.
Often,
it pretty much
how
sucks.
often do you see your dad?
I haven't seen him in, like, 2 years.
Mm.
It's just it's just because of COVID. COVID fucked it up. I was gonna go down and see him, and then, like, there was no traveling because he has an immune disease, so I couldn't go be around him during
You guys
COVID.
still talk and everything, right?
Oh yeah, like every day.
That's terrible.
Yeah, like every day. But it was just like I was gonna go see him the day I was packing to go visit him last time. Was like the day the COVID shit all happened. It was like the day they canceled everything. So then I was like, well, I'm not going to Texas now. And then I just haven't made a trip down there because that's where I'm from. But he's I mean, he's like a lot of people's fathers. He's a complex figure as I get older.
Yeah.
A lot of my, like, hero worship him has, like, turned into reality where it's like, is my dad a piece of shit? I don't know. But I just, it's like, in the problems that I have with myself, are this not my father? you know, but I just deal with it as like a reality. It's like, well, whatever. You can either like choose to be the worst version of your father, or you can live to be a better version of your father.
Do you blame him for your circumcision?
100%. But I blame my mother more, probably.
How can you blame anybody other than the doctors and the people who are responsible for forcing them to do it and making them think it's a good idea?
Yeah, I think that more than anything. But I have had I have had that argument with them before.
We could just blame the Jews.
I was about to say, me and Blood Money have had that conversation.
You can't really blame the Jews because it wasn't a Jewish thing in America. It was a Kellogg thing.
I don't even know what that means.
It was an anti-masturbation plot by
the guy
who
Oh yeah, that's right, Kellogg. Yeah, he created Kellogg cereal.
Yeah, because it wasn't a thing that like the Jews wanted everyone else to be circumcised. That's not really what like started to propagate it in America.
So this Kellogg guy made it happen.
Oy vey, Goyim, it looks as if you've been circumcised.
Yeah, like I don't think the
You're one of
Jews
us
really
now.
cared. Yeah, they didn't care what other people did, but it became this thing, and then like, and now we're just like more aware of it. But I remember there was like nights like in my early 20s where I'd be like really drunk and I'd be like yelling at my parents about circumcision. Like they would tell me they would tell me the next day, like the next day I'd wake up and my mom would tell me, she's like, you know, you came into the kitchen last night, you were really drunk. And I was like, yeah, you know, because I still lived with them back then. I was like 20, and I like came out and they're like, yeah, you came out and you're like really drunk and you were yelling at us about circumcision for like an hour and telling us that we were like fucking morons. You have the power. Like,
you know, it's like that scene in Silver Linings Playbook where Bradley Cooper's like screaming at his parents about Moby Dick.
Yeah, it's literally like that. Like he throws the book out the window. Like I threw a book out the window about circumcision. I was like, what the fuck? And I would go and yell. And then apparently one night I ranted to them about like how Batman's real and they don't understand Batman. And I was comparing it to like Russian literature. Apparently, I was saying it was like I was saying it was like at the level of Russian literature, and they don't understand it because I was like really into comic books and I was trying to explain Batman to them, and like I was up there ranting, and then I was like, okay, I got to stop like getting drunk and going and ranting to my parents about.
Yeah, that's why you should write it. Tape record it.
Did they care that you were drunk, or they were just like, hey, you said some really bizarre shit last night?
My parents were cool. They were never like they used to take me to, I mean, it's probably why I'm kind of fucked up, but they would take me to like R-rated movies when I was a kid. They didn't like let me do drugs and drink when I was like 12, but when I was like in my 20s, they didn't give a shit. They were like pretty much like, you're an adult. We don't care what you do. Like pretty much after I turned 18, my parents really didn't like control my life anymore. They didn't care.
Oh, that's nice. At least they didn't let you,
Well, I didn't have that life. A lot of people I know, they had this life where they just wanted to like leave their parents' house or they hated their parents. I had a great relationship with my parents for the most part. Like they were cool. Like they were like, I was like, 18, like, hey, I'm going to stay at this girl's house. And they'd be like, all right, cool. And then
you still live with them though.
Yeah, now. Yeah, sure. No, but, but they would
just, it's a full circle.
They just didn't give a shit. They were pretty like libertarian. They were pretty like live, beat, live. You should be able to do what you want. Taxes are bullshit. Things should be illegal.
But when Slav is our age, he's still gonna live with his parents, though. He's got that energy about him.
Oh yeah, he projects that hard.
Uh-huh.
His mama is his wife, is his best friend, is
his sister.
His sister.
I mean, Alabama, though,
I always tell people I tell people that though I didn't mind it. I lived with my parents. I mean, I didn't live with them like forever, but I lived with them until I was like 22 and stuff, and I didn't mind. I didn't have a bad time. It was kind of great. I could like go out to the bar and get drunk and then just like go home and sleep at my parents' house. And like
the modern alienation from our families is totally bogus and not normal to human civilization.
Isn't that a boomer thing?
Somebody was telling me that the other day, Fraser.
I agree.
Of course, it's totally not normal.
Don't encourage him.
Well, like it was the thing. Like my mom would like make food for me. She did my laundry and shit. It was fucking great. Like it was fucking great. Like I'd come home and there'd be food ready, and I'd be like, "Holy shit, what is this magic?" And then
I'm sure you do that with like your girlfriend now.
Oh, I'm horrible. This has been a lot of arguments over the years where it's like, I'm not your fucking mother.
Okay, but we live together, so let's cook. Let's have some food, maybe.
Yeah, and maybe you can make something. I don't know, but it is. No, but I had like I said, my parents were cool. Like they were cool to talk to. They were like like they weren't people that I was like distant from or like you don't get it. Like they were very like cool and open, and I like talking. I still like talking to them. I still call my parents to talk to them. I don't have this like fuck your parents attitude. I think it's like that always is kind of confusing. I mean, I get it if your parents like were shitty and you had a shitty life, but I didn't. I just had like a positive experience with them for the most part.
I ran from my parents so fast. I got like 3,000 miles away from them. I was like, I'm out. Dip 18. Oh man.
No, and that's like this typical story I hear from people. Like, cause like, oh god, it would be crazy. I would go on dates with girls. This is the kind of piece of shit I was.
Yeah, right.
I would invite girls on. I would start texting a girl to go on a date with me. I would have her meet me at my parents' house. I wouldn't go on a date with the chick because I didn't want to spend money because that creates a power play. And I wouldn't concede to it. I wouldn't be like, I'm not going to pay for a dinner for you. Because if this doesn't work out, I'm not spending the money to take you out on a date. You're going to come to my fortress of solitude. I'm going to have the power. And I don't care if I live at my parents' house. And a girl would like come over and I'd be like cooking eggs or something, or I'd be making something, and like we would eat and we'd hang out, and then we'd like go to my bedroom and like make out and stuff. And that like I did that like that whole time. I was like, no, like come meet me. And they're like, well, where do you live? And I'm like, oh, at my parents' house. And they would come like meet me at my parents' house. They would like drive from someplace to come meet me. And I did that whole time. I was like, no, I never like. I very early on got in this mindset where it's like, no, I'm not playing the games. I'm not taking you out on date. You have to like earn that shit. I'm like, if like I'm not gonna do that, then I get like the text 2 days later, like, I'm not really feeling this. It's like, okay, cool, but I'm not gonna like.
Feels like failure to launch.
Well, it's wasting your time. Like women have this. God, this sounds so sexist, but like, there's this whole argument nowadays about women. Like, we feel ownership over women's time, or like we think women should like us or talk to us, and we especially think pretty women. But at the same time, I don't like that they act like men don't have a value of time, or like they don't expect. Like you're like your time has no value. Like they can waste your time and it's okay. But if you're trying to get time from them, you're like a piece of shit. So I'm like, okay, well, I value my time. I'm okay with like playing video games and hanging out at my house. So if like you don't want to spend time with me, that's cool. But I'm not going to put effort in if you're not going to like want to hang out. I just thought that made sense. That was always one of my. And I just didn't want to spend money.
You want to go to like a park or something?
I mean, sometimes you would do something like that. I mean, it's usually like social circles, man. Like when you meet girls, it's usually like you have a group of friends and you meet a girl in that group and you and her like vibe and you hang out. And then you're like, hey, do you want to come out to my house someday and hang out with me? I mean, that's usually what it was. I kind of knew the girl a little bit.
And Tinder not exist yet?
I mean, there was stuff like that. There was like OK Cupid and shit like that.
How old are you?
31.
When you're like 3 years older than me, yeah, I should have basically every bit of knowledge that you do.
I thought so. I wasn't saying you didn't.
Yeah, and I don't remember
every bit.
I remember black
even your
meet.
secrets.
No, there was sites then. There was sites like you guys know. Well, Dan's the elder.
I do know.
Respect your elders.
I just
everybody should call me sir here.
Look, honestly,
okay,
I wish
sir.
I'd gone and trolled blackpeoplemeet.com when I was younger. I wish so.
Yeah, I really like. Me and Dan were talking about that last week, and like how we were like the internet 15 years ago. We were on borrowed time, and when we were living in the wild west of the internet, like we appreciated it, but like we knew one day it was going to end. Like we were going to get kicked out of the Garden of Eden.
And we always thought it was going to be like a government bill. SOPA came out and ruined everything. It's been like a slow trickle, a death by like a drip.
Yeah, it's like the X-Files. It just got worse gradually. It wasn't like, this season sucks. It was like 2 seasons and you're like, what happened to the X-Files? This was really good like 2 years ago.
You're talking about our modern system of government? Because...
Well, just like the internet, like culture change. Like there was like that glory time of like message boards and the internet in the 2000s. Like where it was like anonymity was it was all edginess. Like the PC shit wasn't there at all. Like it just wasn't there. Like
Napster.
And we were all like, fucking, I'm just gonna like torrent and watch everything I want and have a great time, and it was just great. Like, and it was just a really fun time to be growing up.
Here's a fun aspect of that. It all sort of started right around the time that the 99%er protests were happening. And they flicked a little switch to create racial division in the country right around the same time that people were getting mad about social inequalities being created via the economic system in on Wall Street. Very interesting.
You're saying
right after that. Yeah,
Sleep on Wall Street. What was it called?
Yeah, the Wall Street protest.
Occupy Wall Street.
Occupy Wall.
That.
I said sleep on Wall
That
Street.
is all started.
Well, they were sleeping.
They were.
It's not on Wall Street.
Well, you know what's
Are you saying they created SJWs?
You know what's so weird? Because with the internet,
I thought Gamergate created that.
I didn't feel inequality on their internet. I felt like the internet was very fair. I felt like back then, like you got shit on, and you had to toughen up. You had to
hold your own, bro.
You like if you were a noob somewhere and you got fucked with, like you had to just take it, and like it was like trial by fire, and like it made you better. It made better memes. It made like a lot of the people that I love on the internet. Like now, I feel like they're like guys who've been around a bit longer than a lot of these newer like YouTubers or social media. But like I'm not saying they're like exactly but they were kind of there a little bit before, and
they're almost soft now, right?
Well, it's just like it's like a lot of the stuff that everyone does now. I feel like a lot of us, like Dan and I, are afraid we saw this shit years ago. It's really just repeating things that have been around a long time. They're not new. Like a lot of memes or things I see, those are trends that have existed for like over a decade.
I don't know that who wants me to eat their salmonussi meme is pretty meta.
Well, just being there, being there at the origin of that stuff, like when memes first started, like when it wasn't a thing.
Back then, though.
Oh yeah, no, it was like the worst shit would get like laughs. Like,
I mean, have you seen Hyperborea?
Yeah,
the Hyperborea memes.
Yeah,
those are awesome, dude. They're
it's
so
like,
developed.
It's like we were like people are standing on the shoulders of this old generation, which I'm fine with. That's how progress happens. But I just remember it was like hey, wait, is this how because there was no language and we had to like invent an internet? Like, it's like, wait, is this how the internet should be? And there was all this trial and error with it, and it was like teenagers were figuring a lot of the shit out. Like, we were given too much responsibility for our age. Like, it was like a 15-year-old got to like define culture and be like, hey, we all like anime, right? I think that's gonna have a huge comeback in 10 years. And now it's like the biggest fucking thing in the world.
And the only cultural medium that doesn't seem to be infected by some of the worst eccentricities of cultural Marxism.
Yes, and has
in a completely different country,
and has a crossover appeal. I noticed so much, where like so many different types of people like anime. It's not just like, oh, just white guys like anime. It's like, no, everybody likes it. Girls like it, different races like it, different cultures like it. Like it's really turned into this like, the East has had this like beautiful thing with the world where like, it's like I was having that BTS thing with Blood Money where it's like, oh my god, like there's this thing with like the East right now where I feel like we're all just like loving Eastern culture and Eastern media so much right now. Like we're loving Korean films, we're loving K-pop, we're loving anime, we're loving all this stuff, and it's like
there's a lot of growth that's happening and a lot of cultural shifting as well.
Yeah, like they're the culture boom. Like if you want, like when people say to me like, "Oh, art sucks, this stuff sucks," I'm like, no, it just kind of sucks here. Like we're just not the best movies aren't made in Hollywood anymore. The
which
best
is sad, but it's true.
Brutalism doesn't create good movies.
Yeah, 100%. Because I said that for years, like when Parasite won Best Picture, everyone was like, what the fuck? I'm like, guys, South Korea's been making the best movies for like 20 years. Where the fuck have you been? Like, this isn't new. They've been making great movies now for years. It's like the 70s over there. It's like their new Hollywood right now. They're just making, like, there's all these great filmmakers in South Korea.
I recently watched a movie called Midori, or hold on, let me double check on the exact name.
Midori Sour?
It was a 1992 movie, anime movie, body horror, and it's called I guess Midori, and it was really, really odd, crazy filmmaking. This like girl that ends up in a carnival in the 19th century Japan, and she's raped. She's like, it's crazy. It was a great movie, even though it was like
she was raped. It was a great movie.
Great movie.
No, it was
Speaking of Asian rape, I just watched this movie. I've seen it before, but it's from the 70s. It used to be hard to find. It's called Belladonna of Sadness, and I would highly recommend it. Yeah, Belladonna of Sadness is really good. Well,
yeah,
I just
good,
rewatched it. I hadn't seen it in a long time, but it was on Criterion.
Channel recently. This is actually because I was watching Midori. This movie was actually showing up in my searches after that, and I meant to watch it because of this. So yeah, thank you.
Hey, Fraser.
I think I saw that movie on two. Well, I haven't seen the movie, but It's on Tubi, so I thought about watching it.
Hey Fraser, is your avatar from the shitty Zelda game that was on like Neo Geo?
No. Okay, so it's the cartoon, the shitty Zelda cartoon.
Well, excuse me, princess.
Well, excuse me.
I still say that to people. I do that, and I do chili dogs from the Sonic cartoon. Chili dogs.
Nobody realizes that Sonic loves chili dogs anymore, except for like people who are aware.
Yeah, I just throw that one out there all the time. Like some girl will say something to me. I'm like, well, excuse me, princess, and it always pisses them off every time.
I think this is
it's awesome.
This is not copyrighted because it's uploaded to YouTube and it hasn't been messed with. But this was funny. I enjoyed this. It was dumb, It's
The Legend of Beavis.
Are you posting a clip?
It's barely better than YouTube poop, but it is pretty good.
I prefer to call it YouTube shit myself, but
you don't like YouTube poop? Have you seen Scoops?
But you're a fine arts man. You like the YouTube poop. You like the wine. I'm more like a Budweiser guy with that,
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Bud Light.
Yeah, I like my shit beer.
It's so weird that I'm here. I hate watching movies. I rarely ever do it.
It's okay. We haven't really been talking about movies for like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I tried.
No, we've been talking about Space Jam too this whole time.
Yeah,
Space Jam 2.
Someone's gonna watch this and be like, "They're not talking about Space Jam 2. What is this?"
They're like, "Wait, why are they talking about jobs and beer?"
They come in and I'm like, Dylan and Eric underrated. And they're like, "What?"
Dylan and Eric, Columbine was like the Beatles together, and then now the other school shooters are like the Beatles broken up.
Yeah, they're
good, but not.
I love that Slav said that.
NSFW channel.
Slav said that they're ELO. That was so funny. That's underrated. They're the ELO.
Ooh, ELO's good.
A random scene from that movie.
Electric Light Orchestra.
I saw them. I saw them in Columbus. Yeah, you know ELO, Dan.
Yeah, you'll know Mr. Blue Sky in Guardians 2. Mr. Blue Sky.
It was in a lot of shit before Guardians of the Galaxy 2, though.
I know, but I'm just mentioning.
For some reason, Mr. Blue Sky became the most popular song ever, like 10 years ago, and it's in like every fucking movie and commercial I see.
Is it like a trailer song or something?
No, it is.
No.
In commercials. Yeah, it is. Like it'll show up in movie trailers, and because I remember I always loved that song, and it wasn't too famous, and then like 10, 12 years ago, it's in like montages in movies. It's in like
the Requiem for a Dream song that showed up in the movie Requiem for a Dream, and I bought the soundtrack because I thought it was great. And then it shows up in the Lord of the Rings trailer and all kinds of shit.
Yeah, no, ELO was like a thing. I thought it was a secret. Now like ELO is like huge.
Yeah, Don't Bring Me Down.
Yeah, Don't Bring Me Down. Evil Woman, Showdown.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Evil Woman.
Don't You Want My Love?
Turn to Stone.
Turn to Stone. Yeah. No, I saw them in concert like 3 years ago, and it was fucking amazing. Jeff Lynne came here in Columbus, and it was at the Nationwide, and it sold out, and it was like fucking amazing. Like top 5 concerts I've ever been to. Like
nice.
I mean, it was like just the hits. It was like the thing that you kind of don't want at a concert. You kind of want some deep cuts, but it was also like they basically just played ELO's greatest hits for like 2 hours. And it was fucking, I mean, like the opening song was like Evil Woman, and they like ended on Mr. Blue Sky, but it was like one after another. It was like Turn to Stone, Don't Bring Me Down. Because I remember in the 90s when they would play ELO, I'd love it. Like in Kingpin, they play Showdown. And then in Billy Madison, they play Telephone Line with Steve Buscemi. He puts the lipstick on and he's listening to it, and he marks the name off the list, people I'm going to kill. And he marks off Billy's name. And I was like, oh my God, I love ELO. But now they're like huge. Like everybody knows ELO now. Xanadu. I even like Xanadu.
Yeah, Xanadu's good. Yeah. I think I remember watching it with my mom, and she's like, yeah, this is what the 80s were like. Like, I watched Wonder Woman 1984. That didn't seem like the 80s. Like, this is the 80s.
Yeah, in the 80s, we used to all go to roller discos, and lights would shoot out of our skates. And
that's gonna be
and there would be musical numbers, right?
Yeah. Oh, no. During the entire ELO concert, I was screaming at the top of my lungs because I had pretty good seats. I kept screaming Xanadu the entire show because I wanted them to play like any song off Xanadu, and I was just like, Xanadu!
Dude,
what about that song from the anime? Didn't they play like Wasn't there like an ELO song? They played it like this. I don't know. It was like an anime trailer. Forgot what it was like a.
Dude, I hear their music everywhere. Oh, Boogie Nights too at the end, Living Thing at the end when he pulls the dick out. That's a song in the credits of Boogie Nights. That was great too.
I'm gonna try and find the song, like what it's called, but it was in an album. I forgot what it was, the name of it.
You guys seen The Boys Are Back in Town to Kill You?
Yeah.
That's so good, man. I love that guerrilla stuff when they go back and they edit a song and make an entirely new song out of an old piece that was already good.
Oh, Thin Lizzy, man. Thin Lizzy would definitely be in the roller skating movie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Dan, I would have you be the guy who's like selling, like he's a little bit too old and you're selling like drugs outside of the skating ring. Like I would have you shave down to a mustache and you'd be like, hey, do you guys want to get high?
Would they buy it?
You know, and because I think you're perfect for that role. Like you're exactly
As long as
the guy
I'm not,
she should play. And you're
as long as I'm not a comic relief.
and you're in roller skates outside, like you're in the parking lot and you're wearing roller
so
skates.
I am a comic relief.
And you have like a 70s mustache, and you're like, and you just like very deadpan, you're just like, hey, come over here. It's like,
get in my van.
Do you guys like weed? I don't know. We've never tried it. You should. That's a convincing argument. When you put it that way.
Is this gonna be like a?
I want Dan to be the guy who like gets the teenage guys high for the first time or something. Like he takes them into this van and there's this, and they enter in the van and the van's like a huge set. It's like gigantic. It's not like they enter in and they go inside and it's huge.
You're describing Loaded Weapon 1. Have you seen that?
Oh yes, many times. But like
they go into his Winnebago and it's a palace.
Yeah, that's how it'd be. Like it's a giant room and you like have the shack and you're just in there. Like Dan, you're like so perfect for that. You would like. You'd become a cult figure overnight. You'd get a lot of work from that role.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Yeah, your name.
I choose my colors to make it look bigger.
Your name would be like Jerry, you know, something like that. And yeah, you're like Jerry, the guy who sells the weed at the roller rink. And like, yeah, you like they're like, why does it look so big in here? I choose my colors to make it look big. That's fun. And like you go up to the front and you're rolling a joint, you turn a song on you like put an 8-track in or something and you're like licking the paper and the song's playing and you're like you're saying some crazy shit to these guys as you're rolling the joint.
Let's write this roller rink movie. I mean, how much would it be to rent out a roller rink?
I feel like we could make this movie. The only thing that would cost money is the soundtrack. I think the soundtrack would be super expensive.
Yeah.
So
it's a movie.
Hey, we can get Chris Tucker in the
It's a movie you would have to take to like a festival and then like try to get somebody to buy it who would pay for the music licensing. Otherwise, you would just have to do like figure that out. You would have to like put the movie to sell it, try to sell it, be like, all right, you guys got to pay for all these songs. Sorry.
What about Netflix?
This is going to be like a $200,000 music budget.
We can put this movie on Netflix.
No, Pat thinks Netflix makes shit. He won't.
No.
He's too good.
Yeah, I know.
If they offered me, I mean, if they offered me $5 million, I would take the deal. But Fraser, you can be in it too. You're perfect for 70s.
I'm perfect to slap the fucking like cigarette out of someone's mouth.
Yeah.
Just look at him like he's dumb.
Well, the thing is, how particular are you, Pat, about the soundtrack? Couldn't they just like pick whatever songs they want to replace?
No, I'm not
the songs
particular. I'm
used?
just saying it probably wouldn't be cheap to use any kind of I mean, you could go more obscure, like maybe Big Star. You could get for pretty cheap, but like, I mean, I just don't see how there's no way you're gonna get the songs for nothing. I mean, it's songs from the fucking 70s.
So this is a 70s movie, not an 80s movie.
No, it's a 70s movie. It'd be like 1976 when like roller rinks were huge.
Okay.
Couldn't you find like a retro band and you like write your own songs?
But that would
cheaply?
I mean, you could, but I feel like that would. I mean, you could if you wanted to go full musical with it, but I don't want to like lean into that. I'd rather it just be like basic. It's like a hangout movie with a cool soundtrack. Like the soundtrack would sell the movie. It would be part of the appeal of the movie. Would be like.
Plus, I don't think they would get I feel like they wouldn't get the authentic sound of the 70s anyway, even if you got like a band to do it.
Well, just because like in my head, it would just be like yeah, because I'd want to play like songs because I love a lot of that music and there's just songs in my head, but I'm not like particular. Like if they're like, hey, we got to use this song, it's cheaper, I would say yes. I wouldn't because I don't think the music's essentially like. I think as long as you could get one or two songs that are the ones that really make the movie, you'd be okay.
Casey Sunshine.
Well, no, like there's always been like dream songs in my head that I would love to have in it. That maybe you could.
Like
get,
what kind?
Maybe. It's just that whole era of music. It's just that whole like that whole era of like Bay City Rollers and like you know, I mean, unfortunately, a lot of these songs didn't used to be used in movies, and like songs like Fox on the Run and stuff like that, but they have been used in stuff now. Or like Guardians of the Galaxy ruined a lot of this for me. Like I always wanted to use that song, Please Go All the Way by the Raspberries, and then Guardians of the Galaxy used it. Like there was a lot of these songs for years. I was like, why isn't that song in a movie? Please Go All the Way is amazing. You know, like, yeah, song, like just stuff like that, like the Raspberries
Dan?
or Big Star. Or like stuff that's a little bit. I mean, still gonna be cool, like Peg or something. But I'd rather do stuff that maybe people don't always like think about. Like
Yeah,
oh fuck,
sure.
that's a really great song. Like I've like even like Big Star was that way for years, but now I feel like Big Star's pretty famous now. I feel like everybody knows them.
I'm trying to think of like what 70s song, because I feel like I probably forgot about.
I have a playlist of some shit.
Well, it would have to be of the time. It'd be stuff that they would probably be playing at a roller rink in like 1976, 1977. You couldn't like. It would have to
Let's live for today.
It would have to make
Grassroots.
sense. Like, yeah. Oh, Grassroots in general, like Sooner or Later, Love is Gonna Get... Those kind of songs would be amazing.
Green-Eyed Lady. Why not the 90s, though? Why the 70s?
Devil Woman. I don't know. I just don't... I mean, I guess you could do the 90s, but I feel like you could sell the movie more probably on the 70s aesthetic and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Get those boomers money.
Yeah, I feel like...
Probably sneak in some Russian there because of 2112, though, with the Twilight Zone.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, I just think, I don't know. I mean, it's project. I mean, I guess I mean, at the 90s, I would kind of want to do something different because I don't like think 90s. I don't think like roller rinks. I don't know. It's not like what I think of it as like a 70s thing. You know.
Oh well, I went to them when I was a little kid, so
me
that's
too.
kind of why I'm thinking 90s.
No, I mean, I did too when I was a little kid. I agree. I don't know. Like, what are they going to be like? We're going to be playing Blur, and they're skating.
We're gonna be playing Street Fighter 1.
Yeah, they're gonna be playing like I don't know, like I just don't think the music would be as kick ass with the visual of skating, not necessarily the idea. But although a 90s period piece would be cool.
New Kids on the Block.
But in my head, like the 70s movie, because that's the thing, that's the thing. You could film that movie in like 18 days because it would all be at that one location at night. So it wouldn't be
there
like
you go. You got all the coverage.
It wouldn't be like a 32 day shoot or something like that. You could shoot it. I mean, continuity would be a pain in the ass because you'd have a lot of extras, and you'd have to keep continuity on all the shots. And I could just know that would be a pain in the ass. Like if you have like 40 people skating in the background and people in the background, that shit has to match. That would be tough. But as long as you had people coordinating all that, you'd be okay.
The thing is, you don't like base your movie off of what if there's somebody staring at the background and comparing it to the next shot and saying, hey, this character wasn't there. Like nobody cares about that. You're wasting your time.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying like you can't have it where like if someone's walking across the shot and people are skating and then something cuts, you can't like have a whole different shot in the background. It's got to like match on some level. Just when the movie, like the geography and the icon, everything has to kind of make sense.
Oh, you're talking about. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about like just what the people are wearing. But you mean like if you? Well, I mean, you would probably shoot with 2 cameras.
Yeah, you would get coverage for sure. I agree. No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying that's not the easiest stuff. That's like some of the toughest stuff to do. And people don't know, like those party scenes in movies, like those ballroom parties. Like studios put notes to people to not write those scenes in scripts. Like when there's a scene where there's a lot of extras and stuff like that, like they don't like making those kinds of scenes because it's just like there's a lot of people there you have to manage. If you got like a big Hollywood budget, but this movie probably wouldn't have a big Hollywood budget, so it would just be a lot of work. I'm not saying you couldn't do it. I'm just saying it wouldn't be like easy. It would take. You'd have to pay attention. I think like the way to make it work is to keep it focused on like the main characters and kind of try to focus your framing on them and not notice what's going on in the background too much. But you're gonna
shoot with shallow depth of
He
fixes all these problems.
But you want some
Zack
scale.
Snyder figured that out.
You want some scale too, though. You definitely want those moments you really plan out where like it gets cinematic. But like I don't think. But I would love like people playing like I mean, fuck, people playing pinball. You have scenes in the bathroom, the parking lot, like fucking. Oh my god.
Don't forget the TV. The TV has to have some, like
Yeah.
Vietnam footage or something like that.
Yeah, something going on. Well, because I know like people like like American Graffiti band influence, but there's like certain kind of movies that I really like that aren't just those like up all night movies that I think about. It'd be like a kind of Cameron Crowe sort of, like or or a lot of like John Cusack movies that I really like One Crazy Summer or The Sure Thing and stuff like that. Those like movies I'm like a really big fan of, or I'd like to do kind of certain like aesthetics or like character stuff. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Just stuff I'd really like to like see again, and like movies that I've studied quite a bit.
Business.
Risky Business, but Risky Business has kind of got this more like retro neo-noir vibe.
Yeah, that's true.
But they're just movies that I know quite a bit about, so I was like, I could make a movie like that. I have enough expertise in that field to make a movie about that. Or some shit, it's like I couldn't make a movie about that. I wouldn't know how the fuck make that movie.
Are you still like active trying to like make weird movies and shit?
I still write scripts. That's about it. I still write scripts, and I talk to Blood Money sometimes. So we talk about we might try to make something, or like
Yeah, Blood Money. I remember that name.
Yeah, we had a deal one time. Like there was these producers out in where he lived that were like they were optioning us to write a script for them about like a movie about old people in a retirement home, like that were still like
Bubba Hotep.
That were still like having sex, or were still like they were like using tech. It was a weird premise. This like because this is what happens sometimes. There's some guy and he has an idea for a movie and he has money, and it's like kind of a shitty idea. And Blood Money called me and he's like, hey, like I was at dinner with these guys and I told them about you and they were like going to pay us to like work on this script for this thing. It probably won't get made, but they want us to write it for them. Do you want to help me with it? And I was like, okay. And I couldn't really figure out the premise. I was like, old people fucking in a nursing home or technology. And then I was at a Chinese restaurant and I heard these old people having a conversation beside me at the table, like beside me, and they were talking about technology. And it was weird how aware they were. So I called him that night and I was like, dude, I got it. Like, we're going to make a movie about ageism, like this idea that like old people are like out of touch, irrelevant, and they like humanity, but like we're gonna make it the opposite. We're gonna make it like they are aware. They do know what's going on. They're more savvy than we think they are. Like they're gonna like we're gonna make it this thing about like how do you live how do you be old and like communicate in this world of technology and stuff like that, and how do you find love in that? Is there a way to like approach that? And that's kind of where we came from. But yeah, nothing ever happened with it. It was just like the script was written and that was it. Like most things. And then
were you at least paid?
Yeah, you get paid for it, but a lot of times you do those kind of things and then nothing. Most things that get worked on they never get turned into anything. I mean, this is like you'll go work on something. I've worked on so many films with friends of mine who like when needed help with something, I'll go help them and then they'll work on it for months and then like 2 years later nothing ever happened with that movie. Maybe they showed it at a few festivals or something and that was it. They just have it on a hard drive somewhere.
You and Blood Money wrote the script?
Yeah, we've written a few scripts together. I've written I've written 6 scripts recently in the last couple of years myself, and then me and him have collaborated on a few scripts. And I wrote a pilot for a television show, and then I wrote some comic books. Like I wrote 8 issues of this one comic book I was working on. And then he does some work. He still does. He was a lobbyist for a while, but he still does some kind of like he works on like commercials sometimes and stuff. Or campaign ads and stuff like that for politicians.
So he's got the connects to kind of make this kind of thing happen. But I'm still of the opinion that, they told us to make our own internet bigot. And so I think it might be time to do stuff like that. You know what I mean?
I don't disagree. I'm kind of that way
just
too.
Wondering how to get it off the ground.
I have this romanticism about movies, but I also think that content's changing and there's like a new way to look at the evolution of it. And like what that being an artist isn't like limited to something that you were like raised in, like it has to be this way. I don't necessarily think that's true.
$6,000 can buy you almost as premium and virtually almost as premium technology as they're using on actual movie sets on any given day. Anyway.
I mean, only thing is if I could get help, I would need other people that know some shit that know how to do. Because I know quite a bit about camera cinematography and like lighting, and I'm editing and all that stuff. But I would need people to help me, like,
So now you got to find a driven artsy type.
Well, it's just people who want to help me with the locations or like production design, or want to help me with like I need a first AD. I need people to do key grip stuff. I need all that stupid shit. I need people to help me because I can't do it all by myself. If I want to make a movie, I don't think I mean, like, I don't think I would need a huge crew, but I would need people that would like, because I have friends who are like audio engineers professionally, and I have friends who like do stuff like that would help me with certain things. But you need like, I would like to work with a group of people that I like. We have a chemistry and we can kind of collaborate and work on something, as opposed to like I just hire people. I mean, I would do that, but I would prefer to work with like a group of people that was like, hey, cool, we're all gonna really make this thing together, like, and that it would be fun to work with.
I mean, one way to set that up is, of course, you know, if you set it up so that everybody gets paid upon completion of the film,
Yeah.
through some sort of like, I've already got the money set aside to pay us for our time, but it only happens once the final trigger's pulled and we have an actual like release cut.
Well, I only have like most of the scripts I wrote, I think they're okay, but there's a couple I wrote where I'm like, man, this is pretty good. But it's kind of like what you write for. So like some of them I wrote like, okay, I could make this movie on a lower budget, and then some of the other ones I wrote, I'm gonna need money to make this movie. You know, you write some scripts with the budget in mind, like, okay, I could probably make this for like $50,000, and then there's other ones where it's like I would need like $5 million to make this movie. So I'm not gonna think that I'm gonna make that movie anytime soon. But I still want to write that script. But it's like
I
can't.
mean, if you were to turn the right choice into a movie, you'd be millions of dollars.
Yeah, there's no way I can't make that for $25,000. It would look like shit. You know, it just would. It wouldn't be. You know, it's like it's just how it is. You have to kind of budget when you think this stuff out. But like other stuff I've written, I'm like, okay, I could make this movie. But a couple I wrote, I'm like, these are really fucking good. Like this actually could be a really good movie. And I'm like, fuck, I like hate setting on this because this is really good. And I wish I could do something with it.
The thing is, though, $25,000, you can get a lot. You can move some mountains with $25,000.
I'm not arguing. Well, the couple scripts I wrote that I think are good are thought with a budget in mind. They could be made on relatively low budgets.
Here's something else people haven't thought about. I don't mean to interrupt you on that one.
No, it's okay.
Have you seen modern VR technology?
Yes.
Like you've seen it. Like you've seen what people can do with just like a headsets and some of those trackers and everything else like that. You could create like a CGI film these days, start to finish, using you know, the trackers and stuff like that. And
I think that's definitely going to be the future. Everyone's just going to be designing their own stuff in like VR.
I mean, like Fincher with Zodiac.
Yeah, I think that's going to be. I think everyone's what's like that's just going to be more and more accessible. I think at some point that's what everyone's going to be doing. It just makes sense.
Or George Lucas, the prequels.
George
Lucas with the prequels.
Well, it just makes sense to get to that point eventually. Like it
does.
It's logical as opposed to like getting all this shit together and doing all this physical stuff. It's like kind of like sort of like how chemical film doesn't make, like some things just stop making sense. It's like, well, it makes sense to kind of make the movie this way, to make it digitally and design it that way and direct it that way. That makes sense.
It's going to be like a retro experience.
Retro thing, yeah.
I was going to say just like shooting a movie is going to be retro now.
Yeah. Just another step in the evolution. Most of the stuff that we do today, nobody ever thought would be possible. Like nobody was like imagining people sitting in front of their fucking computer desks for 8 hours a day over the weekend, hanging out with their buddies.
100%. I say that all the time. People talk about culture and all this stuff happening. I'm like, you guys are, I know it's a cliche, but you're always undervaluing the technology aspect of it. People are always trying to like, because it's become a cliche, but it's like, no, this is like a huge deal. You just don't, it's just kind of crazy to be aware of it in the moment. But it's like, this stuff is like, it's such an innovation. It feels like thousands of years of innovation happened very quickly.
Oh, yeah. No, you can't even. So human beings, just like any other creature, are genetically disposed to evolution based upon the circumstances they find themselves in. And for the last 150 years, we've been evolving so quickly in terms of our cultural technology that our bodies haven't even had time to catch up. And I'm wondering what happens when you reach the zenith of technology, where we finally have a moment where we're going to have an epigenetic exposure to the same consistent situation for long enough that we end up developing traits based upon those circumstances.
Well, they talk about that now. Like apparently kids, like younger kids, and I think we sort of have it, but people that are younger than us, like they're apparently they're like their hands are faster, their fingers are faster. Like I was reading about this with like card magic or typing and stuff like that, or like reaction times.
Really?
Yeah, like a lot of the best card magicians coming up right now are like these teenagers. these like Asian teenagers, and their hands are just faster than they've ever seen card magic be done. Like their sleight of hand is like, because I was always really into that stuff, and like they go to these like conventions for this stuff, and there's like these 15-year-old kids, and they're just faster. Or like even with like video games or like just like typing, they're finding out that like people's reflexes with certain things are like accelerated at such a high level. The ones that were like doing it as a little kid, they're
Well,
so
part of
much
that
faster.
is just exposure that's just
Mhm.
wasn't there before. But the other part of that is it's possible that it could be epigenetic exposure.
Yeah.
So you have a double play there. Like the whole thing about people about giraffes, you know, they're breaking their neck over and over again, and that's how they got a long neck or some shit like that. I forget exactly what the metaphor was.
Well, I just think like we all had a different experience, right? Like maybe Slav's a bit younger, but like we grew up kind of in a transitional period. But like my sister has kids, you know, they're little kids, like they're just living in it. They're just on YouTube. They're just playing video
totally all
games.
the time. It's horrible too. I mean, have you seen the Spider-Man
Yeah.
Elsa films?
Yeah. 100%. They watch like the worst YouTube. We're like, we were still like, I mean, you know, we all remember payphones and shit, or like when there was that weird transition period where like it hadn't quite taken over. But
yeah,
now if you're a little kid, you're just living in it, and it's like your parents can't like block you away from it. It just exists. Like it's just part of. I mean, I sound old, but I remember like when cameras were on phones, and that was a big fucking deal. And you took these shitty pictures on your flip phone, and like everybody thought that was like fucking. Now that would be like retard. Like who gives a shit? But like back then, that was like a novelty. But nothing lasted. It was like 6 months later, it was outdated. Everything moved so quickly.
But the thing is, at this point in time, the cell phone you have in your pocket, it'll probably still be good 2 years from now.
I agree. I think it equaled out. But no, I don't disagree. Yeah, I've had the same phone for a while because it's like, well, fuck, this was an expensive ass phone that could do a lot. Why would I just go buy a new phone every 6 months? I mean, I get it, but I don't want to keep spending that money.
My graphics processor, that's like 7 years old now, and it still runs Cyberpunk. You know.
Let me ask Dan. Dan, in your industry, what you work in, has there been like these innovations, or have you guys just kind of been using similar softwares and programs for the last few years, or is there like innovations every few months or like yearly that you have to like update?
I mean, the software keeps updating, and the problem is when these companies like they need to incorporate these new features into their workflow. So kind of depending on the company's culture and shit, like you'll stagnate in the ways you do things. Like pretty much the bigger the company is, the slower they'll adopt any new features and things because they don't update their software.
You're not wrong.
Until ages later.
Yes, and we have these fucking ancient dinosaur things we call dyads, and they're these huge blocks. Like they're as big as the original Game Boy, maybe larger, I think. But then we're getting ready to upgrade in the next, I guess, 6 months or something like that. These things called the Dyad 6, and it's basically just a cell phone.
Jeez.
Yeah, it reminds me of the military, how they use like technology from decades ago, just because it's in the manufacturing military pipeline. Like they can't buy modern technology because they only buy stuff from like three companies, and none of them have made it yet. Because they're not motivated by like competition. They're motivated by like, what does the Navy want me to make for them, based on what they have.
Well, Dan, have you had that experience? I've had it like in where I'm working, where it's like you'll work with this like guy who's a producer, like a production manager that's been around a long time. He's like in his 50s, and he's did this like since the 90s, and like just kind of the conversation about certain things. It's like they're still kind of stuck like 20 years ago in a way. Like, and it's not like some of the fundamentals don't like last, but like some of the things you're like, well, that just doesn't make sense. Why are we doing it this way? This doesn't. I've had that experience quite a bit where it's like it still feels like it's like even arguing about certain things with graphic design or like with like how you edit things together. It's like, well, that's kind of like a rule from like television or like from like back in the day. I don't know if this rule really exists anymore. It's like I have like it's because you're trying to like explain kind of like modern day editing practices or a lot of techniques, because like a lot of those things, like what we can accept has changed, like how quick you can cut things nowadays as opposed to back in the day. And like people can process things a lot faster, or like even the idea of like how we use jump cuts now as opposed to how we might use jump cuts before, where you just like have somebody to use at locations. But like, so many people just use jump cuts now to like just cut something down, and people are okay with knowing that there was a jump cut in there, which like 20 years ago, that'd have been like a faux pas.
Like okay,
Don't do a fucking jump cut.
Everybody here has seen Fight Club, right?
Mhm.
Remember the scene where he's like running the movie projector and he's cutting into the movie just still frames of gay sex or some shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, like that was like a mastermind shit that only somebody who was trained in doing that could do back then. Now it's literally a child is capable.
Yeah, a
of
kid could do that easily in an editor.
A child could edit gay porn and do it.
Yeah, a masterful job. Yeah,
to answer your question out here, at least in the stuff I do, I've been working with like companies that work for brands.
Okay.
And now I'm working for Warner Brothers. So this is like pretty much the first time I've worked at somewhere where it's not like another company working for like Netflix, another company working for Amazon. It was for the first time I'm at the place. But anyway, the point is that all these places, they're modern. They're very modern companies. So it's more like me having to keep up with their latest shit than the other way around. But what you were describing reminds me of film school, really, because in film school they're teaching us things from the recent decade and stuff like that, and it was behind.
It seems antiquated.
Yeah,
like just a lot of like rules that I get, but like it's sort of like the way people consume things are like able to accept things. That just so much of it's changed. It's like, well, I don't think young people really give a shit about that stuff anymore. And I think that was made because they were thinking about the format and like the way it looked on a television. Or like
16:9.
Yeah, they were thinking about the aspect ratios different and stuff like that. But it's different nowadays. Like you can't think about things. I mean, this affected a lot of movies. I remember like a lot of movies I saw for years, like Jaws and stuff. I didn't really see them until later, until they came out on Blu-ray. Or like you actually like saw like a widescreen or like it was like, oh, I never actually saw this movie. I thought I saw this movie, but I actually see this movie now. Or like I'm actually seeing what this was like, what this could be, and it changes it like fundamentally, and you're like, oh, okay, so a lot of stuff people think is kind of like based on like these limitations, and now we're so much less limited that you can kind of think outside of the box a bit more. You don't have to think. It's like, no, you can kind of do what you want. Not that you like don't have to make something that works, but you can kind of like there's kind of a solution to like a lot of problems now that I think used to be a lot harder to fix. Especially with editing. I couldn't imagine editing like 30 years ago. How much a pain in the ass that must have been.
I remember. I have an example. I forgot. I remember now. So one thing that pissed me off that's antiquated is that Instagram used to be 1 by 1. That like you upload a picture, it's 1 by 1. But they've relaxed that. Now you can upload whatever you want, basically. But all these trailers that I edit, that I localize them, which means you translate them, and then you make all the different versions for like this one is for social media. This one is for like on the Amazon app platform during an advertisement, like all these specs. But the social media one is still stuck on like we need a 1 by 1 for Instagram. We need a 9 by 16, a very tall video, and that seems very mid 2000s to me, or like early 2010 or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like you can just make a 16 by 9 and release it for social media. Nobody's gonna think it's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean 16 by 9 is the general widescreen format today.
Well, Dan, do you ever get worried? Do you get worried on the other end of like getting left behind? Like the older you get, you won't be able to keep up with things. Like somebody who's like more savvy than you will come in and they'll like take jobs from you that you have. Like, cause does experience still count, or is it moving so fast that like there's a possibility in like just 5 years, if you're not keeping up with everything, it's going to become like harder for you to like keep staying in the work. I don't know.
No, I don't really worry about that. When I think about things like that, I remember a strong childhood memory I had when I was talking to some adult in my life, and I was talking to them about video games because I loved the NES, and they were like, "Well, when you're an adult, you're not going to like that anymore." And I just remember like my thinking that I'm going to turn into a completely different person when I'm an adult. I'm no longer going to like NES. That's so bizarre. Going to be. And lo and behold, they were wrong. So like adults used to like not really engage with the things kids are into in their generation, and I'm very sure that that's changed. Like now, you and I and all kinds of like kids' number one job now. If you ask kids, it's like I want to be a YouTuber. I want to be a YouTuber. Hey, well, we're right up that alley. I mean, you're a YouTuber. I had a YouTube channel a little while ago. But you know, we're still embracing that culture, and I feel like we're still young at heart. I think times have changed. I don't think there's this big age gap
Man,
disparity
I've
where
always agreed. If you
these.
notice that, I say like I always say this about it's physical too. I don't think people look as old as they used to. Like when I was a kid, like 40 looked different, man. I know it's because I was a kid, but I feel like people like I think people dress younger nowadays too. And they generally look like I see how I'm dressed and I don't look that different from like a younger person. It's not like I'm dressed like an adult when I go out and like a 20-year-old's dressed that differently from me. Like it's not like I look like somebody calls me sir at the store and I'm like, "Oh, I'm an adult." But I don't like feel this like ageism as much as I think existed, but or the way people talked about it. It's not like I like feel this like disconnect from like what's current or what's happening. It's not like I'm old, so it might be part of that. We're not really that old. We're kind of like the adult generation right now. We're not like old people like trying to keep
When
up.
I was a kid, when I was a kid, I felt like one day a switch will be flicked, and you will be like adult Dan, and everything will change. And it's like I've been waiting my whole life for that switch to flick, and it's never
Yeah,
like I feel
that
like the
wisdom
same
to wash
person.
over you. That
Yeah.
like understanding, and then you're like, oh fuck, adults never knew anything.
Yeah.
They just pretend for like children to like make the world work. But it's like, oh, I'm still like
Yeah.
I'm still that kid in a lot of ways. Like I'm smarter, but I'm not I'm not that different of a person.
I don't know. I mean, I mean, I feel capable of consent. If that's one thing I feel very
Yeah.
capable of, that I'm positive that a child was not capable of. So,
Yeah, well, the frontal lobe development stuff like that, I understand
Yeah.
that, but I don't know, just like I don't know, but I get what Dan's saying though. Like you're like thinking like there's gonna be this like adult mode that kicks in, and I don't really think it like kicks in the way you think you do when you're younger. I think you learn what it is, the reality of it when you get older.
Well, when you're a kid, the transformations are so sudden already. So like you're 5, and
Yeah,
then one day you're 7, and you're like, actually, I'm thinking now.
adulthood's more gradual. Yeah.
It's just experience at that point.
Well, time. I mean, I know this is what they say, but like time definitely moves faster for me now than it did when I was young too.
Yeah, I feel like thinking about a year past is nothing, but when I
Yeah.
was like 10, 12, 13, 14, whatever, thinking a year past was like I'm a different person now. Like
Summer
so
seems
much has
so long. And then like
So-
now a year feels like a weekend, but I hear it's because as you get older, because of experience, I guess you perceive time differently than when you're a kid, is what I've
It's
read
also a
studies
quantum
about it.
thing. It's also a quantum thing.
Yeah.
There's other parts to it too. Like for instance, your attention span is so much longer as an adult, even though we're training ourselves to have much shorter attention spans via the technology we engage in. Your attention span is so much longer as an adult. You can concentrate on something for a long time.
So that would make
You
it
have to.
Yeah.
I think a lot I think a lot of it is you compare your experience to your previous experiences, and like me sitting on my computer for most of the day, and then I do that for a month. That wasn't a very eventful month, but if I did that when I was young and growing up, it's like, "Holy shit, the internet, the computer, everything is
Right.
so new and fresh and full of energy. This is amazing. I'm never gonna forget this."
That makes sense. You don't retain
And
these
yeah.
memories because your experiences are so similar. Like if you go to work and you do a similar sort of thing, or like your commute, your drive into work, like maybe the first few times you make that drive, if you've never made it before, but if you're making that drive like the 30th time, you're not really thinking about it. It's like second nature. So why would you retain a lot of the like micro moments in that situation? You're just going to like look at it as like a collective thing in a lot of ways. It's not going to be
So-
like every day is individual. It's like sometimes sometimes a week can just kind of like be a blur where it's like, okay, I remember these things about it, but like the whole day, I don't really like, I know what happened, but I don't think about it too. I don't like linger on every moment.
The every day is a pseudo metempsychosis, and what I mean by that is every day you're going through your life and you're transforming and transmigrating into another person or another state. And every second, every millisecond, every quantum second, whatever that most minute space of time is, you're in the process of gradual transformation. And during that period of time, of course, you're always going to have, you're experiencing more and more time, and time is just going to seem shorter and shorter to you as far as that goes. There's no way around it. You can't help it. I mean,
Did you just super chat the YouTube chat, Fraser?
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago. The
okay.
chat's kind of dead because it's late. I mean, I'm sure people listen to this later, but I'm digging this Space Jam 2 talk. But it's no, I like the it's so weird. My perception of things are so different. Like it's also like Dan was saying about experience. Like I feel like I've had so many experiences. Like I used to think like I didn't used to understand what wisdom was. I used to like undervalue it, and I think youth does that. But when I was younger, I was like, what the fuck does that mean? You don't know more than me. But it's like experience. Like the first time I went to a bar when I was like in my early 20s, that was this big deal. But I've been to like thousands of bars. So when I walk into a bar now, it's really not that big of an experience for me. I'm pretty numb to like going into it. Not that I can't have fun, but it's not the same feeling. Or like going to a concert and the people I meet. Like I don't meet that many different variations of people. I've met a lot of people in my life. And like even you two guys, you guys are pretty unique, but I've met people that are very similar to you at different points in my life that sort of talk like you and think like you. They're not you, but they're similar, and it's like there's sort of patterns you start to find. Where you're like, well, I kind of feel like I know how this guy's gonna react to something based off this person I knew before, or 10 people I knew before.
You're a pattern-seeking animal, and if you weren't doing that, you'd be broken.
Right. So you start to go into you start to get into situations where it's like you're just kind of familiar to it, so you can go with it, and then like you learn that like, oh, the wisdom is like I can kind of get out of something bad, or I can kind of see something's about to happen or learn because I've been through this enough. And that's a big aspect with age that's like really beneficial, as opposed to when you're young where some shit can happen. You're like, how the fuck did that happen? And you're trying to figure it out the next day. You have that Reservoir Dogs talk in the warehouse where you're like, you're putting the piece. But now I already see like the stuff happening before it happens. Like I'm already like, oh, I know exactly what. And it like almost always falls into place like I think I'm going to happen. If I'm at a party or if I'm doing something, I'm like, oh, this is about to happen. And it does.
Yeah. No, intelligence is being able to solve problems as they come on rapidly and in real time. Wisdom is being able to see the problem coming before it even happens.
Yeah, and I think there's this modern. I feel like there's even the ageism thing. It's always the biggest thing is like not benefit to wisdom. Like, well, that person's old, they don't know anything. It's like actually they know quite a bit. They may not like have raw intelligence, but they've been around a while, and they do have that wisdom for certain situations. That if you're like super young, you're just not going to have it. And as you get older, you start to appreciate it. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, this actually it protects you in a lot of ways, too.
I mean, you can rely on your previous pattern experience to an extent that actually it probably causes a minute decrease in your ability to think because you can rely on it so heavily, and you do. Which is why things like meditation or anything to increase the gray matter in your frontal lobe is really important as you grow older.
Yeah, no, I definitely worry about that. Well, I try, but then I always like, I do. Like, I hate when I like lean on things too much and I don't like challenge myself or like put myself in a spontaneous circumstance.
Yeah. That's when you lose the plot. When you stop learning and you stop experiencing new things. That's when you're done. And you're merely an automaton.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel that way too.
Yeah, it's like Dan, his heart's dead.
Yeah.
He's the Breakfast Club kid. When you get older, your heart dies.
I've never talked to Dan or, even thought about him before, but
that's a good thing.
Yeah, everybody should think about me.
No, you do have that voice. You have that like voice of just like, I gave up a long time ago. I'm dead inside.
Stop telling
him. He has the serial killer voice.
I love it because I remember Dan a few years ago when I talked to him had a little bit more pep. I've seen this happen to him in real time. Like I remember the Dan on that live stream had a little bit more pep to him. It's a little bit more youthful, and now this Dan's just like, "What are you talking?"
Broken down.
Yeah, you and Mitta having that argument. Mitta's like, "Why don't you get up in the morning and look at flowers and contemplate life when you get up?" And you're like, "Yeah, that's what I do. I get up in the morning and look at a fucking flower."
Damn, boy, you getting old.
Dan's
Now,
like,
me, I'm immortal.
Dan was like offended by it, even like, why would I look at a fucking flower in the morning? Like, it was such a stupid.
Why the fuck would I appreciate beauty? I gotta get my coffee and get going.
Like, Dan would walk up to Cameron and Ferris Bueller, look at that painting, and be like, "What are you doing?" Like, dude, what? You fucking idiot! Like, quit looking
You
at
guys
the
ever
goddamn
read Ready
painting.
Player One?
Yeah, I read it a long time ago.
Okay, so that the sequence when he's talking about the flicks where you're like, you are the person, the main character in the movie, and you do the scenes from the movie. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was hitting a vape when you were saying that.
No, okay, yeah, so you know what I'm talking about then.
Yes.
That is such a cool idea. I cannot wait until they've managed to like make that a
Well, I didn't really like
general
that
practice.
movie, but there was that moment in the movie where they go to the Overlook, and I kept thinking, I was like, God, this sells the premise of this movie better than things movie, because this is the future. This is like, you're gonna go to the location of these famous movies in VR and experience
I
them.
couldn't watch the movie. I couldn't. I got about 25, 30 minutes in the movie, and I just, if I could have screamed and done something violent.
Oh, I'm not
to somebody,
arguing, but there's a sequence. There's like a really good sequence that isn't in the book where like they have to go to the Overlook Hotel in The Shining, and they go to the movie The Shining, and one character has never seen The Shining, but the other characters have. So that like this character's going into room 237 or what, and they don't know what's happening. They're like, "What the fuck is this?" And the other character's telling them like, "Dude, this is like The Shining. What's wrong with you?" And I was just thinking like, yeah, this is like a pretty good representation of like what like this kind of experience is going to be like. We're going to like hang out in these environments, and you could be with somebody who's like ignorant of it. And,
yeah.
And you could experience a surprise, like when you watch a movie with somebody who's never seen it before, and you're kind of seeing it through their eyes.
Yeah, vicarious enjoyment. Yeah.
Yeah, and it really, it's like the only part of the movie that's inspired. It's like, oh, that's actually cool. That kind of sells the premise of this a lot better. The rest of it's just like junk, but
stupid. And frankly, that movie was like, it ripped the soul out of the book and just replaced it. Okay, did you see the concept that they went with, the final concept for the kid that you just, I don't want to go off into, but in the book you relate to and kind of like the kid. In the movie you want to bully the kid with the other people who are bullying the kid, who's the main character.
Yeah.
And then you see his in-game persona, and you're just like, why did you choose to be a fish character? Why do you have gills? You're an idiot. Nobody would choose to look like that.
Yeah.
Nobody would choose to look like that.
Well, they also didn't play. They like really missed this thing because in the movie they really downplay like the idea of like you make these friends in this world, and then in the outside world they're not what you think they are. And in the movie they like, which they just like, it's nothing. It's like such a, like everybody lives in Columbus, Ohio, where I live. Everyone in the movie lives in Columbus. It's got no like international aspect to it. It's got no like I don't want to use like diversity and all that stuff, but like there's like this cool idea, like he like falls in love with this girl, and she's like, you don't want to see me in the real world, and you're like, oh my god, what if she's like a girl in a wheelchair, she's ugly, and he meets her and she has like a scar on her eye, but she's like an 8 out of 10 chick, and you're like, well, you wouldn't turn this chick down in a million years. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with her, so it ruins like a complexity that it could have.
That's weird. In the book, she had a birthmark on her side, on part of her face or something like that.
That's what she has, but it's like nothing. It's like the girl's super hot and she has like a slight birthmark around her eye, but she's like hot as shit. It's who would give a shit?
My dork nerd. But the thing is, his best friend in the movie. So in the book, that's a white character. The character they're using the entire time is white. And the reason is because you find out later, of course, the girls, his best friend's actually a black female lesbian. And that's in the book. But what's not in the book is this fucking monster ogre character that she's going with, because she goes with a white male avatar in order to make life simpler for her. That's the character. And they took that away from, in the age of woke, they took that character and fucked it up.
That's what I'm saying. It's a complexity. Like, to me, I would have him go meet the girl, and she does have something really wrong with her. Like, she does like, and he like still loves her for the person he met in the game, and not. But when it's just like two hot people, like the main guy is like a good looking guy and she's good looking, it's like, well, you guys aren't like freaks. You're like not nerdy, freaky people with issues. Like, you're both attractive people. I don't feel any struggle for you.
There was no struggle for this.
Yeah, I don't feel like you're living like like your life, like, I don't know, comparatively what I'm saying, your life doesn't seem that bad. I don't really see what the escape is. It's like, what it just makes it not. You know, like if he was like a schlubby, nerdy looking guy, and then in the world he was like a badass, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. That's cool. But they cast like some pretty boy actor guy, and it's like, well, what's the dynamic here? What I don't like, it doesn't like just I don't know. I always
should have been like Chuck.
Well, it's just like I don't know,
or who's the guy who played McLovin?
Yeah,
like maybe if you look like
Christopher
him,
Mintz-Plasse,
Christopher Mintz-Plasse.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
Like
maybe
he should
that's what
look
he looks
like a
like.
guy who isn't cool in the real world, who isn't, you know, who isn't a guy who could get a chick in the real world, but in the game he's like awesome, you know, and he's scared of people to see who he really is. But you're watching, like, why would he give a fuck? What nobody would care. It doesn't, you know, it takes dimension out of it. It's like, well, this is just really shallow. This is just generic, you know, and that's like, what's the point of like playing around with this like other reality if it doesn't contrast with the actual reality? It doesn't really seem like that. Like they're trying to fight against this corporation and stuff like that to have ownership of a game, and they act like it's some dystopia, but it never really feels that bad in the movie. It's like, it's just like, all right, dude, you live in a trailer park where trailers are stacked on top of each other. Okay, who gives a shit? Like
in the book, of course, they explain why it's so shitty, and you can feel that it's shitty in the movie. Though it's just like, oh, okay, so it's a retard ghetto. You know, someone stacked Lego blocks on top of one another like a fucking toddler. All right, well,
I live here in Columbus, and that is accurate. If you go down the street, there's trailers stacked on top of each other like Legos. It's what we're living in here. I'm living in a trailer on the third floor up here.
Oh, nice. Is there an elevator?
That would be fucking insane. Like stacked trailers on top of each other.
It could be like a hotel.
Serious. I thought you were serious. You're not serious. You're not serious.
No.
Thank you.
I slide down like a stripper pole to go to the bottom layer, like a Batman pole.
You know, if that type of poverty existed in America, Joe Biden would be vindicated in having himself cloistered in Washington D.C. like with the.
Yeah.
I mean, for fuck's sake. No, man.
Well, I just remember that like Columbus, Ohio, because I didn't know anything about Columbus, Ohio. Like I had no idea what the fuck. I never even like it never registered to me. And then like people would be like, oh, Ready Player One, Columbus, Ohio, and then I'd hear about it in certain movies stuff. I go, now that I live here, I'm like, oh fuck, this is a place. Like Blood Money came here and he was like, it's not just an airport. I'm like, no, it's not just an airport. There's like a city here. I don't know what the fuck. It's like this city no one knows about. It's weird. Although I feel like it's come into prominence in recent years. But
you know, it's a middle American city, and it's nobody ever thinks about these places, and it's because what was there to think about before? You know, you've got the major metropolitan centers on the East Coast and the West Coast. Those are where all the media is created. It's where everything is done. The only time you'd hear about cities like that is when you start talking about music, because musicians would come from those places because music can come from anywhere.
Yeah, like 21 Pilots is from here.
Yeah.
But like I feel like as far as Midwest cities going, I feel like Columbus is like winning this battle huge right now, like compared to like Pittsburgh, Cleveland. Yeah, like they're really, because like this city's still growing and the economy's still doing well and they're still building here. And I go to those other places and they're like fucking ghost towns. It's like this is
COVID.
Yeah, it's like crazy. Because I used to.
How did you make it through COVID? How did you do?
Probably more on the worst end. I probably didn't do great. I'm not a good person to be home all the time, like being introspective and thinking about myself. I kind of need distractions or like things. First, it was great. First, I was living like Caligula. Like, I loved it. I was like naked on my couch, eating cheese off my chest and drinking at 9 o'clock in the morning, being like, wow, there's no rules. I can do whatever I want. Life's amazing. Like I was actually quite enjoying it at the beginning. I'm like, cool, I'm just going to get off work for a few weeks and then go back. It'll be great. Then once it started to set in that like, oh, this isn't stopping in like a few weeks. This is going to be long term.
Oh, they made this political and it was never
Yes.
about saving anybody's lives.
Yeah. When that switch went off, it was like, because at first it was like kind of a great, like I would like be talking, like I talked to Bloodman or my other friends, I could be on these Discord talks with people and we would just be talking. And we'd be having these great conversations, like, and I'd be like, "Oh my god, this is like a great, like, Blood Money had a great quote. It's like it feels like they're prepping us for a Godzilla attack, you know, and like just funny ass conversations, and talking about like life and what's going on, and being like, fuck, and like I had this like deep love for people that I hadn't had in a long time. It made me start really valuing things. Then I got like then like the drinking wore off. Like after like getting drunk all the time for a few weeks, I was like, I would get up in the morning. This was like my routine. I would get up in the morning and I would go make a screwdriver in the kitchen, and then I would go lay in the bathtub and I would drink the screwdriver. And then I would like drink a couple shots, and then I would start like mainlining beer and smoking and like playing video games. I'd go out for a walk. I'd just go walk outside for a while and try to get some. I played like Pokemon Go or some shit like that while I was walking.
Yeah.
And then I would like come in, and then I'd be like, okay, fuck, I'll rewatch Dawson's Creek. I'd just pick some show. I'd be like, fuck, I'm gonna watch this show that I haven't seen in like 20 years. And then I'd like talk to people on Discord. I'd be on phone calls all day. And then like dinner was a big deal. Dinner was like this elaborate big deal that I took really seriously. And then for a while that was okay. And then about like, I don't know, 6 weeks in, I started to get like super depressed. Time stopped mattering. There was days where I'd be up for like 30, and I've always had issues sleeping, but there was like days I'd be up for like 32 hours, 34 hours because I just couldn't sleep because I wasn't tired. Because I wasn't doing enough to be tired really. There just wasn't like, I wasn't doing anything that physical. I would go on walks and stuff, but I wasn't really getting that wore out. And then it was just like super, super, super depressing. And then I kind of started to come around a bit near the end, like the end of the quarantine when it started to open. I was pretty fortunate to live here. It never got that bad here in Ohio. We never really locked down that hard.
Yeah, you didn't have a Gretchen Wolf or a Whitmer or any of those people. You didn't have enough people. Yeah.
Like I have friends who have lived in different places. Like, like Blood Money lived out, he lives in Seattle. He told me it was like fucking awful and half the places he loved to go to shut down. I mean, he was there when like, Chaz was like when all that shit was happening. And
oh shit, really?
Yeah, he was like living by that stuff, and he was like, "This is terrible." He's like the National Guard's outside. It's like the apocalypse. It's like the Umbrella, is here. It's like Resident Evil's about to happen. And here it was like, because people are pretty like conservative here. Ohio's a pretty like red state in the most part, especially like the rural areas outside of the cities. So like, you'd go to places and half the people weren't wearing the mask, and half the people were during the midst of it, and like. We always had like takeout and a lot of things were open. Then we opened up like by July, like that last year. We like by July, like everything was opening back up with like limited capacity. And then the last few months living here, it's like everything's fucking crowded like crazy right now. I mean, things are understaffed. It kind of sucks going to a restaurant right now. You got to wait a while to get to like a table, or like the service sucks, but like everything's crowded and people are out like crazy. If you go to any bar here, or restaurant or anything, any night of the week, it's like fucking crowded. And nobody's wearing masks. So it was never that bad here, but I did go through that whole, like, what am I doing with my life? I need to rethink my life. I need to change. I went through all that shit that a lot of people went through. I didn't handle it great, but I didn't have like, I know it affected other people way. A lot more people I know were affected in the physical material way, where I was affected in like a mental way, I feel. But a lot of people I know, it like fucked their lives up because they were out of work for so long. And like, even if they were on unemployment, they wanted to go to work. They wanted to like do something they wanted to do stuff. And it was just kind of weird accepting like that movies were like, like it was weird how like, cause I don't think that's ever going to come back to a normal. And I really liked going to concerts. I liked doing things like that. It was just weird not being able to do that for like fucking year. It was like, I went to concerts like every month before this all happened, and I was like, what the fuck? I kind of moved to a city because I wanted to do all that shit, and then it was like, your city. It's like, well, this kind of fucking sucks, just living in an apartment in a city when you can't go do shit. What the fuck's the point of this? I'd rather like go live in a fucking farm somewhere. Like, I'd be fucking happier than this. This sucks.
You would have been, yeah. The whole thing felt like an operation to kind of psychologically break people. And of course, if you're watching the news during that period of time, you'd have thought that Florida was some sort of goddamn nightmare zone because nobody was wearing, people weren't wearing a mask, and they got rid of the lockdowns and everything else like that. But I lived here the entire time. I never stopped working. I was going out and doing stuff with my friends whenever I still went to the bar very early on because the bars had figured out that they could stay open if they just quote unquote served food. And I stopped wearing a mask in like June and on forward, unless I was like going to a doctor's visit or something like that. It was like COVID never really hit here.
I stopped being scared pretty quickly on like the fear only hit me at the very beginning because I was worried about like people I knew, and then after a little while I stopped giving a shit. Like I really stopped. I was like, oh, this is turned into like, this is politicized, this is propaganda, this is fear mongering, this is like,
it's a farce.
Yeah, this is all like tied to the election. This is all like,
Oh, and they won with that, didn't they? I mean, they were able to use it to
big time
change the laws.
Big time.
Illegally.
Yeah, it all happened in front of us, and there was like nothing
we could do about it.
There was nothing you could do about it. Yeah, like I could bitch about it. That was about it.
You
and
could
then
protest, but that's not going to work.
Oh, well, what we can do is never again. See, even if there was like a virus that was killing 25% of people who got it now. No, I'm good. You know, that's what be my attitude now. So they probably have, through their response to this, killed a lot of people in the future because I'm never going to capitulate again.
And also small businesses shutting down. That was also tragic too.
Intentionally. That was intentional.
To let more of the Amazons take over and that's
what I'm saying. It's tragic.
Yeah, and then
because it was not yeah, because it was not like there wasn't like it was agreed upon. It wasn't like these businesses agreed to like we're gonna shut down.
No.
It was like forced upon them. I didn't like that at all. I didn't like this idea. It was like, well, you're just like telling people what the fuck to do. That's weird.
By fiat alone. Yeah, that's strange. It's weird that we all capitulated. Now, other countries, they still having to deal with that stuff, but we've been able to kind of shake it off.
I think everybody got so fucking tired of it.
Have you guys gotten vuxed?
Vuxed?
I sadly did.
I have not yet.
I sadly have. Only because my mom wanted me to.
I mean, you're fine. You're alive.
I know.
And you didn't have any side effects as far as that goes. Probably still might get it at some point because apparently.
I mean, my arm was numb for a bit, but I was just like worried, like, am I gonna grow a third eye or like two more arms?
I don't know what it was with me, man. Like, I haven't gotten sick in like years. Like actually, like I haven't had a cold or like anything in years. I haven't had like a runny nose or anything in years. Like during this whole thing, like I had all these people who would get COVID and they would be and I like never got sick. I never had any symptoms. Like this whole, I mean, like literally, I haven't been sick in years, and I just haven't like I've known a lot of people who got it, and they were like at home or like they said they were sick or they lost their taste. None of that shit ever happened to me, and I've been around a lot of people, and I've been out around like a lot of people and stuff like that. I haven't like. So I don't know. I don't have like issues with it. I don't really get sick or anything. I don't know. So it's like I'm not like scared. I'm not scared like, oh no, COVID's gonna get me.
I get sick.
Oh no, better watch out for COVID.
Yeah.
And you, I think I told you about this, the heavy metal poison and everything else like that. I spent the last 4 years basically sick.
Mm-hmm.
Before that anyway, whatever. Anyway, point is, I'm at the top, and I'm not gonna, let them. I'm not gonna let it happen to me, and so fuck those people.
Unless they bust into your house, I mean, but other than that, yeah.
They come and they shove it up.
For the door-to-door agents,
they shove it up your ass.
It's a real thing. the door-to-door vaccine salesmen that are gonna be coming, to your door.
I mean, hey, people are adults, man. If like somebody wants to get that and that's their business, I don't give a shit. It's none of my business.
I encourage older people to get it.
Yeah, like if you're somebody and you want to go do that, like I don't care. It's none of like it's always like the mask thing with me. It's like, well, I don't care if people want to wear them. I shouldn't have to if I don't want to. I don't care. Like
the thing is, their canard with that is that you have to wear it to protect other people. That's how they get you to wear it. So now it's not just protecting you, because if it's a matter of personal choice and personal safety, then it's harder to argue that you're killing grandma. But if you're responsible for protecting other people by wearing the mask, you see?
Yeah, I feel like yeah, I was all about to protect grandma. I feel like we didn't all lose our grandma. I feel like all the grandmas didn't die.
Have grandma. Yeah.
I was getting hyped up for this big grandma like genocide, and it didn't really happen. Like they said all the boomers were gonna die, and it didn't happen. They were all still bitching on Facebook.
No,
oh my god,
they're still free and indestructible.
We need a pandemic to wipe out the world's population. You remember that? And then these same people who were saying shit like that and being so nasty and cynical are suddenly like the opposite way about it. Like, you're gonna kill us all.
Yeah, because I go out now and I see fucking kids everywhere. I just like see kids. I'm like, there's a lot of fucking people. I don't see less people. There's still like kids. There's still people with like 5 fucking kids running around in my parking lot when I'm trying to park my car, and I'm like, what happened?
I thought this was supposed to be better.
Yeah, wasn't this supposed to wipe everyone out? Like I haven't experienced anything even relatable to it. Like where like all these people.
It's not even like the end of Watchmen.
Yeah,
it's not even like the end of Watchmen.
They let the squid out to try to.
Pretty much, he's like, "Why would I tell you my plan now? I did 10 minutes ago."
Yeah,
like the last episode of Breaking Bad.
Biden's got the champagne, and we all drank it, and we all collapsed, and he's like, "I did it 30 minutes ago," and we're like, "No, I knew it was you."
Pretty much.
Yeah, because like the whole hype about it, like it was like. I mean, it was literally like it was like Phantom Menace, man. It was so hyped, and then it was like, "No, Jar Jar," like this nothing like in my head it was like, okay, millions of people are gonna die. This is gonna change our lives forever. Like this death toll, like we're all gonna like freak out. We're all gonna like have ramifications, and like none of that like happened, at least in my life at all. Like I didn't lose a bunch of people in my life. It didn't like a bunch of people I know weren't like fucked up. Like everyone's thinking differently. I can tell you that there's definitely been a social change where I can tell how people feel about the government or about corporations, or how they feel about like certain aspects of their life. I could tell a lot of people I know, they're talking more the way I always talked about things. They're all feeling there's like this more relatability to it now, where they're like, yeah, why do I have to do things this way? Why can't I just kind of do what I want? Why do they? And I'm like, yeah, it's bullshit, right?
I've been talking about this for a long time with like wages, for instance. Now, you're not addressing the actual problem, but yeah, actually, probably most people should be getting paid about $15 an hour, because that's $7 below the average actual income in this country. You know,
I agree.
But you know, the reasons why they're not getting paid $15 an hour are not down to corporate greed on the base level for like small businesses and stuff like that. No, the reason there is exportation of manufacturing and importation of migrant labor, which competes with the labor that you can produce. But you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, just this idea everyone I think has now, like just like feeling like they want to live a better quality of life, and like having like, you know, more value in their life and what they get out of it. And it's like I'm all for that. Like I always felt that way. And then like I noticed now it was a change where it's like people are like, yeah, why do I have some asshole telling me what to do, or like why do I have to do things this way? Why do we have certain structures and stuff that maybe don't really work anymore? Maybe they worked when they were come up with, maybe like when Ford came up with the work hours, or maybe when they thought up some of these things, maybe made sense, but maybe this doesn't make sense for every job, or maybe you should pay certain types of jobs that are like, you know, like if you're doing just like a labor job, retail jobs, like maybe you should get paid more. Like maybe like it's like, yeah, you're not like a high skilled worker, but it's like, fuck it, these are like the majority of jobs a lot of people can get. There's not a lot of other kind of jobs, so it's like, why do you have to live shitty?
Yeah, no. The thing is, like, if half the people how many people do you know in your life that they go to look for a job, and the first thing they do is start applying to retail, because that's all they can see. They can't. There's this whole hidden job sector that they can't even see.
It's
they don't
like
even
the
know
dark
it exists.
web.
Yeah. And it's like you go on Monster and you're like, oh, what am I supposed to be doing? Oh, driving? Okay. They don't realize that there's industrial manufacturing. There's, you know, entry level positions at machine plants. There's all this stuff that nobody understands or knows anything about, because it's just not something anybody knows is there. So every dumbass 25-year-old kid who's like, I don't know what I'm doing, and they go and, you know, get frustrated and quit their job and then walk in and then go right back to retail, because they're like, I don't have any idea where I'm supposed to be going.
Yeah.
So
no, you're
funny.
not wrong. There was a lot of that, like, yeah, like just dealing with like, and I feel like people are just like, they just seem more aware of a lot of this stuff now, or just that this idea of like fear, like what you always talked about is like, no, like these like politicians, these mayors stuff, they're just like, they want to control you. And people are like, oh, come on. And now it's like conspiracy theories seem more valid now than ever to people.
Yeah. Well, the thing, conspiracy theory, that's another canard. The word conspiracy theory was literally drummed up to make it impossible to have a conversation about real conspiracies that are happening right in front of your very eyes. It's not a conspiracy theory to think that people in government want more power.
Well, yeah, they made it like a pejorative to like question things. They like found a way to make a negative out of like you being like, well, this doesn't actually make sense to me. It's like, well, this guy says this is what it is. It's like, well, why do I have to just listen to what that guy says? I don't trust him.
You don't trust the media. You're you know. But then you look at Beetlejuice and, you know, lie. What did she say? What's her name?
Winona Ryder.
No. The other girl. She's the governor.
Okay.
Mayor of
yeah.
Detroit. The mayor of Detroit
Mm-hmm.
says that there were no riots over the summer. Just that sort of unbelievable politicking.
Yeah, where like it's just obvious when people are lying, and you're just like, well, yeah, this seems like bullshit. And then it used to be people like, oh, you're crazy. And now it's like I feel like people are so much more open to that stuff now.
It's a good thing.
Now the crazy people do look normal.
It's an unintended effect of what they're doing. Like I said, they blew their shot. It's over. Again, I think that 50% of the population will never capitulate again to this stuff.
Yeah, and I think they actually, if they had
will
maneuvered it better, they could have like done even more. And I think they just like they overreached, and then everybody was like, wait, okay, this is too obvious.
They went too fast.
The curtain got pulled really quick, and then people were like, okay, wait, so now people are just gonna be skeptical about this stuff forever now.
Yep, we screwed up. You know, it's impossible now. Now they think that people are gonna line up for their vaccination. Now I don't think that the vaccination is some sort of nefarious plot. I think that you know they want to claim that they've defeated something, and so they're going to keep perpetuating this crap. And they also owe Pfizer and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson all this money and shit like that, and they promised that everybody would take it basically. It's just a bunch of hoopla in it.
Yeah, I agree. And I also just feel like the way that I used to feel like from like things like tripping or like this this awakeness or like this like, you know, like feeling like connected to things or like this love and stuff. I feel that from people too. I feel like people are like, oh man, maybe I'm like a lot of these things are like social constructs that are bullshit to make me feel a certain way, to keep me from like seeing the reality that I'm not that different from this person, or like it's this control and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, dude, that's what it like.
It's a good take.
They're keeping you away from each other to deal with the reality. Like that's why they make it
They're
like
intentionally alienating you.
Yeah, they make it a conspiracy theory. Like this is a hate group. They create all these groups of bad people to make you scared of it when like the people have valid points. You know,
if you band together with people, you're strong and you know you can't be easily controlled. But if you're individually isolated,
yeah, like you agree more with each other than you realize.
Yeah, doesn't the FBI like make a lot of like? Aren't they like behind most of the extremism? Like they're just trying to trick people and like doing the dumbest stuff.
Oh, there's no question that everything that happens that's like a significant big event is like that there's feds tied to it. But that's been obvious forever. I mean, it's like it's just the whole thing. Like a lot of things that were like crazy just a few years ago, they all just seem like so apparent now. It's like, okay, this stuff is real.
Yeah,
like Tucker Carlson even talked about it.
Oh, the talk.
That's how mainstream it is.
Yeah, the FBI can't cut the talk. Whitmer being responsible for the plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer. The FBI being responsible for the January 6th incident. Tucker Carlson getting spied on by the NSA. You know, and then you know you watch leftist propaganda outlets like the Young Turks and people like that, and they're just like blatantly lying to your face, like you're stupid.
The UFOs.
The UFOs suddenly it's like super acceptable now.
Yeah, it's not crazy to be in the UFO.
No,
it's so funny.
They're probably German aircraft. They're probably made in Germany.
Well, like people never understood UFO. I always say when people made it an alien thing because that kind of went out in the 90s. It's like, no, guys, like for years there's been these things that we don't know what the fuck they are. People are like, oh, that's crazy, and I'm like, no, it's true. We don't know what this thing is. I'm not saying it's a fucking alien.
I've seen them myself several times,
but I want to know what it is. Like I'm suspicious of it. I don't trust
Maybe it's an advanced spacecraft. Maybe it's supposed to be like an advanced spacecraft. Like
an extra dimensional being, could be just fucking stuff that we've created that we're not telling people about. Could be time travelers, could be anything, but I'm certain that it's being controlled by something because I've seen them.
Yeah, that's the thing. People always were like, they made it the
AI
aliens
robots
thing, and you're like, no, I don't know what this thing is, and like now everyone like it's not crazy anymore. It's like accepted, just like the Wuhan lab thing, where it's like a year ago, it's like now it's like, oh, Jon Stewart made jokes about it.
Yeah, so I was about to say that.
Acceptable storyline now, mainstream
because they want
candidate.
No, because it's funny.
Because they want to look good.
Like the first month, it was like, well, this thing probably came from that lab where this started, right? That makes sense. Like you just lied. You're like, people are like, no, it's impossible. It was a bat. You're like, really? Are you sure? Yeah. Are you sure it wasn't? Are you sure it wasn't the lab?
Occam's razor doesn't
you're pretty sure it's
anymore,
a guy eating soup with a bat in it. Like that's what caused the virus. Some guy eating some soup with a bat inside. Come
and now
on.
it's totally it's like the accepted, like it's like, yeah, this is obviously what it was. It was like, well, this changes everything because this was racist a year ago.
Because they don't want to look bad.
And Asian hate is still a bad thing, so now we can't call Asian carp anymore.
I never got Asian hate. Like I never got like
my girlfriend tried to
yeah,
push this
I know
shit
it's not
on
real.
me.
That's why it's like that's the dumbest thing.
Well, I never understood because China's like a nationality; it's not a race. I was always so confused about this whole like they made this race angle
different
out
races.
of it. Yeah, it's like, well, a Chinese person isn't like you're acting like it's this like Asian people like in general.
Yeah,
Like, that's we're talking about like a specific place that we're pretty sure.
Yeah.
This came.
We're not
from.
talking about every single Asian on an island. We're not. This isn't like the 60s.
Yeah, there's over 1 billion Asian people. I wasn't like, oh, all Asian people. Like that's stupid.
My girlfriend would make the argument that it's dumb Trump supporters who didn't know that, and then she gave an example of her work, how an Asian coworker was discriminated against by a customer, and I'm just sitting here going now in retrospect, going, she was probably just lying to me to try and win an argument. But
it's like
definitely.
It's like whenever you see those Twitter stories, like when someone writes a Twitter story about something happening in public, and you always know it's fake. Like when some girl dealt with something or somebody dealt with something erased, and you read it, you're like, "That's not true. You made that shit."
And then they say like they all clapped for her, and then they all clapped, and she dropped the mic.
Well, because my fear, I mean, it's changed. I love Space Jam 2's turned into this. But my big thing at the time was like, my fear was like, hey, what if this was like some kind of like bio attack or something? Like maybe we should be suspicious of this. We shouldn't just think this was an accident. What if this is some planned thing? And that was crazy because they're like, well, it didn't happen that way, so that's not a possible theory. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm kind of scared of this. I actually think this was like a really dangerous thing that happened that we should like think about in that way. Like, what if this was like more nefarious than we think? And then people are like, no, there's no way that's possible. That nobody would do something bad like that. And I'm like, well, what history have you lived in? Like,
yeah, it's like what if COVID was used to destroy Taiwan?
We dropped a bomb on people and killed them like not that long ago. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what?
2 times.
Like, people won't kill people for power? I'm like, what? Like, when the fuck has that never been a thing?
Yeah, that's always been a thing.
So that confused me. Like, it was crazy to think that. Like, they made it like so innocent. Like, oh, it's so innocent. It's all puppy dogs and kittens and fluffy, and it's all gonna be, and I'm like, yeah, but I just don't get the same thing. Like, Asians are only like 6% of the U.S. population. Like, I don't know. And like from what I know, like statistically, like economically, they like outperform everyone.
Yeah, like Asians are the coolest. Yeah,
I just don't feel like
they're the coolest minority.
I don't feel like they're struggling much in the U.S. I feel like they're exceeding all expectations.
They're thriving. They're striving, and even when they make up like, oh, we're not being in the movies enough. What are you talking about? You have entire countries dedicated to making movies with you guys in it.
Well, I just don't. I never felt. I'm like, aren't they kind of like kicking ass right now? Aren't they like doing great?
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel this like
exactly.
The Asian man's down. I feel like doing pretty good.
Yeah. Hey, Slav, if you wanted to win an argument against your girlfriend, just mention Tim Lim because he's a Trump supporter and he's also Asian American.
Oh, she's an ex now. So.
Oh no! Oh, okay.
That argument won't be happening anytime soon.
Well, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
Ultimately, yeah.
Oh, Slav.
But yeah, I recommend Tim Lim.
I don't want to hear this shit from you right now.
I called every single bit of it.
I actually was telling people about COVID around like late December because I saw it coming, mostly because I was watching Sticks, if I'm being honest. Sticks, X, and Hammer.
Sticks, my boy.
Well, I remember the place that I worked with my boss. I told him, I remember it was like November or December and stuff. Like, I was like, hey, I think in a few months this is gonna be really bad.
Yeah,
we're all not going to be working. And he was like, nah. He's like, it's not going to be a deal. I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure like this is going to be bad. Like we're all going to be locked down. And he would like, I'd be telling my boss this all the time, and he'd be like, no, that's not going to happen. And then like it happened. I'd be like, I mean, I told him all the time. I'm like, are you guys ready for this? Like this is going to fuck everything up. Like,
I was telling people to get food. I was telling people to get just regular shit. I was like, just be prepared. There's nothing wrong with being prepared and having an extra few cans of beans lying around the house. You know what I mean?
A whole basement.
Like, just go buy a fucking tote box at Walmart and just fill it with food and rice and shit, bro. What's wrong with that? And turns out it was a good idea.
Or get a bunker, like
Well, I remember just telling
have an
people that were
underground
like
bunker.
that, like were in like that I knew that like had really good positions. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't think you realize that this is gonna really like fuck this up for you. Like, this is gonna get bad for everybody. You're gonna have to do more work than you've had to do in a long time. I remember saying that to guys I knew who were like possibly like, what do you mean? I'm like, you're not gonna have employees, man. Like, this is gonna get weird. And like, I remember even saying stuff like they're gonna have to like probably. I remember I said at one point like they're probably gonna give people money and people are. I said something like they're not gonna work as well. I mean, I literally said that. I was like, they're probably gonna give people money or something. And if they do that, people don't want to work. And that literally happened. And I was like, well, don't you think the government, they're gonna like people are gonna bitch and the government's gonna have to give people money, and then like people aren't gonna want to work because they're gonna be at home making more money than at work. And they were like, well, that's not gonna happen. That would never happen. I was like, I guess you're right. That doesn't make sense. I was like, that would, and then it like literally happened.
And aren't there more people working at home now than ever?
There's still a lot of people that haven't gone back to like those jobs. Like a lot of the industries, like the food industry, they didn't get back a lot of their like old employees. Like if you go to a lot of restaurants, it's all new.
Why would you want to go back someplace? First off, treading old water is dumb as fuck.
Yeah, you got to move on.
And second off, those jobs are not meant for old people. They're meant for managers who should be making something like $20 an hour, and kids who are making like $7, $8 an hour as a first job so they can get experience and get some work ethic.
Yeah.
Those are the two criteria people who should be working at Taco Bell.
Yeah, you should
Everybody
be like
else,
you shouldn't be a 30-year-old like
or 40-year-old
Taco Bell. But they fucked us over in 2008. They fucked us all over. And they know they screwed us over and they don't care.
Damn,
basically, don't be as old as the guys from Clerks. Just don't be as old as those guys when you work at Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Well,
like, some people, it's inevitable. But yeah, go on, Pat.
Well, it was even that thing with like Kevin Smith's a great example of something there, right? Like worked at a convenience store, went to film school, was there with his friend Scott Mosier. You know, I love the story, even though I don't think he's like a great filmmaker. But he was like, hey, he's at film school. He's like, this is bullshit. He's like, I'm gonna max out credit cards and go make a movie in that convenience store I work in. Sells the movie for like $1 million. Now he lives in a mansion in the hills, and he worked at that job. Like, people are like, "Oh, fuck, you can't do that." It's like, no, like it's kind of like any business venture. He was like, "Hey, you can. These indie movies are blowing up. Spike Lee's Big Territory. You could make a movie about guys hanging out in a convenience store, and people would watch this. This would actually sell." Like,
yeah,
he figured.
Even on YouTube,
it got a syndicated television show. I didn't get syndicated, but
but like it turned into something. He was sitting there and he figured it out. He found an angle. He was like, hey, there actually is like, he found it in movies because that was big at the time, like independent film. But nowadays there's all sorts of different things. You're like, oh, well, this is an angle I can take, and there's some way I can make something out of this with my perspective on this sort of thing. And people don't like to think that way. They always think like, well, I'm kind of stuck in this. It's like, well, like I said, it's like any business venture. It's like, it could be art, but it could be something else. It could be, you have some genre of, there's some kind of gimmick you came up with for a restaurant. You have some sort of like business model that's gonna sell. And like I said, there's a guy's working in a convenience store and he turned that job into a film, which his whole career has been built off that. Otherwise, he would probably still be living in New Jersey, working at like a comic book store or something. He'd still be that guy hanging out, you know. But like people don't want to think outside of that. Like they're just like always kind of stuck. And it's like, wait, man, like there's the risk factor. I get it, but I don't know. Wouldn't you rather deal with like failure than like the lack of attempt?
Regret?
But just the lack of like that maybe you thought you had a good idea and you just never really explored it. Like I do a lot of the times. I mean, I'm susceptible to this. For like I'm writing a script. I'm like, this could be really good, and I really don't do anything with it. I kind of just say to myself, well, one day it'll work out, but it won't. I have to actually get up one day and actually do something with it. I have to actually like, hey, I need to get money to get. I need to get money together and make this happen. I need to get people together and money and like make this happen. Like I just assume it can't happen, but that's like a really dumb way to go about anything. I can't just assume it can't happen like it's impossible. Like
otherwise it won't happen.
Yeah, it's impossible. Instead of being like, hey, maybe somebody would give me money to make this. Maybe they would think it's a cool idea too. Like I think I'm talented. I think I'm funny. I think I could do something. I had this with stand-up for years. I wanted to be a stand-up for years and I did it a few times. And I did really well. And I was always like, why don't I do this? And I was just always too scared of that thing where you hit the rail. Now, the last year, that would have been bad. But like in my 20s and stuff like that, I was like, you know, I'm funny. People always laugh at everything I say. And it was like, but you think it's like living room funny, you know? But then I would get a job somewhere and everybody would laugh all the time. And I'd go, okay. And then I'd go somewhere else and everybody laughed. I'm like, well, all these people can't be fake laughing. I can't keep meeting new people
Yeah.
that fake laugh at every.
It's not the Truman Show.
Well,
this isn't a
you
Truman
have
Show.
also created like an entire audience of people who will watch you.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I didn't know
much.
I didn't know that at the, you know what I mean? Like I didn't have that sort of, yeah, I found it in a different thing. It's like, well, I want to be funny. I want to create things to be fun. I like talking. I feel like I'm good at talking. And I just never,
Hindsight's 2020.
I feel like if I just went around, it's like I just thought I couldn't. It's like, I think if I had went around and like tried to stand up, I think I could have done something with it or some kind of form of it. But I didn't pursue it. And yet I still go places and everyone's like, dude, you're so funny. Why the fuck are you like doing so? I hear it all the time, like weekly. Someone says to me, like, why I would go see you. You're funny, man. That shit you said's really funny. Or like people always tell me, like, why don't you work at Saturday Night Live? Even though I would never want to fucking work at Saturday Night Live. People always say, like, why don't you write sketches and stuff? That thing you came up with was really funny. That idea you had. And I'm just like, yeah, why don't why don't I do it?
Or Pat, better yet, just like record stand-up shows in your living room.
Yeah.
And put like a green screen behind it.
Well, it's just that thing, because I always had this fear, but like every time I did it those few times and I went out in front of a group of people, like I didn't get nervous and the people laughed, and I don't know why that didn't like encourage me to like, but maybe I didn't love it as much as I thought I would either. Who knows?
Or laziness.
There just wasn't like a
a spark.
My friend was really wanting to get into it. He was inspired by Bo Burnham, but then he's not really making any attempts to write jokes. And here I was. I wrote a joke the other day.
So he wants
like
to make the most
bit.
pretentious, self-indulgent, shitty kind of comedy. It's great. I love it.
Yeah, but I wrote a really funny bit, and I pitched it to him, and he thought it was funny, and I was like, shit, maybe.
Well, because at some point you have to pay attention to the things in your life. Like, because when I was a kid, I was funny, and then as a teenager, I was the funniest guy I knew. And then you're like, okay, that's your friends think you're funny. And then as an adult, if you keep going around and people are laughing all the time, you're like, if you're not paying attention, you're like, wait, everywhere I go, people are like laughing and having a good time, and they think you're charismatic and they like you, and you're like not paying attention to it. You're kind of like, okay, well that doesn't mean anything. Well, it's like, well, it does mean. It's like you start like playing an instrument and you get really fucking good at it, and then you're writing songs. You're like, these are actually pretty good, and other people are telling you good. It's like you could just say like, well, fuck it, that's nothing. But it's like, no, you might actually be good at this. Yeah. You just don't know.
Like a savant.
Well, maybe not a savant. You're just like you're inclined to be. You're like you're naturally inclined to be good at a certain thing. Like you're like, oh, whatever.
Hidden genius.
Because like I think a lot of comedy. I mean, I do think it's genetic in a lot of ways. I think like typically if you're funny, you had funny relatives. But I think it's your life experience. Like I had a really weird, fucked up life, and I lived in a lot of different places. And I think I didn't see till later with perspective, like, oh, because I always grew up in a world of like a lot of fear. Like I grew up very scared. Like I grew up in a world of fear, but also I had to have a sense of humor to deal with that fear. And it's not till you look back, you're like, oh, it's because I was so scared then that I had to like make fun of it. That was like how I dealt with it. And that just gives you like a natural way of seeing things funny, because it's like your perspective of getting through fucked up things or dealing with things is through humor. That's how you learn to cope. And then it becomes like a muscle. It's like a familiar. It's like you go back to it. You're like, okay, well, I'm just going to find the funny angle on this. And that's and then you realize that's kind of what comedy is. It's just finding the funny angle on something that happens. That's all it really is.
Well, I also think, I don't think you even have to be naturally room funny to be maybe even a good comedian. I think a lot of it is just planned jokes. I mean, yeah, it helps if you can have like your instant at it or whatever that's called. I forget it.
Yeah, but I think the stand-up thing in particular, because there's different forms of comedy. I think if you got to like play a crowd and feed off energy and make that work, like any kind of live performance, if you're a stage actor, if you're a live act on a show, there's a certain kind of like, you have to be able to pick up on the energy of the room and play off of it. If you just go in and like say, well, I can lean on the stuff I have that's really tight and it's going to work, that's going to bite you in the ass every fucking time. Like you have to, that it's not just that room thing. It's like being really good with, I mean, not to say what the kids say these days, the vibe, but
I get that too. That's what my theater teacher said about live performances and how
let's say you're doing a show and you do have a good routine going on and the crowd's just not responding to it and some guy's yelling at you. If you don't know how to deal with that, you're just going to bomb.
Yeah.
And you're not going to have a good show. But if you know how to deal with it and make it work and get the people to win them back over, that's a different skill as opposed to just being funny.
I mean, unlike being Patrice and just starts making fun of the audience.
Well, you kind of have to have a magnetism. You have to control the energy. That's why like playing in those arenas is really hard because there's so much energy, especially when you're just like talking and you're not playing music. That's why a lot of those guys have guitars and stuff because you have to control the energy.
Yeah.
You have to bring it back in. So like guys, you see guys like a Louis C.K. when he was like really big, he is like mastering that shit, like just control. Where it's like he could talk about something really fucked up and he could do it in thousands of people, or Eddie Murphy, and then he could do it with like a club of people. Because it's not too hard if you're in a club and like the people are vibing with you. You can actually make that work. But like if you start to really do it, you're like, oh fuck, like how am I supposed to play to this audience? And this like, let's say you're playing to a liberal audience versus a more conservative audience. Well, those people are gonna find different shit funny.
True.
So it's
they're gonna think Bob's Burgers is funny.
So how you kind of make it work, and that's a skill.
Or Family Guy.
And you learn that in life. If you're making different kinds of people laugh or different kinds of people happy and entertained, then you're like, okay, I have that ability to like adapt. Because adaptability is a skill that a lot of people lack in general, and it holds them back in any kind of career. I don't care what you're doing. If you're not willing to like adapt to changes or like grow within the change, you get put in a new circumstance, a new challenge, and then you can't like form a bit to it, then you're fucked. You're just going to crash under it, be like, I can't do this. Instead of being like, okay, well, I got to figure out how I can do this. And that's people who usually succeed are really good at that kind of stuff. I mean, you meet him and you're like, oh, this guy, it's not always this shrewd, like business savvy person stereotype. That exists, but it's also somebody who's like, when opportunities happen, they were able to figure out how to like mesh with it really well and like naturally kind of move into it, as opposed to just stopping in fear and being like, oh shit, I can't do this, like.
Yeah, being able to capitalize on something is not just a skill, not exclusively a skill. It's also, just an opportunity that, someone can do. It comes and goes.
Yeah.
And I think all of our times have passed and we should just get jobs at fucking Taco Bell.
We would be the best Taco Bell
Or
staff
grocery
ever.
store.
I would
they'd make movies.
Like Dan would be fucking amazing at a Taco Bell.
Dan would be good anywhere.
Yeah, I want Dan to be the man. I want Dan to be the manager. I'm so glad you and Dan have got to meet up because I feel like you two are like perfect.
We're gonna be
Dan's
together.
asleep.
Oh, Dan and Fraser are like perfect, simpatico. Like
They're the dynamic duo.
Yeah, we never met each other, but we're gonna.
Oh yeah, I would talk to
gonna
both.
really hit it
I
off.
would talk to both of you guys separately, and I'd be like, these guys are fucking like each other a lot. Man, like fuck, like they just.
Well, hey, by the way, I didn't actually want to mention this while we were talking about it. I appreciate you actually reading the thing. You're like one of 3 or 4 people who.
Oh yeah, I
actually
just never told you. I didn't really hear from you much lately, so I didn't know where the fuck you were.
Dude, so you don't know this about me, but I go from community to community, from like fucking group of people to group of people.
That
like
makes
some sort of
sense.
Fucking vagabond.
Yeah.
Just-
I remember you even kind of
Gotcha.
did that when we would talk. You'd be in like Please Rewind a lot, and then you'd be in like some other thing, and then you'd always kind of network me like, hey man, I'm in this group now.
Yeah, I do a lot of that, and it's good. It's useful. It's just silly the way I do it,
Fraser, did you get it published?
I tried to get it published really hard, and then I self-published.
Okay.
And
Oh, nice.
oh, by the way, Pat, a lot of those corrections that you might have seen, I did a whole recording of the thing, and while I was recording it, I made it perfect as far as the like typos and punctuation and stuff like that. So that's completely taken care of, because when you're reading something, you see all that.
Mm-hmm.
But then I got like the whole setup to do like the perfect like audible quality recording after I did like a full recording already, and then my voice started like doing some weird stuff where I guess I was drinking too much bubbly. I was drinking too much carbonated seltzer water.
Yeah.
Yeah, shit. Anyway, do you like the ending that sucked? Isn't the ending? Did the ending kill you?
I mean, it wasn't the best part.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
I figured I was writing myself into an area where I could do whatever I wanted with the next novel if I continued it.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, I'll say this: you didn't like. I mean, it wasn't like. I mean, it's not like there was enough. I mean, the book does kind of have this thing where there does feel like there's a lot of build up for a while. So but it's also like it wasn't such a long, laborious sort of read where it was like, if the ending's not great, it's not like, oh god, I read like 800 pages to get to that shit. Like that didn't. It's not like it's not like it pisses you off in that way. I didn't get like mad like I've gotten with other books where I like read a long time and I'm like, really? Like Cormac McCarthy always did that shit to me, where I'd be like, what the fuck was that? I'd be like,
like what is it, The Long Dark or something, where it's a I don't know, yeah, just any of his books.
Because people talk about No Country for Old Men, the movie, having that shitty ending with the Coens, and people are always like, well, the book's better. And I'm like, have you guys read Cormac McCarthy novels? Like, all of his endings are shit. Like, that's not when people say that, it's like so stupid. I'm like, no, like, it's not better in the book. His books have shit endings. He does, like, that, everything that's wrong with that ending, he does in every single one of his books. He builds up all this stuff, and then he goes into some weird, like, artsy, esoteric bullshit at the end. Where you're like, what the fuck is this? Like, what happened? Like, I was following the story, and it was great. And then at the end, like, why the fuck did you do that? Even in Blood Meridian, that kind of happens. And that's like the great American novel now. Like, it's like, the only one that didn't really happen was the third book in the trilogy he did, like that Border trilogy, like Cities of the Plain kind of has this like beautiful sort of epilogue to that trilogy. But like most of his books, you get to the end, you're like, what the fuck was this? Like, it just takes this left turn. It's just up its own ass. And then
I wanted to read this and have fun.
Stephen King's like infamous for that, where like you'll read a 1,000-page book and the ending sucks balls, and you're like,
how do you end a book? Now, I had been building up to that ending from the start.
I think that's a good question. I think how to end a book's a tough. I don't disagree. I find a lot of books to have unsatisfying endings. They kind of just like people don't. It's like you kind of learn if you read enough, though, that books sort of like they don't end in the way that you think about narrative ending in a lot of other mediums. It's sort of like, because a lot of books have this sort of epilogue. A lot of times, like the story kind of reaches its crescendo at a different point in the book, and necessarily the way that you're thinking about the ending when you're reading, it doesn't have to be in this traditional form where you're like, oh well, this is the third act of this book, this has to end this way. It doesn't always work that way with novels.
It's not a wrap up situation. It's
no.
What are we doing here, and are we trying to make a point? And Stephen King, he would end his novels in kind of a sometimes a dreary way, where it's like, okay, this is a continuation, like Salem's Lot. If you recall the end of Salem's Lot, I'm pretty sure he was in Mexico hunting vampires with his little pederast. I mean, his
yeah,
very very sketchy ending there for him, by the way, given his history of writing children screwing.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's so weird that like Stephen King hasn't been canceled for any of that stuff. Like, he's just loved by liberals. I'm like, do you guys know he wrote what he wrote in these books?
You have any idea what he wrote? Yeah, do you any idea whatsoever?
Like, some of the most disgusting stuff that, like, why did his mind even go there? Like, I would never.
I don't have a problem with his mind going there. I enjoy his fucked up shit.
Yeah, it's just sort of like you, like, if he was like to explain that to, because I've tried to read him like talking about it, and it's always like, why did you write a bunch of like kids fucking? I don't.
Several times.
Didn't he do that in It?
Yeah, no, but it's not just in It. Like, it's through a lot of his, like, that's not like people point that one out, but it's not an isolated thing.
The Dark Tower series, the succubus was going to fuck the kid to death, and then instead it fucked.
Yeah, it's like reading Berserk or something. It's like it's like manga. It's like he goes, which I mean, it's weird because like in like Japanese mediums, I read like that stuff's super common, like fucked up rape stuff with children, or like.
I look, if you're telling a story and the story is better for it, cool. I mean, if you're just putting in rape scenes so you can if you're jerking off to it while you're writing it, and there's no point in driving the plot along with it, then what are you doing, buddy?
Well, sometimes I don't like, there's a weird thing, because I'm not like sensitive to material, but I even like that when I was reading Berserk and I was loving it. It was like every other chapter there was like some guy was trying to rape somebody, and like it just becomes like almost a gimmick. It's like, well, this isn't like the main character, him getting molested when he's a kid has like power to it, that basically his like father figure sold him out to be molested. But then like when every single chapter in this book, like this one female character, she's getting threatened to be raped by like either a giant demon monster or some guy, or like all these nuns get raped by these guys and all that. It's like, okay, after like the 50th time, dude, it's like, it's not like, it loses like value. It's like, it's not like, wow, that's really fucked up. It's like, okay, well, this just happens all the time, whatever.
In Goblin Slayer, it made sense. The ever-present threat of goblin rape, because that was literally how they reproduced.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I agree with you on that. Yes. Yeah, but like,
going to load.
Well, no, I agree. No, things like that work if there's a context where it's like, but sometimes it does just feel like, and there's just like, and this really like was super prominent in that like late 80s, early 90s stuff. Like a lot of the animes from that time, like Wicked City and that, they all have like rape scenes. Like this was just a super common thing from that era. But it just gets to the point where it's like, man, you Japanese seem to really be caught up in rape, I've noticed.
Well, you know what? It's at least they're writing it and talking about it, because we know what happened in South Korea when they banned sex pornography. Rather, it like skyrocketed, rape skyrocketed in that country, and all sorts of other sexually aggressive activities. So read about it, write about it, fantasize about it all day long, just as long as you're not doing it. Cool by me,
It's definitely, I will say though, it's definitely like not one of my favorite things.
What, rape?
Rape?
Sure?
Yeah,
well,
it's
no,
not
like
either,
just like an art, like it's not like
okay, so outside of art, it's totally cool.
Yeah. That's fine.
Wow, Pat, I can't believe you support rape.
Yeah.
2021.
Pat canceled.
Pat
canceled.
Canceled. The new left, Pat. Pat is now like, you're going to be leading the left soon.
That's just silly. Yeah, they're going to recruit me. Tom Hanks is going to call me on the phone. Hey, I heard what you were saying. I think it's some really interesting ideas.
Well, I mean, they're just coming clean at that point.
Have you ever been to a tropical island where nobody knows about it? No?
Well,
did you know there's this island? Bill Clinton went there a lot.
Oh, this guy named Jeffrey. I think you might like him.
There's this guy. He created a cartoon. He also went there, supposedly.
No, I'm just saying, like
it's also a genius at math.
It's just a weird thing to me. Like, I think that like I've found like a lot of beauty in like the way that like body horror, like death or like murder, things can be presented.
Body horror is awesome.
Yeah, like I find a beauty to it. Like I could think of that stuff as like paintings and stuff like that, like the way like Cronenberg has done it, or like things in Akira. But like I've rarely in art, it's very tricky, like literary or film, I've seen like rape executed in a way where like the point of it always hit home. A lot of the times it does feel like it's in there just because it's like the most fucked up thing you could think to put in, which I'm not knocking anyone for doing, but like I've rarely seen it artistically where I'm like, wow, you know what, I get why you did that. That was like a really powerful thing that you did there. I've rarely had experiences of that where it might just be such a fucked up thing to like think about. It's hard to like see it that way, but I think
I uploaded that
it's
movie
tricky.
that I was talking about, Midori. I uploaded it to a different site, and I put it up in case you want to watch it, man. It's interesting. I mean, it's I don't want to spoil anything.
I got you.
It's pretty cool.
Because like, yeah, I
like Midoriya.
I'm very like pro sex in movies too. Like I hate that movies don't have like nudity anymore.
You said that earlier, yeah.
Well, like
again,
the 80s.
We're in a reverse Puritan era.
Well, like the 80s, I loved like the boobs in the slasher films, like I thought it was beautiful. I loved it. Like it was like these summer camps, like these killers read. It was like this sexual odyssey. It's like you were going to these like like where like the girls would like, I think about the twins in Friday 13th Part 4 or something. Like it's just like, no, you just go here and it's like Eden. It's like these beautiful like naked like seductresses are just like willing to have sex, and it like ties into the psychology of it. When the killer shows up, it's like you feel so free and vulnerable with the sexuality, and then this guy comes and stabs you in the back with a knife. He's like penetrating you, like it made sense to me. I'm like, I get why that's in there. But nowadays it's like taboo to like have nudity or like people being sexual or having sexuality. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Sexually, yes, but you'll notice that they will force you to look at other things and pretend like it's supposed to be non-sexual.
Like hot tub girls. Twitch hot tub girls.
That's different.
Well, like I just this idea that like the human beings aren't sexual, and I know it's like maybe it's this post-AIDS thing, I don't know, but like, or that like human beings like aren't like that's not a part of humanity. That like women are sexual, and they like sex, or like that it can be consensual and fun and be like part of character and story in a piece of media. It can be part
or
of
that
it.
That they're sex objects. They're like, is that in my head that they're sex objects? No, that's a fact.
It's science. It's scientific.
Dan, this is why you're the best Taco Bell. This is why you're the best Taco Bell manager I've ever had.
Why am I a Taco Bell manager?
We all talked about we're gonna work at Taco Bell.
Yeah, we're gonna be Taco Bell employees, and you're gonna be the manager.
Yeah, we're like,
I don't know what Fraser or Pat would be.
Danager. I'll be the assistant manager.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, Dan.
So I'm pretty much right. You were going to be assistant.
Like Dan
I would have.
Dan gets us all overpaid. Dan sits in the office all day watching porn. And we're like, "Hey, are we out of refried beans?" And you're like, "What are you talking about? I don't give a shit."
Dude, I'm watching. He's like, "Look, I'm here to watch Justice League. All right, I don't care about the refried beans you speak of."
I think Slav's not making the Nacho Bel Grande right. And you're like, "It's fucking Taco Bell." What do you mean?
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
People are coming. People are coming here to get diarrhea. Like,
tell him to
put it. I'm just here to make the quesadilla. Okay,
you are constipated.
Tell him to put it in the
not had diarrhea
microwave.
from Taco Bell ever.
Tell him to put it in the fucking microwave. Heat up the goddamn shit and hand it out. What the fuck is wrong with you, idiot? I'm like, oh,
so
sorry.
you know how Taco Bell has shit that's in the freezer and it's like branded Taco Bell food. So how about we just like microwave those and give them as the Taco Bell meals?
Dan hands
I'll disguise the food as my own cooking.
Dan hands me like a TV dinner or like a frozen burrito from the store. It says heat this up and give it to them, and they won't know the difference. I'm like, are you sure that'll work? Yeah, don't worry, I got you.
We keep.
They won't know if you won't tell them.
And they're like, that was the best burrito I've ever had here.
I see on the outside, lava in the middle. It's the juice.
This is the greatest. Yeah, they're like, God, compliments to the chef. Mwah. They're like,
hey, we're pushing EFAP times here. Aren't we on like hour 7 or some shit?
Oh, I think this is officially the longest Please Rewind live now. That wasn't the unofficial last weekend's live.
Damn, you are trying to compete with Mom.
Well, no, it's just because new people came in. Dan came in late, and people are in different time zones too. Like
That's true.
It's not as late for Dan as it is.
Pat's just getting revenge because he didn't get to be on EFAP.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
That's why we doxed like half of the main.
we ruined those fuckers tonight.
Yeah.
Were you almost on EFAP?
No, it was never a thing where like I was associated with people that had contacts with EFAP, and I was like friendly with those people for a while.
I should tweet them and say, hey, you know, this famous YouTuber, you guys should have him on.
That's what happened with the High Council thing, was that everyone just spammed them so much that they had to put me on a High Council, and then I was never invited back.
I especially spammed them.
Yeah, I
remember.
I think I need to
spammed WCB and they're so annoying.
I think I need to tweet them with something like controversial though, like, "Hey, this guy has a hot take on, you know,
he likes Last Jedi or something," and then I go on, I'm like, "That's not true."
Yeah.
Or he doesn't hate Star Wars as much as we do.
You know what? Fuck it, I'll go on there and defend Last Jedi. I don't give a shit. I feel like I could win that debate.
Rian Johnson's just taunting. He's just taunting.
Yeah, I'll be
like
that
he's just taunting the audience.
Just be like Dan. Just bring Dan on and just troll him.
Yeah, I'll go on to Dan and we'll argue for the Star Wars sequels and like Batwoman. We'll go on there and we'll just be like, this stuff's actually really good.
I could probably argue for The Last Jedi, but not The Rise of Skywalker. Like I can't even pretend to like that movie.
I'll argue for argue for all of them. I don't give a shit. I'll get that debate.
If Armand White can defend Jack and Jill, you could pretty much defend any movie.
I legitimately feel like I could debate Mahler and like the Star Wars sequels and not come out looking bad in that. I feel like I could go in there and like bullshit some argument for those movies.
Jesus.
Sure, you could.
I don't.
You are a writer, so why not?
I don't want to, but I feel like I could. I feel like I could be like, all right, I'm gonna give the ultimate defense of these movies just as like an exercise.
It's just gonna be like Jack Reacher. You're gonna be like, listen, you asked for this.
Yeah, this is about to happen.
This is not my fault.
And I beat the shit out of all of them.
Yeah.
I take them out to the parking lot, show them what's what. I show them what it's like. As George Costanza said, I'm going to take you outside and show you what it's like.
That's like implication.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing. There's an episode of Seinfeld called The Opposite where George Costanza does the opposite of everything, and there's these guys talking in a theater, and like he would never normally do, and he yells at them, and he says this insane line where he's like, you guys want to step outside? He goes, if you don't shut up, I'm going to take you outside and show you what it's like. I want to take you outside and show you what it's like.
It's Larry David implication.
Larry Seinfeld.
Yeah, it's this great Larry David shit where it's like, what the fuck does I'm going to show you what it's like? It's such a weird way to say I'm going to kick your ass. I'm going to show you what it's like.
Maybe it's like when those people like fist fought during Fast and Furious, where David Stewart took his kid to like watch Boss Baby 2, and there was like people screaming and fighting each other in the theater.
I mean, I pretty much killed all of my networking I had. A few years ago, I actually had pretty good networking, and I was tied to some like big YouTubers, and I just never like followed up on, because it's all about networking. But I just never like. I know I know Sargon watches my stuff. JonTron watches my stuff. I was kind of friends with the High Council guy for a bit. Mala followed me on Twitter, and then like I knew some other big YouTubers for a while, and then I just never
When
really.
you were consistently making content, man, you were doing okay.
Yeah, I really
It's hard
was.
to do that.
For like a low tier YouTuber, I really wasn't doing bad.
Yeah, you're doing pretty good.
Yeah, at that time when I was like making content, but but like Fraser said, it's super hard when it's like not your living, like to make videos like all the time is like a fucking.
It has to be your passion, and the thing is, like when you're making videos and you have to like understand entire economies and other factors with regards to like movies and everything else like that, which is what you were doing. That was box office
addict, yeah.
You were understanding.
That was pretty great.
You looked at the economics of the thing while you were talking about the movie itself. So you had to have seen the movie most of the time.
Yes,
it was like something special.
I had to watch like every movie that came out.
Yeah. That's extremely difficult. You're talking about a 40-hour a week job on top of your 40-hour a week job.
Yes, it was like it was easier when I was 26 back in those days, like 26, 27.
Yeah.
And I was getting like thousands of views and people were watching the content and like other people were noticing me and I was kind of in the whole thing. And then I just like, it was that sort of thing where like it just became overwhelming to like work a 40-hour week job. And then like every day I had to come home and work on, and it's not, because like you said, it's not just make it, you have to do the research. I can't just like come home and say, well, I'm just going to make this video. Like, no, I had to like read all this bullshit. Like when I was the patriarchy, that was the worst. I had to read all these articles and shit and do all this research.
Oh yeah. Dude, I don't know how HB does it, man. He's
it's an act. It's a born talent.
Well, no, if it was like I said, if it was a job, like if you make a living at it, I get it. But like doing it just like basically as a glorified hobby, I was like, because I mean, I would spend like hours doing research so I could talk about this shit, and then at the point where it's like, I just couldn't keep up with it anymore. It just didn't. I mean, if I was like a single guy and like my life was different, I probably could do it. But like with my current life circumstances, like this is impossible. There's no way to do this. So I've just kind of accepted. I've kind of just
no
accepted
one man should have all that power.
I've kind of accepted I peaked at one point and then I didn't make stuff for a long time and people just forgot about me.
I never forgot about you.
The loyal fans stuck around. I mean, I see it all the time. People have commented like, dude, I always loved your content. Where the fuck have you been? Or like, I didn't know you were still making videos. I see that all the time, or people forget. Because like, yeah, a lot of those videos got hundreds of thousands of views. People saw them, but it was like Box Office Addict was actually pretty big for a while. But, you know, Box Office got canceled basically for like a year. There was no Box Office Addict. No new movies came out for like a year. You know, so it was sort of like, I don't know what the fuck to really do. And then I kind of got over the whole fandom menace culture war bullshit. I didn't really want to be part of that anymore.
Yeah, that's a waste of time.
IMDb, Box Office Mojo changed up everything, like how it worked too, right?
Well, just that whole thing, like talking about Star Wars all the time. I got so sick of it, man. I got so sick of talking about like Rian Johnson and shit like a few months into it, and it kept going. Yeah. It didn't end. It's still going on. People are still making videos.
I'm even sick of listening to Star Wars.
That's where the money is.
Yeah, no, Kathleen Kennedy videos, like attacking these studios. Like I did it for a while, and I was like, God, I don't want, because I like some of those videos, like Isle of Cultural Appropriation about Isle of Dogs, or like Iron Man's problematic. Like that era, I really like had a lot of fun. Or I like argued that Tony Stark was a libertarian, and Iron Man's all about libertarianism. And like, there was stuff like that, and then I just felt this niche thing, but like. I never get those people, but I gotta tell you, like, and it sounds shitty, but a lot of those people you get on, they just, like, they weren't, like, if I could hang out with Medicare back in the day, yeah, I would have done that, but a lot of those guys that you talk, they just weren't that interesting. Like, you would be talking to them on DMs and stuff, like, you guys are all so much more interesting than a lot of those people, honestly. Like, you're so much more interesting and funny to talk to than those guys were. Like, they weren't, like,
I would hope so.
They had very generic opinions. They didn't they weren't open to like, they were very narrow-minded on how they saw things. It was always like, it was this political motivation. You'd be like, well, what if it's kind of this way? Maybe it's not like that. Maybe you're not looking at this right. There was no open conversation about that sort of shit. And like, it just kind of got like, well, how long are we going to keep doing this? Like, fuck SJW's thing before it like I don't know like before like it turns into like what's like I don't know what to say anymore about this. Like yeah, fuck them. I don't know. I want to talk about like some 70s movie that I like a lot. You know,
exactly.
I'm sick of talking about this stuff. Like this is like I just don't know what to say anymore. Like I just have to find these cringy articles or videos and make fun of them every day. And you're being mean too, which I know sounds gay on my part, but I didn't like being mean. I was really good at it. like mean Pat was, you know, but I don't know. I don't want to say it's like I've gotten older and I'm mature, but I don't like being mean. I don't like being mean to people. I don't like making fun of people and like shitting on people.
Yeah,
like, I like making jokes.
Because even if their movies suck, they're putting a lot of work into it. They're putting a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into making it decent. Maybe not great, but decent at least.
Well, I don't like making jokes about stuff, but like the patriarchy days, a lot of that was like anger. A lot of the stuff, like when I was doing really well as a YouTube channel, I was doing well when I was angry. And once I started was like getting happier with my life and making happier videos, that's when everything went to shit. Like I did really well when I used to like bitch about stuff and, you know, make fun. But I try to see it as like a body of work and not just like oh, I'm famous. Like I'm like, well, hey, I made good videos and the people who saw them still like them and they still think about them. And maybe they go back and watch them sometimes, or they like think like, yeah, I really like that video I saw. Like they didn't forget them, and I'm like, that matters to me. It's like if you like watched a video you thought was good like 5 years ago and you still think about it, that's cool with me. I don't mind.
The Paul Feig video, that one was really good. I like the Paul Feig video.
Yeah, the old days.
Yeah, the old days, that was good. But even the Andy,
Blade Runner one you made.
What happened?
The Back to the Future video.
Yeah, the Back to the Future video is one of my favorites.
That's a great one. That's like where I felt like inspired. Like I had goosebumps. Like when I listened to your video. Like whoa. Like I never thought.
Thank you for stroking me. This is why I like Fraser and Dan. They don't stroke me like you guys do.
No, I saw what you did there. Don't think I didn't see it, motherfucker. I just went in with it anyway.
You guys, like I talked to the other guys, you're like, that changed my life, man. You're like the guys in Tenacious D, the Pick of Destiny, when they walk in. He's like, you guys changed people's lives tonight, man. Like you guys tell me that video like changed how I see shit, man. Like
I was gonna commit suicide, and then I saw your videos, man.
Oh, I used to get those messages, man. I'd be like, I'm in the hospital with cancer, and I listen to your stuff, and it like helps me deal with it. Or like me and my wife lay in bed, and we listen to you at night, and it like is what we bond over. And I'm like, you're listening to my fucking ass talk while you're laying in bed with your wife, or like
I used to be an alcoholic that would beat my wife, but we started listening to your content, and now we love each other.
Your take on Back
to the
Future.
Make love to your content.
Your take on Back to the Future kept me from hitting my wife. And like
before I listened to you,
your take on the Goodfellas.
I realized I was trans, but now
look, listen. This guy had AIDS, but after listening to Goodfellas, he no longer has that. Because it changed his life.
Because I've dabbled in it a bit, you know. So like when I was doing those Game of Thrones videos, and they like every Monday were getting like hundreds of thousands of views, or like the patriarchy, or like I've had that period where it's like a few months and like I'm big, where it's like shit, I'm known right now, like I'm showing up in the algorithm, and you get that random shit. You get girls messaging you on like Twitter and stuff, like flirting with you and stuff. Like you get like it's so weird that like E-celeb thing. Chicks like, hey, you're actually really cute, or like I like your voice. Do you want to talk? I'm like, no, crazy internet chick, but like.
No thanks.
Oh, Dan would love it, but
I would.
Yeah, they like you get all these because I had a female audience at one point. You guys ran them all off, but it was like you get random women.
Bathory?
You get women messaging you, and then like people message you like, yeah, when I work out and I lift weights, I listen to like a podcast, man. Like it's like really profound. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I think like I listen to like stuff and I don't think about it the other way, where it's like I listen to guys do stuff. Like while I'm doing stuff, but I don't think like someone's taking a shit and listening to like a Please Rewind video while they're taking a shit.
Though.
100%.
I did that though. I was taking out the trash. So there you go.
Every day it happens.
All the mundane things that happen while you listen to a podcast, you know, you're not really expecting to think about those. But I'll tell you, the benefits of that are weird. Like, look, I've been creating Second Life harassment videos, just like I said, fucking with people in Second Life. There's just like. Every so often in the dumbass game, I run into somebody who's like, I know you. You're the guy who seduced that old lady. I'm just like, oh,
Awesome. That's what I'm known for.
Well, what I think what basically happened is like because I had that break from content for a while, and I think it just a lot of people like maybe they didn't forget about me. It just the content wasn't showing up in notifications, and people just didn't come check the content. I think that's what happened because I was like that like Last Jedi point. I was like really big, and then I kind of just like there was like that point I took like 6 months where I really wasn't making a lot of. And ever since I did that, it just hasn't been the same.
You could get it back, dude, if you really wanted to. That's a you decision.
That's true. It would just be the like really diving back in full time. Like, am I gonna do live streams all the time? Am I gonna make videos all the time? Am I gonna
you actually enjoy it enough? You should. But
I like doing the live streams. The editing and like writing a video and making it is a lot of work to do regularly.
My God, dude, it's ridiculous.
When you have a job, let me make that clear. If you don't have a job, it's not hard. You get up in the morning and you just fucking work 2 hours and you don't do anything for the rest of the day and then you work on it again later. But like to have to come home from work and be like, I have to write a script for this and then like, or flesh this out and then I have to edit it for hours. I mean, sometimes I'm like, yeah, those guys who just like turn a camera on and talk to the camera and just do that. I'm like, fuck, that's genius. What the fuck am I doing? Why am I editing a video? Why don't I just talk to a camera for like 10 minutes and then just put that up? Like, fuck, that's so much easier. I could do that.
My job right now is pretty excellent for that. It's basically like I'm there for 3.5 hours max because that's what a union part-time job is at UPS. But I recently signed up to become a cover driver and get occasional 8-hour stints on the road at pretty good wages. And if I could do both of those, I could probably do whatever I want to, including writing or whatever. But most people don't have that freedom.
Nice. Writing the next great American novel.
Well, I will say it was like there was like a couple moments. There was a couple moments where I made like a lot of money on ad revenue and like the super chats were coming in and the live streams were big and I was like, fuck, this is happening. Like I remember going out to dinner with friends and being like, guys, I'm a YouTuber now. Like I remember I would like tell people like, man, like, yeah, I'm getting like 400,000 views right now regularly, like on this shit, like monthly. It's like I'm making a lot of money. Like fucking, I'm not gonna have to work here in like 6 months. I'm gonna be making YouTube video, and then you just kind of learn that's not how it works.
Money. Did you ever get a YouTube play button?
No, you have to get 100,000 subscribers to get a YouTube play button.
Dang it!
But like,
fucking Leon over here fell asleep during the stream.
But there was a
ruined
point.
my YouTube career.
But there was a point where it was like, yeah, like money was coming in, like real money, not like fuck. This was like, oh, I can live on this kind of money. Like holy fuck, and it was like holy. Yeah, and I just thought
it was YouTube from 2010.
I just thought it was gonna keep going. I was like, all right, I'm gonna have 150,000 subscribers, and I'm just gonna be a big channel as this happen. People like the content. I was like, okay, and it just never happened. It always felt like it was gonna happen. Like there was a couple of moments where it was like, shit, like you'd go to bed and you'd wake up the next day and you'd refresh a video and it had like 100,000 views, and you're like, all right, cool.
Algorithmically promoted, but you gotta like part of it is you gotta beg for subscribers.
Yeah. It's true. You gotta really push it.
You gotta
have to be like, please subscribe, please subscribe.
There's some people who are less likely to subscribe to you if you ask. I'm one of those people.
Yeah. I don't like it. I don't like asking people to subscribe. I don't like begging. I don't like asking people for money. I like hate that shit. But there was a point with like my job and then what I was making off super chats and ad revenue. I was like making a lot of fucking money, and I was like, holy fuck, this is great. Because it's a high, man. It's a high to like see those numbers go up, and like you get a fucking check from Google. You get like.
Is it better or worse?
You're filing taxes on Google money that you made off YouTube. Like you're like, holy shit, how did this? I mean, it really is. It's like a high, man. It's like when like. I mean, it happened to me like maybe like a dozen times, but like you'd upload a video and then like 10 minutes later you'd come back, you'd like have a cup of coffee, like all right, and then you'd look and you'd be like, it had like 30,000 views and like, and you're like, what the fuck? And comments are crazy, and you're like, oh my god, this is fucking happening. Like the high of that is crazy. Like I totally get why people go crazy and it goes to their heads, because like you get this high. I couldn't imagine if you were consistently making videos that got millions of views. I totally get how people become egotistical. Because it does go to you, because people start worshiping you. People start telling you like all these things about like how you're like affecting their life, and then you notice people like you more, and it's like this power thing, and you're like, holy shit. Like
I think the key there would be to be cynical.
Then you're like, I knew it. I knew I was great this whole time.
That's basically what it was. Like finally
I
everyone's
was only waiting
recognizing.
for him to appreciate me.
I knew I was a fucking genius. I mean, that's literally what goes in your head. You're like, yeah, I knew I was a fucking genius. You don't have to tell me, dumbass. Like, duh. Like, I've known that forever. You don't think I know that I'm smarter and more talented than everyone? Like, Fuck yeah, I am. Fucking idiot.
I was waiting for you to say it.
Yeah, I'm glad that you noticed this now. Thank you. You know,
You guys have this problem when random people start complimenting you in a way that's like, you know what I mean? That thing. I always have to like ignore them. Basically, I'd be like, yeah, and just move on because you can't spend any time at all with that moment where someone's like saying you're really smart and this, that, and the other, and you're so cool.
The smart thing gets old. Like all the time, people always tell me how smart I am, and I'm like, dude, I'm really not that smart. Like
for me, in my case, it's not the fucking get that and be like, oh, I'm not really that smart. It's like, okay, let's move on here really quickly.
Well, no, I just mean like people like they just think because like I think people misunderstand. They mix up like when you say interesting things as opposed to like they think you're like super smart at the same time. I'm not saying I'm a dumb guy either, but they think like just because you're articulate or like you make interesting points, you're like compelling talk to, like, wow, you're really, really smart. It's like, I'm really not that smart. Like you probably just talk to a lot of boring people, or you're boring.
I think being smart is very overrated.
I don't hold it to this like, because I have friends who are like geniuses and stuff like that. They're super smart, and it's like it's not.
It comes with being socially awkward and making people feel like weird and self-conscious when they're around you because you're like so smart. They like pretend to be smart with you, and then you don't pick up on social cues, and you're just out of place. So it's like you trade in so much social value for just like being smart, which like everybody thinks smart's great, but at the end of the day, it's better to be charismatic and friendly and warm and somebody that people trust and care about.
100%. And not, I mean, I'm not saying don't be a fucking idiot, but yeah, it is better to be like charismatic and warm and like compelling and have people like you and stuff like that. I've had way better things in life than somebody thinking I was smart. I've met guys who were super fucking smart and they're not doing that great in life just because they were smart. Because they were socially inept. Like they didn't know how to function. You know, so it's like, because yeah, people because that was the thing with like Blood Money, because he's real smart, and he would always tell me like, oh, you know, you're really smart. I'm like, dude, I'm really not that smart. I'm just like, I just can follow the smart shit that you're saying, and I can kind of follow it and go with it and understand it. I have like a general knowledge. Like I think I probably have a high IQ, but I'm not like smart with math or shit. Like I don't know a lot of shit. I'm not like academically achieved, or I can't help. Like I just know a lot of shit.
So how much of charisma is just applied wisdom? Because this goes back to what we were talking about earlier.
I think you learn. I think I kind of hold people accountable when they don't know how to socially behave. I'm not like implicit with that. I think that at some point when you get to a certain age, you're choosing to not be willing to learn on how to act around people, and I don't like give people a pass on that after a point. I'm like, no, you're choosing to make this awkward, to be a jackass and making this cringe for me, and I don't want to deal with it. Like you have to learn at some point.
No, having charisma and social grace is the last implicit stand of whiteness.
Yeah.
My God, you should write for I don't know, for Vice. Yeah, for Vice.
Yeah, right. Yeah, shit.
Well, like that's the thing. Like think about it. It's like, okay, it's like I think like most of the guys in here, like everyone's like pretty like likable, fun, charismatic, but none of us are like famous. Like so, you meet people all the time. I meet guys all the time, or women all the time. They're like really like, wow, that person could probably be an actor. So there's something about them compelling. But you meet those people all the time. Like talent's overrated too. But that's the last thing. Like oh, this guy's a great actor. He's world class or something. It's like, nah, I meet people all the time that could do that shit, or like this. It's like, no, it's actually there's a lot of those people.
So the real deal is figuring out which god to worship so you can get the best luck rating.
Well, a lot of it is
Malak.
A lot of it is, unfortunately, it is circumstantial in life. Like if you have a certain background or you're in a certain place where opportunity is going to arise. I mean, I'm not saying it's luck, but it's just circumstantial. It's like geographic too. It's like us living in America, we have a huge benefit with that. Not everyone gets that. That's life. Like if you grew up in LA and kind of in an industry family, you probably are more likely to work in the industry. That just kind of makes sense.
What a surprise.
Like that's not.
I think we know.
Like nepotism is a thing.
I think we know who are the talented, like the gifted people, and not, because you see something like Keanu, and I think we all appreciate Keanu. We appreciate his contributions to film, but we all know that you didn't get in here because of your acting. You're very good looking, and you're just in the right place, and it worked out.
Later stuff good though. I mean, he became a great actor later on, didn't he?
I don't.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's never been a great actor. I will say this. very talented physical actor, like the action stuff, the stunts. But like as far as like an actor, it's like, yeah, he just looks amazing on. And people talk about it too with actors, like they're photogenic people. Like Keanu Reeves looks great on camera. If you ever shoot stuff, if you actually make movies or work with cameras, you start to learn that. That's something you learn early on. Is like you film some people and you're like, fuck, why do they pop on camera? Like the way Michael Jordan looked on camera as opposed to LeBron James. Big difference.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Michael Jordan looks amazing on camera. He like glows. He like shines off the screen. You're like, God damn, that's a
And
nice
nobody
shade of
cares
black.
that he
Probably
can't
has
act.
something to do with the
He just
golden
has the
ratio.
charisma.
It probably has something to do with the golden ratio and how the 16:9 or 4:3 ratios impact the way the person looks in the film.
100%. And like a lot of people that become actors, there's like charisma mixed with how they look. Like it's usually a really good looking person that's very charismatic, so they can say things charismatically and they look good while they're saying it. So when you film someone who's really good looking, saying things really charismatically on camera, it works. That's big part of it. And you meet people like that all the time. You meet really good looking people that are like really good at talk. It's not like something where it's like it's rare. You meet like a hot person who can.
It's anybody who's like very popular. That's how they got that way.
Like go out to LA. There's a lot of people that are like want to be actors that are like good looking, charismatic people that aren't famous, but they're there. It's all over the place. Just like.
Well, we should just pretend that all of our friends are like celebrities to us. I think that's a good message, Pat.
I'd rather not.
Well, it's like the hot girl syndrome, you know. It's like people like hate good looking people, and it's like a really like negative way to live your life because like you just think that like because they live in that like bubble that people treat them to like you compare yourself to it, and it's like really toxic way to live. It's like, well, why do you give a fuck if like that person like that guy's gonna get laid more than you because he's attractive, or maybe that girl gets treated better by people because she's who gives a shit? Like it's not fair. It's like fuck off. Like. You know, like, and it's like it's not like it's gonna last forever. When they're 70, it's not gonna fucking matter. So like, what do you give a shit? Like, it's gonna catch on to them at some point. Like, it just like, why do you know? Like, yeah, that chick's hot when she's 22. Is she gonna still be desirable like that when she's 50? I don't know. Might be fat. Like, people might not like her anymore. I don't. You know, like, you like
that girl's loving too.
Well, I'm not saying not. I'm just saying like that. You know, the value is gonna drop at some point. It's not gonna be forever. Nothing's like.
That's when I swoop in with my fucking discount debit card. Let's go.
Hey, girl, you're not the hot shit at the bar anymore. You want to go to Taco Bell?
You're busted.
Hey, man. If there's anyone here who could be talking about cougars, it's me. We all know my.
I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, like people. The problem is when you compare yourself, you compare like your value to what other people have naturally or something like that. Like it makes them evil or something. But like honestly, a lot of attractive people I met in my life are like really nice people. I met asshole, but like a lot of people I met that are like really good looking. They're not assholes. Like a lot of hot guys are nice guys that like get more chicks than you because they're just good. Like chicks just give them their number. Like they just get laid without putting any effort into it. It's like, but I also know a lot of those guys like they have a hard time with relationships because so many women. Like when you're like a Brad Pitt looking guy, I've seen that too. So it's like it's not all like perfect. Like unless you're vapid and you just think like the only thing in life that has value is like sex. That's like the only thing in your life. Yeah, you and Dan are very similar. But if it's like, you know, like if that just makes someone happy, it's like, I don't know, who cares? And but as I said, you guys are just like, I don't know, like the community. I always like the community on Please Rewind, or the people that I became friends with on here, like meeting Blood Money or meeting some of you guys. It was like, oh man, this was totally worth it for that. Like I got to meet really cool fucking people and have fun hangouts and shit like that.
Yeah, it's difficult to call me exactly your community. I think Dan might fall better.
No, just like, I was just speaking I was speaking about you specifically, but.
Yeah, well, now I'm just saying, like, yeah, man, you have a great community. Crazy's been around for a long time now.
Yeah, and it's like a good community. It's like solid people. Like there isn't a bunch of shitty cringe gods in here, and like,
no,
like it's actually a pretty solid like fan base of people that like I like talking to, and I'm like, all right, well that's cool. It's like having a bunch.
Interact with you directly.
Yeah, exactly. If you're like really big, that'd be so much harder. Like I try to value that. Like if you have like 1 million subscribers, how the fuck are you supposed to be friends with your subscribers? There's no way.
JonTron probably had like a little bit of that going on early on, and then JonTron got.
They just take their money, Pat.
Yeah. I know, yeah, you just take their money and then like you have to kind of talk to them and like all of them at once through your content or like through messages, as opposed to like you get to have individual interact. It's like having a bunch of friends. It's kind of great. It's like you have a shitload of friends.
Yeah.
That's
Sure.
That's
Also,
fucking awesome.
I gave you copy money.
That's
that you'll never
true.
get. How long does it? How much money do you have to get before you actually get a paycheck from Google?
$100, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you make
$100, yeah,
$100, they have to send it to you.
I got one check from them one time. I was so pleased.
I was getting them consistently for like almost 2 years, but they
I've
come
been
less these
demonetized for a
days.
while.
I still get them sometimes. I got paid. I guess got one recently, like just this last week. I got a Google Pay, but there was a while there where I was getting them every month, and I was like, fuck yeah, man, you know. But I make a pretty good living now. I don't really need like the YouTube money. It's not like back when I was first getting it a few years ago. It was like it really helped. It changed my life in a lot of ways. Like it was,
Yeah, I can see that.
like you got a lot of, because when you're not making that extra money, it was like the unemployment for people. Like I was making extra money every week, and I was like, holy shit! Then I could like afford, to like change my life.
Dude, I worked through the entire thing. I made less money than people on unemployment, and I'm so not okay with the government right now.
I can understand.
I believe you. I was on unemployment for like a majority of the last year, and I didn't want to get a job, but they hit me up so strongly. I was like, if I say no, I'm gonna kind of burn these bridges. And so I had to go back to work. Once I started getting paid from work, I was like, all right, this is a lot more than unemployment. But unemployment was like thousands of dollars a month.
It was
great.
I got it for a few months, and I couldn't believe I was gonna move away. I was living here, and I was like, all right, well, fuck it. If I'm not gonna have a job in a few months, I guess I'll just like go move back somewhere with like there's family or something, and just go live somewhere. Like I was gonna go move to a town somewhere, and just be like, all right, I'll just do that for a while, figure this out. And then the first unemployment check came after like a few weeks. It was like the back pay, and I remember just looking and be like, this is fucking absurd. Why are they giving you this much
It's not their
extra
money. Why should they care? You
Like,
don't do that with your money.
I get if
do
you
that
give
with other
people
people's
a little bit extra money to help them out if they're not making enough to like pay their bills, but they were giving you like an absurd amount of money. I mean, it was ridiculous. Like,
oh, yeah. No, it's ridiculous.
It was literally ridiculous.
All that money just to get Trump out of office.
Yeah, and it still didn't work. They still needed to cheat.
Just so I could buy like a new coffee
that
table.
Didn't happen. My bad. That didn't happen.
Just so I could buy a couch.
Well, everything's going to be inflated in a few months anyway. Well, it kind of is now. So, yay! Can't wait to reap that.
Well, it's also like it's like when people win the lottery, and they don't know do that. Like a lot of people I know who never really had that kind of money started getting that money, and it was just a disaster for a lot of people that I knew, like who never made like thousands of dollars a month, because most people don't. It was like they were just like they didn't know what to do with it. They didn't know what to do with like $4,000 or $5,000 a month or something. Or people who had kids. I knew people who had kids that were getting like thousands of dollars off those stimulus checks.
Yeah.
And it was like, what the fuck?
Oh, because they get the booster money.
Yeah. No, I knew people who would get like $8,000.
Little ATM kids.
And they would know what the fuck to do. I'd be like, well, hey, just pay off some debt if you have it, or like save it up or something. And they would just blow it and dumb shit, Like they would like buy something that they wouldn't be able to afford a few months down the road. And it was like, yeah, and everyone I know, I mean, especially waiters I knew, like in restaurants, I had a lot of friends who were waiters. None of them wanted to go back to work. Not a single fucking one of them. They were like, fuck this place. Fuck you guys. Like everyone I knew who like worked in restaurants or retail or something like that, nobody wanted to go back to work.
It's almost like they don't pay enough at those places.
Yeah, they were like, fuck you. I'm gonna do this as long as I can.
Who can blame you?
I'm not blaming anyone. No, it was just I just remember, and then I remember like I knew like immigrants who weren't getting the checks, and they were like really bitter.
I would be bitter too.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I am.
Yeah, you're an immigrant who's bitter. But like it was like I like new immigrants who were bitter, and they were pissed because there was like all these essentially a lot of white people getting money, but black people got it too. Oh, fuck you, McAfee.
Were they legal?
I'm not an immigrant. What the fuck are you talking about?
No. I was just no. That was the joke. No, I'm saying like it was a lot of Hispanic people I knew that were immigrants that weren't getting the checks, and they were like,
how much money did it equate to over a year? Was it like almost like having a $20,000 a year income?
Let me think about that, because what was it? It was an extra $600 a week on top of what you were getting with the unemployment,
which would be about $400, I assume.
No, it was more than that. Like I was getting. I mean, God, I almost don't want to say publicly.
I'm kind of starting to feel like Black Lives Matter, if you know what I mean.
I mean, I'm sure Dan knows what I'm talking about here, but it was.
Yeah, I think I was getting 1,600 every 2 weeks.
Yeah, it was significant.
That's fucking unreal.
It was significant. It was like it was like, yeah, like I think, yeah. It was
Wait a minute, did I say 16? I think it was 2,400 every 2 weeks.
It was
something crazy like that.
Something insane. It was like $4,000 a month or something.
I could have been out of debt.
It was like 4 or 5, and I knew people that were making more than that. It was like $5,000 a month or something. People were making on unemployment for months.
I need to take a shower and shit and get the fuck out of here. But it was great talking to you guys.
Yeah, dude, stop by again sometime, please.
I will, man. I will. It's fucking awesome.
Hey, Fraser, put a link to your shit in the chat before you go. I want to look at yours.
Read your novel.
Your
put your whole
videos
novel
where
in
you
the
go
chat.
on
No,
VR chat.
like link to it, like the ebook. Damn it.
Write your whole
I don't know what.
Write your whole novel out in the chat, word for word.
Just copy paste, bro. Just copy
But I want the videos where you go on Second Life and harass people.
That's right there. I put it up. It's
play
in general.
play with strangers.
Oh, well, you should have put it in Please Rewind.
Okay.
It's okay to put it in general.
It's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube.
He's famous. It's on YouTube.
So
Oh, this is like your avatar everywhere?
Yeah. And there's the.
Oh my god. That's about as many subscribers as I had before I got wiped off the face of YouTube.
I haven't even really been doing. I don't know how that's happened. I just haven't been doing anything. So.
Cruel Intentions. What is this? Oh shit. Oh, you're watching people fucking on Second Life. That's awesome.
That's me and some dumb bitch.
Wait, Dan, can we talk? Can we talk about your podcast you were gonna do for a minute, or are we not? Can we not talk about it?
Yeah, let's talk. How do you know about that?
Somebody told me.
Oh, did I talk about it?
I really like the premise of this, that you were gonna do a podcast. You talked about girls who were like, they were like sexual assault victims, but they were lying. Is that what it was?
Yeah, I have
This is when I
already have an episode. I can send it to you.
I still gotta go though. You guys take it easy.
Yeah, please send that to me at some point. That sounded crazy.
And we're recording a real one on because the first one we recorded was like a demo, and it's good that it was a demo because her audio was fucked, and now I know how to do it right.
Mm-hmm.
I need her to record it on her end because we were talking on Discord and I was recording her Discord stream and I was thinking it sounds fine. I'll just use that. But when I was in the editing room and recording it, it's like every time we're talking over each other and shit, the audio gets all fucked up. So I need you to record it on your end and then send me the shit and then we'll cut it together properly.
That makes sense.
Wait, she's not doing it anymore though, right?
Oh no, we're recording the new episode on Sunday.
Oh wait, I thought she left the Discord and like she didn't want to do this with you anymore.
Yeah, she did. So she had like she went suicidal and had like a week-long like drug binge, and then she came around and now she's admitting that. So there's this this chick on Twitter who's lying about getting raped, and she's trying to ruin Pornhub, and she's a horrible person.
Well, Dan, I don't know how any of your stuff ever got demonetized or taken down when you're making content like this. How did that happen?
Yeah, I started making videos about her, and that's all it took. So she started being like, she started texting this chick that we both mutually hate and being friendly with her, and she started tweeting, and she's like a porn star who has thousands of Twitter followers, so it's like not a small deal that she's tweeting about it. Like I have 22 Twitter followers, so nobody cares what I do, but somebody with thousands of people, it's like, why are you doing this? And she starts tweeting like, hey, support Rose, her name's Rose, support Rose, send her this money. And it's like, oh my god, it's like we were both against this person and now you just like flip-flopped for no reason. So that's why I thought, Mita, you're in here. I thought she was she had like turned against me or something, but I got her and I started talking to her, and she explained that she was like on drugs and thinking that this was something cool to do or something. Anyway, it lasted like a week. Their pretend friendship lasted a week, and if you go to her Twitter, she's again back to talking shit about her. So I'm not sure exactly what she wanted to accomplish, but we're recording shows, and
Are you sure this
and
is
we're
somebody
back
you
to
want to
where
be
we
a
were.
partner with? Like, you sure about that, man?
Are you asking
Yeah,
Dan
she's
if
good.
he makes like perfect life decisions with people? Like, are you
I'm
kidding?
just like,
do you
man,
know? Do you know Dan?
I guess I
He doesn't
don't.
give a fuck.
Slav, I should send you this YouTube video I remember where they're describing like women, and it's like the sexiness and like the great they are, like as you're banging them and stuff, goes up in like parallel with craziness, you know. So the more hot and sexy and cool and interesting they are, the more crazy they are, and I feel like
I
that's what's
gathered
going
that.
on here.
I love every single part of this.
No, I gather that because I fucked crazy.
You fucked Crazy Chameleon?
Yeah.
I knew it. Dude, I'm so happy.
What?
I'm so happy Frasier came in, man. Like, this was like the
Yeah,
like,
that was pretty cool.
This was the all-star lineup. Like, Terrible Lizard was in, and like fucking Frasier came in and shit. Like crazy.
I hadn't talked.
Yeah,
He's
it was
got
the
a
link,
very
man.
good
It
Mahler
was-
impression.
Terrible Lizard's Mahler impression blew my fucking mind. Like,
Madcap's YMS impression.
dude, I'll give Madcap. Yeah, no, like it's put my Ben Shapiro impression. Like I feel I got a little dick syndrome now after hearing that. I was like, holy shit. Because like Terrible came in and I was like, hey, you can do a Mahler voice, right? And they did it. And I was like, what the fuck? That's like perfect.
On command.
I hope Madcap's gonna be okay because I know he like wants to get in with the EFAP crowd. Hopefully they don't see this.
Oh, it's okay. They have a sense of
Why is
humor,
he-
man. It wasn't like
I hope so.
anything wasn't done out of like comedy. It wasn't like I don't think it was that. I mean, fuck, those are pictures of them. That's not our fault.
I mean, how do you get in with the EFAP?
How do you get? I love. That's a great question.
That is true. How do you get in with the EFAP?
A better
that's a
question
good
would be, how
question.
does Madcap get in with them? Because Madcap, like, no offense to Madcap, but his thing is being very kind of, I don't want to say bland, but he doesn't have an
Milquetoast.
outburst. Yeah, he's very milquetoast. So it's like EFAP is
Yeah.
all about being outrageous and controversial.
I would just
and he
say
wants-
it's like being nice. Is the way I would say it.
Madcap's nice. I mean, yeah.
It's
I mean,
just being, it's
Madcap
being
seems
a
cool.
nice, considerate person, like, which isn't popular on the internet.
There's this one guy. His name is Zodiac. This guy, he comments and likes every single one of Mahler's tweets. He does that. He has
Why?
the opinions that everybody in the EFAP community has, and he just regurgitates them on these long ass, what are they called? Twitter threads.
I just don't
And
like
he'll
to
just do
sound
that.
thirsty. We sound so like every Please Rewind Live, we're like EFAP, notice us.
No,
please.
I just like
Yeah, I don't
EFAP.
even give
that.
a
Like,
fuck
no.
about
But
these
Minna
people.
asked the question. And I was like, and then like he celebrates that Mahler just followed him like a few days ago, and that's how you get noticed. You be a kiss ass. 30,
Oh
you know,
my goodness.
24/7.
Yeah, I mean, you did answer, but I don't really care about these people.
But
Like, I
But
just
you
kind of
have.
thought like
that was just
Because
the
it's just
way
like,
you
you know, these
phrased
guys are
it. How
supposed
do you
to
get
be
an
big.
EFAP? That was great.
Yeah, like these guys are supposed to be
I'd love to
big,
see
and
Mida
like,
on me EFAP.
Me too.
That would make my fucking life.
Are you kidding? Yes. If I could pick any of us to go like a reality show pick, I'm
Yes.
like, send fucking Mida on them. Like I would.
Mida is like
I
the
would,
anti-EFAP.
I would pull an H3 on Steven Crowder on them. I'd be like, yeah, I'll come on there and talk about Last Jedi, and then Mida would just go in for
This
me.
is Minna walks in the
Guys, so Pat, what did you think of like the Steven Crowder H3 thing? Because that was nuts.
I just thought it was like boring internet bullshit. It was typical H3 like crap. Or like
yeah,
he
they're
tries
both
to-
cringe. Like Steven Crowder and the H3 dude, they're both cringe. So
It's just H3 trying
I mean,
to do
two
that thing
sides
where
of the
he
same coin.
H3's doing that like gotcha thing, but it's like actually not that funny or interesting.
I mean, because really, what it is like, okay, like Steven Crowder and that whole like Ben Shapiro crowd, they're always talking about, oh, we'll debate anybody. But as soon as like, you know, I guess a guy who knows what, you know, he knows like, you know, I guess what I'm trying to say, he knows the score, you know, for lack of better words. They don't want to debate him. Like I know, like H3H3, the whole thing about that was like he went there to debate H3H3 on some bullshit, and H3H3 was like, "Nah, N-word. I'm going to debate you. I'm not going to debate you. I'm gonna bring this one guy that she denied debating with, and he's going to debate you." And he was kind of like stuck in his position where he's like, "Oh shit." Now I gotta debate this guy that I flaked, you know.
Because I'm telling you right now, if I could like low key send Meta in there, like as just an attack dog, I would fucking do that in a heartbeat. Like they better never let me in that they never better invite me on that Google Hangout. That shit's gonna go bad fast. Like I'm just
like John Wick.
I am sending Meta that link in 5 seconds. I mean, like you go in there, dude.
They're all gonna have a stroke when Meta walks in, man.
Yeah,
they're not gonna know how to deal with
They're
him.
not gonna know what am I gonna say? Y'all all net bearers talking about cartoons and video games. I mean,
yeah, well,
just go in and be you.
Who's this Meta guy?
Just be you for as long as they like keep you in there, and it's gonna be the best EFAP of all time, 100%. Like, I mean, I will make like just go in there and just tell them they're all fucking idiots and they don't understand anything about art. And, like explain, like just shit on them the whole time. I would love it.
And then just get into some existential dread of like how movies are actually declining. It's not plot.
I think they all deserve it. I would love it.
I mean, I don't know, man. I never watched a video by them. I just assume that there's just like a dime a dozen YouTube channel where there's a bunch of like netbeer types talking about movies and video games and cartoons.
I mean, you're not totally like wrong, but it just
they're the classy version of that.
If you knew the context more of what it was, it would be funny to you. Like if you understood the context more, it'd be really funny because they like what Dan said. You're like at the total parallel opposite of like what they're into and what they do. You're like in the whole opposite because they don't usually. I mean, they'll have debates with people, but typically it's sort of like they have their like chemistry and what they do. But if you went in there, you would just throw a wrench in the whole thing, and it would be great. I would fucking listen to that shit like crazy.
And here's the thing: they've dealt with people like Meta, but the thing is, not to the extreme.
No, Meta's like on another level. Like he would like they would. I think he'd be the only guy who could like destroy Mahler. Like I think.
Yeah,
Mahler
I can see that.
I think
Make
Mahler
his brain explode.
I think Mahler would fucking like be defeated. It would be like the god has fallen. Like
it's gonna be like when everybody in Infinity War disappeared. It's gonna be like
it'd be when
Thanos
is fighting the Hulk and then he like gets the edge. Like the Hulk comes in and he's punching him, and then Midith throws him over his back and shit. He uses the Power Stone, and then it's like, oh shit, we weren't expecting this. And then it's just like
funny.
It's just like Mahler's rep falls in like a week. Like Midith destroys EFAP. No, it'd be like sending in like a suicide bomber. I'd be declaring a jihad on EFAP. It'd be a fucking jihad.
No, that's a weapon of mass destruction I can get behind.
Yeah.
Rags just like
it's a day that would live in infamy. Like it would be. I mean, it would be our like live stream equivalent of like a 9/11. Like nobody would be.
That's what I was gonna say.
Nobody would be.
It's gonna be an internet 9/11. You know when people say like, "Oh, it's gonna be the next internet 9/11. This is like the internet Vietnam."
Well, it's gonna be the moment when like the second plane crashed, where it's like, oh, this is real.
This is an attack. This isn't an accident.
Yeah.
So when are we getting like the internet Boston Massacre? Like when are we getting that?
Like...
I mean, you guys talking about this stuff. I want to see these guys. Like I've never watched a video.
Meta, I want you to see them.
Watch a video just for.
I just pictured Dan like smoking a cigar watching this. Like he like pulls out a cigar, he cuts it, he lights it up with a torch, takes a couple puffs, blows it out. He just like puts his hands behind his head, leans back in his chair.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. No, he's on a couch.
I'd watch the world burn there. I'd be so happy. Just watch it. Send Meta over there, knowing how Meta's just gonna destroy them.
It's gonna be like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, where the dog just kills like all those Mansonites. It's just gonna be that.
Yeah, he's gonna be Brad Pitt with the hippies.
It's gonna be Brad Pitt's dog.
And like no, it's like Dan's gonna be the Joker just watching it burn.
And here's the thing.
No, Dan's gonna be the Joker watching it burn. Maybe it's gonna be the dog, and then you're gonna be Brad Pitt, like just snapping your fingers, like sicking the dog on those Manson.
They're gonna ask me one question, and then I'm gonna be like, "All right, guys, you fucking hippies."
You're gonna be high too while you do it.
Oh, they got furries on this shit. There's a furry in EFAP.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh hell no. Hell no.
Don't worry, he quit.
Guys, how it would be framed is that they'd be gearing for like this great debate and everything, and then it would be the complete opposite of that.
Well, I would promise. What if it's so popular they love Meta and he just abandons us? He's like, he's like, hey dogs, I like you N-words, but EFAP's where it's at. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, I doubt that based off of these thumbnails I'm looking at.
Mahler's giving me some of that sweet super chat money. I'll see you N-words later. I gotta bounce.
It probably would be some good money though.
I'm running with this crew now.
Because how many people watch their stuff? Like thousands of people.
Oh, it's insane. They have a huge audience.
Billions.
100,000 people probably like are into it.
Depending on what they're talking about on Mahler's second channel, Mueller, it can range from about 45,000 views to 100,000 views. Per
yeah, real shit. Yeah. Like great numbers for
the big bucks go to Star. The big bucks go to Star Wars, and then the other stuff is. Sorry.
That's what I'm saying. Meta would come back to us afterwards. Like, I'll see you guys later. Like I got some of that sweet cash. Like, I'm EFAP now. Star Wars sequels suck. I'll see you guys later.
Think about it, Pat. Think about it. That'd be like just. I'd imagine it being like 10 full EFAPs of them just trying to talk to Meta, just 10 hours each.
Oh, he was
trying to convince him on every point.
It would be fucking amazing.
It would just be taking like 3 hours just to talk about like 1 point Meta made, and then 10 hours will just be like 3 points.
Well, it would be great. Like Meta would be in there, and then like you would just see them all start to fall. Like each guy would drop off until it's just Rags and Mahler. It'd be an endurance test, and then Rags is gone, and then it's just Mahler, and he just can't keep doing it. It's just like it's like hour 14, and he's like, God damn it.
Here's what I predict. Meta's going to start talking about Japanese kino, gay porn shit, and their mind is going to explode because they're going to agree that they're all gay and they jack off that shit. But it's like he's putting on this highbrow intellectual level. Like they don't want to admit that they've never seen these fucking movies and have no interest in them because that would make them seem stupid.
Yeah, it's gonna be like it's gonna be like scanners. Like their heads gonna explode.
Yeah, their heads are gonna explode. I was thinking that too.
The Boys season 2, like that explosions.
So somebody like Rags thinks they're the most sexually.
Yeah, they're all gonna be sucking dick by the end.
Somebody like Rags thinks they're the on top of the food chain of like I'm the most sexual devious person. Nobody's gonna freak me out or anything. And then Meta's gonna come in with the femboy crazy Japanese horror movie shit. And then it's like, and here's how it ties into liberal philosophy, and that's why socialism is wrong.
Yeah, Charlemagne.
They're just gonna go cross.
Charlemagne.
Yo, that's kind of funny.
Rembrandt, and then like. Because here's my prediction. I feel like for the first 25 minutes, 30 minutes, they're not going to know what they got themselves into. And then about hour 2, they're going to start to realize. Like it's going to happen like a slow process, like a dread. Like and then like cosmic horror. And then by like hour 5, it's going to be like, oh shit.
It's not that
very
he's there with
Lovecraftian.
them. They're in there with him. It's like the whole Rorschach thing.
Yeah, they don't realize they're in there with him. Yeah, they think there's like 5 of them, and he's in there. It's like, no, you're in my EFAP now. Like he's gonna it's gonna be a mutiny. Like he's going to like usurp EFAP, and then at the end it's just Meta's EFAP.
Then Meta's gonna be the new leader, and then it won't be Star Wars anymore. It'll just be about Japanese or
it's just gonna be
3 Japanese women like
pure gay kino. Like it's gonna be just the most like
it's only gonna talk about Mishima life in 4 chapters.
It's gonna be femboy torture porn and why that is the true meaning of art.
Yeah, and they will not know what to. No, I'm. God damn, Dan, you like you're a man of few words, but when you say shit, you shit gold. You're like I want to see
golden goose.
You're like I want to see Meta go on there. I'm like, holy shit.
We should get Dan on there, make it a double. You know,
what would Dan say? What would Dan add to that?
I don't know.
It would be 10 hours. It'd be 12 hours of Dan laughing.
No, I would start sucking up to them. I would be like, Mahler, I love you. Rags, please come on my face. Because I do like them a lot, and so I would probably be a little pussy
It
on
gets
there.
to that moment, yeah, you get
Oh,
on there and you
yeah.
think you're gonna. That's the thing about Mida though. Like he'll go on there and be like, I don't know any of y'all in words. Like I don't give a fuck about this EFAP shit. What the fuck does that even mean? Fuck that shit.
The problem would be though is keeping Mida interested. That would be the problem because Mida, I feel like after a while would get disinterested. So I think like one of us would just have to pay him to just sit
Oh,
there.
Mida, I'll give
and
you
write it
I'll
out.
give you $500 to stay on that fucking stream. I will pay you out of.
How do you
podcast.
even? That's what I was saying earlier. How do you even get on E? Because you were saying Mad Cat wants to get on EVAT. It's like an application process.
Dude, everybody wants to get on there. It's not like a thing where
It's
it's
not a
like
job interview.
it's like a lot of people want to get on there because it's just like promotion because it's so big.
It's not a job interview.
If you could
You just gotta get on Twitter.
If you could get on there and you like do well on there, it would be really good for you if you're like if you're a YouTuber. If you're just some guy, what the fuck would it matter? But it's like if you got on Joe Rogan and you were trying to like promote something you got on his podcast.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't really watch that. So that's why I don't really watch that stuff. So I have no context.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, let's say like you want to be like known. If you got on there and you did well, like people would know you immediately. You would be like, people would be talking. I just say we make our own EFAP. Fuck them. Like we'll just do our own thing and like take their audience.
So I'm saying like y'all always talk about this EFAP shit. Like they sound from what you described about them. They sound lame to me. Like why would you want to be something like
This
that?
is why I love Mida. It's great. He's just like fuck these guys. We're all like they're pretty cool, and he's like no.
It's like no, they suck. What are you talking
They
about?
sound like homosexuals.
Well, I will say tonight's stream really got me back around this because this has been like great. Like everyone who came in, the chemistry tonight was great. Frasier was a big surprise.
Yeah, those are
Well, I say the key.
Huge plot
The
twist.
key is Dan. It's like I'm like the Flash busting in and being like, Dan's the key to everything. Like I'm telling Batman because anytime Dan's on one of these, it's immediately like jumps up like 3 grades. Like Dan's like great at live streaming podcasting format. I learned that when I did that.
Give me a hard on.
I did that when I did that live stream with Dan years ago. I was like, this guy's fucking phenomenal. Well, you're like great. You know how to like be a presence, but not like steal the energy, which is so important.
Yeah, I know whose stream it is. I'm not going to talk too much.
No, but that's the thing. Like what you say is so like good. Like you just keep the. I would prefer if you talked more. I think I talk too much. I like when you talk.
Thank you, buddy. I'll do what I can.
Yeah.
With it.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
And I feel like I would talk too much.
I'm telling you guys, Dan's great. Dan's good at this. I'm not saying Dan may suck at everything else in his life. I don't know.
Probably.
But like it like talking.
Oh, that's my girlfriend. She'll agree.
But like talking, like just bullshitting with people on the internet, phenomenal.
Yeah, I would say.
I appreciate that, buddy.
Yeah, I would say agree with Dan where like, he knows how to keep his space because ultimately this is your stream. And I try to keep that in mind too when I talk on the stream. It's like, yo, this is please rewind. This is not the Metatron stream. So whatever I say, I got to keep it short because ultimately it always has to go back to you.
Well, I just try to direct it, but I think the chemistry of everyone. I think if this ever became successful, because we had a good thing overall, and I know I took like the 3-month break, but like it's when everyone is saying good shit, like Terrible Lizard tonight, like when everyone else is adding and shit. That's what a good live stream is. It's the group thing. It's like it's like the idea would be if someone's listening to it, like you want to hang out with these guys talking.
Yeah,
like
pretty much.
Yeah, like it's a group of guys having bullshitting, like having fun, hanging out. It's like hanging out with your buddies.
I have no
They're
idea
not
how
talking
I've
about Star Wars
listened
so
to
much.
entire 12-hour streams that they've done. It's like, yeah, they're all kind of interesting people, I guess.
I just could never watch all that because they always talk about Star Wars and Captain Marvel, and that's so boring.
Yeah, I hate
bland.
those things. So I just like love hating it. Like they say
Yeah.
shit about it, and I'm like, yes, fuck them. I want to.
I mean, at a certain
the eye
point, though, I'm
socket.
kind of like, yeah, we know Captain Marvel was a lesbian in Star Wars.
Yeah, I love that me and Frasier and Dan are like talking about life and what it means to be a human and aging, and then it's like if we were just like, hey, fuck Star Wars.
We're like very deep people until we get to Star Wars, and it's like, yeah, just like
That's
stab
true.
them
Then we turn
face.
We're just like we're cavemen.
We turn into Neanderthals. Yeah, we're like, whoa,
Right.
oh, Kathleen Kennedy. We're like, yeah. At first, we're like, you're like, that's an
now it's
interesting
turned into
perspective.
Joe Rogan.
That's an interesting perspective on the meaning of life, Fraser. I like that you're saying that it's quantum. Anyway, have you thought fuck Star Wars? Has that occurred
Have you
to
seen
you
this
lately?
Andrew Tate guy? He says Star Wars is for poor people.
Oh my god!
I love that
I
take.
remember
That's
that.
my favorite Star Wars take ever. It says Star Wars.
It was a whole
is
Twitter thread.
That Star Wars is for poor people. I think that's amazing.
I wish we could find a way to flip it though, like make it like it's not that it's for poor people; it's specifically trying to fuck over poor people.
Yeah, it's like
I want to make it
evil.
like that. Yeah.
Well, that's how he got popular. He made like a whole Twitter thread saying like, "Well, I've told people I've never watched Star Wars, and these girls are like, wow, you've never watched Star Wars?" And they're actual messages they actually got. And then they're like, "Well, you're missing out." And he's like, "Yeah, sure. I guess I'm missing out."
I've met those
But
people
you're missing
like,
out
that
being a
haven't
millionaire.
seen Star Wars, and they like tell me like it's a badge of honor. Like, well, I haven't seen Star Wars. I just don't give a shit. I'm like, okay, well, you're cool.
Yeah, you're so like gay and you have sex with
Hey
men.
Pat, I've never seen the daylight. I'm really cool, aren't I? I've never seen a sunset. Aren't I cool?
You've never looked at a flower in the morning when you
Never
wake
looked at a
up. You've never looked at it and thought about it.
I've never seen a beautiful cloud and thought what it might
You've
be
never
shaped
seen a
like.
cloud shaped like a woman's ass and been like, I get it. Dan, you're gonna get up to where I look at a flower and like it's gonna be like the moment in Ratatouille where he eats the ratatouille at the end and like it goes into his mind. You're gonna go back to your childhood and be like, oh my god. Like when you go roller discoing tomorrow, that flower's gonna be in your soul.
Is it?
It's gonna be touching the wheels as they touch the floor as you like.
It's not gonna be a little hot teenager's ass.
Why is that guy? Why is that guy roller skating like it's fucking poetry? What's going on out there? He's crafting.
I should wear like
art.
neon. I should wear like neon lights so that I'm like glowing.
Can you please? You don't have to put it in the chat, but if you could please just send me a picture of you at the roller disco or something, I would. I need it.
I'm just gonna look normal.
I need something. You're wearing like a Nirvana shirt, like jeans. I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
this is really
just gonna be a kid.
anticlimactic. You're like, I sold a lot of pot to these kids, though.
No, I will have a headband on though, so you'll get that much.
Oh, I respect the headband. Any opportunity to wear a headband, I will take.
Dan's gonna sell, what is it, Schneider Cut DVDs to all the kids.
Yeah, I'll treat it like it's drugs.
Guys, this is like the actual extended cut that isn't on HBO Max. It's got an extra 3 minutes of footage. There's an extra minute and a half of Martian Manhunter.
Do you want to see Zack Schneider's unofficial sequel? I got the footage.
And
right
all Dan
here.
did was like went in his computer and added like CGI, like shitty Martian Manhunter CGI for like a minute and a half.
No, the extended cut is what Sly did when we saw it Saturday, where it's like scenes or like images of like Lola Bunny getting fucked by Bugs Bunny.
That's the extended cut. I knew it. This was Snyder's vision the whole time.
Wait, did Mita see Space Jam?
Yeah, he watched it with me and Slav.
You thought that was good or what?
No, I like the first movie better. Second one is, I mean, basically my opinions are the same as yours. Like, it's tone deaf or it's toneless. There's really no story that's coherent. It's just a collection of scenes.
Yeah, nobody had like a unique take. I was waiting for one guy to come in and be like, just drop the knowledge and be like, yo, this is Space Jam 2, and be like, holy shit. Like, I was waiting for someone to come in. It was like nobody had.
You guys just don't understand.
Put me on the spot right as I came in here, and I was just like, I'm assuming everybody's already talked about it.
Well, I blame you for a lot of this, Slav. I mean, I blame you for the original stream not working. It's your fault. I blame you for getting drunk on that stream. That didn't happen.
Stream. Which stream?
And like, so this is the result. I'm glad it worked out this way. This was very good, but we could have been talking about something else tonight, not Space Jam 2.
Like what? Like what?
Like literally,
I was watching Citizen Kane earlier.
Literally everything else we talked about tonight after the first hour.
Oh, well, that too, I guess.
Were you watching it for the first time, Meta?
Yeah, I did. I saw it for the first time, and I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's the best Citizen Kane review I've ever heard. I watched it the first time. I thought it was pretty good. Not bad.
Right. Yeah, it was
not quite Kino, but like a mid Kino. Like a blue.
I mean, I can totally see where Pat was coming from in terms of the style, the mezzanine. I mean, it's very it's very expressive. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of scenes that I'm like, damn, and where like this is like I can't believe like he did it. Like, you know, the scene where they introduce him as a child and he's in like the background and the window is like showing him.
Technically super
the window
well
is showing him in the
executed for
background
like
while,
1941, like just extremely well done stuff.
How about that shot where around with some tights?
That shot in particular, the part where he's a kid and the way that music comes in and all, that's an amazing moment. That's like cinema. That's like because that's like people talk about this artistic thing, but it's actually what's great about the movie is that it's a movie as opposed to just a film. Like that's really him. Like that's like you see that moment and you're like, wow, this is a movie. This is like what movies are gonna be. You know, like this is.
Isn't there a shot where they're in a house and there's an interaction between the character in a house, and then like there's a character like 500 to 1,000 feet away that you can only see outside of a window, but they're like in the frame together.
Yeah, that's the childhood scene.
And they have such like long range focus that they both are in focus, and it's bizarre.
Well,
yeah, that's the scene I was talking about.
Well, that's the thing I was telling Mitt about, because he was talking about like Orson Welles' other films he's seen where that because he didn't have this budget, and then I was like, no, watch that movie. Like he actually had money when he made Citizen Kane, and it really shows like no, Orson Welles was like super talented, even though people always try to credit the cinematographer, but that's just not true. Like Orson Welles.
That's definitely direction, because somebody got to tell the cinematographer to frame a scene like that.
Well, it's a crazy story because he worked in theater. So he had never directed, and he went to go make the movie, and he was lighting the film, and the cinematographer was walking with him and laughing behind him. Like Orson was lighting it because he was thinking it was like theater. He was like, okay, I got to light everything myself. And he was just going around and setting up lights. And then the cinematographer was like laughing, like, I can't believe you're doing that. And he's like, what? He's like, isn't that what the director's supposed to do? And he's like, no, directors don't light their movies. And then immediately they started getting along from like that kind of idea where he's like, okay, I can work with this guy. And then they just sit around, and it was because he didn't know the rules. So he's like, well, why can't we do a shot that's composed like this and have a movement like this? And the guy's like, we can do that. Let's do it. And that's like basically where like most of Citizen Kane came from, like the visual aesthetic of it was them just being like, there's like super complex special effects shots in that. I mean, like for the time, like the shot where he's like giving the speech and it's just like the background and everybody in the crowd's not there. It's like just a picture, and they added like lights and stuff like that to make it look like there was movement. The shots look great. They've aged like really well. It's almost got kind of like the Star Wars quality to it in that way, or something like it's like a blockbuster type. You go back and look, you're like, man, this is like really impressive for the time this came out.
Like, Citizen Kane needs a special edition with CGI.
Yeah, it needs tauntauns.
So Citizen Kane is the Star Wars of art films.
Huh?
Yeah, what?
I said Citizen Kane is like the Star Wars of art films.
Well,
like
no,
how they compare like.
I would say it's just more like how Star Wars was. Like I don't look at it that I look at it as like a blockbuster or something. Like I look at it as like you watch it and you're like, man, this is just like large scale movie making, like really accomplished. Like, you know, like in the same way that people would celebrate, like let's say a Spielberg or something. I think he's doing a lot of that shit like decades before, like with a lot less resources, and he's like,
yeah, there's definitely a lot more movement with the camera in Citizen Kane that is typical in films in that period. Like there's this one scene I was watching where they cut to like a scene where the character is crying in the lunchroom or in the dinner hall, and it's like this camera slowly pans into that dinner hall, and it cuts between the surface of the building or the ceiling of the building to the actual room. That's pretty interesting. Like I said, that's not really a style suggestion that would have been seen in a lot of those films at that time.
Well, one thing I like about the movie too is that the movie like kind of it changes up too. Like it you think you're like watching one kind of movie, and then like you realize it actually has this larger scope than you're gonna think it's gonna have, and then like the way the narrative jumps around and stuff like that. It's like a very narratively compelling film still. Like it hasn't aged in a lot of like it still kind of has a modern. Like it's still like, oh, this is like the way he's editing this and cut and like it and like the way he's jumping to things, and then the way he has these sequences, like the scene where they bring in all like the marching band and the celebration and then the chairs and stuff like that. Just these like set piece moments that he does. It's like that would still work in a movie now. Like it's still just like it's really big and fun and like feels like a movie.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. I would say too that the Batman animated series took a lot of influence from Citizen Kane.
100%. Totally agree with you. Yeah, I also it just sucks because like you watch that, it's just like and like him being the lead, and then he's like in his fucking 20s. Like I know it's like an overstated thing, like Orson Welles Citizen Kane, but you do watch it and you're like, no, this is really impressive. Like it is one of those things where like some things are overrated, but that actually kind of isn't like what he did with that movie. It's actually something that's worth like celebrating in our culture. Like, no, this guy did this. It's really cool. And
Yeah,
Hey guys,
yeah, I agree.
can I pitch a stream that I think is related and funny?
100%.
So we watch Citizen Kane on a stream and we pretend we're EFAP, but then we treat it like we're watching like Captain Marvel, where it's like a modern movie, and anything it does, we give it like no credit at all. We just like give it the least amount of respect, and just like any intentions that the movie has, we just like the worst intentions we expect on
And
it.
Terrible Lizard has to be Mahler the whole time.
Oh yeah, and he pretends to be Mahler. That'd be perfect.
He just talks as Mahler the whole time. That's ridiculous.
Does that mean are you gonna do a Rags impression?
I'm just gonna be Ben Shapiro, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll just be Ben Shapiro the whole night and talk.
Meta, you just be you. You just
you just be you.
Meta, just do a Meta impression.
And I guess I'll be Tom Green's laughing companion.
I'm glad we're doing these again, though, man. I miss this. I miss the server. I miss this. I want to get back to doing this again. Like, I think these are really... I like that we talk about the streams while we're doing the streams instead of just doing the streams and later. I'm just like, oh, I like this is happening now.
It's refreshing.
Well, we can talk about that Loki show. That Loki show.
God, I haven't seen it.
I'm joking. I don't want. I mean,
I saw the first episode.
I did watch it, so I
it's-
guess we could do Loki.
It's
I've
a
seen
pretty
it.
bad show, to be real with you, man. I mean,
We could get.
Does it get better than the first episode?
Could try. Honestly, the first
Not
episode
really.
is one of the best episodes of the whole show. To be honest.
So I thought it sucked.
It is.
Yeah,
it kind of gives you a bait and switch because you think by watching the first episode, it's going to be like this buddy cop thing with Wilson and the Loki guy, but it turns into this
The
weird
Loki
like,
guy.
huh?
No, I just love you said the Loki guy. Like he's
I
just a
forgot
dude.
that.
No,
Yeah.
Tom, but I love you say like I was hanging out with this Loki guy. That's amazing.
You know,
Yeah,
that
but, like, it
character in the most popular movies ever that's been around
It's like-
for over a decade.
Yeah, I don't know that
Yeah,
dude.
it's like-
I forgot the dude's name. What is it? Tom Hiddleston or some shit like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom Hiddleston.
Yeah, that's pretty much. Yeah, it's like I like that Tom Hiddleston.
No,
guy.
you
He
are
was
right
really good
though.
in
Like
that
the
movie.
first episode tricks you because you're like, because then episode 2 starts and it is that buddy cop show with them, and then at the end of episode 2 it stops, and then it's about like Loki with chick Loki, and you're like, what happened to this buddy cop show with like these time cops? It's basically Time Cop, and you're like, oh, it's gonna be Owen Wilson and him as time cops, and I was like, fuck yeah, I want to watch that show.
Then it becomes
Is
like
that
this
what it
weird,
delivered?
Nope.
it
stopped-
becomes like this weird like romance shit with like
yeah.
weird narcissistic romance thing with like Loki and like a female Loki.
The only
And like the
thing,
Because
female
who better to
Loki.
fall in love with them than himself? Like,
yeah, it's like this, like it's like visualized masturbation. But
it is.
the only thing I liked is like later on, but it's so late in the show. Like Richard Grant shows up as a Loki, and I was like, that's a great idea
Oh,
to have
yeah.
Richard Grant as Loki.
Who's that?
He played classic comic Loki.
If you
The
you know-
1960s.
you know With Nail and I, Dan.
I don't know what.
Uh,
What is that? A
he's-
word?
It's a famous
It's a movie,
like
bro.
it's a famous like British movie from the 80s that this guy Richard Grant was in. You would know who he is if you saw him. He was in like Rise of the Skywalker. He was like that one general, but he's been around a long time. He's this like famous kind of cult actor, but he's been in a lot of movies. But he was in this famous movie called With Nail and I from a long time ago. But like fans, like you see him as if you know who he is, you're like, oh, that guy's actually like perfect as Loki. Like if he was younger and he could have played Loki.
Did he
He's like-
play characters like that when he was younger or something?
Yeah, he's like perfect for it. He looks a lot like an older version of Loki that was like in an older version of comics, and they kind of play up with that. Like it's basically like Spider-Verse where there's alternate universes of like Loki. So there's like one Loki that's an alligator. That's like a little alligator, and
What?
then there's like a little kid Loki,
Loki.
and then there's a black Loki, Blackie. And
And then there's
What?
political
Really?
sticker Loki.
yeah, I'm not kidding. This is Loki. Like
They
this-
called him Blackie.
no.
No,
Okay.
I call him that.
No, he's British black guy Loki.
He's like
and
a
then
Game of
did he
Thrones
start talking about
character.
like did he say a cob and Black Lives Matter and shit like that?
Yeah,
No.
he starts talking about systemic racism, but they but like yeah, he starts meeting like because it's setting up a multiverse thing, which they're gonna do in Doctor Strange too. So it's like there's multiple versions. Like this Loki isn't the Loki that we know from the MCU, and at the end of it, it's a different Loki, and he meets all these alternate Lokis from like different timelines and stuff. So that's essentially what the show's.
Yeah,
it's mainly
I
him
know that
hanging out with
much.
the female Loki. That's what the show turns into. It's him with this female Loki, and they become like friends and have
Is
a
she
romance.
gonna matter for the future of the MCU?
Oh,
Do I need to watch this?
Definitely.
Where like
Oh
because
my
basically,
God.
do you want me to spoil it for you, Dan, if you don't mind, or?
I mean, go ahead.
I mean, basically, what happens is female Loki kills like this black dude who's like the timekeeper, and through that process, she destroys all the timelines, and it's like this crazy multiverse chaos stuff where all these other black dudes who control the timelines come out. But the difference is that the other black dudes are evil, like they're evil time guys, and like now it's like time it has been rewritten where like these guys rule, the evil ones rule like all the time.
It literally
And,
ends like Planet of the Apes, like the Mark Wahlberg.
It does.
Where like
I mean, you guys are making me want to watch it.
when Mark Wahlberg
and then there's like
when Mark Wahlberg
and
goes
there's
back to Earth and there's the ape and he's Abe Lincoln, that's literally the ending of Loki. Like no bullshit. That's how it is. Like he goes back and there's a statue of this guy.
Whoa! Disclaimer, folks. This because that kind of sounded a certain way.
I know it sounded bad, but like it's I'm not saying black people are apes, but like it's visually in it's like the same ending. It's like the same story.
It's like the Statue of Liberty, even from the original.
Well, I would have compared that to as much because the Statue of Liberty thing is like saying that he's just in this like this is the future Earth in a different timeline. Like the twist in the Mark Wahlberg one is like the timeline. He went to this timeline where things changed, and now this guy like is it's like literally the same ending as opposed to it's like it.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same. It's like the same shot.
So instead of apes, it was black people. Is that why Meta was getting all pissy?
I'm not trying to say. I'm not trying to say that's exactly what it is, but yes, it's essentially that's the ending. It's like that same ending, except it's not. It's not the black people are because that was Tim Roth. Tim Roth's a white guy and plays the ape in that movie, but
or Paul Giamatti.
That's all I thought was that that Tim Burton Planet of the Apes movie. That's all I thought.
No, that is basically the ending to a Loki. And like everybody's like, "Oh shit, N-word! Like, where you at? Why are you so confused?" Because everybody, it's like basically Loki is like the only dude who knows that they're in a different timeline.
Yeah, Rowan Wilson's like Loki. Who are you? Whoa! But it does that horrible
Twilight
thing.
Zone.
It does that horrible thing that like a lot of shows and movies do that I hate. Like it's like the Architect in Matrix Reloaded, or like me and Blood Money were texting about it. This character we hate, or when Ben Kingsley comes out at the end of Shutter Island with the chalkboard, there's like you get to the end and there's a guy who explains everything. This like exposition, like you're watching all these episodes and you're like, well, where is this going? This could be interesting. And then like this guy just shows up and they go talk to him for like 30 minutes in the final episode, and he just like drops all this exposition and like, no, this is what's really going on. And that's like the whole finale to Loki. Like the finale's fucking shit. Like the last episode, it's that exposition guy you meet at the end. It's the Architect from the Matrix Reloaded. It's like, no, let me tell you what's really going on, motherfucker. And he just says nonsense for like 35 fucking minutes, and then Loki and Chick Loki are like, we disagree on this. We need to fight. And then they have like a fight over it, and then like Loki shows and it's the Tim Burton Planet of the Apes ending. That's what happens in the final episode. And you're like, what the fuck is this?
And they're trying to do King the Conqueror, and his face wasn't blue, and he didn't have like the purple helmet.
Yeah, I didn't really care about that stuff. It's just an adaptation, so they, of course, there are going to be some liberties to that. But like my thing with the movie or with the TV show is like, the character, the female Loki, she's just like every other female character in these Marvel movies. She's selfish, she's self-centered, or she's narcissistic. Sure. She acts like a dude. I mean, like her whole reason of trying to kill the black one or the black guy is like, basically because they hurt her when she was a kid. And I'm just like, bro, like you're about to destroy the whole universe, like all of reality, because some dude like hurt you or some shit. Like,
well, it also
I don't know.
it takes away from Loki and what like he was doing and stuff too. Like it's so much he becomes like such a dominant figure of the story because at first I was kind of with it for a bit. It's like they kind of go on a journey to this planet that's going to get destroyed, and I was like, okay, this kind of has like a Star Trek vibe to it or something. Maybe this or like Doctor Who. Maybe this will be fun. And then it just kind of gets like worse as it goes. But I like the Owen Wilson Loki time cop. I like the organization, like the time people and that thing. I like that. I like how it looks.
Yeah,
I like the
mean the
idea
aesthetic
of
is
it.
cool.
It's a better looking show than like Falcon.
It is.
And the score is really good compared to the other stuff. It actually has like a pretty good score in the way that the opening theme comes in the opening titles. Because I thought it was gonna be like a True Detective. I was like, oh, they're gonna be like these time cops, and they're gonna go through all these different timelines, and Loki's hunting this alternate version of himself that's like evil. And I was like, that's actually a pretty cool idea. And like him and Owen Wilson are gonna become friends, and then you find out like the whole organization's bad, and they have to take it out. But they don't they kind of do that, but it becomes more about Loki and this female Loki. That becomes the whole show.
Yeah.
And then Owen Wilson kind of steals it though, in my opinion.
I like the look, how it kind of looks like Invader Zim almost, like they were able to capture that.
I agree. I think the production design in a lot of it, when they're at that like the first episode, when they like look out the window and they see like that stuff, like I liked a lot of that stuff. It was very visually like cool. Like
it's beautiful. Yeah,
like, good production design, like some nice music. Like it does have a nice like cool aesthetic for like a TV show. It does look cool.
It does.
And Tom Hiddleston at least early on, it's like, yeah, I mean, he's like charismatic, and like I liked he was asshole Loki at the beginning. I was like, oh cool, but it just gets worse as it goes. I kind of dig the first like 2.5 episodes at the beginning, and then I think it just kind of like do it all the Marvel shows
withers
do.
away.
Yeah, it's like WandaVision or any of them; they just get worse.
Or even Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where I liked the first episode, and I thought, okay, this is good. And then the rest is like, okay, this sucks. Like, this is useless.
Yeah, it just falls apart. Like, that's what happens. Like, cause I was shocked watching Loki, because I watched it all in one setting, and at the beginning I was like, hey, people are right, this is good. This is better than the other shows. And I'm like, oh, never mind. This has, like, all the same problems.
Never mind. Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's okay, but it just becomes disappointing.
It's disappointing. It's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, because there was it political Loki. I thought what was going to happen is that he had to take over for this political candidate, and he had to, like, kind of take his place. And then at the end, he wants to rule, and then the guards kind of, they're going to arrest him because, his time is up. He was only supposed to just, like, take over until they could catch the bad guy in that timeline. Or something like that.
Well, like, there's an interesting concept at the heart of it, that you're not like the prime version of yourself. Like, there's, you're a flaw in the system, and, then we have to recruit you to catch another flaw of you. It kind of had, like, this cool, like, 80s cop movie sort of hook with that, with the science fiction twist. Where it's like Owen Wilson's like, no, I believe in this guy. I think we can make this guy better, and we can use him to help us. And you're like, okay, that's actually a pretty cool setup for, like, a thing. And episode 2 really leans into that. You're like, okay, they're gonna go, and they're like trying to, and it does. It kind of has like a cop show vibe. Like they're going to crime scenes in time.
It does.
And then I couldn't believe at the end of episode 2 when Loki like runs out the door and is gone. I was like, that's so rushed. It's only episode 2. Why the fuck are you doing this? He meets the main bad guy in the second episode, then he just leaves and it's over. Like there was all this build up and it's gone.
Yeah, it just kind of fizzles. It just fizzled away.
Yeah, there's like an episode, like the whole episode, basically Loki and female Loki are like on a train, and that's like the whole episode. It's just like they're just bitching at each other for like an hour.
Yeah, that part's pretty annoying, but the other stuff is like, it still looks pretty great, and it's still kind of cool that they get to do that.
I don't disagree that it looks good. I think it does look good. I will say
I kind of disagree a little bit, because especially with the later episodes, or that episode specifically when you guys were talking about they were on that planet, that obviously looked like green screen. Like that whole time.
I thought it had like a Doctor Who kind of old Star Trek vibe though, where like it looked kind of fake, was sort of like, it was something kind of like quiche about it, like those old 60s science fiction shows like Lost in Space or like Star Trek. Like I thought, I don't know. I thought they were kind of like playing with that sort of thing. Like I thought it was kind of like the tone they were going for was like TNG or something. Like this is like a little standalone adventure on this planet where they're gonna ride this train. But the big scale stuff definitely looked more CGI, but the stuff at the actual like time place all looked pretty good. Mostly in the pilot, the first episode, a lot of that stuff looks really good. It looks like they spent a lot of money in like the first episode, and then I don't know if they ran out of money. I don't know why these MCU shows like it doesn't always. It's like apparently WandaVision cost $200 million, and I'm like, what? Where did that
Where are
cost?
they spending this money into? I mean, it can't be the sets.
I don't get it. It's like,
Actors.
yeah, it should look well. Even so, $200 million.
I just feel like this stuff was better done in Doom Patrol.
I've never seen that.
Well, it's just like Loki, like what they expect about like as opposed to some of the other shows. Even though WandaVision sort of has that as like the showrunner of the show, or whoever was the director, like they were trying to go for a certain aesthetic. Like, and I respect it. Like, I don't think it was totally like there's moments that are actually like pretty well done, but that it starts to look cheaper and worse as it goes on. But early on, it's like kind of got this like when he first shows up to that place and he's like going through it, and they're like he's like going through, he like meets the robot from Super Jail basically. And
Yeah.
he's going through this process and like learning what all this stuff is. I was into all that. I thought that was a lot of fun. Like it was fun to see Loki like trapped in the situation he couldn't get out of, and like. But yeah, then like a lot of the supporting characters are sort of just like super disappointing and shitty, and like it doesn't like the evil time cop chick who's like the bad guy. Or like what they do with like the Time Lords and all that shit. Like none of the Timekeepers, like none of that, like that ended up being super disappointing too. It was like, well, that because there's like a moment at the end of one episode where you see them for like a second or beginning, you're like, oh cool, I want to see where this goes. Like this shit could be fun. Like cosmic Marvel shit.
They could have done so much more.
Well, because I really like that stuff. I really like that stuff in the comic books. Like that kind of stuff in the comic books, like the cosmic stuff, I really dig.
Does it ever become important, the idea that this isn't our main Loki, like Loki died and this is some alternate Loki, and he even saw himself die? Does that come up on the show much? Or
yeah, I think that is one of the major thrusts of the story, is that like, you know, because the whole thing is like, okay, Loki dies and like Loki's basically set in stone as a certain type of person, but throughout the whole movie or the show, you start to realize like now Loki is, as an identity or as a person, flexible. He doesn't necessarily have to be evil Loki that he was in the original timeline. He can be this, you know, benevolent, you know, humanistic Loki,
well,
like he is
died
in the show when he
trying
wants to
to
save the
kill
universe.
Thanos, so he died like a redeemed character. So it's like now we're taking a younger version of him to do the same thing. We're gonna just like, oh, you thought Loki was evil? No, he's a good guy again.
I mean, if
It's
you're
like,
asking if it's a way to like retcon to keep Loki around because they killed him, then yes, that's what they do. Like they like render Loki's death as like that impact it may have had for fans when Infinity War, because that's like my favorite part of Infinity War is that first scene. I think that's the best scene of any Marvel movies, that first 5 minutes, and I wish more Marvel movies were like that. I wish the rest of Infinity War was like that. Like that opening scene, it's got this like Empire Strikes Back tone. It's like, oh, this is fucked up. They kill Loki. The Asgardians are dead. Thor's getting his ass kicked. The Hulk gets his ass kicked. I love how like depressing it is.
Wouldn't it be cool if instead of Marvel movies being known for they have a post-credit scene, like in the intro, something crazy always, like a character dies or something you thought was true turns out to be the opposite.
Well, that was the thing with Infinity War. They made it so shocking. It just like jumps into it. It's not like you go in and you're like, okay, this movie's gonna have a setup. Like it just starts and they already got their asses kicked. I think that was a great idea. It was so fresh in the theater. I remember being in the theater and Thor's just like Thanos is holding his head and like they're all fucked up and you're like, holy shit, like they didn't show it. And that was a great idea.
Yeah, that movie, the first 30 minutes of that movie could have been that battle that we skipped over.
Yeah, they just jump into it, or they're like, no, this guy already kicked their asses. This is how tough this guy is. It establishes
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Well.
I think it still works as a story or for the story because it's like, you know, the fact that like, you know, the battle was done so fast, you realize how strong this Thanos guy is. Like if Thor and Loki can't beat this dude, or Asgardians can't beat this dude,
yeah, an army,
then, like obviously he's like some real shit.
Yeah, it's like just completely like it just sets this tone where like they're fucked. It sets the tone for the whole movie. I mean, that's really why that movie works so well. It's got that Empire Strikes Back where like it's about failure, like they lose the whole movie, and a lot of blockbusters don't want to do that. Where like the good guys, like we're like, well, Iron Man's not going to lose a fight, or like they're not going, and they lose throughout the whole movie. They keep failing, and then that's why Endgame or other movies can't live up to it. This kind of thing, like even with Empire, it's like when the Return of the Jedi came out. There's something compelling about watching like the good guys lose, and not in like this like totally nihilistic like Game of Thrones, like, well, good people die for being stupid sort of way. It's like, no, this guy's just so strong you can't stop him. It's like like the Terminator or something. I remember like that's why I really like those first two Terminator movies, because like it's that moment in T2, like with the T-1000 when they're in the hospital sequence where they go break out Sarah Connor, and the T-1000's chasing them, and he attacks the car, and you're just kind of like, how are they gonna stop this guy? He seems like super strong, like he seems impossible to kill. And that kind of, when you get a villain like that shit's always fun. It's like in Empire Strikes Back, you're like, man, Vader is fucking pissed in this movie. Like he's not fucking around. Like he's just fucking, Vader's like always ahead of them in every step, and he just kicks their asses the whole time. I don't know why it's just really, it's like a compelling, it always kind of works. And Infinity War was the first blockbuster, I think, to do that in a long time. We're like, no, this guy's just stronger than every Avenger. They can't beat him. The Infinity Gauntlet's too strong. He has too many stones already. It's impossible. This is all pointless.
Yeah, I mean, because you're right. Because I was thinking even then, like, how the fuck they gonna beat this guy? So they get they find like a really bullshit way to be in this time travel, because you really can't beat the dude, like, outside of like, I guess the parameters that's set in the first movie, because he's just too strong. That's, so you kind of like got to go around.
Him being strong is kind of beside the point. Like, they created a scenario just to make these movies, because the rules they set up really said that whoever has the time stone is in charge. And so that's why when Thanos gets the time stone, he kicks ass with it. But when the good guys had it, it didn't really matter. Oh, but it turned out that we needed a whole entire movie, epic movies to pass to find out that, oh, he did use the time stone in the first movie, and because he used it ages ago, now we can win the final battle. Like, that was fucking retarded.
Yeah, because
I'm kind of confused. Say that again. You say
because that's why it worked in Endgame. It was because what he's saying is because he used the stones in these other timelines. That's how they were able to go collect the stones with time travel in order to beat Thanos in Endgame.
He could have just used the time stone to immediately kill Thanos. He didn't need to go into 5 million timelines to see, hey, there's only one version of the future where we survive. How about freeze time, chop his head off, and then unfreeze time?
Yeah, I was always confused about that too, like why he didn't do the thing he did with the guy in Doctor Strange, like why he didn't just put Thanos in a time loop. Like, I always feel like
Thanos.
I'm kind of getting sick of how they nerf Doctor Strange in these Marvel movies. Like, he's not as strong as he should be. It's like, guys, Doctor Strange is like, really, like, my favorite fight in the entire MCU is when Doctor Strange fights Thanos in that movie, because it's the only time he feels like Doctor Strange.
Don't you hit a problem where, like, you just have two strong characters that can break a story, and you can't really tell a story with these kind of characters? Because, like, if you have like a Doctor Strange, a Hulk, that one chick, Captain Marvel, in one story, how can you, like, justify fighting Thanos when they are, like, stronger than Thanos? That's why in, like, the second movie, Endgame, they cut off Hulk's hand, because this is like, well, or they cut off Hulk's hand in Endgame, and also in the first one, they took Hulk out of the movie, because it's just like, how the fuck are you going to have Hulk with all these people, or including all these people fighting, Thanos? It's just,
I think they just wrote themselves in a corner, because I like that moment when I first saw it, when when Doctor Strange gives the time stone to Thanos and looks at Tony and he's like, we're in the Endgame. I thought that was like a compelling moment. In the moment, I was like, oh wow, this is like, okay, what does this mean? But then like the payoff to it was not satisfying to me. So I was like, oh well, this is a cool scene when it's happening. It's like dramatic, but I also kind of don't get why the time stone wouldn't work in that situation. I don't know why the time stone wouldn't be the ultimate weapon against Thanos. I don't know, like, what, like, yeah, wouldn't Doctor Strange just be able to like basically fuck with him forever, like put him in an infinity that he can't escape with the time stone?
Yeah,
just straight up kill him. Like, you don't have to ask for his permission to kill him. You can freeze time.
Can I kill
create
you?
create a magic spear and stab him through the fucking face. That's what he did with the robot guy who had the Infinity Stone in his head. He froze time and then ripped it out of his head.
That's a fair
Doctor
point. How
Strange
he just reversed time and just killed him anyway. Yeah. Because Doctor Strange could just put him in like an infinite loop, or he could I'm assuming he can freeze time too, right? I don't know
he can do anything.
exactly
He's
the
the
full
master of time.
power, but if you can control time, I would imagine that would make you pretty goddamn OP.
And so I was assuming the whole time watching that movie that there was a very specific reason that we're not hearing why he's not using the time stone. But then we see him trying to use it when that wizard in New York was, when Spider-Man was helping. They were attached to the building. It's hard to describe, but anyway, at some point he makes a pose and he starts trying to use the time stone, and then the telekinetic asshole grabs his neck or something before he's able to complete it. So he was going to use the time stone at that moment, but he just couldn't do it. So it's there's no reason why you can't use it because you were going to use it. And okay, I mean,
no, I hear what you're
sense.
saying. I do think there's a weird thing there to be that's the thing. A lot of the things with the Infinity Stones of the Gauntlet confuses me. Like how it's used and set up in the power levels of it, where it's if he can just he has a reality stone that can make reality whatever he wants, so why doesn't he just turn everyone into puppies? They established that Thanos has a stone that he can make bubbles out of people or turn people into whatever he wants.
Wouldn't it have been so easy?
Around a MacGuffin that can do anything.
Yeah, he has six. There's six MacGuffins too. There's a series of MacGuffins.
You could have just explained that it takes his life energy to use it or something, and they already did that because when he uses the snap, people get all fucked up. Hulk lost his arm because he did the snap. So just extend that. Just have a line of dialogue where it's every time I use it, it takes away from my life energy, and then we can assume that the reality stone takes a shitload of energy, and he doesn't use it.
Yeah, you're limited
so much
to what power you can use out of the stones. They're too powerful.
I mean, you're the writer. You have the reality stone as the writer. You can do whatever the fuck you want. So to have mistakes like this in the story, it's just how late. You're getting paid millions of dollars to write this shit, and you can't even come up with a good reason.
Because I wish they would have played with the surrealist elements more, with the reality stone. Because there's that one sequence with the Guardians, and I was like, man, this movie's gonna get weird. They can just shift reality to whatever they want. This movie could literally do anything at this point. Rules.
Oh, when they turn the Guardians into a little piece of string and shit like that.
Yeah, I was thinking when in that
they
moment
never did it again.
Yeah, I'm holy shit, this is cool shit they've never done in the MCU. Anything can happen in this movie. It's really a Star Wars film we didn't get with the sequels. Because it's oh, this is a real space opera. Crazy shit's gonna happen in this movie. They travel to a lot of planets. Thor's getting this mighty weapon made. Thanos is shifting reality. He throws a moon at Tony Stark. It's this is crazy shit. So I dug about the movie. It was crazy, but when you actually think about a lot of the things with the rules with the stones, you're yeah, why didn't they have dialogue that just explained there's rules? You can't just use every stone willy nilly. It's you have to actually because that fight he has with Doctor Strange, what's cool about that fight is that Doctor Strange is using magic and Thanos is using stuff like the Reality Stone and all the other Power Stone, and they're having a wizard battle basically. And it's oh cool, you can do this shit in Marvel movies. This is badass. And then they don't do it, and then they don't do anything like that in Endgame. They don't have any sequences like that. It's what happened to the cosmic. This was I don't know. I guess we should probably wrap up, though. It's super fucking late here. We've been going a long time.
Yeah, we should wrap up.
Yeah, because at the point we're talking about fucking Marvel movies. I'm all right.
Now we're becoming Ethan.
Yeah.
Now we're turning Ethan up.
Well, I think we went long enough. I think 8.5 hours is long enough for me.
Yeah, go ahead and cut out the stream, man.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, everyone. Mida and Slav and Terrible and Fraser and Madcap and
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, man. It was great having you guys.